of the Avalanche, home of the Nuggets, the Stanley Cup playoffs, and mile-high playoff basketball. This is Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5. Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5. It's 6 in the morning with Brett King. Here's Brett.
Shot is on the way. That one is no good. Rebound tip by Tyson won't go. Go Wolves, go is the chant at Ball Arena.
This has a feeling of the Phoenix series 3 years ago. Doesn't it?
Shot clock is turned off. We have 10 seconds left to go in Denver. The Nuggets get embarrassed on the homewood tonight. Timberwolves get up by as many as 32. There's the horn. And the Nuggets get rolled. Final for game number 2 of the Western Conference semifinals. Timberwolves win it going away, 106-80, and Denver is down 0-2 in the best-of-7 series.
I've been here since January of 2019. And I have never seen this Nuggets team get punked like that. Never seen it. In fact, they've been the team that's been doing that to others in most cases. And one thing we've said about them is they will always rise to the occasion. No matter what type of game you want to play, they will match that style. If you want to go super up-tempo, a lot of offense, a lot of shots, a lot of scoring, they can do that. If you want to go physical, then they can do that too. And last night, the game went physical, and they crumbled. Now, I'm not here to tell you this morning that this series is over. I've seen this team come back from pretty horrible situations before. But the physicality in that game and their lack of ability to match the intensity just made, I think, that their most disappointing performance ever with this sort of core. Like the things that happened in the middle of that game that were obvious to everybody. So the game starts. Guys are getting beat up. Karl Anthony Towns runs right through Jamal Murray without a foul. You continue play. Obviously, it's physical. There is not a whistle being blown. You should know immediately what this game is going to look like now. Like, I'm just being honest, guys. I don't want to hear a thing about refs this morning because that is not what the game was about at all.
They were consistent. They let them play. That's how the game was called.
I said at the beginning of the game, there's part of me that kind of likes this. Like this old school sort of prison rules basketball game that we had going. And as long as they were consistent on both sides, I don't care. And for the most part, they were. There was nothing about the officiating in that game that I think should be a topic this morning. Because, go ahead.
I like that style of play too, but not against the Timberwolves. That team is built to play like that.
But here's the thing. I've seen the Nuggets play that brand before, and they just didn't. Like, you know what I barely ever saw from Minnesota? Them complaining to the refs. Anthony Edwards would occasionally get to the rim, and he might do that, like, smiling as he's backpedaling, like saying that's a foul. The Nuggets were so much in the face of the referees. And that's more about Minnesota was in their heads. Like, if that's the way that the game is going to be officiated, you have to match that style of play, and they didn't. Not for a second. Minnesota got to the lane, would back people down, would throw elbows, like whatever. And you settled for jump shots on the other side. Like, there are a couple instances of the game that I want to highlight that are perfect examples of what I'm talking about. One of them, I can't remember when this came. Let's see if I wrote it down. It's in my head. I just can't remember what juncture of the game that it was. AG is in the paint. They got a switch. There's about 6 seconds left on the shot clock, so it's winding down, but there's still time. He has Conley on him, and he does a turnaround jump shot. In a game where they aren't calling anything, how are you not taking your big butt, throwing it directly into the midsection of Mike Conley until you're under the hoop for a dunk? How's that not happening? When you want to play the physical brand, and by God, did Minnesota want to do that? Like, guess what, guys? You're in a street fight. Maybe you didn't want to be in there, but you're looking around, Marty. Somebody just hits you out of nowhere, right? You're looking around. I don't see any cop cars around here. It's time to go. Like, nobody's coming to bail you out. You have to go and match the physical intensity. Like, the second I knew that game was going to be played that way, Marty, was timeout, first quarter, Malone screams off the bench and gets directly in the face, enough to where if that's a regular season game, he's tossed right then and there. There's no tee. He's tossed.
He was a centimeter away from kissing him, basically.
And they didn't do anything. And you know what? Respect to that officiating crew for not being soft little babies like most of these officials are. And what I got was, well, the reason they didn't give him a tee is because they knew they were wrong. And I'm like, no, the reason he didn't get a tee is because they weren't going to call a damn thing last night. For anybody. Like, that's the most disappointing part. I could give a damn about the final score. I could care less right now that they're down 0-2 with both of those games being on your home floor. I'm pissed that that team did not match the physicality, that they allowed themselves to get punked. And I've never said that about this team before. That was the bizarre thing that I was watching. It was Minnesota is so good defensively, that is clear as day to see. The problem was I didn't see when you noticed that game shift and it was going to look a little bit different, a lot of bit different than most NBA games in the way they're officiated. They just didn't answer the bell. That's why I'm pissed this morning. And I mean, there's a ton of examples here that we can get to. You know, first of all, the game starts out like Gobert is not playing.
So was he like in an airplane, the wind was bad and he turned around, or did he not even get on the plane?
I have no idea. Like, I know there was 1,100 cancellations or delays at DIA yesterday. I assume he's not flying to DIA. He's going to Centennial Airport.
Yeah.
But I assume they're dealing with the same stuff. Whatever the reason is, I mean, we asked the question before the game yesterday, Marty, would you rather have Towns in foul trouble or Gobert? And we both said Gobert.
Turns out it doesn't matter, I guess. If Towns is out, Naz Reid, who just like doesn't miss threes anymore.
Naz is a good player. Like, he can't keep shooting threes like this, I wouldn't think, but my God. And I'll tell you the other thing. There was two other things that really bothered me, okay? Jamal is obviously not right. It's very clear. That calf is really bothering him. Jamal does not shoot. What did he finish last night?
3 for 18.
3 for 18. That doesn't happen.
When do you see it? When, like, do you see him not rising properly? Like,
he
outside of his numbers, if you didn't know his numbers, would you say this calf is bothering him?
He is an amazing isolation player, and he's really good at creating space and getting like a little fall-away jumper that's not contested. He's really good at getting away from pressure. He couldn't escape anybody. And look, I'll give Minnesota credit. Like, this is why I told you, man, Jaden McDaniels is a freak. Did you see him guarding Jamal?
They got a couple of those freaks over there.
6'9", and he just couldn't leave the hip of Jamal Murray. So I give them credit, but also Jamal, if he's healthy, he's able to get some shots off, and he just can't create separation right now. No, it's the same thing as watching a wide receiver, Marty, and you're like, let's call it Tyreek Hill or something like that. Like some guy who's really quick and shifty. And he's got 3 catches on the day. And you're like, why can't he get open? Well, he can't get separation from guys. It's just an odd thing to watch. Now, not giving him a total pass because Jamal was the worst offender of crying to the refs last night. And I'm just like, dude, get over it. I don't know what to tell you here. You aren't getting a call. Like that one possession where he crossed half court and then they sent the double and he just held the ball hoping at some point he's going to get a foul. I'm like, have you not been playing in the game for the last 18 minutes? You aren't getting that stuff. It's not happening. And here's the bigger thing with Jamal. I don't even know if he's going to play in Game 3. You can't throw a heat pack on the floor, dude. Very easily could hurt somebody. I would not be surprised at all if they suspend him for at least a game. And why did he do that? Because he's frustrated with the refs. That's the stuff I'm talking about. Did Minnesota complain about calls? Sure, a little bit. Every team does. But they did not allow that to dictate their style of play. They matched it. That's what you have to do. I mean, so a couple of bad things are afoot here. Number one, you're down 0-2, and you lost both of those games on your home floor. Number two, you aren't winning anything if if he can't be regular Jamal. I mean, for the first time, Jokic looks mortal, right? He finished last night 16, 16, and 8. Okay, those are great numbers. He was 5 of 13 from the field.
I just didn't look himself. At no point. He got blocked twice by Naz Reid and then just threw up a circus shot and missed it and didn't even complain to the refs. It was like watching your dad get punched in the face.
Well, and this is another, first in a long time for Jokic. He did not look impactful at all last night. Nobody did on the Nuggets. But Jamal we know this, man. He's the all-important straw that stirs the drink. Without him, you aren't winning anything. And I don't know if you can just find that in the next couple of games. I don't even know if he's going to play in Game 3. And if he doesn't because he's suspended, well, I just watched Reggie Jackson not be able to walk on one leg on the way to the locker room last night. Who the hell is playing point now?
Did you like what Jalen Pickett gave you yesterday? Because you might get a heavy dose of that.
I actually turned it off once I saw the bench players coming in. I couldn't take it anymore. I tried my best. And here's the other thing that really bothered me. Really bothered me. So I have both of the scores written down at this time. Jamal Murray, when the team was down 30, tried a behind-the-back pass in the paint. That got turned over. Late in the game, felt like maybe the Nuggets were going to make kind of a run to make the game close. They're on a fast break. Gordon's driving the lane, and he bounce passes it between his legs over the head of Porter when you're down 22. That's the stuff where I'm like, what the hell is going on here? We're trying to go Showtime Lakers when we're down 20 or 30 points? It just looked so out of character. And Minnesota obviously frustrated them. That much is clear. And to be honest, Marty, I would have taken instead of throwing a heat pack because you're mad at the refs, I would have rather you punch somebody on Minnesota in the face. That would have made me feel better. Because at least you're directing your anger to something that it's your opponent.
It felt like a punch was coming. when the refs just letting them play, I honestly thought Jamal was going to punch
They
someone.
should have, like, maybe not throw a punch, but they should have done something like that. Like, again, it was misdirected anger. And so, again, guys, if you're here to talk about the refs this morning, I'm not down for that discussion at all. I do not care about the refs last night. Did they miss calls? Yes. But did they miss it teetering on the side of physicality? And did they do it pretty consistently? All of those are a yes. Marty, I couldn't take it, so I haven't heard any of the Malone post game. We'll probably get to some of that in a bit. But you guys tell me. I just ranted for 15 minutes about what really pissed me off last night, which was the Nuggets' attitude shortly after that game started, when it became very clear that they weren't going to do anything as far as foul calls. Do you feel the same way I do this morning? That that's the number one thing that's pissing you off? 303-504-0925. Back after this.
As far as Jamal and Nicole, yeah, obviously, 9 years, 8 years, been through a lot, and hopefully those guys can help in terms of leading the charge and rallying the troops, and not dropping your head, keep your head held high, and at least no matter what happens, walk off the court knowing you gave you everything you had, and a loss like this is tough. You feel embarrassed, you feel exposed. So what are you going to do about it? That's my biggest thing. What are you going to do about it? Look yourself in the mirror, have the balls, have the courage to look yourself in the mirror, say, I did not do my job tonight.
That's exactly right. I mean, that's what I had written down, Marty, was the rest of this is about pride. Can you come back? Can you win a game, game 3 in Minnesota to make this 2-1, give yourself a chance back at it? Again, I'm not closing the door that the Nuggets can come back and win this series. I've seen them do this before. Like, we saw them in the bubble come back from down 3-1 twice, okay? So I'm not closing the door on it. But that door is about shut. And it's exactly what Malone is talking about. That should have felt, and I'm sure it did, like the most embarrassing loss of this core, who I'll call Jamal, Jokic, Porter, those kind of guys. That'll be one of the most embarrassing losses they've ever suffered because of the stage it was on, the fact that it was at home, the fact that you're defending champions. And look, there's something to be said. I'll tell you this much right now. God, is Minnesota hungry. Like, they want this badly.
If they weren't kicking our ass, I would actually like to watch that team.
Well, I said this before the series started. I mean, when Vic and Mose were asking the question of, like, who's your favorite team outside of this? And look, I don't like Minnesota, but if you just want to talk about a brand of basketball, you would want your team to look like that, wouldn't you? I mean, how good would it feel if you were on the other side of that one? Where you didn't, look, Marty, you didn't lose that game 150-100. But it felt that way because you just got your ass kicked physically. And again, how many teams in the NBA can do that? I thought the Nuggets were one of them. But I don't know. This is like, I guess boxing, I'm a little too young for the boxing heavyweight heyday. But this was like an Ali Frazier. You got two heavyweights matching up, but one of them gets KO'd in 10 seconds. You know what I mean?
And 5 of those seconds was looking at the ref being like, hey,
yeah,
man, he's got razor blades in his gloves.
So, look, I don't really know where to go from here other than the Nuggets are talented, okay? They're obviously talented, incredibly talented. They're a well-constructed basketball team. The mentality last night was just bizarre. I felt like everybody, it wasn't, how about this, Marty? The refs were a microcosm for this. Everybody that was on the floor last night was looking around for somebody else to do something. And early in the game, it felt like AG was going to do it. AG came out of the gates hot, knocked down a couple of threes. I think he was like 5 of 5 to start the game.
Then he took a heat check, and it was like, oh, man.
Which at that time, I was like, whatever.
I guess,
mean,
yeah.
He was open. So I was like, if you're feeling it, go ahead and take the shot. But damn. Let's get to a couple phone calls. We'll start Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Let's talk to Robert first. Hi, Robert.
Good morning, Brett.
Good morning.
Feeling frustrated, man. I know it wasn't on the guys and on the refs, but it's like a glaring issue is that when Jokic and Murray are not on the court, man, like, who can you count on? Those guys, they have various guys they can count on.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And it's like an issue over the past few seasons, Brett, that has not gotten addressed. You went after Reggie Jackson. No disrespect to him, but he's an aging vet. Whether this coming, off season, you get Strother to grow into that role, or I don't know what's going to happen with Najee. What is there? And obviously, the center position when Jokic is not on the court need to be addressed, man.
Well, Robert, thanks for the call. I'll I'll say a couple things. It's pretty obvious in this series they need something else. They need somebody else to step up. But here's the issue. This is what they did last year. Typically what happens is when Jokic leaves the floor, Jamal Murray is in command of the offense. He just can't be right now. And I don't know what the pie chart is of calf injury hindering his ability and Jamal not playing well. Like, I don't know where you put it. Look, Marty, we aren't in these guys' heads. I don't know how painful this is. I don't know how much it's affecting the way that he plays. But it certainly seems to, at least to a big enough extent where he's going 3 of 18 from the field. And one thing I know about Jamal, he is not mentally weak, but he looked just a version of Jamal that I haven't seen last night from a mental standpoint. Typically in a game like that, Marty, wouldn't you think that Jamal Murray is the guy who was out there in the forefront saying, all right, let's do this, right?
Giving stank faces to everybody,
Yes.
yeah.
I mean, Jaden McDaniels is smiling in front of him as he's guarding him. Like mid-play. Jamal is in the middle of trying to hit him with a crossover, and this guy's got a smile on his face. So whatever the attitude adjustment needs to be heading into Game 3, by God, you got a few days at least to get it going. I mean, look, Marty, as much as we hated waiting until Friday, maybe this is coming at a great time because they need to hit the reset button in a hurry. Next up is Gregory. Gregory, go ahead, buddy.
Yes, sir. How you doing?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Oh, not too bad, man. Put it like this, man. I'm a 50-year-old cat, man. I've been watching hoops, man, since Jordan, Showtime, Bad Boys, all of that.
Mm-hmm.
When the physicality of the game was just ridiculous, okay? And I grew up playing, when you're outside with your friends or whatever, the fouls aren't being called. Okay, fine. Okay, well, at that point, that's when the light bulb should have went on. They should have been like, oh, so they're not calling anything. Okay, well, you know what? Let's play ball.
Yep.
Let's play ball. It's like they were looking for help from somebody. Like they were looking, like you said, for somebody to step up. They were looking for help from the refs. And it's like they're not going to get it. Everybody that's ever watched basketball in my life and in the world knows that you can look at the refs all you want to, man. If they're not going to call it, they're not going to call it. Then that should be that. You should flip that around to your advantage.
Yep.
And start balling, And the pace that they had last night, the Nuggets, it was so fast. Everything was so fast last night. It almost was like they needed to slow down just a little. Take a deep breath, man, because that pace they were on last night was more suited for the Timberwolves. And it was obvious in their play. I mean, and the other thing is that they weren't missing shots, man. Everything that Minnesota was throwing up was dropping.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And like I said, man, it's like, somebody else, I heard one of you guys say earlier, the physicality, that they did not bring any physicality, man. And I saw Gordon trying to step up the game. I'm like, okay, well, Gordon, he's getting ready to do his thing tonight. Let's go.
No, I'm totally with you on this. And this is like what everything you just said, Greg, is basically my assessment of the game, which is you can't be looking for help elsewhere, especially with the refs, when you know the refs aren't going to bring it to you. Like, still third quarter, they're looking for guys like, where's the foul? And I'm like, we just played a half a basketball in which they didn't call a damn thing. I don't know what the conversation was in the locker room, but it should have been, I don't care what the score is right now. In the second half, we're going to play as physically as Minnesota did, and they couldn't answer the bell for whatever reason. Now, as far as the shot making, that's where I'm putting a direct correlation here to Jamal. And I'm not putting all of this on Jamal Murray. All I'm saying, Marty, is if he doesn't look right, this team doesn't look right. And again, take the pie chart. You distribute the blame where you want to. Is he just playing poorly? Is most of this the calf thing? At this point, it doesn't matter. I don't care which one it is. The reality of the situation is there is not a single game that you're winning in the playoffs if he shoots 3 of 18 from the field. I mean, what did Jamal start? 0 of 8, right, in the first half? It's not like he wasn't aggressive in getting a shot. He just couldn't make it. And really, that's been the Nuggets all postseason. They've trailed at halftime in each and every game, with the exception of game 1 against Minnesota, in which they went on to lose. That is not having good offense out of the gates. It's starting slow, and I don't know why that stuff continues to happen. I wanted to go out and just try and blitz that team, start the game. And it felt, Joker looked pretty aggressive after the tip. He kind of wanted the first guy who got ran over. I think he ran over Cat before Cat ran over Jamal, didn't he?
He so badly wanted to get that second foul on Cat.
And it just wasn't coming.
He kept trying like 3 possessions in a row.
It's the proper approach to take. And then I think he just realized, okay, they aren't calling it. Like, he got it. He understood it. But they're offensively, they have not been great this entire postseason. I can't pick out a game where I'm like, that was a really good offensive game from the Nuggets. And again, it just goes back to Jamal just hasn't played well in really any of these games. He's had really good spurts and moments. But if he can't make shots, I mean, you've had games where Michael Porter Jr. has given you 20-some points, and it just hasn't mattered. One more call here. Is this Dominique? Dominique, go ahead, buddy.
Hey, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Hey, so I think something, at least in my opinion, I haven't heard this said yet, so I think I'll say it myself then. So from my perspective, the biggest issue that I see is that Minnesota has Chris Finch, Micah Nori, Tim Conley over there, and they haven't adjusted yet. I know the players haven't played great, but the fact that Minnesota and even the Lakers know exactly what the Nuggets are going to do tells me that there's a problem with the system and the coaching. And I get you want the players to have a better attitude and come out more aggressive, but what are we doing to adjust? And Minnesota clearly knows everything that they're going to do. So they're coming out and they're stopping the dribble handoff between Jamal and Jokic, and they haven't changed it yet. So if they literally don't have an adjustment to make, they're going to lose the series. They're probably going to get swept. If they don't adjust, that's the number one problem. You have to be able to adjust, not just from a game-to-game basis, but a quarter-to-quarter basis. And the Nuggets historically have not been able to do that, and that falls on Malone. And I know he wants the players to look in the mirror and see if they have balls or whatever the hell he said, but he has to do the same thing himself. Like, he has to be able to make adjustments that he clearly hasn't been able to make historically. And that's the number one issue the Nuggets are faced with.
Okay, well, you know what, Dominique? I think it's a fair call. If I had to play devil's advocate and counter that, what is the adjustment here? This team is built in a certain way, and when everything is clicking, it's championship level. We just watched it. But you tell me, what's the adjustment for Jamal going 3 of 18? What's the adjustment for him having a hindered calf? What do? This team's built upon role players surrounding one superstar and one other star player. Like, Minnesota's able to get away with not having Gobert, Marty, because the drop-off between Gobert and Naz Reid is here. The drop-off between Jamal Murray and Reggie Jackson is here. That's why they're able to get away with it. Now, let me tell you this. Let's say Anthony Edwards is not 100% and can't play his game the way that he wants to. There's no adjustment Minnesota can make for that. So, you want to try and throw DeAndre Jordan out there for a few minutes? Fine. But what else? Like, what else are you going to do? This team is built upon a Jokic and Murray two-man game that is unstoppable. And I think that Jamal's injury is throwing a wrench in this. So the only adjustment I can think of in spite of that is you got to have an attitude change that especially a game like that, because I don't know what game 3 is going to look like. I don't know if it's officiated the same way. I would doubt it. I haven't seen a game officiated that way in the NBA in years. So I doubt it's going to be the same thing. But let's say it is. If it is, then you have to play that way. Like, harass them. I mean, am I wrong here, Marty? Like, I get what Dominique's saying. Like, you got to find some other way to attack. But I'm saying, how do you do that if Jamal isn't healthy and is going 3 of 18 from the field?
And you can only do what you're saying if the game is called the way it was yesterday. If it's not, they're shooting 30 free throws.
And so that's where I understand the argument. I'm not dismissing it. But I don't know what the hell the adjustment can be. I don't get it.
I was kind of surprised DeAndre Jordan didn't get thrown in there. Like, I thought Malone was just going to throw something at the wall. Like, Strother, go ahead. Get some actual playoff minutes in there.
And that's what I would say, like, in a physical playoff game like that, I can't think of a playoff game more suited to DeAndre Jordan getting, 9 or 10 minutes. Now, ultimately, doesn't
try and
matter.
Pick up some fouls. Go ahead out there. Go out there and try. They're letting you play.
Ultimately, doesn't matter. I don't think that's the difference between you winning and losing is a few minutes of that guy coming off the bench in a game that you're down 20 or 30 points. But I understand the argument. Like, I thought in this series we'd see a little bit of DJ just because they're throwing Gobert and Towns and Naz Reid at you. How about that? Texter says Malone is paid to know what adjustment to make. He doesn't play rookies and young guys. Would one of them actually look worse than Murray or Reggie? I don't know. But this is kind of, we're creeping into this territory. It's funny because we just got done with one discussion like this, and now it's just being cropped up in another way. That whole, play Strother or play Pickett or play, one of these young dudes. Is this not like play Juice over Georgiev? Does it not feel the same thing? At least a little bit? It's like playoffs are on the line, your backs are against the wall, and you want to throw it to somebody who's getting 3 minutes a game during the regular season?
I wasn't saying permanently. I was just saying last night.
I wasn't saying you.
Literally nothing's going right.
Yeah, I was responding to the texter. That's what I was talking about. But I get it. It's like in a game like that, Marty, I'm like, okay, whatever. Throw Strother in there and see if he can get hot for a couple of threes or something, I guess. But as far as the adjustment thing, it's like, if you have Patrick Mahomes and he's got a shoulder injury, but he's playing, but he doesn't look like Patrick Mahomes, what adjustment can Andy Reid make? Like, you run your offense a certain way. It's how you're championship level successful. But when that is taken away, or at least hindered, what are you supposed to do? I mean, again, guys, this is the first time in a couple of years that you've had to deal with some injuries. Like, the last time that I remember real injuries that affected you, especially in the postseason, was Jamal tearing his ACL. That was the last time. And I want to make something clear. I am not in any way, Marty, questioning the confidence level of Jamal. I don't think that's it at all. That guy does not suffer from a confidence problem. This is a physical problem. I would put a whole bunch of money on it. And I don't want to say the injury thing is a total absolvement of going 3 of 18 from the field, because it's not, because I hated his attitude last night. Again, in a game like that, I thought that would be like a Jamal Murray gets to really get after it type of game, and I didn't like how he kept looking at the refs, but there's obviously something wrong. Like, I don't know how many times I've mentioned this, Marty, but the consistency factor, remember early, when I first got here back in 2019, Jamal Murray had a little bit of a consistency problem. He'd get you 30 points one night, 12 the next, 28, then 14, then 35, then 9, like all that stuff. That's gone. That version of Jamal is gone. He's a consistent star player now, all-star player, even if he hasn't been voted the one. There's something bothering him, and it's very easy to see it's the calf. Because this doesn't happen to him. And when he can't play at that level, Jokic can't play at his, Porter can't play at his, nobody can. But that's why I'm taking all of that and I'm putting it in a separate box of discussion and making this just about the mentality last night. Because that was the worst part. And a lot more to get to with this game. And we got game 1 of Avs and Stars tonight. Thank God. Hopefully we can get a win in Dallas and wash the taste out of our mouth.
Your gut feeling, does Jamal get suspended for game 3?
I don't know if it's suspended. He'll get punished in some way. If it's fined at a very minimum. You can't do that.
The play was going, like,
It was
it's not like there was a timeout.
It was middle of the play, and he threw it to exactly the spot where all of the bodies were. That's dumb, okay? It's
Your
dumb.
players are there.
If a Minnesota player did this, there is no question we'd be saying that guy should be suspended, whoever it is. Am I wrong there?
No, and we'd hate that player. We'd call him a crybaby.
It was stupid. And Jamal was a crybaby last night, especially in that moment. So gut feeling, Marty, yeah, I think he is suspended for game 3. I think he is. You can't throw things on the floor in the middle of play. Like, think about this. I can't believe somebody's foot didn't catch it. Think about if it was Naz Reid, and I think he was the guy with the ball at the time. I think it was Naz. And he steps there to go plant and shoot, and then he slips and hurts himself. Like, that's not a one-game suspension anymore. That's the rest of the playoffs minimum, right?
Dude, you got Jokic, Porter, AG, and Reggie Jackson right there, too.
Yeah. I know. So, yeah, gut feeling, yeah, I don't think he's playing Friday. I don't. 303-504-0925 back after this. All right, broadcasting live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. So Marty walks in here, and me and him are both on the same page. Marty said, I am seething this morning. And I go, dude, I am too. Like, I can't get this anger out of me from last night.
It usually goes away after a night's sleep, but I'm super pissed, man.
Like, game one, you're obviously not happy that your team loses, but it's a different thing when you feel like, Marty, you said something earlier. You watched your dad get hit in the face, and then he was like, somebody call the cops. It's like, no, Dad, punch back. Do that. And the cops were the refs. And up until the end of the third quarter, they were still looking for the refs to bail them out in some way or another, and it's like they aren't going to do it. That's why I told you, take whatever frustrations you have this morning, and I'm sure all of them are valid. You want to be mad about the officiating, go ahead. I am agnostic to it. You want to be mad about the lack of shot making. You want to be mad about the attitude or just the lack of fight. Like, all that is fine. I am pissed about the attitude last night and the mentality when that game became very clear what it was going to be. You play to the style it's officiated. It would be the same thing, Marty, as how stupid would Minnesota be if this was one of those ticky-tack touch foul kind of games from the refs and they tried to play that way. You'd be furious as a Minnesota fan. You're like, I know you want to play a certain way. They aren't calling it like that. You have to change your mindset. And they didn't. They didn't. So, yeah, I'm angry this morning. Very. And I can't remember the last time I was angry at the Nuggets. Honestly, like, I don't know when the last time was that I was just like, what the hell are you guys doing? 303-504-0925. And by the way, we went to break. You said, gut feeling, do you think Jamal's suspended? This has been a huge topic all morning on these Talking Head shows. All morning.
They're slowing the video down, zooming in. It's grainy. It's like, we know who threw it.
It's like Nancy Grace courtroom footage. You know what I mean?
And you'll see right here the throwing motion.
Yes.
Boom. Right on the court. Right there.
You know what I'm talking about? When Nancy Grace gets one of those big stories that's for some reason a big story, and she's like, who was the lady that she got super famous for? Natalie something? God, you know what I'm talking about? It's the mom in the big story. Her child died.
It sounds like all of them.
Yeah, well, yes, of course. But there was a big one. I can't remember the name of it. But I remember she would, go slow-mo on courtroom footage of the way she looked at her lawyer.
Natalie Holloway?
I think that's it.
That one doing it for you?
No, it doesn't do it for me. I think that entire story was disgusting. But what I'm saying is, that's what they're doing. They're going Zapruder film on him throwing it from this. Casey Anthony. Thank you, Texture. That's the one I was thinking of.
Casey Anthony.
They're going Zapruder film on Jamal of this angle, slow motion at another angle of him throwing it on the floor. And let's be honest, guys. If anybody in the NBA did that when the Nuggets were up 20 points, that guy is making Marty's list immediately. There is probably all of Minnesota absolutely despises Jamal Murray this morning, and I do not blame them. You guys would too, by the way. You know who was on the floor when that happened? Joker. What if he stepped on it? Because he was right near it.
Reggie Jackson, kicked it. It went right at his feet.
I mean, KCP, because he's always sort of heads up in moments like that, sees it and chucks it. That was after the play, though. I mean, goodness gracious.
Can we talk about something else?
Avs?
Yeah.
Game 1 tonight in Dallas. I think this could be huge for the Avs. They are well rested. They've had a week off. They're facing a team who just played a Game 7 2 days ago. They can come out of the gates with an energy that I think Dallas can't match. It's possible tonight. And maybe they feel the flows and the juices of the home crowd a little bit, but you got to think that all of that takes a toll. on Dallas. 7-game physical series against Vegas. I think the Avs have a prime opportunity to steal a game here out of the gates on the road and put themselves in the driver's seat. The question I have for a lot of people today, and you can answer this, go ahead on the text line, 303-504-0925. Are we good with Georgie now? Is this not a discussion heading in round 2? Are we just assuming that that's done and over and he's going to be solid again and we don't have to worry about that? Because this is another series that you're facing Ottinger, this offense, and especially the forward group for the Avs and the way that they played that first series, it looks like they're at least going to score some goals. I would doubt it's going to be over 5 a game like they put on Hellebuck, but who knows? Maybe they can do it. You're going to need, I think, solid play to get through this Dallas team and that goaltender in particular. Now, this is kind of like you got a baseball team who's hot in the batter's box, but they're facing like the LA Dodgers starting rotation. You're like, okay, can they do that again? Put up a 9 spot? Can they hit 3 homers again tonight? It's possible, but certainly not a guarantee. And that's where you're going to have to be on your P's and Q's defensively and between the pipes. So a huge game 1 here for the Avs as they take on Dallas in Dallas. And you can hear that right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Save big this Mother's Day at Safeway. Celebrate mom and with fresh cut flowers and chocolate dipped strawberries. Shop in-store or on the Safeway app to discover great deals. A lot to discuss this morning. Moshe Lombardi came next.
Turnaround jab shot is on the way. That one is no good. Rebound tipped by Tyson, won't go. Go Wolves, go is the chant at Ball Arena.
This has a feeling of the Phoenix series 3 years ago. Doesn't it?
Shot clock is turned off. We have 10 seconds left to go in Denver. The Nuggets get embarrassed on the homewood tonight. Timberwolves get up by as many as 32. There's the horn. And the Nuggets get rolled. Final for game number 2 of the Western Conference semifinals. Timberwolves win it going away, 106-80, and Denver is down 0-2 in the best-of-7 series.
Scarface, Lombardi, and Kane this morning. Moj will address that thing on your face in just a little bit, but I'm fired up. I'm angry. And look, I just spoke for an hour essentially about this, so I'll let you guys go, but let me just say one thing off the top. I don't know about you guys. I don't want to hear about refs this morning. I don't want to hear any of that stuff. Part of me kind of liked that the refs let the game play physically. I thought they were pretty consistent overall. What I hated last night was the attitude. I hated that the Nuggets into the third quarter were still looking to the refs to say, why aren't you making a call? Because Minnesota matched the intensity and the physicality of the game, and you didn't. And I've never, in the over 5 years that I've been here watching this team and this core, seen them get punked like that. Ever. Yeah. And that's what pisses me off this morning. It's not that you lost. It's not that you're down 0-2. I watched them get physically manhandled and allow it to happen while looking for help elsewhere. I hated it.
For those watching on Altitude TV or Twitch, I think you would agree with me. The Nuggets played much like Mark Mosier looks. It's the same effect, really, the same results. That's what we saw last night. Punked is a good word. It's a very good word. I have not seen this version, this iteration of the Nuggets, this core and this group. I have not seen them play with such little. They had no pushback at all. None. And even when they tried to push back, it wasn't there. It resulted in frustration. It resulted in desperation. It resulted in a lot of stuff we've never seen out of this group. What this group has prided itself on is resilience and poise. Neither showed up last night. They're down 0-2, and it's going to take a hell of a lot not to get swept out of the second round. It's going to take a ton not to get swept.
You are so right. Watching that game, the only thing I could think from the beginning, and this is early in the first quarter and on, is this performance, but this attitude is so unbecoming of a champion. This is not who they are. Obviously, last night it was who they were. But the complaining, the anger, the referees, look, were there blown calls big time on both sides, starting with the charge by Cat? Yeah. But you know what? It's almost like the referee said, okay, it's big boy basketball time. Let's see who wants to play big boy basketball. And the Minnesota Timberwolves raised their hand and said, we do. We want to play some big boy hoops. And the Nuggets said, well, what's big boy hoops? I mean, it blew my mind, Vic, because this is not the team we've witnessed, certainly the last 2, 3, 4 years. We're a team that was downtrodden. They sucked it up, and they just battled their way through everything. Last night, they played like the Lakers. They played like prima donnas. And I didn't like their attitude. I didn't like the way they played the game. I still believe in this team, but they've made it incredibly difficult on themselves. And they know it. By the way, everything I just said, they all know it inside that room.
Of course they do, and they were embarrassed. They were humbled. They were humiliated, and they walked off the court hearing boos from their own fans, hearing MVP chants for Anthony Edwards, hearing "Let's go T-Wolves" with a small contingent of Minnesota fans. It is humbling. It is what it is. And right now, perhaps 3 days off and a trip up north is the best thing that can happen to this team, because whatever magic they used to have, and I say used to in past tense, is gone at Ball Arena. They hope to regain that in some form. But for this specific team, usually, you guys know me. Usually I get really upset or anxious when it comes to Nuggets games, especially in the playoffs. But they lost to a better team. Minnesota's a better team right now. Am I going? I know the Nuggets are defending champions. They wear the crown, and that crown is heavy. But right now, as we speak, you talk about playing big boy basketball. The T-Wolves blew out the Nuggets without their biggest boy, who was out. He wasn't even there. The Minnesota Timberwolves are deeper, they're better, they're hungrier. And you know what's worse? They're more poised.
Yeah. All of that. All of it. I mean, the hunger is obvious, right? Like, Minnesota's out for blood. They're here to prove something to some people, and they're doing that. Now, Texture says, Brett, the refs don't call the same game. If they're the Lakers, the hypocrisy is unwatchable. Let me tell you this. I don't care. Like, I don't know how much more clear I can make this. I'm going to try and get this out of the way right now, 6 minutes into the show. I do not care how you feel about the refs. They were calling the game physically. They did that all night. Were there some missed calls? Sure. But it was, for the most part, I thought consistent. It was just one team answered the bell, the other one didn't. I'll give the perfect example, Vic. I can't remember when this was. I think it was the third quarter.
Yeah.
Perfect example of the Nuggets not matching the physicality. There's about 6 to 7 seconds left on the shot clock. They get it to Aaron Gordon, who's at the elbow. He got switched with Mike Conley on him, and he takes a turnaround jump shot.
Turnaround jumper.
How in the hell, in that game, are you not backing him down underneath the hoop and dunking on him?
Yeah, that was exasperating. I saw the same thing. You know, I can't remember the last time I've seen, if ever. I can't remember, if ever, when all three guys were on the court playing active minutes, that MPJ, Jamal, and Joker went to the locker room at halftime, all three in single digits scoring. All three. Not a single one of them in double digits. Only Aaron Gordon in double digits at halftime. I'm not sure I've ever seen that. And I don't know who holds the keys to that stat, but I don't think it's ever happened, not with this core. And that just goes to tell you and show you how fearsome that Minnesota defense is. If you're going to walk into this show today and you're going to listen, and I hope those of you who listen for a long time, if you hear us ever blame the officiating for last night, I want you to slap me across the face.
Yes.
Because did the officials have a loose whistle? Yes. Was that a horrible non-call on the cat charge? Yes, 100%. Did they get mugged on occasion with some physicality underneath? Yes. Officiating has nothing to do with why the Nuggets didn't bring it. Because they had the opportunity to do the very same thing Minnesota did. You want to guard their guards full court? Do it. You want to double the guy when he's in the lane? Do it. Minnesota did. If they could, you do it. Why not?
There were so many examples, Moj, of that kind of thing happening, and Jamal might have been the worst offender last night of just looking towards the refs. I know he's hobbled. I know he's dealing with the calf deal, and I know that's hindering his game overall, and he's probably frustrated by that on top of a million other things.
Sure,
but he crosses half court, and they throw a double at him, and he's doing that thing where he's just holding on to the ball, waiting for a foul to be called. I'm like, it's not happening tonight.
Yeah.
And when Malone didn't get teed up early in the game for let's be honest. If that's a regular season game in February, there's no tee.
He's gone.
He's tossed immediately.
Gone. Yeah, two tees and he's gone. No doubt about it.
But people said, oh, they didn't give him a tee because they knew they missed the call. And I go, I think they just aren't calling anything. I just really think they're not doing it.
You know what the Nuggets looked like last night? And again, you're going to hear stuff like this after a devastating loss at home because, frankly, it's part of therapy, right? They looked entitled. They look like a championship team that wanted things.
Yes.
That I'm entitled to this call. I'm entitled to this. No, you're not.
Vic.
No, you're not. You know what they look like? Remember how we begrudged the Lakers for that entitlement?
Yep.
That's how the Nuggets looked last night.
That's exactly right. You know, and let me say this. I get the feeling that a 7-point loss in game number 1, guys inside that room could talk to themselves and try to convince themselves that, we're okay. You know, we lost by 7, but we blew this and we blew that and we couldn't shoot this and blah, blah, blah. They talk themselves into believing they don't have to go as hard as they need to go. And last night, you could tell, I think going into the second quarter, there was a hell of a reality check of these guys are at a level that we're just not at, and we know it. And it all encompassed and boiled into one bad situation from the get-go, man. And listen, can they steal one in Minnesota? Yeah, I think they can steal one if they play their brand of basketball. But I get the feeling like if they're going to win in Minnesota, it's going to be 102-100. I mean, it's not nothing is going to come easy. And I also said this last night on the old Twitter machine, Vic. I said the way that Minnesota is defending, Are the Nuggets frustrated? You bet. But you know what? I don't see any team in the league that can beat this team when they're defending like that. Period. End of story.
I think you're looking at the NBA champions.
Listen, when Naz Reid is raining down 27-footers on your head consistently, you're like, we're screwed. We're totally screwed.
Well, what happens
despite all the other stuff.
Moj, when you go up 30, when you go up 25, when you're up a double digits late and you know that you got them, those shots become so much easier. You know,
no doubt.
It's like
flow.
It's like practice. It's easy, right? Everybody wants to shoot at that point because there's no pressure. You remove all pressure from the field because you know that when they come down the other way, you're going to do everything you can to stop them. And there was no pushback at all. Hey, we're at that point in this series. We're at that point. And Scott Hastings said it in the open there. It feels a lot like that Phoenix series that you feel humbled, you feel helpless, you feel almost hopeless, which is the worst. And I can't believe I'm using those words for a defending champion. It's one thing to have injuries, major injuries, and you're playing with 3 starters. These are the defending NBA champs, and those are words that have entered my brain. I feel shame for using those words. I really do. But you tell me, how in the hell are the Nuggets going to beat that team?
Well, you know what? I do not know, but Vic, they're going to have to be better in every aspect of the game, period.
I'll give you 2 things here. This is a stat from Martin Oleskowitz. Since 1986, 26 teams have lost their first 2 home games of a series. Only 4 have gone on to win out of the 26.
I got one that all-time 5-36. 5-36, 12% have been able to come back from that situation. And bottom line is, if the Nuggets win, if they can find a way to show some pride and win, how does that look? What in your mind, Mojo, you mentioned like 102, 101. What does it look like? Because it's hard.
It doesn't look pretty.
Hard to envision.
It doesn't look pretty. You've got to, but by the way, you've got to shoot way better than you are. I mean,
you got to get a shot off. Moj, here's one thing I couldn't understand last night. If you lose a game when you're missing shots, okay, because we've seen the Nuggets do that. When they were in L.A. and they lost Game 4, they were missing shots. They couldn't even get a shot off. They
100%.
couldn't get into their offense. They couldn't
100%.
attempt a shot that made sense last night. They took 12 seconds to get the ball into their offense. And by the time they did, no shots were available. I've never seen that out of this team.
Hey, Brett, when I was a kid, a little tiny kid, in the National Football League, you could put this goop all over your hands and your body called Stickum. You ever hear? You've heard of that, right?
Yes.
Jack Tatum was great at it. Fred Biletnikoff catching the football did a lot of it. It's just like tar is what it is on your hands. It felt like last night every Nugget had tar in his hands, right? Like the ball gets stuck in your hands and you don't know what to do with it, and then here comes an immediate double team, and now you're screwed. The amount of just lack of awareness and quick hands by the Timberwolves for all those steals was mind-boggling. The amount of just unaware turnovers by the Denver Nuggets is something I haven't seen in years, man. The whole thing was just shocking, reality check, however you want to categorize it. It wasn't good.
One last point on Twitch. I can't read who you are title-wise. ESPN is going to be insufferable. Edwards is their new LeBron. I don't care. They deserve it.
Yeah.
They deserve to crown him. He deserved to be crowned. Is there anything more frustrating than when an opposing team just cakes it on you and they celebrate on your home court?
In your own building, yeah. Well, stinks.
Is there anything more? You tell me. Is there anything more humbling as a sports fan than watching that?
No, this is as angry as I've been in a long time after watching a game like that. Now, I'll tell you this. I am not somebody, and we got some people this morning saying so doom and gloom. I mean, there's no rosy picture to paint from last night, but I'll say this. I don't think this series is over. Like, do I think the Nuggets can come back and win? Sure, they can. It's going to be incredibly difficult.
But how? That's the
I'll tell you how.
The picture.
I'll tell you how. Jamal has to be better, and I know that he's dealing with the injury, but if he goes 3 of 18, Vic, you don't stand a chance. If Jamal goes 9 of 18, I think you do. Like, and I don't know what the pie chart is of injury contributing to his lack of efficiency or him just playing poorly. Like, I don't know which how to slice that pie, but
Yeah.
there's obviously some big factor there with the calf that's bothering him enough to where he's not remotely the same guy. Like Vic, he can't get separation on a jump shot, which you
know
put
what
him
it
in
is?
ISO, he always has, hit me with a step back. I can do a fadeaway and get my shot off. Like the way that you get back into the series is he plays better, but I don't know how much the calf is affecting that part of it.
Here's the best way to describe what Jamal Murray is going through right now. If you've ever suffered a flat tire and you replace it with the spare and you're driving down the highway, there's only so fast you want to drive. You don't want to take it over a certain limit, right? Because you're afraid, you're wary. And I think he's playing with that wariness. He doesn't want to take it too far because he's afraid it's going to go. He is playing with a spare tire.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure it's good for him or his team.
Well, guess what, Vic? He might not be available for Game 3 after something that happened in the middle of that game, which we'll discuss in just a second. 303-504-0925. Back after this.
I'm not even aware of that, so I really can't comment. But if that's the case, we'll have to see what happens. But I wasn't aware of that. I knew a heating pack was on the floor, but it was not in my field of vision.
Hey, let's be honest, guys. If that was a T-Wolf who threw a heat pack on the floor, he's on Marty's list this morning. I don't know what's going through Jamal's head when I know he's frustrated, but that's the kind of stuff that I was talking about where it just felt as if the T-Wolf said, let's play ball with the physicality that the refs were allowing them to play with, and the Nuggets couldn't handle it. And I truly, gut feeling right now, Vic, I would not be surprised at all if he's suspended for Game 3. You can't throw stuff on the floor.
He's not going to get suspended. He'll get heavily fined. He'll be heavily fined. He's going to have to do a couple more New Balance commercials with the kind of money he's going to have to pay up, but he's not going to get suspended for that.
That's incredibly dangerous.
Shocked.
It's incredibly dangerous.
I'm not trying to take away from the danger. I'm not disputing that.
Yeah.
He is not going to get suspended. It's more of a, what were the results of it? Did anybody get hurt? Now, if somebody gets hurt, now we're talking something else, but he's not going to get suspended. I know Chris Finch, after the game, said it was inexcusable. He was frustrated as can be. That's the most frustrated I've ever seen Jamal Murray. For the second straight game in this series, he left without talking to reporters. He just bolted. He got out of there. He don't want to discuss it. Don't want to talk about it. He's out of his game. He's out of his element. He's not as poised as we're used to seeing. He's not having a good playoff run. He's hurt. It's obvious he's hurt. Body's not responding the way he had hoped. Anytime he touches the basketball, he's got Jaden McDaniels, he's got Anthony Edwards, or he's got Nickeil Alexander-Walker all up in his mug. The distance. They are absolutely physically swarming him, suffocating him the moment he touches the ball.
I mean, I don't know what you do. I don't know how this gets fixed. Like, I had somebody called in the appetizer hour and said, why isn't there any adjustments from Michael Malone? And I said, I mean, I get it. In a series like this, you want your coach to make adjustments, but I said, what exactly is the adjustment you want to make here? The team is built around Jamal and Joker, and Jamal's obviously not right now. What do you think? You go to Jalen Pickett? What do you think the adjustment is?
Well, the backup point guard hurt his ankle last night. Reggie
too.
Jackson hurt his ankle and left in the fourth quarter. I don't know who's left. I don't know what you do at this point. You can't get the ball up. The Nuggets offense is designed to get into their sets, right? Joker comes to the high post. They run a lot of DHOs. They're doing all that business that we've seen them do over the last 3 years. They can't even get to that. They can't even get to that portion of the offense because this guy's being accosted by wolves, literally.
Yeah. Mo, should we have you for the full show?
I'm going to go as long as I can, dude. I'm going to go as long as I can, dudes.
Okay. All right.
That looks like a small miniature sheep on your face, by the way.
I
Just like a
appreciate
mini
that,
sheep.
man. Yeah, it feels like I got a sheep sitting on my face. Just buried right in my face, man. Come here, man. Okay, real quick, because I don't want this to be the focus of any kind of crap today. We got too much ground to plow. Kaner, I'm going to last as long as I can. The pain this morning is a little bit more than certainly it was yesterday. So for those who don't know, I had it's Mohs surgery. It's the cancer that's basal cell. It's going deep. So they go in. It was the crappy part for this one is it was high cheek next to the nose, underneath the eye. And so they got to go in and they got to keep going and going and going. I only had 2 rounds, which was good. They didn't get all the first time, had to go back, and they got it all then. Great. Well, the problem is to make me look pretty, and that's a relative term. She's got to go longer and triangular on both sides of where the original stuff was, so she can cut it, take that skin out, fold it over, and then sew it back up so it looks nice when it's all said and done, right? Anyway, look at my eyeball. You want to see it? Here's my eyeball.
Balboa, baby.
Yeah, I can barely cut me, Lou.
You gotta cut me.
Cut me, Mick. Yeah, cut me, Mick. I can barely see out of it. When I woke up this morning, it was completely shut and oozing, which is cool. So anyway, I'm doing this for the benefit of you guys, not for my own benefit, because I don't care how I look. It's going to be fine here in a couple. On some days it's going to be great. But it looks so stupid right now. So wear your sunscreen. I certainly have, but this is, over the span of 40 years, stuff builds up and whatnot. It just was in an awkward place, and so it's going to be like this for a while. It does. You don't realize how much your high cheeks and everything, because it's all swollen now. But like when you chew and you talk, you don't realize how much of your high face you use. Brett, use your high face right now. Talk.
There.
Okay, you feel that? Put your hand, your finger right there, and you cannot talk.
No, I feel it.
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Okay, so now that's contributing to the situation of the situationness, right?
All right.
So,
well,
that's all I got.
I just wanted to know how long you're going to hang on the show, and we'll see, I guess, because I wanted to get to some Avs at some point. But
well, no, listen. What my point is this: is that I will go as long as I can, but it's stanging. It's stang a little bit. Okay, let's roll.
So a couple more things here about last night. And again, Vic, my big beef this morning is an attitude thing. It was just I never could have envisioned this team not answering the bell when it called for a certain situation. What we said about the Nuggets for years is they can win in any way the opposing team wants to play. If they want to play an up-tempo, whole bunch of shots, 125 to 120 type of game, they can win that way. If they wanted to play physically, the Nuggets can win that way. And last night, it's the worst way to lose. Let's be honest. Like, the worst way you can lose is that you get your ass kicked in a physical manner. And that's exactly what happened. And there were a couple of more moments that I just want to pinpoint last night that just, made you want to throw things. You know, at one point you're down 30. The other time you're down 22. So down 30, Jamal tries to go behind the back for a pass into the lane that gets picked off.
I saw that. Hated it.
Late in the game, in the fourth quarter, you're down 22, and maybe the Nuggets are making some sort of mini run to try and make the score respectable at the end of the day. And so Gordon's got it on a fast break, and he goes bounce pass between his legs to Porter that bounces over his head and out of bounds. And those ones, I'm just like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Mm-hmm. Like, just play the proper style of basketball that the game is asking for. And I didn't get anywhere, like, mentally where the team was at. I didn't understand it at all the entire night.
And Vic, real quick, I need your help on this. The kind of defense the T-Wolves played from the get-go, they were all up in everything, weren't they not? They were up in you, right? They were all over your everything. And I don't know, as the game wore on, we got later in the contest, I don't know and I thought to myself, there's no way they can continue this. There's no way that they can play this kind of defense for a full 48. There's just no way it's going to happen, right?
They did.
Well, yeah, they did. And
they fed off.
Okay, then this is where then I'm like, okay, what do you do? If they're committed to that kind of D and they've got that kind of energy and they can sustain it, well, then, what are you going to do? You're going to have to be quick, smart with the basketball. And what I loved I didn't like it at all, but what I admired about the Timberwolves, boy, they took away the cutters a lot. They took away, like they immediately double-team Joker, and then they take away his cutter and force guys on the outside to make shots, and they just weren't doing it, Vic. If you get a good pace from the outside and force them to unleash that interior defense a little bit and start spreading the floor, then you're going to get even more opportunities. But boy, oh boy, if you don't have guys making shots from the outside and they're taking away every cutter to the basket for easy layups or easy buckets, easier buckets, you're screwed, man. And not only that, Anthony Edwards made some of the toughest shots I've seen made this postseason last night. Like everything that could go against you went against you last night, and that was a total butt kicking. Vic, you're the floor.
Adam on the text line says Vic's already crowning the Wolves as champs. I said before this series, I said whoever wins this series is my NBA champion. I said
so did I. Yeah, I agree.
I'm not going to back out of it. It looks like Minnesota's going to win unless the Nuggets pull off some miracle rally here. Okay, I'm not going to back out of that simply because it's an 0-2 start to the series. Not going to do it. That's how I feel. If Minnesota applies that same kind of pressure, there's not a team in the NBA that's going to beat them. If they could play like they did last night with that same kind of defensive pressure, there's not a team that can beat them if they can do that. They are 6-0 in these playoffs, and not a game has been close except maybe game one here in Denver. It's the closest game they've had. They've been blowing everybody out.
They had guys like Jaden McDaniels smiling in the middle of guarding Jamal Murray. Did you guys see that?
Oh, yeah.
Like, he's got a full, like, wide mouth, ear-to-ear smile as Jamal's trying to cross him over.
Like he has the script.
Yes.
Like I've got the cheat sheet on you. I've got the cheat sheet on this whole offense. They've got the script. The only way the Denver Nuggets get out of this, all right? So you saw on a couple occasions where they were double, the T-Wolves would double Nuggets players, and they were all over, gangly arms everywhere. They were like, okay, I dare you to call a foul. I dare you. That's how they play defense. The Nuggets play defense where, ooh, let's not foul. Let's not, you know what I'm saying? It's different. It's like, oh, we better not foul. They're afraid to foul. Well, where the T-Wolves are like, go ahead, call it. I dare you. That's what I see. Is that what you guys? Because that's what I see. Every time there was a couple plays where Ant had the ball on the baseline and they brought a double over, and it was just a weak double. It was weak. When I say double, I mean get up in him.
Well, not to mention, Vic, we've gone now 33 minutes into the show talking about how good the T-Wolves were defensively, and Gobert wasn't even on the floor. Haven't even mentioned it yet. Gobert wasn't there last night, and it didn't matter.
You know you got swag when you leave your defensive player of the year at home and you say, we're not worried.
Crazy. And on top of that, what you just mentioned, Vic, was they were not scared. They were daring the refs to call a foul, which is the exact way you should have been playing last night. And the Nuggets were just playing like so tentative, not getting up in people. They
didn't adjust to the whistle. The Minnesota Timberwolves did a much better job of adjusting to the whistle, and it came early in the game, right? Mark Davis and his crew, they weren't calling anything. They established that. After the Cat non-call where he ran over Jamal, they weren't going to call anything.
Yep.
Adjust.
That's what I don't get, Moj. It's like, how do you last, midway through the second quarter, it's painfully obvious this is the way the game's going to be played, and it never felt like the Nuggets adjusted. And what bothered me the most is they kept looking to the refs saying, where's the foul? And I'm just like, how do you not get it yet? It's not coming. There's nobody to bail you out. You got punched in the face. You're looking around for a cop car. No cops there. You're in a street fight now. Get in it.
That is correct. Yeah, that is correct. And it was just very unbecoming of who they have become as a team. And maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's why we're all so shocked by it, is that we haven't seen this out of the Denver Nuggets, Vic. Even in that series to the Suns and 4 guy and all that kind of stuff, I'm not sure that we saw.
No.
And we didn't see this level of how can I even put it? Whining's not the word, but confusion. Correct. But we never saw this level out of the Denver Nuggets. And so maybe that's part of the shock and awe that we have this morning of like, my goodness gracious, this is not you. This is not who you are. And you showed a face that we're not accustomed to. Now, again, obviously Game 3 is a must-win, but at the same time, I'm very curious to see. Listen, they may get beat. They may get beat in this series. They've played a lot of important basketball in the past couple of years, for sure.
You can't get swept. You can't.
Yeah,
you got to bring it back home. A defending NBA champion cannot get swept.
They may get beat.
It cannot happen.
They may get beat in this series, but what I want to see out of this team, and I think what Michael Malone probably wants to see more than anything, I want to see a championship team with no excuses bust their ass. That's all I want to see.
Yeah, I agree.
A championship team with no excuses play hard.
I think it's coming back home Tuesday. I think the heart of the champion, and I do believe they're embarrassed as all get out. They're humiliated. They're humbled. But if this is an NBA championship team with NBA championship pedigree and pride, there's no way they're going to go to Minnesota and drop both. They can't. It's got to come back Tuesday.
Well, here's what Malone said after the game about that subject.
As far as Jamal and Nicole, yeah, obviously, 9 years, 8 years, been through a lot. And, hopefully those guys can help in terms of leading the charge and rallying the troops and not dropping your head, keep your head held high. And at least no matter what happens, walk off the court knowing you gave you everything you had. And, a loss like this is tough. You feel embarrassed, you feel exposed. So what are you going to do about it? That's my biggest thing. What are you going to do about it? Look yourself in the mirror, have the balls, have the courage to look yourself in the mirror, say, I did not do my job tonight.
What you can't do about it is feel sorry for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And I sensed that last night on a couple occasions. The disengage.
Yes.
Like, oh, my God, we got no chance. Oh, I mean, look at what they're doing to us. One of those deals where they're looking around. Nobody feels sorry for you. Nobody is going to rescue you. Nobody is going to take you out of this. You're not going to get entitled calls because you're the NBA champs. It's not going to happen. And I never thought I'd say that about this group because they are the epitome. They've been the epitome and the definition of poise, composure, and resilience. Those are the three things they've staked their reputation on.
That was bizarre because look, we're not new to this game. There's been plenty of nights, now maybe not playoff games, but plenty of nights over the course of these regular seasons where the Nuggets are down 15 or 20 at half. And when I was in my betting phase, I would take a look at that halftime live odds and see the Nuggets were plus 16 by the end of the game, and I go, this is the easiest money ever. They're going to make a run to make this game close. And they didn't have a single one of those in the holster last night. Not a single one. And that was bizarre. Because I'm always used to this team, even when they're playing poorly. They'll make a run, they'll battle back, they'll make the game close, and not a single time did you feel like that was going to happen last night.
Brett, I especially in the first half, I'm like, this game is over. And Shaq even said it at halftime, I think this game's over. Well, it was. I mean, it really was. Once they got up by 22, 24, 26, the way they were defending, there's no way you're going to be able to come back on that kind of defense. It's just impossible. Not a chance.
So 303-504-0925, obviously a lot more to get into with this game. I do want to talk about the Avs, though, tonight. Maybe serve as a palate cleanser here a little bit. Game 1, Avs in Dallas. The key to getting through Dallas. We'll get to it next. That's the sound of luck, and that's the sound of Tulatero. It turns your smartphone into a jackpot getaway, allowing you to effortlessly buy official state lotto tickets on the go. The Mega Millions is the drawing tonight. $306 million on the line, and it's just a couple of taps away with the Tulatero app. And we'll start you off for free with a free ticket when you use the code MAGIC in the Tulatero app. That's Tulotero. It's the app that keeps your tickets safe and offers you an alternative, convenient way to play in those lotto games. Play Powerball, Colorado Lotto, Lucky for Life, and more in the Tulatero app. New registrations, use the code MAGIC and receive a free Mega Millions ticket to try it out. Good luck. All right, so thank God we got the Avs back at it tonight because I didn't want to sit on this Nuggets game for another night without something else going on.
Isn't it amazing how life goes full circle, Brett? Here I was a couple of weeks ago being flippant, and unrightfully so. It was rude about the Golden Bachelor's wife that he's kicking to the curb.
Yep.
And I called her hideous, okay?
Well, look at
And not
you
that it's
now.
not. Okay, this is the full circle I'm talking about. Not that it's not accurate, okay? But when I look at me, this is hideous. Look,
Hideous.
I mean, look at me, dude.
Hideous.
It looks like I went 2 rounds with Chris Apple or Mike Tyson. Look. I mean, look at this, right?
Which Chris Apple
It's
and
just
Mike
how-
Tyson are virtually the same people.
Virtually the
Pretty
same
much.
guy. But it's just funny how
Can we
life
talk about the
works that
photo
way.
you sent to the group chat around lunchtime yesterday?
The graphic photos are just. I'm not sure what you want us to say or do when you send those photos.
The
Well,
wound
I'm not
was
sure.
wide open. Wide
Marty-
open.
No,
Martin-
no,
Martin-
no. Shh, Moj, hush.
Martin,
It's-
tell him
it's
what
a-
you really
hush.
said to me.
Turn it off, Marty. Turn him off.
Turn him off.
It's around lunch. Myself and Marty were eating at the time.
I was eating.
And we get a text from Mosier. Because Mosier's like a 14-year-old girl who wants to say, are you okay? Do you feel all right? And we do, Moj. We care about you. But he sends us a picture of his face filleted open as I'm eating. And I'm like, why would I need to see that picture? Like
I mean,
that
you could
one.
you could see his full nasal passage. You could
Yes.
look inside his brain. That's the kind of picture he sent us.
What
It
you
was
guys
so
don't know, and
graphic.
Martin is being a jerk about it this morning. You guys don't know about it. He said earlier in the day, he said, send me pictures, I want to see it. He specifically said, I want to see the inside of your skull. And I said, okay, I'll do it.
Oh,
I said,
actually, I
you know,
forgot about that. I did.
Yeah. So
Hey,
I
guys.
said, okay, here you go, just to let you guys keep you updated on what's going on.
All right. Let me offer this segue. Sick of talking about your face. Let me offer this.
Me too.
Here's where I have a shred of hope for the Nuggets right now. Here's my shred of hope. Can the Nuggets do in this series what the Colorado Avalanche did just a couple weeks ago when all hope was lost, when it looked like they couldn't defend anymore, when their goalie was a sieve, when it looked like they were going to get punished in the first round of the series, and suddenly they turned it on, turned it around, and here we are. Can the Nuggets do what the Avs did? Because the Avs certainly found a way.
Yes, I think they can. Now, Vic, if I were to bet on this, I'm not betting that they are, but they certainly can. There's a difference there. Like, the Nuggets are a team that are almost unguardable when they're at their peak. We haven't seen that, I don't think, once in the playoffs yet. So maybe it's just not coming. And I think that Jamal's injury has a lot to do with this. But if you're asking, do I think that this team is capable of coming back? Well, I watched them come back from down 3-1 twice in the bubble when it felt like there was no hope there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the last thing I'm going to do is count this team out, but I will say that it will take a Herculean effort that
Yep.
I would bet against, but it's still possible.
So what you're saying is you hope for it, but you really don't expect it.
No,
Yeah,
I,
Vic,
well, I hope for it, yes, that part's obvious, but I also think they can. Like, this isn't a 0% shot to win the series.
Correct, Vic. But again, when they go back to that 7-6 loss in Game 1, and what I told you guys again, I'm going to reiterate it. It's because it's different for the Nuggets. What the Avs had to fix versus what the Jets had to fix, the Avs had a much more fixable situation, in my opinion, and they did fix it, and they steamrolled the 4 straight wins.
Yeah.
The Timberwolves don't have to fix anything, but if they have to fix something, it's a hell of a lot easier than what the Nuggets have to fix to get themselves wins. It just a certain sense of reality set in yesterday as to A, how good the T-Wolves really are, B, how I think the Nuggets, not only they're disjointed, but they're lacking a punch, they're lacking some oomph. I think what they have to fix to try to get through that defense is going to be very, very difficult. Can they do it? Yes. It is going to come at an ultimate price.
Well, let's get back to this in a second because, Moshe, I do want to talk about the Avs and their Game 1 tonight against Dallas. Obviously, Dallas, a very talented team. Here's the thing with the Nuggets, though. You're taking on a Dallas team that just fought a tough, physical 7-game series on 48 hours rest when you are off for a week. I think there's a real opportunity for them tonight to go out and, especially from the drop of the puck, you're well rested. use that energy early and see if you can get after these guys and build a lead. Because if you can steal game one, put yourself in the driver's seat, all that stuff at the end of the regular season that lost to them, that took you beneath them in the standings, and then the Winnipeg loss, like all of that is for naught because you can make up for all of that stuff with one game tonight.
Yeah, it's a totally different season now. So whatever happened in the end of the regular season has no bearing on what the heck is going to happen tonight and beyond. I will say this as a cautionary tale, Kaner. I probably think that Florida was saying the same thing last night going into that game against Boston because Boston had less than 48 hours rest. And the Bees went down to Florida and kicked some major butt. You know what I mean? So it's opposite because Boston had to go to Florida, but they're only playing on 2 days rest. The Stars are playing on 2 days rest, but they're at home. So we'll see how it pans out tonight. But this is what Dallas did in that first round against Vegas. Here's how many goals they gave up in those games. You ready? In those 5 games. Or actually more than that. Here we go. And by the way, it's interesting too to me because
with the internet right now.
No, I'm struggling to see because my eye hurts. They gave up 2. They gave up 2. They gave up 2. They gave up 2. They gave up 1, and that resulted in 4 games of winning there down the stretch. Now, I'm talking the last 5 games. I'm not talking about the first 2 games they lost on the home ice. You throw those out the window. They won 4 of 5 now, giving up 2, 2, 2, 2, and 1.
Yeah.
Now, if you look at Winnipeg, they came in as the stingiest team in the National Hockey League to that series, and what did the Avalanche do? The Avalanche went 6, 6, 6, 5, 6. Okay, so something has to give in that regard. Ottinger has got a goals against average under 2 in the last 5 games coming into this one. And Dallas plays, obviously, a good, strong defensive game. The addition of Chris Tanev on the back end is big for them. That being said, the Stars cannot skate with the Colorado Avalanche, nor will they try to. So if you're talking about inflicting will on an opposition, and you're talking about playing your game, the Avs need to move and move quickly. And if they do, they're going to give themselves a hell of a chance against Ottinger and company because they've beat Ottinger like a rented mule so far this regular season.
Moj, 7:30 start in Denver, 8:30 Dallas time. My goodness. 2 straight 8:30 face-offs for these
Well, what time was tip off last night in Minnesota, local time?
The game was here. It was 8 o'clock.
Oh, I'm sorry.
9 o'clock Minnesota.
But that's what I'm saying. But in Minnesota, I mean, what I meant was, what time did it tip off in Minnesota?
9.
9 o'clock, exactly. Yeah. Late there, late here, late. We get all the late stuff according to TV networks.
You know, the Avs, though, when you look at playing this Dallas team and what Dallas brings to the equation, and the biggest difference between Dallas and the Nuggets, because people have referenced, hey, Dallas lost their first 2 games at home in their series against Vegas. They came back to win. Totally acknowledge it. But none of those losses Dallas suffered felt like last night's loss by the Nuggets. Do you agree? None of those felt like that or looked like
that is correct because they lost 2-0 or they lost 2-1 and 2-0 is what they did. I mean, they were tight games that they lost. So they're like, we're right in this thing. And then what they did is they came back and they won 2 tight games in Vegas. So it was tight. In their brains, I'm sure they realized, hey, man, we're right with this team. A couple of bounces here. We can win this friggin' series, and they did. What happened to the Nuggets is that they got smoked, bro. They absolutely got. And by the way, game 1 wasn't even as tight, in my opinion, as a 7-point game. Minnie put it away late, and then they get smoked through the Nuggets.
What I'm getting at is Dallas plays that tight brand, and do you expect it to continue in this series? This is one of those series where every shift, man, every late shift is going to matter. There's not going to be a 6-4 game here. It's going to be tighter than you know what.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
100% it's going to be tight. It's going to be annoying. Whose faces are you guys not going to like by the end of this series? That's my question to you.
Yesterday. Jamie
Ben
you did?
Always
makes the list. Yeah, Jamie Ben always makes the list.
He's got to be way up there, no doubt about it.
And
Who
frankly,
else?
Peter DeBoer, their head coach, bothers me. I mean,
that's a
your
cheat.
Face.
We can't use coaches.
Oh, okay, you're right. My bad. Can't go coaches. Well, then it's got to go
Robertson.
Jamie Ben.
I'll take Robertson, please.
Okay.
There
Joe Pavelski.
There was a lot of good nominees, by the way. We went through like 6 or 7 of them, but I think Jamie Ben's the winner.
Okay. I'll say this. Joe Pavelski did virtually nothing in the first round. And Joe Pavelski in his career has been what? An avalanche killer. We know that. And so there's just so many. I mean, they have a ton of guys you need to watch out for, including the kid, Wyatt Johnston, at the age of 20. Vic, you've already talked about him in the first round series against Vegas and the way he's been playing. Had the game-winning goal in overtime, and then, of course, the opportunity presented himself to score in that Game 7, and he did. They've got a lot of good – they're really deep up front. They're a lot like Winnipeg was, to be honest with you. No high-end – like Jason Robertson led them in points with 80. Scheifele, I think, led Winnipeg with 82. But they've got a lot of dudes in the lineup who can put it in. So to me, it's very much a similar look as to what we saw against the Winnipeg Jets. However – that being said, the Dallas Stars' blue line is better, much better than Winnipeg's blue line.
Moj, do me a favor and pull that microphone out of your mouth because it sounds like the mic is going inside your tonsil area right now.
I kind of have to
you
do
don't
that
mind.
because it hurts. This may be it for me, boys, because I'm getting some pain like right in this. I don't know if you guys see anything here, but
Not
I got like
here.
in
I
this
don't notice it. Is that a new
Not
hat?
here so much.
this general region right here is starting to really sting and ache from talking and having this part of the mouth. I'm not whining or anything. I'm just explaining.
Yeah, I mean,
No, I got this
Same
from
to
Johnny Lyles. This is an Avalanche alumni shirt. You like it?
Mosher, I hurt my knuckle yesterday. I banged it on the door when I walked
Oh,
in here.
buddy.
Yeah.
You didn't tell me that.
I know. I didn't want to make a big thing about it, but I just want to let you guys know that I.
you know what's
hurt.
worse about this show? I got to walk in here and talk about a humbling Nuggets loss with a dude that's got one eye and another dude that looks like White Boy Rick from Detroit in his Detroit sweatshirt. It's one of those mornings. I'm just so off. I mean, I don't need
dude,
White
what do you
Boy
mean
Rick
walk in
showing
here?
up
You're
with
in
his
your house.
Detroit sweatshirt.
White Boy
I
Rick-
don't need it. I don't need
Hey,
you with your Detroit
I'm
sweatshirt this
I'm
morning.
just sitting here. I'm just sitting here. I didn't do anything this morning. I'm just sitting here. Just the same dude I've always been.
You're no prize pig yourself there, Lombardi.
Yeah.
I mean, do you have to wear the Detroit paraphernalia every morning on the show? Every day? Do you have to?
I don't remember the last time I wore one, actually.
Mosier's got
I
a
don't
miniature
need- I
goat
don't-
on his face.
It's chilly outside this morning. You wouldn't know, Vic, because you're at the house. I wore a sweatshirt this morning.
Hey, Kaner, that's my cue.
I think it is.
Me and my miniature sheep and goats are gonna go rest up. Love you both.
Okay, bye, Moj. Feel better.
Get
Hope
well,
that
buddy.
analysis was good enough for you.
It was great.
Blow your nose.
Then it makes my wrap wet.
Okay, it's okay. It's all right. It's all right, Moj.
and then
Do
it
what you
starts
gotta
to
do.
come undone.
What a
right
walk-off.
here, and then
That's
it
great.
Yeah.
eases out.
All right, yeah, walk him off, Brad.
Please
F.
send pictures.
Yeah, all right.
You asked for it, Martin.
Each show is giving away a $50 gift card to Safeway each day this week in honor of Mother's Day. Save big this Mother's Day at Safeway. Celebrate mom with fresh cut flowers and chocolate dipped strawberry. Shop in-store on the Safeway app to discover great deals. And for today's $50 gift card, text ROSE and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's ROSE and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. All right, so it was a host of different issues and a mess last night for the Nuggets, but you asked the question, Vic, do you think the Nuggets can come back and win this series? And I wouldn't bet on it, but I certainly think it's possible. Look, that team, that championship team that was there last year didn't just disappear, okay? They're there. It's just a matter of, can you do the proper things to beat this team? Because Minnesota's different, and they are the toughest opponent that you faced over the past 2 seasons. By far, no question about it. Barkley called Minnesota one of the best defenses he's ever seen in the NBA. Is that prisoner of the moment and an overstatement? Maybe, but my God, are they good. Number 1 defense in the regular season, number 1 in the postseason so far.
Do I believe that the Denver Nuggets are capable of becoming only the 6th team in history to rally down 0-2 after losing the first 2 at home? Do I believe they have the capability and whatever it takes to get that done? Yes, I do, because we've seen it. Not in that specific order, but we've seen them twice come back from 3-1 deficits. We've seen it. We experienced it.
Mm-hmm.
The core of this team, outside of Aaron Gordon, they were here for it. I get it. Do I expect it? No, I don't. Do I think they can do it? Yes. That's my answer. I mean, if you expect it at this point, I don't know what you're watching.
Well, and here's
I don't know how you expect that to happen.
Here's the other thing from last night that I thought was incredibly bizarre. I don't know if I've seen Jokic look non-impactful in a game. You know what I'm saying? Like, Jokic's presence is felt in every game, whether he has a good game by his standards or a bad game. What did he finish with last night? 16, 16, and 8 or something like that? The numbers don't matter.
But he only attempted 13 shots.
I didn't feel Jokic's control of the game once last night. And look, that's a credit to Minnesota. Like, they're doing a great job. But I think that goes hand in hand with Jamal's struggles, right? And I don't want to make this all about Jamal, and I'm not beating up on him. Like, I know he's dealing with a calf that is incredibly bothersome to his game. But, I mean, Vic, if I were to make it the most simplistic thing, if Jamal doesn't play well, this team doesn't win. Like,
no, we said this, and it's a very fragile outfit. You know, if you're missing one key piece from the starting 5, it's not the same. They are the sum of their parts. This is what they are. If you're missing one of those pieces, you can't help but see a weakness there. And listen, Nikola Jokic, I don't think we could say enough good things about what he means and what he's done. He's going to win his 3rd MVP tomorrow night, okay? He's going to win it. He was disengaged last night.
Yeah.
And a lot of it by frustration. A lot of it really wasn't his fault because he couldn't even get the ball in his hands. And that's what the Minnesota Timberwolves did. But I said going into that game, and I'm going to hold right there to it. The only way the Nuggets win is if Nikola Jokic is the best player on the court.
Mm-hmm.
He was not for the 2nd straight game.
It's been Ant. Yeah. And this
am
is
I wrong
why.
There, or
no,
am
no.
I wrong? Or
It's totally true. It's totally true. Anthony Edwards has been the best player on the floor in both games to start this series. And, you know, on the subject of missing guys or not having guys healthy or whatever, Minnesota has the ability, like Gobert didn't play last night, and it felt like that was going to be a big thing, but they just threw in Naz Reid, and it looked like they didn't skip a beat. Now, he brings a lot of defensive presence and rim protection and stuff like that, but I'd say this, Vic, the drop-off between Gobert and Naz Reid is a much larger gap than Jamal and anybody else that you want to put in that you need to be impactful for your team. So, for example, if Anthony Edwards was dealing with the same thing, and I have no idea what percentage Jamal is, let's just call it 75, whatever. If I put Anthony Edwards in that same position, Minnesota's going to look a lot different. A lot different. Yeah. It's the caliber of player and the importance to your roster and your recipe. Like, the 2-man game between Jokic and Murray is what wins you a championship. And we all kind of know what the statistics are. Go to the series and go to the playoff stretches where Jamal is out of the lineup and go to the ones where he's in and he's healthy. It's not even close. It's a completely different team, night and day.
How deep is Minnesota? So deep that they can take their defensive player of the year, leave him at home because of wind in Denver and unable to fly back. They can leave him at home and enjoy their biggest win of these playoffs.
Yep.
That's how deep they are. That's how good they are. That's how powerful they are. And they took it as a challenge, because I interviewed a lot of the T-Wolves players before the game, after the shoot-around, when it became apparent that Rudy was questionable. He may not be there. And they didn't pout about it. Mike Conley said, we just got to make adjustments. We have to do a better job of falling, into defensive rotation when Joker has the ball. Did they ever? Oh, my God. So what they did is they took their strength, which is usually the back end of their defense, right? Gobert and all those big guys that block shots, and they just moved it to the front part. They just said, now we're just gonna harass all the Nuggets guards like a pack of wild hyenas. And they did it to perfection.
I've seen a couple of these come through this morning, and Texture says the Nuggets lost this series 2 years ago, and they let Tim Conley go to the Wolves. I just want to remind people that you won a championship last year, okay?
Yeah, I mean, they did have a parade, and they did a couple things to get that parade. They acquired a couple players that were not Tim Conley's players. They acquired KCP and Bruce Brown.
Mm-hmm.
And as much as I love Tim Conley, and he deserves all the praise in the world, he's a genius. I don't know if those deals happen if he's still here. I know they happened under Calvin Booth's watch.
Like, we've talked about it before, Vic, this Tim Conley trade Will Barton. I don't know. Maybe,
don't know
maybe
that.
not.
So, listen, man, before we start, this is what bothers me. You can be angry about the way the Nuggets are playing. I'm angry.
Yeah.
But what does that have to do with winning a damn championship last year? Why can't you take solace in the fact that they did something that's never been done? They did something that I never thought possible. Why can't you just understand they can't take that away no matter what happens in this series? Nobody could take it away. Don't try to diminish that.
And by the way, these are what I believe are the two best teams in the league that are playing against each other right now.
I said the winner of this game is going to win the NBA championship. I said this going in.
Mm-hmm. You just got
the winner of this
around
series.
early. Mm-hmm.
And I live by that. So when I say that if Minnesota wins two more, which it looks likely at this point, they're going to win the NBA title. I'm going to stand by that.
I'll say this much, by the way. I hated that Game 3 was going to come on Friday. Like, I was like, why are we taking that long off in between games? I'm really happy about it now.
Oh,
like,
need it.
I think that there just needs to be a total reset button that is pushed where they need to get something recalibrated in their heads heading into Game 3.
See, the thing is, though, and you tell me, this is what I'm really struggling with this morning. I can clearly picture a Nuggets win. I mean, they could have won Game 1 if they can finish. Tie game with 6 minutes to play. I just can't see the Nuggets doing what Minnesota did to them. I can't see that.
No, because I don't think they can play that level of defense. And, I mean, that's fine. Again, I'll remind you guys, Minnesota was the number one defense in the regular season. They're the number one defense in the postseason. Go back and look at that Phoenix series. Who did Phoenix have on their roster, Vic? Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, Bradley Beal. None of them had good series. None of them.
No,
That's how good they are defensively. Okay, they're
Yeah.
going to make this difficult. And look, I think that last night, albeit I think it's totally fair, because I thought the refs were pretty consistent in the way they called the game. There were some bad missed calls on both sides, but I'm saying they were pretty consistent in letting the guys play last night. That is a style of basketball that is going to suit Minnesota, especially if Denver doesn't change their mindset.
Brett, the Nuggets scored 80 points in a playoff game, in a basketball game.
What did they have at half? Was it 35? They have 35 at half?
80 points in a basketball game. An NBA basketball game. That isn't defense. Those are handcuffs.
Yeah.
Those are handcuffs that were placed on them last night. And the Nuggets somehow have to figure out a way to allow their guards to get into the flow of the offense. Because what I'm noticing is, again, the Nuggets aren't just missing shots. They're not getting shots. They're not getting into the offense to get a good shot. And when they do, you see what happens when somebody has the ball underneath the rim. There are three bodies around them. They're almost playing a zone defense on Joker. So Joker will get the ball in the paint. Everybody collapses on him. They all collapse. Or if Jamal does anything to penetrate the paint, they all collapse. It's an outstanding defensive game plan by Minnesota, and they've got the pieces to pull it off.
I saw two things last night that was so foreign to me in watching the Nuggets. How many possessions, Vic, did they try and get into the offense and the ball ends up on the floor for 5 seconds and maybe the Nuggets get it back, but then it's just a mad dash to get some sort of shot up? But secondly, this is where I was like, what is going on here? I watched Jokic totally unaware of the shot clock on one possession, where it's like the buzzer sounded and he looked surprised that it sounded that quickly. And I'm like, good God, this is, again, it's a totally foreign concept of any Nuggets team that I've seen over the last 3 years.
They lost their composure.
Yeah.
We're not used to seeing the Nuggets lose their composure. We're just not used to seeing this. And I've had a couple of people say, and I even thought about it last night, well, you know, if you take care of business against San Antonio, you get the top seed, you don't have to worry about this. At some point, you do have to worry about this. At some point, you have to play in Minnesota. At some point, I'm not going to spin this as, well, the Nuggets, you know, they lost that game in San Antonio, second to last game, and nah, it's a deeper issue.
Yep.
This is something different. We knew it wasn't going to be easy. We knew that. We understand that. But hell, going back to Minnesota the way they are, it's one thing to get blown out in the opener and then come back and win the second. It's one thing to have two very tight games. But that second game in a must-win, and you do acknowledge, Brett, last night was a must-win, right? It felt like one. And you do that. How am I supposed to feel?
I know there's people listening today, and look, at these are the habits of how you listen to sports radio, I guess. There are times, Vic, where your favorite team gets their butts kicked, and you're like, I can't do it this morning. I can't listen to it, and I totally get that. But there is no spin on that game last night. There's nothing you can say about, well, here's what they missed, and if they did this better than this, like, you got manhandled. You got manhandled by a team that was just a lot more present mentally and also a lot more willing physically.
Can we listen to Reggie Jackson, please? Because Reggie left the game in the fourth quarter, limped off the court. I'm not sure if he's going to be available for Friday or not. He seemed to acknowledge that he was on track to play. We'll see. They don't really have a backup point guard. They don't. If Reggie can't go, I don't know what the hell they do. But I think he spoke for a lot of Nuggets and Nuggets fans after the game when he used the word punked.
Well,
and punked is what they got.
Let's do this. We'll play that audio when we come back. 303-504-0925 back after this.
They punked us. It's not, even when shots were going, we made shots. They're literally just manhandling us.
I know you want to see fight, but how do you get back to playing Nuggets basketball?
You can't play Nuggets basketball if you get punked. You have to own your space. We're not in the right spots. We're playing 40 feet away from the basket. They want to get to the basket. They just keep running through our chest. I mean, you can't play any brand of basketball if you're just getting punked the whole time.
That's the exact word I used.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an apt description.
As I hear Reggie Jackson describe it, he is so right. The T-Wolves are going through the Nuggets. How many times have we seen Anthony Edwards just go right through them?
Oh, yeah.
The Nuggets are trying to go around the T-Wolves.
Karl Anthony Towns went through Jamal Murray.
Yes.
Through him.
Yes. They are forcing the refs to blow their whistle. The Nuggets are doing this dribble thing where, and listen, Jamal Murray did a lot of this last night, where he's getting double teamed at times, he's getting turned around, and he's doing that dribble thing. And you can't do that dribble thing against this team.
Yeah.
You can't. You can't let the shot clock expire. One last thing I want to say about the T-Wolves and what makes this team special defensively is they have defensive players who not only take pride in playing defense, they don't care if they don't score at all. They do score. They have to because they'll be wide open. But guys like Nickeil Alexander-Walker, guys like Jaden McDaniels, even Kyle Anderson, they do what they can on offense, but defensively, NAW and Jaden McDaniels, oh my God.
Jaden McDaniels is a freak on defense.
They're smiling as if when they're guarding Nuggets guards, they're smiling.
Mm-hmm.
They love it.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like that. And Jaden McDaniels doesn't need to do anything on offense if he can play that way on defense. Because guess what, Vic? If you can score 81 points and win a basketball game, then you're going to be in pretty good shape. You know what I mean?
Okay. So as ugly as we sound this morning, as many of you are like, wow, you guys are taking it to another level. What do you think the Nuggets are feeling right now? What did Reggie Jackson just say? Reggie Jackson, who's in that room, said we're getting punked and manhandled.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think they're saying right now? What do you think they're saying to themselves? Do you think they're softballing this? Do you think they're having a team meeting today and it's all just roses?
I would hope what they're going to do. And you know what, Vic? Like, that game, the tensions were getting so high, and I felt like a lot of it was misdirected. A lot of the tensions were being thrown at the refs, and I was like, I don't want you to punch somebody in the face, but I kind of want you to punch somebody in the face on the T-Wolves, like just to send a message that you're there. Because I
wanted it exactly.
The anger was directed towards the guys in stripes as opposed to the guys who were kicking your ass, and I was like, shift that anger over to those guys and take it out on them.
Here's how I felt. And again, I'm glad that I'm not in that situation because I'd probably be ejected out of every damn game. Jamal's yelling at referees, and he's doing a lot of it rightfully so because he got fouled on several occasions. He's frustrated. Do to them what they're doing to you.
Exactly.
I mean, just do it to them.
It was very clear early. Like, I think I even sent a tweet out that was just match the physicality. That's all I said. Just match it. If that's the way that they're going to play and fouls aren't going to be called, you have no other choice. You have none. You have to do the same thing. There's no other way to get back into the basketball game.
Don't be don't be nice.
Well, and I thought, Vic, that like if you told me this is the style of game it was going to be, I'd be like, oh, Jamal's going to probably love this, right? Like these guys, despite what happened last night, this is not a soft basketball team, okay? Jamal is not soft. AG is not soft. But for whatever reason, they took whatever juice and anger they had and misdirected it at the wrong people. Because the guys in front of you, like, you know what would have fired me up? Jaden McDaniels smiling as I'm trying to cross him up. Like, that would have pissed me off.
You talk about something that makes me mad. Let me read this. This is from the text line. We are Nuggets fans, Vic. We are tired of hearing about the T-Wolves. Your conflict of interest is annoying the hell out of us. What the hell are you talking about? We're talking about a game last night in which the T-Wolves were a participant. And you know what the most annoying kind of fan is? Let me tell you what it's the Laker fan type, where the Nuggets oust the Lakers again, and all these Laker fans are piling on the Nuggets. They're enjoying the Nuggets' demise. They're enjoying these first two games. You see it everywhere, right?
Sure.
It's those people. You know what I'm going to do? And I don't know about you. I'm going to salute the T-Wolves. If they can get by the Nuggets, I'm rooting for the T-Wolves to win it all.
I don't know if I'll go that far, but let me tell you this. As demoralizing as that was last night, and it was, because you didn't lose in like, hey, it's 106 to 100. They were just better that night.
Mm-hmm.
You got punched in the mouth with no response at all. It would be an amazing way to win a basketball game. Like, I don't know if there's what Minnesota fans are probably feeling this morning is probably like the best feeling in sports.
Surreal. It's wait, is this happening?
Like,
it's surreal.
Vic, it's.
I know what they're wait. I know what they're feeling. I know exactly what the Timberwolves fans are feeling right now. I know it because I felt it last year. I felt it. I saw it in the Lakers series. It was that surreal feeling like, is this really happening? Did they just do this?
But I'm talking about the style in which they won. Like, I wasn't around, obviously, for the Orange Crush defense. But, Vic, when you have a football team who is just defensively dogs and they hit the snot out of you and you beat a team down, like, I don't think there's a better way to win than that feeling right there. And you just got caught on the opposite side of one of those. So the question now is, look, I doubt, maybe I'm wrong, Vic, but I doubt that they're going to call Game 3 the same way, because that was one of the most physically officiated games I've seen in years in the NBA.
Not since the Bad Boys Detroit era have I seen an officially. And that's what's frustrating, Brett, is that you don't know which official group is going to give you what.
Right.
Like the next game might be you touch somebody and it's a whistle.
But you know
have
what?
To adjust.
But it was clear and obvious, like midway through the first quarter. Like, that's how the game was going to be called.
Yeah. Text line Ron writes in, how come you don't hold the coach's feet to the fire? What do you want to say? They got out-coached. They got outplayed. They got out-muscled. They got out everything. How much fire do you want? What do you want me to say about the coaching last night?
That's the one thing that when people threw that out there earlier in the appetizer, and they were talking about, what about coaching adjustments? And I was like, okay, well, give me the adjustment. What would you do?
Yeah, tell me what you do. So, honest to God, because I'm all for it, I think that the Timberwolves coaches have been outstanding with their game plans. I mean, they lost their defensive player of the year, and they simply made an adjustment to go after the guards because they know exactly what they're doing. What counter adjustment are you going to make? Go ahead. Coaches out there, tell me. Please, strategically, write it. You tell me. You watch the games. You see the personnel. What coaching adjustment you going to make?
I've heard this one, and I'm fine with it, but it's not going to make up a 30-point deficit, which is, I would have no problem, Vic, if they threw DeAndre Jordan in, especially in a game like that, and just said, hey, you're big, you're physical. If you have to hard foul a couple of people, then go ahead and do it. Like, you can do that, but that's not making up for 22 points. That's all I'm saying. Like, you can have some sort of like, okay, we're going to bring this guy off the bench, and then we're going to hope that he can go out and do something in small spurts. But it's got to come from your starters. Like, that was, if they didn't change the mindset, then they weren't going to stand a chance last night.
So, I mean, I think your suggestion is to goon it up at that point. I mean, if that's what he wants to do and capable of doing, I mean, that's not an adjustment. That's just sort of a method of madness at that point.
It's not necessarily being a goon, but it's like DJ's a big guy who, if you need somebody to go out there and play physically and maybe he picks up a couple fouls, and he picks up a couple fouls, whatever.
I could see that. There's an idea. 100%. Give me some more ideas. You tell me. You tell me what the Nuggets can do to impact the Minnesota Timberwolves to make them feel them like the Timberwolves have done to the Nuggets. Because I don't have the answer. I wish I did. I wish it was as easy as saying, okay, get this guy more involved, and there you go.
Right.
Last night, Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr., two of the most feared shooters in the league, were held to single digits.
Yep.
They were held to single digits. What's your next move? Let me read some of this. Bench KCP, start another 7-footer. Okay. All right. So start DeAndre Jordan in the lineup and take KCP out of there.
See, but it's okay.
So you're doing something. You're asking them to do something they haven't done once in 3 years.
You can't do that. Remember how much we made fun of the Lakers for being like, oh, don't worry, we got the switch, and they totally change up what their style was? You can't do that. I know this is simplistic and boring.
Yeah.
You need you guys to play better, Vic. Like, your starting five's got to be better. That's your chance. That's your only shot at this. They have to play a better brand. And the easiest thing I can say is, if Jamal goes 3 of 18 from the field, you aren't beating anybody. You aren't.
Coaching adjustment, writes this texter, needs to focus on mental toughness. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I think Malone said it after the game. He said it before the game. He said, if we don't come out aggressive and with urgency, we'll know right away.
Yep.
And they did. They did right away. This texter says, Zach writes in, so your answer is to do nothing and hope for the best, Vic. Yeah, that's exactly my answer. Yeah. Uh-huh. I'm asking you for an answer. I'm asking you, 2795. KCP did try to be physical, but when he did, they called fouls on him.
So be it.
So take the foul.
Take the foul. Like, yes, you dare them in the same way the Wolves were daring the refs to make a call. By the way, let's jump back to this in a little bit. Vic, the officiating problem last night did not take place in the Nuggets game. It took place in the Knicks and Pacers game because the end of that was atrocious.
Oh, my God. I was watching that. That moving screen flop by DiVincenzo was embarrassing.
And that was just the last straw of that.
That was embarrassing.
The moving screen was terrible. They called a kicked ball that hit the hand of, I think, Naismith, which would have led to an easy layup going the other way at a 2-point lead with 50 seconds left. I don't know how the hell you make that call at that juncture of the game. Because let's be honest, Vic, by the letter of the law, was it a moving screen? Yeah, probably. It also happens like 50 times a game in an NBA game. But in that moment, are you joking? Like, Indiana fans have a right to be pissed this morning.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't want to let this stuff creep in, but it's like, is the New York aspect a part of it? It could be. The Knicks finally have a good team. They have a chance to go deep in the playoffs. I couldn't believe it because I'm watching the end of that game, and it was a great game, by the way. God, was that game good.
You know, we talked about this after watching, was it the women's championship when they called, or the women's semifinals when they called that illegal screen? And I made mention, you just don't call those in those situations. You don't do it. And I feel the same way last night. You don't give them an easy way out. That was an easy way out. You don't make that call.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to hear from people, well, a foul's a foul. No, it wasn't a foul. You don't compare that call to what you saw to the Nuggets-Wolves game last night and the whistle, the way that game was officiated.
Yeah.
That was a love tap. Love tap.
Not even that.
I mean, it was a joke call. From the text line, guys, I'm a basketball coach. What I would have tried for the Nuggets is an unorthodox 2-3 defense, 1-3-1 defense, try to disrupt the passing lanes. That's great. And I don't disagree with you on trying to change things up defensively. That does nothing for your offense. And offense is the problem for the Nuggets, not defense.
Yeah,
they've held the T-Wolves to 106 and 106, okay? It's the offense.
If I told you through 2 games that you held Minnesota to 106 points in each of them, would you be okay with that? I think most of us would say yes.
Yes.
That's not the problem.
Points on the other side.
Does some of that stuff get frustrating, Vic, when you get like a straight line drive or something like that from Anthony Edwards? Sure. But like my concern is not with the defense right now. Like, the shots that Minnesota's knocking down that feel like daggers and it feels like they can't miss is because you are getting nothing on the other side. It's because you're going 3-4 straight empty possessions, and then they'll knock down 1-3, and it'll feel like bone crushing.
What's the most deflating way they score to you? 'Cause to me, it's really easy. To me, it's not the open threes because Naz Reid's knocking them down. They're all knocking them down. Those happen. To me, I get most deflated when I see Anthony Edwards just mosey on in for a layup and nothing, like no pressure, no recourse, nothing. Just layup after layup.
Yep.
Do you agree with me?
100%. Because those are the ones that are just, they're easy. It's like before he even lets the ball go, you know it's a bucket. And especially when you look on the opposite side, Vic, and how damn difficult it is for you just to get a bucket and for them to get one that easy.
The mentality, it's the old mentality that we've seen in the 80s and 90s. But follow along with me on this, sports fans, Nuggets fans. Tell me if you agree with this. The mentality for the Nuggets should be this. If Anthony Edwards is about to go in for a layup, he better feel it.
Yep.
If he scores on a layup and nobody touches him, you have failed. You better feel it.
There was one moment in that game that it was a 2-on-1 going the opposite way, and it felt like it was going to be another Anthony Edwards dunk. And do you remember KCP hustled his ass off to get back and get in the way in transition and force them to push the ball back out, and then Anthony Edwards dribbled it off his leg.
Yeah.
Like, that's the kind of stuff I want to see.
So when people ask what adjustments I would make, that would be my first adjustment. If I see Anthony Edwards get another layup unencumbered with no physicality, whoever's in front of him at that point, come sit down.
Yeah.
I don't care if your best players foul out. I don't care.
Me neither.
You cannot give up layups. It's too easy. Oh, well, he's big. He's strong. So?
Like, this is about now sending a message for the rest of the series. This is about having some sort of response to that. Because if they
he's
don't...
too quick. So?
If they don't have
you got
some
a bunch
sort of
of players
response,
on the bench with fouls. You have players that can utilize fouls. Christian Brown's on the bench. Peyton Watson's on the bench. You got guys that can come in. This guy is not allowed to go to the lane and score without feeling it.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to go to the foul line 30 times? Yeah. Yeah.
Force them to make the call. Force them to do it. And like you said, Vic, there's plenty of guys in this roster that get playing time between Holidays and Watsons and Browns that, you know what, you can take 5 fouls in a game because you're only getting 15 minutes anyway.
Because guess what they're doing? You know what their mentality is? Jamal Murray will not dribble the ball without us feeling it, without him feeling it, without him being suffocated. He will not dribble the ball and get into the offense. We're going to be all over him. We're going to get physical with him. They're doing to Jamal what I want someone to do to Ant.
Mm-hmm.
If he makes a turnaround jumper in your face, so be it. But by God, he's not getting a layup. By God, if he gets in the lane, he is not going to get a layup.
Yep.
That's not disrespectful. That's actually respectful. I am respecting you so much that I am not going to let you score unencumbered. I can't. You're too good.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. And the Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. So game 1 tonight, Avs in Dallas. A huge opportunity here for the Avs to do what the T-Wolves have done in this Nuggets series, which is take a game early and shift all that momentum back to your side, put yourself in the driver's seat. Big question, though, from me. Has one concern totally left your mind or not? We'll get to it next. Game tonight. You can hear it right here. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Game 1 of Stars and Avs. 7:30 is the listed puck drop. It's probably going to be closer to 7:50, something like that.
Boy, I need a palate cleanser. We all do. Come
Yeah.
on, Avs.
Just quick question, Vic. Any concerns over Georgiev anymore? Or does he have your full faith again?
I mean, I'm not sure what to say there. I mean, it is what it is. He came through. He came through in the clutch against Winnipeg. He did enough to win that series. So what's the difference? He's had a week that you seem really set on this whole, well, he had to sit for a week, and I wonder if he's not as hot. I mean, I'm not sure momentum works that way in hockey. I don't think it carries over like that.
Maybe not. I would say that they need to have the same sort of consistent defensive effort they had in games 2 through 5, because they were a lot more engaged on the defensive side late in that Winnipeg series, blocking shots, making things difficult, sort of mucking up the neutral zone at times, not letting tape passes happen. I think it's as important defensively as it is Georgiev, because as long as he gets that, I think he's okay. But there might be a game in this series where it's going to be, 2-1. You might have to get a couple of those because
you're right.
Ottinger's good, and I know what they did to Hellebuck, but I don't think it's a guarantee that they're just going to put 5 to 6 every game on the board on that dude too.
Well, let me here, incoming. Let me share something with you. There are going to be goals scored in this game by Dallas where you're going to say, "My God, Georgie should have stopped that."
Yes,
that's going to happen. So if you're expecting that not to happen, I'm not sure you've seen this team play. That's going to happen, and that's fine, as long as the Avs score more. As long as the Avs score more, and that's fine, because you're not going to get a clean, this isn't going to be the second coming of Patrick Waugh here. If that's what you're looking for, if that's what you're asking for, you better just turn off the television. That's not what you're going to see.
Well, and I wonder, for them on the offensive side, they were so good and so consistent in their effort. Even in the 7-6 loss, I mean, the offense wasn't the issue. I remember after game 1, we were like, yeah, but how many times are you going to put 6 up on Hellebuck? And it turns out every night you were doing that, I suppose. But they seem to be so locked in and keyed in on that side of the puck that if you get that kind of effort out of your top 6 on the forward group, I don't think that you should have much concern about what Ottinger's going to do on that side. You scored against him in the regular season as well. The Avs are too talented to be held down. It's not going to look like this Vegas series. That Vegas series was a whole bunch of 3-2, 2-1, 3-1. The scores are not going to be that in this series. It's going to be a game of, especially for Dallas, can you keep up?
Again, that was a crazy series because the first 4 games were won by the road team.
Yeah.
It was just a crazy, weird series. And I don't know what kind of I like the fact that the Avs are opening on the road. I said it before. I said I like it because you use the same model you used in Winnipeg. The pressure's off. You take it on the road and you win 1 out of 2, and look at what it did to the T-Wolves. They gained more energy. I think if you can take care of business, it doesn't even have to be the first one. But everybody's so concerned about a week's worth of rest. It's going to turn into rust. I never look at it that way in hockey. The more time off you get, the better. They've got some injuries that they're dealing with. You want some of these dudes back on the ice. It's a good thing. Rest is good. It's not bad, it's good.
Well, I don't know. We haven't heard anything on the status of Drouin, right?
Not yet.
Don't know if he's going to be. I doubt he's out there for tonight if we haven't heard anything by now. But regardless of that, you got a top line in McKinnon, Rantanen, and Nichushkin that was kicking ass in that first series. And here's what Winnipeg did. It was pretty obvious, wasn't it, Vic? Whenever McKinnon had the puck, they were throwing everybody at him. And they're saying, I dare somebody else to make a play. And Val said, okay, I'll do that 7 times in 5 games then, if that's the way that you want to play. They have that ability to really wear down a team. And I don't know what's more frustrating, Vic. Do you think it's more frustrating for a team to be incapable of scoring or just having goals poured on you? Like if the Avs won against Winnipeg 1-0 and 2-1 that entire series, do you think Winnipeg is more frustrated or more frustrated with the fact that they gave up 6 almost every night?
I think giving up multiple goals like that that just wears on you.
Yeah.
Right? You're like, what are we going to do? We can't stop these guys. What are we going to do?
Mhm.
It's the same frustration that the Nuggets are feeling again. What are we going to do? These guys swarming us. We can't even get into our offense.
Right.
Losing close games, everybody brings that up. Like, would you rather lose a close one? I'd rather lose a close game at this time of year because you know you have a chance. When you get swarmed, you feel helpless.
Totally.
Helpless.
Totally.
And I'm sure there were times when Winnipeg, they're giving up 5-6 goals. Hellebuck looks like he looks like one of those goalies that shows up at 5 a.m. to buy ice time. Beer league goalie.
I was wondering if you were going to get there on that one.
I was trying to get there.
It took you a minute. No, but you're right about that. I mean, think about the feeling that we had after the first game. You want to talk about helpless? We felt helpless. It was like you gave up 7. When is this going to change? And then it finally did. But if you can sustain that pressure early in this series, and I know that, as you mentioned, Vic, the last series, the first 4 games, the road team won every time. I don't think it's happening at Ball Arena for the Avs. If they take one, or fingers crossed both, in Dallas, this isn't going to look the same way it did in Vegas, just because the Avs are too good at home to allow that stuff to happen. But God, would I love to see just puck drop and the Avs come out of the gates like a cannon, right? Use all of that speed and all that skill that they possess, especially with that top 6, and take it to Dallas and just see if they can keep up after a long, hard 7-game series beforehand.
Dude, the Avs, it's so funny how sports works and how quickly it can change. 2 weeks ago, we were talking about whether or not the Avs would get through the first round, and now we're looking at it. The Avs can win the cup.
Sure. Sure they can.
I mean, you have the same feeling, right? The Avs can win the cup.
You want to handicap it right now and who's got a better chance at the championship between the Avs and the Nuggets? Like, not even close.
They flipped 180, right, in 2 weeks, didn't they? It was a 180 flip, and it's crazy.
Can't they just play well at the same time? Is that so much to ask for?
No.
To get them both doing that at once, does it have to be one or the other?
Well, that's why I brought it up with Moj. I said, why can't the Nuggets do what the Avs did? They went from hopeless to, whoa, we found something, we're back. And they did it in the playoffs.
Yeah. Yeah, they did.
Which is hard to do.
You know, it's what's really bizarre, Vic, is one of the things I mentioned about the Nuggets heading into this postseason, and it was similar to the Avs. I said the Nuggets are so difficult to beat in a 7-game series because it feels like no matter what happens during the course of the game, they will find a way to have their offense work. And their offense hasn't worked at all for these first couple. And really, let's be honest, the entire postseason, their offense hasn't looked good. The Avs always seem to have that in their back pocket, right?
Yeah.
Where no matter what's happening on the back end, whatever's happening with Georgiev, you know that they're going to come out firing on the offensive side and give themselves at least a chance in the game.
Sure, a lot of it's also dependent on how the opposition plays, right? I mean, is Dallas going to muck things up and go into that trap and just slow, like what Seattle did?
What Seattle did last year.
Yeah. I mean, that's the worst. You feel paralyzed if that's a case.
Mm-hmm.
That just paralyzes you.
Now, the Avs last year obviously weren't at sort of full strength, not having Val really hurt. But still, you enter a series against a team that barely edged you out for the division win. And one thing that I just can't get out of my mind is the frustration that we felt late in the year where the Avs are pushing for that number 1 spot in the Central. And they had 2 big games on their schedule. One was against Dallas, one was against Winnipeg. And you got blitzed in both of them. And so that drops you down to where you're playing on the road at both Winnipeg to start and now at Dallas to start. What I can't get out of my head is you have the opportunity tonight to erase all of that, right? You get 1 win in Dallas, and especially in game 1, you get right back in the driver's seat. Now it feels like you just took home ice right back from the opposition, where those big games at the end of the regular season can wipe your hands clean and say, who cares? Brand new season now in the postseason. Let's roll.
Let me tell you something. I'm going to tell you something right now. If Joe Pavelski is somehow involved in a game-winning goal for Dallas, I'm going to come in looking like Mosier tomorrow morning. I'll do it to myself.
You're going to cut your face?
I'll do it to myself. Because that dude, historically against the Avs, that dude is always in on that kind of business. And I hate to talk that into existence, knocking on wood right now. That is the worst case scenario.
He didn't have
That's the absolute worst.
Didn't have a good series against Vegas.
It doesn't matter what he does against other teams. He's one of those guys. It doesn't matter what he does against other teams. It matters what he does against the Avs.
Right. But you're still in on...
Avs fans know this, right? Avalanche fans hearing this, you know this, right?
You're still in on Jamie Benn being the face, though.
I get it. But I do not want Pavelski around the puck in critical situations late. Like, by God, if the game went to overtime and he's involved, if he's on the ice, that's all I'll be staring at.
What are you doing here? What are you doing? What are you doing? Shh. I know you don't believe in voodoo, but that was a lot. That was a lot of knocking on wood things that you just said right there.
Boy, sure be a shame if there was a
goes.
heartbreaker involved, huh? That would suck.
Shut up, Marty. See, the Dallas series, I can't help but think back to, they've got a history with Dallas. Again, I contend Dallas should not even be afforded a hockey team with the inability to promote and produce your own natural ice outside of the arena. If you can't do it, if you live in a climate like that, you should not have the benefit of a hockey team. That bothers me.
It's 80 degrees. A high of 90 today in Dallas. That's just not right.
That and the fact that that team, you know where they got that team? Speak of the devil. They got that team from Minnesota. Those are the original Minnesota North Stars. So Minnesota twice involved in a playoff series here.
Each show is giving away $50 gift card to Safeway each day this week in honor of Mother's Day. Save big this Mother's Day at Safeway. Celebrate mom with fresh cut flowers and chocolate dipped strawberry. Shop in-store or on the Safeway app to discover great deals for today's $50 gift card. Text ROSE and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's ROSE and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. By the way, Vic, some of these teams eliminated from postseason contention over the last couple of days, they have their exit press conferences and stuff like that. Did you happen to hear Pat Riley, who does not suffer any type of fool?
Oh.
Pat Riley, who, what is his official? Is it president of basketball ops? I know he's super high up with the Heat.
He runs the show.
Yeah.
Just say Pat Riley runs a show. Underneath the owner, he runs a show.
Yeah, president of the Miami Heat. So he's been there for decades in one capacity or another. Incredibly successful, by the way. Very good at what he does.
Not decades, but he's been there a long time.
I mean,
decades.
He was an assistant coach and a coach, and I don't mean consecutively, but he's been there for a long time. He steps to the podium yesterday, and Jimmy Butler said something to the fact of, if I were playing, then we would beat the Celtics or something like that, these teams that are left in the postseason. And here was Pat Riley's response to that.
And, for him to say that, I thought, is that Jimmy trolling or is that Jimmy serious? If you're not on the court playing against Boston or on the court playing against the New York Knicks, you should keep your mouth shut.
He's right.
I mean, I love it. I showed Marty because Marty didn't see this. I was like, Marty, have you ever seen his press conference after LeBron went back to Cleveland where he is just spewing fire at everybody? He also went on to say about Tyler Hero, he's been fragile. Maybe someday he will surprise everyone and play every game. And he also said about the 65-game rule for the awards, it sends a message that it's okay to miss 17 games. So he's not playing around. And I love Pat Riley for this stuff, but I'm like, how many different executives across the league would flame their, first of all, Vic, their best player. Second of all, their best player who might enter free agency this year.
Hey, man, listen, we all love Jimmy, right? Playoff Jimmy's one thing, but there's a reason he's hopscotched around the league.
Yeah.
Okay? Ironically enough, he left this Minnesota team 2018 when they beat the Nuggets in Game 82. He said, sayonara. I don't believe in these guys.
Did
And
he
goes to
punch
Philly.
Cat when he was there?
Well, there was rumors of fighting, yes. So he leaves Minnesota. Philly, I think he wanted to stay. Eventually left Philly. He's in Miami, and I think he's worn out his welcome there. It's only a matter of time. Where's Jimmy Butler playing next year? Lakers? Going back to Philly? Where's he going to go?
Yeah, who knows?
It sucks to see, but Pat Riley, as you could tell, does not suffer fools.
No.
He just doesn't. He does not suffer fools. Man, he ain't playing that game. If you're going to talk it, play. He also took a shot at Tyler Hero, too, yesterday. Pat Riley said, love him if he plays. He doesn't play enough.
Mm-hmm.
He's always hurt.
Well, on top of that, it wasn't as ferocious, I suppose, is what Pat Riley said, but Mike Malone after the game did mention something. And I think this is what the series is about now. You and me both acknowledge, Vic. I think you agreed with me on this, right? The team is capable of coming back. This series is not over yet. We've seen them come back from worse things. They were down 3-1 before, twice, and they came back in back-to-back series. This isn't over, but there's a certain level of if you had to lay money down on who's going to win this series and you didn't put it on Minnesota, you're just looking through some rose-colored glasses. But Mike Malone said this after the game, and this needs to be the mentality for the Nuggets from here on out.
Not dropping your head, keep your head held high, and at least no matter what happens, walk off the court knowing you gave you everything you had. And a loss like this is tough. You feel embarrassed, you feel exposed. So what are you going to do about it? That's my biggest thing. What are you going to do about it? Look yourself in the mirror, have the balls, have the courage to look yourself in the mirror, say, I did not do my job tonight. And be better next game. That's all I can ask of them.
So there's two things to this, Vic. Number one is, for everybody who's asking for coaching adjustments, this is his adjustment, and I don't think he's wrong here. The starting five is what we got, guys. Like, this is what makes us championship caliber. There's no saving grace coming off the bench, and that's going to flip things up. You got to look yourself in the mirror and say, if it's going to be a physical series like this, are you up to the task or not? And to take this back to the very beginning of the show, it's what pissed me off this morning. It's why when anybody was coming in here talking about refs, I'm like, save it for another show. It's not going to, well, at least not for me. It's not going to happen with me. Because the refs, did they miss some calls? Sure.
Yep.
But they were pretty consistent on both sides about just letting the guys play. And one team took advantage of that and the other team did not. And so It was a mentality thing for me. The reason why I'm so angry this morning, and probably as angry as any Nuggets game since I've been here a little over 5 years, it's because I never thought I would see the game, Vic, where they get out-physicaled and manhandled like that, ever.
Sure. The reason you're angry is because some Nuggets fans are doing what Lakers fans did last year. They're looking for excuses.
Yeah.
They're looking for excuses, and I refuse to give them any excuses, nor does their coach. Nor do them. I guarantee they themselves are not sitting in the room saying, man, we got screw jobbied by the refs. I mean, there were some calls that obviously you raise your eyebrows. Get it. But overall, man, the whistle works both ways. Don't let Anthony Edwards go unencumbered to the rim. Don't let him do it. Just like they don't let Jamal Murray bring the ball up the court without 3 or 4 guys hounding him. Don't try to go around them. That's what the Nuggets are doing. They're trying to go around the Wolves. The Wolves are going through the Nuggets.
I think that's the best way to put it, Vic. That's absolutely right. The Wolves are taking it right at you, and you're trying to find a way to, like, tiptoe around the situation. You have to go through it. And there's a few things that were just kind of a microcosm of what I thought the issue was last night. One of them was the heat pad throw from Jamal, which I thought was incredibly stupid. And you don't think he's going to get suspended, Vic? I think there's at least...
No, he'll get fined. No suspension. He didn't get ejected. Had he gotten ejected and it escalated, had somebody gotten hurt perhaps, and I know that's a result and not a I don't think any suspension is looming here. This is going to be a fine.
Which fine, but what I'm saying is what really upset me about this, number one, it's incredibly dumb for you to do that, especially with your own guys on the floor, by the way. Like, what if Jokic stepped on it and tweaked an ankle or something like that? Who knows? But secondly, the anger was misdirected last night. Like, that was deep into, when was that? Was that the third quarter, late second quarter, whenever that was? No more looking to the refs for anything. This is the way the game's being played tonight. You take that anger towards the opposing team, not the refs. Yeah. It became very clear like 6 minutes in when Jamal gets run over by Karl Anthony Towns, and it was a charge, but it wasn't called. Fine. Malone screams off the bench, gets directly in the face of the ref, where any other game he's getting not teed up, he's getting tossed immediately for that. They didn't. And I don't think that's because the refs knew they were wrong. I think the refs were saying, we're playing big boy basketball today. That's what's going on.
You know, when Cat ran over Jamal, and it happened early in the game, it was still a close game. Yeah. It was still a game where you're like, okay, let's get going. And then they completely unraveled after that. Usually those moments when the coach comes out looking for a technical foul, and that's exactly what Malone wanted, he was like, please tee me up. Please, Mark Davis, tee me up. And Mark Davis refused to do it because Mark Davis deep down knew that he blew the call. He knew it. So he refused to tee up Michael Malone. But it actually went against the Nuggets there because that's when Minnesota made a run. They start the second quarter on an 18-3 run. 18-3. So usually the opposite happens. Usually the coach loses his head, gets teed up, team rallies around it. Very rarely do you see the opposite. And there you have a 61-35 lead at halftime. Again, I don't remember. Help me out, Nuggets fans. You tell me. In games in which included Nikola Jokic, Michael Porter Jr., and Jamal Murray, where they all played, all right? When's the last time all three of them were in single digits at halftime?
I don't know if that's
Not a single
ever
double
happened.
digit.
I don't think it's ever happened.
I don't think it's ever happened.
It's just basketball.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Well, Texture says, why aren't you guys talking about the turnovers and points off turnovers? This was the difference in the game, because I can take that back to something that we just talked about, which was
physicality was a difference in the game.
Physicality. Like, you got the ball turned over because you weren't physical enough. You did not match the intensity of the game that Minnesota was bringing.
Again, it's one thing. The Nuggets didn't miss shots. They couldn't even get to shots. Think about that for a second.
Yeah.
It's one thing missing shots. We've seen that a lot. You couldn't even step into one. They were harassing and haranguing you.
The fact that you couldn't even get into your offense was it was like I was watching a different basketball team last night. It really was. Because the Nuggets offense is predicated off the idea of whether we're making shots or not, we can get to a spot where we get a bucket, right? So maybe you're not making threes, but we can find something in the post. We can find a lob to AG. We can find a Jamal mid-range jumper. And none of that was available because by the time you actually had time to maybe look at the hoop, there was 7 seconds left on the shot clock.
I guess my retort would be this. It's a simple message to the Nuggets. You see what they're doing to Jamal when he's bringing the ball up the court. What are they doing to Jamal? Answer the question for me.
Harassing him.
How are they harassing him?
They got some guy guarding him full court, and they'll bring, if he tries to take it up the sideline, they're going to bring another guy at him and force the ball out of his hands.
So what are the Nuggets doing to Conley? Will bring the ball up, and so will Ant. What are they doing with him when they bring the ball up?
Say that again, sorry?
When Mike Conley brings the ball up for Minnesota, do the same thing to him.
They let him get in the half court. They let him get the half court offense, and they just run their offense
Anthony
after
Edwards trots up, do the same thing.
Yep. I totally agree with you. Like, and that's that intensity and physicality factor that, when Malone said that in the post game, I mean, that's a challenge, right? It's like game 3, we got a few days off, and I mentioned this before, but I hated the idea of game 2 and game 3 being so far apart, but thank God it is.
I love it now.
Because they need a couple of days just to reset.
Hey, do me a favor, Marty. Cue up the last soundbite from Coach Malone's press conference last night. The very last thing he said, because I thought his final message, and I know that he'll have a different message for his players, and he has had messages, but I like this because one thing you need to know, nothing will change what the Nuggets gave us last year. I don't care how this year ends up. I don't care. We live in the moment. We're clearly upset. I get it. But nothing will change what they gave us. That same team exists in there somewhere. It's in there somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
That same attitude, that same approach, that same fight, it's in there. Now, they haven't shown us any of that in these playoffs, but it's in there. How do you get to it? How do you unearth it? How do you probe to that point where you see that team again? Listen to his final comments.
Did not go our way, which is unfortunate. But that's my job, kids. You know what? I'm going to fight for my guys, and I think I got to fight even more for them. That team over there in Minnesota, you have to give them credit. They're a very good team, and they came in here, won 2 games, and tonight they ran us off the floor. And so I just ask our fans to stay with us. I know tonight was not a pretty sight. And, I know there are some boos out there, and I understand that because we didn't play anywhere close to the level that we've come to expect from this team. But stay with us. Believe in us. We've done a lot of good things.
And I think that is, listen, man, I'm going to give you my own interpretation. I'm going to stay with you. You've earned it. You won a championship, baby. You've earned my respect. You've earned my trust. I'm going to stay with you. Now, I'm also going to boo you when you deserve it because I think a good fan can be critical at times and can understand when the moment needs to be critical. That's what a good fan does. A good fan doesn't just sit there as a cheerleader the entire. That's not my version of a fan. I don't know how you fan, Brett, but that's not what I think a good fan is. A good fan is one that understands the moment, when to be critical, when to shower them with love. They're down 0-2 and they embarrassed themselves on their own floor last night. Those boos that rained down. Do you have any problem with those boos?
No.
I have no problem whatsoever.
None at all.
None.
Like you expect, and this is, look, I know we've said this before. Expectations are a privilege, okay? It is a good thing to have expectations for your basketball team, hockey team, football team, baseball team, whatever it is. It's good because it means that they're a good team. And so when they put together a game like that, I think it's perfectly fine for a fan to say, I find this unacceptable. Totally fine. Because I think everybody in that room would say the same thing. Yeah. That was unacceptable last night.
Here's one message I would love to relay for those wondering why it's so vital to stay on top of your game. We talk about windows of opportunity, right? And the Nuggets are in the championship window. They already have one notched on the belt. How many can they win? And we made assumptions. Oh, this could be a dynasty. This could win. They can win 3 out of 4. They can win 4 out of 5. We have no idea how long windows can last. Windows can shut just as quickly as they open. I look at this Minnesota team. They're not going anywhere. They're going to get better next year. They're going to be better. Anthony Edwards is going to be a year older and better. Oklahoma City, the youngest team in the league. They're going to be better next year. And they won the division in the conference. They're going to be better. So for the Denver Nuggets, as much as we love them and we admire what they've done, you cannot rest on what you've done. You have to get better.
Yeah. They're especially capitalizing on one thing, Vic, that the Nuggets capitalized on last year, that they had a little bit more money to play with. Anthony Edwards is still on that rookie contract. I think this is the last year of that rookie deal before that max kicks in. So they're trying to use every piece of ammo that they have to throw everything at every team that they're going to face this postseason. And they've done a great job of filling out the role guys. Like, I can't stop thinking about Monte Morris is barely on the floor for them. Vic, he's getting at least 15 minutes a night with the Nuggets right now, right?
Of course he is. He's going to be a critical player with
And
the
he's
Nuggets.
barely playing.
But see, that's what the Minnesota Timberwolves have because of the structure of those contracts. They have a deeper roster.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you get stuck with 3 max deals, which they don't have, when you get stuck with 3 max deals, it limits what you can do. It really does. So these windows, we think they're long. They're not really that long. You got to be lucky.
Well, and that's why when everybody's talking about why isn't the discussion about making adjustments for Michael Malone, my question is, what adjustment would you like to make? What's the difference there other than, like, this to me is the main thing. Number 1, different attitude. Number 2, Jamal, if he's 3 of 18 from the floor, you lose. Like, Jamal started the game, what was it, Vic? 0 of 8 from the field?
Yeah.
And again, I don't want to beat up on the guy too bad because I know he's dealing with an injury, but these are facts. Like, if he plays that way, you aren't beating this team.
What encapsulated his night, emblematic of his night, was in the second half when he had what looked to be an open path to the rim, and he was going to rock it, and he lost the ball halfway up. And you're like, okay. Remember that?
Yep.
The ball it was almost like LeBron when he tried to dunk here and he lost the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Same deal. And that was his night. And I feel for Jamal because he's a warrior. He's a competitor. That dude, I'll take him on my team any day of the week. But he's in one right now. I likened it to, you got a flat tire and that calf, you could say what you want. You got a flat tire and you have one of those little small spares on it, and there's only so fast you can go.
Yeah. And look, we know what he's dealing with, but you can either play through it or you can't, right?
Or you don't play.
Right. Because if this is going to be what you get, this isn't helping anybody. And again, with Reggie leaving the game with, he couldn't even walk on that foot as he was going to the locker room. I don't know what the backup situation would look like, but he's got to find something.
They don't have a backup situation.
Well, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, he's got to find something in Game 3 for you to get a shot. And look, if you win Game 3 in Minnesota, then you know what? You're right back in the series and all bets are off. Who knows? But, God, if you thought Game 2 was must-win, just wait till Friday. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. You can always talk to us via Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app. You can send a message directly to Marty, and that is powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. 303-504-0925. Back after this. All right. 303-504-0925, Champ Mazda text line.
Hey, they just listed the Hart Memorial Trophy finalists, by the way. So MVP for Nikola Jokic should come wrap tomorrow night, barring some crazy circumstances. He should win. Hart finalists, Nathan McKinnon, of course, Nikita Kucherov, and Connor McDavid in his teeth.
Correct. God, I think Nate's got to win it this time. He has to, right?
Well, we thought he was going to win it, what was it, 3 years ago? We thought he was going to win it then.
Well, I'll say something that I said about a month ago to steal a line from Sixers fans about Embiid. It's his turn. It's Nate's turn. He was the best in the world this year in 5-on-5 points, okay? Led the league in 5-on-5 points. I don't think there's any better indication at your level as a player than that, right? And the fact that he finished the year with 140 points, he set an all-time franchise record, whether it's the Avs or it's the Nordiques, didn't matter. And he's continuing this level of play. I know it doesn't matter what you do in the postseason, but he's still continuing to play at this kind of level. I mean, it's gotta be. It's gotta be his this year. Has to.
You told me it was my turn. It's my turn.
My turn. So does it say when it gets announced?
That's going to be after the season. The NHL handles it differently than the NBA. But
I always get confused because the Norris was giving them a car in the middle of the year or the middle of the postseason. That's because they were off on the schedule, and
it just these awards don't hit as hard when the team, like for Joker winning the MVP. It just, man.
Yeah, if they were up 2-0 right now, then it would be cool. It doesn't feel like as great.
It just feels awkward.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
I mean, it shouldn't. In the grand scheme of things, it's a regular season award. It's based on the regular season. Playoffs have nothing to do with it. But I can't help but feel awkward about it.
Well, yeah, because the overall feeling right now, like you said it, Vic, they can't get swept. I mean, this is the defending champs. They can't get swept in this series, and I'm expecting them to go to Minnesota and get a split somehow, some way. That is what I am expecting from them because they're good enough to do so. But when it comes to the Avs, you have Nathan McKinnon, who is a official finalist for this Hart Trophy, and I think that he's going to win this overall. But they got game one tonight against the Dallas Stars, and Dallas poses a different issue than what Winnipeg did. Their blue line is better than what the Jets are, and they will have not an easier time, but they will have, I guess, more of a game plan and more of the talent to kind of make up for what the Avs can do offensively. And to me, it's the same thing as it was for the Winnipeg series. Goals are going to be a premium. As long as you can keep throwing them in the net, you're going to have a shot to win. I don't want to put a full-fledged trust in, like if this is a low-scoring series, if this is the one that Dallas just played in Vegas where the final scores are 2-1, 3-2, that kind of stuff, I don't feel good about what the Avs' chances are going to be. It's got to feel a little bit more. It doesn't have to be the same extent as what Winnipeg was, but it's got to feel a little bit more like that.
Hey, whatever happens tonight, I'm telling you that week off was a good thing. All right, so don't blame it on the week off. I don't want to hear this. I don't want to hear about rust. I think a week off is good for the Avs. When you're dealing with a playoff run and these injuries that come with a playoff run, everybody remembers what happened after the Stanley Cup victory. Everybody coming out with this and that. They're all dealing with something. So having that week off is great. Who knows? Maybe Mikko was dealing with something. Mikko played below expectation, right? Maybe it was something.
Well, isn't
that week off helps him?
Isn't that almost nice to have in your back pocket? Because I think we can all acknowledge, I know that he got a couple it was game 5, right, where he got a couple of goals. He didn't have a great series, and Mikko is 100% a giant part of this core of this team. If you were able to do that without Mikko being on his A game maybe in that first round, well, then hopefully you get a nice little boon here for the second round that he comes back to his regular form.
Exactly. That's the thing about the Avs is, I mean, they're A players, played like A players, but they got more. There's more in the tank.
Yeah. and the contributions that you got, I can't say enough about, obviously Val and Lehkonen and guys like that, but I thought Trennan played great in that opening round series against Winnipeg. Some of those guys that are on the bottom six, between him and, like a Ross Colton, what they are bringing to the table, where, we talk about depth all the time when it comes to the Nuggets, and they don't have all that much. I think that the Avs have that sort of depth that you need to make a really deep run and possibly hoist the Stanley Cup at the end of it. But it all starts with your dudes up front. Starts with them first. And if they can get a handle on the game and you can kind of play with your ears pinned back, then it's going to make it all the much better. But between their ability to score and if Georgiev can give you what he gave you in games 2 through 5, where he wasn't perfect, he wasn't great. The defense wasn't perfect. It wasn't great, but it was good. And good is enough.
How about all the connections between these teams? It reminds me a lot. This Dallas Avs series has a lot of similarities to the Nuggets-Wolves series. In Nuggets-Wolves, you have all these interwoven relationships, right? Conley used to be here. Ryan Saunders used to coach Minnesota. Monte Morris used to play here. You got Chris Finch, who used to coach here.
Shane.
Exactly. The Avs and Stars have a similar background. I mean, Nichushkin was a star. Nichushkin was a star, and now he's an Av. And the Avs picked him and took him to a place he's never been. Duchesne ends up there. You're so right. And then you got the Parise and the Suitors, who were both teammates in Minnesota, and they're on opposite sides now in their older age, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are so many relationships that are formed on the ice, and by the time the puck drops tonight, none of that matters because they want to cut each other's eyes out. But that's hockey.
Dude, by the way, again, I didn't know what to expect out of Parise when they got him when they did, when he was just kind of signed off the couch. God, did he matter in that first round, though. He was such an impact guy, high impact guy.
Darn right he did.
And I know he's going to be, look, this is his last run. He already said, I'm hanging him up after this. So he's going to go, pedal to the metal for this entire playoff run. And they need every bit of help that they can get. And I think this is a chance for a little bit of payback with the way that the season ended.
Yeah, let's not forget Kiviranta, who had a big role in 2020 when Dallas knocked out the Avs in that Game 7.
What the holy
Yeah. He's the guy who
Mosier.
scored like 30 seconds after the Avs did to take the lead, and then they sent it to overtime. He's the guy that sent it to overtime.
That is, I mean, I don't know if it's the most played, but Marty, that's got to be like top 3 most played clips on the show, and it's because Kiviranta did it.
Do you remember that? Was that the play in which the Avs won the faceoff, and it went between whose skates? The puck went between somebody's skates.
I can't remember the exact play-by-play. All I know is the Avs just scored. And so they were taking a face-off immediately afterwards. And so that was when Moj and the Altitude folks were doing the live stream on YouTube, I think is what it was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so Moj was yelling, yay, yay, and he went out into the hallway. And then if it's the full clip, Marty, doesn't he go, oh, no, oh, no, oh, no.
Yeah.
And then Kiviranta scores, and he yells, thinking that for some reason in the hallway, his screaming voice won't pick up on a microphone somewhere.
Oh my God! Oh no! 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 Jesus God, no! What the holy?
Mosier.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Kadri turned it over. That's what happened. Kadri turned it over.
That's right.
And then the next thing you know, it's in the back of the net. Then the kid for Dallas scores in overtime. Yeah. You know, there's a long history with Dallas, and it goes back a couple decades. That's what makes this series intriguing, man.
Yep.
Dallas.
Game 1 tonight right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So, couple of things here before we move along. I wanted to pass this information over to Marty. We were sent this from on Twitter. And I don't know if you know this story, Marty. Jerry Rosburg, who you do not like, for whatever reason.
For no apparent reason. I mean, it's just a.
Marty has his list, and
I've never understood that.
Rosberg actually, I think, started the list and has not left since. He's maybe the only guy on that list that has not vacillated between that and thin ice.
I'll say this: he knows why.
I mean, it's not. It's sort of like not liking Santa Claus for no reason whatsoever. I mean, Rob Rosberg is. What did he do to you, Jerry Rosberg?
We all know that Marty is going to be rooting for the Avs regardless of this. So here's the list right now. So the list is Draymond Green, Kendrick Perkins, Jordan Binnington, Cam Payne, Yusuf Nurkic, Rudy Gobert, Grayson Allen, Jerry Rosberg, Anthony Rendon, and Chris Mannix. That is the 10. Now, there's a whole bunch
of member of the media on the list. That's hilarious.
There's a whole bunch of things that are in thin ice. I say things because they aren't just people. Like the apron rule is on here. We have Texture 7872. We have
city of Philadelphia.
The city of Philadelphia. We have bird rights. Like there's a whole bunch of stuff on this list.
What about pickleball?
I'm gonna problem pickleball.
But Marty, because Rosberg is like your A1 of this list, and I know you're rooting for the Avs anyway, but just a little extra fuel for you. Did you see this story? Headline on BaltimoreRavens.com. Jerry Rosberg's son has signed an NHL contract.
Really?
Do you know who with?
Yeah, I do.
The Dallas Stars. So just give you a little extra fuel, Marty.
He doesn't play, but he's on the team, which is enough.
Correct.
I don't even have to see his face. I already know what I want to do with it.
I want you to Google, his name is Jared. Jerad, which is
a great
name.
They
flipped the vowels around there. Jerad. Jared.
Classic Rosberg.
So I want you to
think.
I want you to pull up the picture and I want you to see his face and I want you to tell me.
It's a 10 on the punchable scale.
Well, pull it up for us. Put it back here. Let us all see it.
So that eclipses Jamie Benn, Joe Pavelski. This is your new punchable face for the Dallas Stars organization. Poor
What
Jerry
a ridiculous
Rosberg's
way to
son.
spell Jared.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, it looks like a typo. So there you go. That's your new enemy.
Not doing the hair. Sorry.
I think
It's
the
a
hair
lot
looks
of hair.
good.
It's a lot.
You would.
I'm telling you, Marty and his hatred for Jerry Rosberg is unrivaled.
But
I've
it's
never
a
seen anything
random
like
hate.
it.
Yeah,
No,
it's
I know.
Useless hate. It's a waste of hate. You know, you waste your hate more than anybody I know.
It's a waste of hate.
It's a waste of hate.
You gotta. I mean, seriously, cherish your hate. It's like precious metal.
Which one?
Believe me, I have a whole list of hate.
Hold on a second. Which one of our hatreds is more unreasonable, I'll say? Is it Marty's hatred of Jerry Rosberg or my hatred of Sister Jean?
Well, yours is flat out dishonorable and sinful. I mean, seriously, it's sinful.
What am I? See, this is what I don't get. You aren't allowed to hate somebody just because they're a person of God?
Dude, you can't hate a poor 100-year-old nun for cheering for her team. That's
And
ridiculous.
to be fair, that turned into hatred of her, which was misdirected because it was really a hatred of the TV networks constantly showing her.
No, the smile on your face when you cashed that ticket up at Blackhawk, I'll never forget that for the rest of my life. I mean, I went to confession soon after.
Yeah, if you're new to this program, so I was sick and tired of seeing Sister Jean during, what the hell's the school called? Loyola something?
Loyola of Chicago.
I was sick and tired of seeing her every cutaway during
She was
that
getting
game.
the Taylor Swift treatment.
She was, and it was just too much for me. I was tired of it. And so Vic said, "Oh yeah, you hate her so much. Why don't you bet against him?" And I said, "Fine." I put $100 down on whoever the hell they were playing. I don't remember who it was. And you know what happened, Vic? What happened? Go ahead. What happened at the end of that?
You won.
I won. So all this stuff you're saying about me being a blasphemer and stuff like that, I don't think God would have allowed me to win that game if that were true.
I mean, poor old lady in a wheelchair with a blanket on her knees, and that's just shameful. Insulting.
So mine's worse?
Yes, yours is
I
worse.
would agree.
I mean,
yours is
and
worse.
Jerry Rosberg
She's
is
104. Give her a break.
Jerry Rosberg's an old man. I mean, what about that?
He doesn't have a blanket on his knees in a wheelchair.
I'm gonna win a few ball games.
Fine.
Just
How about
wait.
this? When Rosberg hits 104, I'll forgive him.
You let it go?
Just wait.
He can go down to thin ice after that.
Just wait till next year. He's going to have like a hip replacement, and his son's going to get called up to the Stars, and they're going to show him in a wheelchair with a blanket during the game, and Marty's going to be like, I hate that guy.
So which one don't you like? That guy over there. He's recovering right now.
Oh, such misplaced hate, man. I feel for you.
All right, 303-504-0925. Fact checker next. Circus Sports available right now in Colorado, and the Avs for tonight. Game 1 against the Stars. They are plus 109. A slight underdog in Game 1 versus the Dallas Stars. But you can find all the props. They're already up right now. For example, Cale Makar to score a goal. Plus 370. You can even bet the series price. Who wins the series? It's tight, but they got the Avs at minus 105. So you can see all of that for yourself on the brand new Circus Sports Colorado app, where they have all of that stuff front and center for you. So download the app or go to circusports.com, type moneyline splits, low holds, and amazing customer service. Circus Sports, download the app or circusports.com.
You're really ornery. Well, you know what? I have that problem too, Marty. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I don't care. Are you ready? Here we go. 3, 2, and 1. All right, let me get that stuff out of my ear. Hold on a second. I'm going to take this off. Here we go. 3, 2, and 1. Hey, sports fans, Vic Lombardi here. Next time you're at a game at Ball Arena and you wish to imbibe, stop by Section 112. First floor, at Ball, right of the escalators. Oh, wait, that's left of the escalators. Let me try that again. 3, 2, and 1. Hey, Nuggets fans. I can't say Nuggets. 3, 2, and 1. Hey, sports fans, Vic Lombardi here. Next time you're at Ball Arena for a game and you wish to imbibe and you don't want a beer, sort of like me, you want to chill, stop by Chillville, right next to Section 112. Your favorite flavor, strawberry, mango, pina colada. Your favorites are there. Strawberry, mango, pina colada. Oh my goodness, I tasted that on my lips and I was sold. Get it at Section 112. It's called Chillville, where every sip is a mini vacation. All right, you got that?
Just quickly here, Vic, I wonder if this does anything for you. So when the Nuggets went up, was it 2-0 on the Lakers? Is that when LeBron called out the refs when they blew the big 20-point lead? That was game 2, right?
Yeah.
So in doing so, LeBron was trying to appeal to the NBA to get more calls. That was the purpose of it. I don't think that LeBron was saying that's the reason that they lost, but it was a bad look for you to blow a 20-point lead like that and talk about the refs. And he was making an appeal saying, give us some more calls, essentially. Aaron Gordon, after the game, said they're hacking Joker. They've been doing it all year. I don't like him seeing hacked with no calls. Do the Nuggets feel like a team that can appeal to the NBA and get some of that? Or no? Marty, turn his mic on, please. Do they feel that way or not? Because I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I
think it's going to be tough to suddenly go from no calls in a game to getting all the calls. And plus you played those games at home where I think referees and officials, human nature dictates that you're going to get the benefit of the whistle at home. Now you got to go on the road.
Right.
Good luck.
Right.
Now you got to go on the road and get that benefit. This is nothing the officiating is going to fix. If people are looking for that quick fix on the whistle, it's not going to happen. You got to fix this yourself.
Yes, I agree with you.
You got to fix this yourself. You don't want, again, I cannot stress this enough, and it's easier said than done. Reggie Jackson described Anthony Edwards as a Hummer who can go 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. He's bigger than all guards. He's faster than all bigs. That's what he is. So it's easier said than done what I'm about to say. I couldn't do it. I don't know many that can. But my God, if he goes unimpeded to the rim for another easy layup and nobody touches him, that is driving me crazy. Because when I see Jamal Murray go to the rim, he's being touched all over the place.
Well, and look, the question is, what does that have to do with the offense? And I'll explain it to you. First of all, it can do a little mentality shift that you get a little bit more aggressive. Maybe you see more of that on the offensive side. But secondly, Vic, it's like you don't give easy buckets. Some guys hit the floor. Maybe it's a no call. Well, now you got a man advantage going the other way. You know what I mean? Like, I love playing against teams like the Lakers where they have a guy like AD who's on the floor all the time, because if he doesn't get the call at the rim, you're going 5-on-4 the other way.
Yeah.
And you should be able to get an easy bucket off that. I would have no issue if the Nuggets came out on Friday and started doing if you try and drive the lane, we're going to have some serious problems because I'm going to go up and I'm going to hammer you, or at least very, very aggressively contest it.
Listen, I don't want this Nuggets fan base to turn as entitled and petty and petulant as the Lakers fan base. Let Lakers fans be them that make excuses, that want entitlement, that blame it on refs, that blame the coach, that blame all that. Let them do that, because that's what they do best. They like to blame others. In fact, if you look at Twitter today, you'll find Lakers fans all over the place loving the Nuggets losing.
Sure.
Because that's what they are. That's who they are. They lack heart. They lack what you want, okay? If the T-Wolves do indeed defeat the Nuggets and get by the Nuggets in this round, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to tip my cap, and I'm going to pull for the T-Wolves to go as far as they can go. Don't be a Lakers fan. That's why Lakers fans are not wanted here.
There is, again, we started the show this way. I'll end it this way. I don't have anything to say about the refs. Nothing. It was a physical game last night. They allowed it to be called physically. By the way, if you do want to do some complaining about this, I'll just remind you that the T-Wolves had 20 fouls in that game to your 14, and the Nuggets attempted more free throws at the end of the game than the T-Wolves did. What I will tell you... Go ahead.
If you blame the officials, Brett Kane, if you blame the officials, you're one of those people that always has to have someone or something to blame.
Yes. And that was kind of my beef yesterday. I thought too many of the Nuggets were focused on the officiating and what wasn't being called, as opposed to, okay, this is the style of play that we're going with tonight. Let's match it. Because you know what Minnesota never did? Like, I don't remember a single possession, Vic, where Minnesota was like, waiting for a foul to be called. You had a couple of moments where Anthony Edwards went to the rim and he yelled "and one" or something like that.
Yeah, well, he raises his hands up. He's done that a couple times. He's like, "Where's the call? Where's the call? Where's the call?" He's done that.
But what I'm saying, Vic, is to the point you made earlier, they played to the style that was being officiated. They played that way. Doesn't mean that they didn't want a couple of foul calls here or there, but you said the Minnesota played through the Nuggets. The Nuggets tried to play around them, and I think that was the biggest problem.
Yep.
They were in a place where they weren't having shots fall, they weren't getting easy looks, and they still tried to tiptoe around the aggressive play as opposed to going right through it.
Brother, I'm going to Minnesota this Friday for that game. And that place is going to be insane.
Yes, it will be.
They're 6-0 in the playoffs, and they've blown out everybody in front of them. They've snowplowed everybody. They made a mockery of the Phoenix Suns, and they've embarrassed the defending champs. And Friday night in Minnie, it is going to be pure insanity.
Mm-hmm.
If the Nuggets can somehow overcome that insanity that we're about to see Friday night, the home crowd, the confidence, the swagger with which the Wolves are playing right now, if they can somehow overcome all of that, and I don't care if it's a buzzer beater, I don't care how you win, when you win, where you, if they can overcome it, then we got something.
If they can go out in Minnesota in Game 3 and get a win back, then they're 100% back
and
in
I
this
don't
series.
care how they do it.
Yeah.
By the way, for those of you saying, well, they got to do it to them. Now, you know what? The Nuggets are not designed this way. The Nuggets are never going to beat the Wolves the way the Wolves beat the Nuggets.
No.
That's not going to happen.
The Nuggets just need to get... They need to score. Like, I don't know how else to say it. They need to score.
What, 35 at the half ain't doing it for you?
I mean, was that the most unbelievable thing? That you had at halftime, you had 35 points for this basketball. They'll put 35 on somebody in a quarter.
Yeah.
The T-Wolves had 33 in that second quarter.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were almost outscored by them in the second quarter for what you did in the half. And then the game was away from you from there. But
So do you think the Nuggets can win in Minnie if they score 35 and a half?
I don't believe they can beat anybody scoring 35 and a half.
The only hope here is that, okay, the Nuggets can find an adjustment and Minnesota somehow gets way overconfident.
Yeah. Which, look, they're feeling themselves right now. They deserve to, by the way. They've kicked your butt 2 straight games. And I know the game was close late in the fourth quarter, tied with the 6 minutes left, whatever it was in game 1. They still controlled that game. They controlled it. We still haven't seen a full offensive effort from the Nuggets that I think is up to their standard yet. And I'm just hoping that they got...
We haven't seen one in the playoffs.
No, that's what I'm saying. The entire
Yeah.
postseason, we haven't seen one. I hope they got one in the holster for Game 3 because they're going to need it.
You tell me, in this playoff run, have the Nuggets played Nuggets basketball?
Nope, not once.
Even against the Lakers, I haven't seen Nuggets basketball. I've seen stretches of it.
And they were able to get away with the stretches or spurts of that sort of play against the Lakers. That's not going to work against this team. It's got to be a full 4 quarters. You can't give me like 14 minutes of really good offense and that being good enough. It's not going to happen. Not going to.
Hey, just remember something, though. Just remember. You can't hurt me. I got what I got last year.
Oh, I can be
I got
hurt.
something
Vic, I'm very hurt this morning.
You can't hurt me. I got something that I never thought possible.
That is not true at all. I am very hurt this morning. I'm angry.
I'm built different than you are. I'm built different. I got something last season that I never thought the Nuggets would give me. I got it.
That's
And
fine.
You can't take it.
That's fine.
So you can be upset. I'm upset. You could be irritated. I am. You could be annoyed, no doubt. But you can't take that away from me. Just remember that.
Quick fact checker.
Marty monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Okay, we have a classic one of will Vic get there? It's usually will Mosier get there, but this one is will Vic get there? Listen.
You feel helpless. And I'm sure there were times when Winnipeg, they're giving up 5-6 goals. Hellebuck looks like he looks like one of those goalies that shows up at 5 a.m. to buy ice time. Beer league
Could not
goalie.
think
of beer league. Could not think of beer league goalie.
You got there, though. It took you 12 seconds.
We were just looking at you like, Come on. I thought it might be another Titanic story coming my way. I thought that's what it might be.
Was that as long as Mosier when he said earlier today, I'm just going to take a couple moments to address my situation?
Oh, God, yeah.
And then 90 minutes later.
You always got to be aware of that stuff. I'm going to address this right now. It'll just be quick, and then 5 minutes
quick,
later,
and I'll get out of the way.
he went
Be
through
honest,
the actual how the surgery went down. You're like, okay, got it.
I know the Nuggets had a historic loss last night, but I know you're all wondering what's going on with me.
As soon as he said, let me get this out of the way very quickly because I know people are wondering. And then 45 minutes later, I was back.
Yep. All right. A huge game one tonight and what needs to serve as a palate cleanser after last night. Need the Avs to get a W for us. Game one in Dallas. Puck drop is scheduled for 7:30. We know what that means. It's probably going to be 7:45, 7:50, somewhere in there. But you can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5. A great chance here. Start this series on the road. Put yourself in the driver's seat with a win tonight. Give me a little upset.
Brett, you can't take it from me, dude. You can try.
I'm not trying to take it from you. But I did not feel any of that last year feeling this morning because I was angry.
But it's here. It's mine. Forever.
Hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Also the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moshe Lombardi, and Kane. Have a wonderful Tuesday. We will talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Go Wolves, go is the chant at Ball Arena.
This has a feeling of the Phoenix series 3 years ago, doesn't it?
Shot clock is turned off. We have 10 seconds left to go in Denver. The Nuggets get embarrassed on the homewood tonight. Timberwolves get up by as many as 32. There's the horn. And the Nuggets get rolled. Final for game number 2 of the Western Conference semifinals. Timberwolves win it going away, 106-80, and Denver is down 0-2 in the best-of-7 series.
React to the adversity of Monday night to get back on track so quickly, because from a condition standpoint, this team, this organization hasn't had these sort of issues in the past.
Yeah, but we're on to the Avalanche.
So do you think, you mentioned Tom's age at the draft.
We're on to the Avalanche.
Well, do you think having a 37-year-old...
We're on to the Avalanche. It's nothing about the past, nothing about the future. It's right now we're preparing to watch the Avalanche play the Dallas Stars in Game 1.
Yeah, that's right. We will get to the Avalanche in just a few minutes to take on the Stars in Game 1 of the Western Conference semifinals. But on the other side, on the hardwood of their own Western Conference semifinal, the Nuggets get hammered, get embarrassed, run off their own home court. 106-80 is the final in Game 2 as they now face a 2-0 deficit and head over to Minnesota on Friday for Game 3 of their second-round series against the Timberwolves. Quite honestly, an embarrassing effort last night as we welcome you into Dempsey & Company. I'm your host, Alex Ryanemi. You guys know me better as Raj, joined as always by Josh Grismer and Steve Nelson, super producer behind the glass. The namesake of the program, he's Christopher A. Dempsey. Demps, what the hell did we get forced to watch and sit through last night?
You know, what's interesting is listening to that open and Scotty saying this feels like the Phoenix series a couple of seasons ago. Yeah, it does. It does through 2 games. And, you know, that Phoenix series was notable because there was no Jamal Murray. We'll just leave all your jokes out there at the door. And the Suns were just much better in that series, just a much better basketball team than the Nuggets were. It feels like that because yesterday's game made you feel as if there really aren't adjustments to be made that can get the Nuggets back into this series. I don't believe that because I think that particular Nuggets team a couple of seasons ago was actually much worse than the Phoenix Suns. I mean, that just is what it is. And I do not believe that they're much worse than the Minnesota Timberwolves, but they have played much worse. And what we witnessed yesterday, Raj, quite simply, was a masterclass in how to play defensive basketball. If you're a high school coach or a college coach, you should just cut that entire game and all the Minnesota Timberwolves film and show that to your team, because that is how you play defense for 48 minutes with effort, with smarts, with attention to detail, with great scheme. You need all of those things in the playoffs, and what Minnesota put on the court yesterday was exactly that. And so I just think that before I get super specific with anything, the 30,000-foot view here for the Nuggets, to me, is you first and foremost have to play the entirety of a basketball game, meeting the intensity and energy level that the Minnesota Timberwolves are putting on the court, because it is far exceeding what the Nuggets are putting on the court. And once you start there, now the detail items start to come into play and you can make adjustments that you need to be able to get through that. But they're just not playing with the physicality and the intensity that you need.
Right. It's matching the intensity of your opponent. But the one thing that killed me last night was you didn't match the intensity of the game. You didn't match how the game was being refereed early. Right? You knew exactly what was going on in that game 5 minutes into the first quarter. It was prison rules basketball, which, listen, sign me up. Like, fewer whistles. I'm all for that. All for it. I love that type of game, especially in the playoffs where you can be physical, you can show off the athleticism while still being a physical sport, which I think has been taken out of the NBA as the years have gone by, right? Like it's not the same bad boys days of the Pistons like Scotty played in, right? It's getting, for lack of a better term, softer as the years go by, although more skilled, more athletic as those decades come through. The referees showed you what the game was last night. It was, you can go through bodies and not be called for anything on the offensive side. You can stand up and go straight up with a player at the rim on the defensive side and not get called for a foul. You're not going to get called for these little ticky-tack reaches in the lane either. And Denver didn't step up to the plate. They just simply didn't want to have any piece of it, that's the biggest issue for me, is that it didn't sneak up on them. But the league showed you what the game was going to be officiated, or how the game was going to be officiated. And you decided, for one reason or another, because you were injured or because you're out of steam, you didn't have the energy, you didn't have the jump, you don't have the depth, you decided not to answer that bell. And that's the biggest point of concern for me.
Well, and you got frustrated, right? And you let your emotions...
You threw a tantrum.
Well, yeah.
Jamal Murray threw a tantrum.
And I got to tell you, Raj, when I woke up this morning, there was not a lot of thought in my head in terms of would he even be available for game 3, but now there is.
I think he's going to get fined. I don't think he's going to get
based on what precedent? We have never seen a player throw things onto the court during the actual game. And, there are rules against this. Obviously, when a player would throw something in the stands, you probably would be suspended for the next game. But the game was actively being played when Jamal threw the heat pack onto the floor. And then the game was actively being played when he threw a towel that almost made it to the floor. And I think maybe that might be a fine, but maybe that might be more than a fine. And I seriously, like, I am saying this with the most seriousness I can say it. This is a 50-50 proposition, because had they seen that, the referees turned around and they didn't know who threw what. And because of that, they couldn't really assess any punishment at the time. Had they known that was Jamal Murray throwing something on he probably would have been ejected from the game.
See, and that's the reason why I think that, because he doesn't get ejected from the game, he doesn't get teed up in that situation.
But only because the refs didn't see it.
I wonder if they're just going to give him as big a fine as they possibly can, allow him to play in game 3. He doesn't have a history of being suspended. Right? No, he's only been kicked out of 2 games in his career. The last time happened in 2021 with that Timmy Hardaway incident.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, he's never been suspended. So I suppose the league would look at that and just be like, well, yeah, he's injured, frustrated. I don't know if we can take this guy out of the lineup, but I don't know. Maybe it's a spark that the Nuggets need, but then you look at the point guard depth, right? That's the other big thing here, is that the Nuggets didn't answer the bell in terms of physicality and intensity in game 2. They could have won game 1. Had Naz Reid not gone off and gone nuclear in the fourth quarter, this could be a 1-1 series. So I'm not going to talk about game 1 and be like, yeah, they didn't show up for 2 straight games. No, they simply didn't show up for last night's game. Minnesota had a jump in their step without having Rudy Gobert because, well, the winds that's forcing all of us to not sleep through the last 3 nights here in Denver. Rudy can't get on a flight after seeing the birth of his child, and he has to sit down. You lose the defensive player of the year, and you show up with your best defensive effort on the season, bar none. It sparked Minnesota. Maybe that's something that would spark Denver in game 3 on Friday if Jamal gets sussed, but you don't have a backup point guard.
And even as bad as he shot the ball,
Reggie might not even be available to you.
Yeah, because he's injured. But Raj, even if he's as bad as he's shooting the basketball, if he's not available to you on Friday, well, then we can just say goodnight to the series. We can do that. And so at the very least, he's put himself in great jeopardy of not being available for game 3. And that is, when you part. It's one thing to be very frustrated about what's happening on the basketball court. And let's just be honest, outside of 2 game winners, Jamal Murray has had a really bad shooting playoffs, the entirety of the playoffs. And that's got to be frustrating to him. Playing on a calf that is not healthy has to be frustrating to him. because when you watch him on the film, when you watch him you don't have to watch film. You just watch the game in real time. But when you go back and watch it, it's not that an injury sometimes takes you from let's say a 90% down to 60%. If it takes you from 90% down to 80%, now you have players, and it's just like a half step, right? Just a half step. Now, the players that couldn't stay in front of you, the players that you were getting that shoulder by and getting right to your spot and getting that shot off, just that extra little lift, that extra little quickness, you don't have that anymore. And that allows more players to be able to stay in front of you, more players to be able to block your shot, more players to be able to just make life miserable for you. And it is a frustrating thing. And I think this is the universe that Jamal Murray is living in right now. And you could see it. He is yelling at the refs, almost bumped one on the way off the court in the first quarter. Obviously, he's throwing things. He's very irritated all the time. He's not talking to media. This is very frustrating experience for him. But for him and for this basketball team, they got to get it together, because my assessment after game one was I didn't see anything on film rewatching that game that they couldn't overcome. Game two, they looked like the worst team. Like these two teams didn't finish tied in first place in their own division.
Without a doubt.
They looked like they were fourth or something. And I just don't, I don't think that the Nuggets are this basketball team, but they have to have answers. And right now they don't have answers. And if Jamal Murray is not available for Friday, then it's just going to be that much tougher.
Murray is shooting 10% below his playoff average from 2. He is shooting 12% below his playoff average from 3. And this is a guy who won you 2 games almost single-handedly in the first round. The guy is shooting 28% from 3 when he can't show up. When you're starting 5 combines for 57 points, you're not going to win the game against anyone in the postseason, let alone a Wolves team that looks this dominant.
They scored 80 after scoring 96 or 99.
36 in the first half, Chris. That's a high school JV score. Not JV. That's a high school varsity score at half.
It's just
in the NBA.
It's just that when the Nuggets grew into this version of their offensive selves, which is every single year being in the top 3 in field goal percentage, every single year being let's call it top half, because they're not a super high scoring team in this league, in points per game, all of the offensive efficiency metrics, they are one of the best offensive teams in the NBA, and there's nobody that has made them look like this. And that is a total credit to Minnesota. There's so many examples. I mean, we'll get into them later, but the Nuggets need to just meet the moment here first with their attitude, and once they do that, I think things have a chance to fall into a better place for them.
Join us at 303-504-0925 on the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Text in your favorite 2K songs, 90s and 2000s tunes. Nelly will play those throughout the day. You can also watch us twitch.tv/altitude-SR on the Safeway Twitch stream. Save big this Mother's Day at Safeway. Celebrate mom with fresh cut flowers and chocolate dipped strawberries. Shop in-store on the Safeway app to discover great deals as I fall over myself. John Mitchell will join us at 10:45 to talk about the Avs and the Dallas Stars. We'll continue talking about a trouncing last night. T-Wolves 106, Nuggets 80. They're down 2-0 in the West semifinals.
As far as Jamal and Nicole, yeah, obviously, 9 years, 8 years, been through a lot. And, hopefully those guys can help in terms of leading the charge and rallying the troops, not dropping your head, keep your head held high. And at least no matter what happens, walk off the court knowing you gave you everything you had. And, a loss like this is tough. You feel embarrassed, you feel exposed. So what are you going to do about it? That's my biggest thing. What are you going to do about it? Look yourself in the mirror, have the balls, have the courage to look yourself in the mirror, say, I did not do my job tonight. And be better next game. That's all I can ask of them.
One positive I'll take out of last night's butt kicking, 106-80 in Game 2. Denver now down 2-0 in their second round matchup against the Minnesota Timberwolves. They'll take on those T-Wolves Friday evening. I believe it's a 8 p.m. start, 7:30 p.m. start.
Sorry, 7:30, yeah.
7:30 p.m. start there on Friday. So a few days off. Hopefully you can get healthy. The one positive I'll take out of this is after getting your butts handed to you in Game 2 and being down 2-0, after 7 games now of mediocre basketball at best, right? Find me a game where they played great. You can't over these 7 games dating back to the Lakers series. Now, you got rid of the Lakers in 5 games. Big whoop. That's awesome. Had some fun last-second shots from Jamal. That's all fine and dandy. But you have not looked like the Nuggets of years past. You're going to learn real quick on Friday whether or not this team has the juice to win a championship. And if they can come out and start off early and often and physical, I think they'll have answered a big-time question of, does this team have what it takes to win multiple championships? Now, if they don't and they fold like a cheap chair like they did last night, you'll be looking into the offseason of like, oh crap, what do we do? We actually need to go out and make some moves in the offseason. Last year, they didn't really do that, right? Did they have the opportunity to do it in the offseason last year? You could argue no. But you need wing presence. You need better defending. You need more consistent three-point shooting, unless this starting 5 becomes what they were for the majority of the regular season. It should be exciting to see. You're finally going to learn. Like, this is where the rubber meets the road.
Yeah, it's yeah, I'm wondering. I'm trying to think of what we might see on Friday.
Do they have the balls to take it from coach?
Well,
you're going to learn.
Yeah, and look, it's a tougher task because look, the Lakers tried to get physical, and they were physical with a few of the players in that series, but they're just not good enough to be able to make that hold up. So the Nuggets could actively not be playing their best as a basketball team and still win a series like that. But now you're also still in a bad offensive space. I mean, this is through 7 games what they have shot in the postseason. 44%, that's terrible. 32% from 3, that's terrible. Those numbers, they're more available to you to improve if the team that you are facing isn't the number 1 defensive team in the NBA. And so not only are you in a space where you are not shooting the ball very well at all, even if there's no hands in your face, but now there's always hands in your face, and there's always bodies everywhere. I mean, the Timberwolves, even Naz Reid's defense on Jamal Murray alone. I mean, Jamal couldn't get around him, and a couple of times there were a couple of block shots, but he was kind of flying around everywhere. Minnesota
That's the issue, though, getting around Naz Reid. Like Minnesota, and I heard Brett and Vic say this, and I don't think I can put it any better. Minnesota went through you. Denver never tried to go through Minnesota last night. All it was dribble around, turn around.
Everybody,
no doubt, and that's what started off this game was Michael Malone losing his mind in the first quarter, and normally that gets the team going. They shrunk after that.
Well, they all lost their mind after that, right? I mean, it was
KCP was down on the floor. We didn't realize that at the time,
right?
And what I told you, I was down in the VOM with him. In the VOMs are the little corner spots, like in the annals of the arena. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope is in serious pain,
and his
right hip's an issue.
Yeah, and he's your best perimeter defender, and he's got to guard Anthony Edwards. I get that. It's there are a lot of little things that can lead you to, oh boy, that's happening. That's the road that it appears to be on. I would love to see a little more detail out of, just the dial in. Like, look, for instance, there was a play in the first quarter. It was a play in the first quarter. Cat ends up getting a layup, a baseline layup. But the Minnesota Timberwolves understand is that the Nuggets are switching a lot of stuff, especially off ball, especially on the perimeter. So they're getting the ball up the court, and it's about 6.5 minutes in the first quarter. And they're walking the ball up the court. It's I believe it's Mike Conley with the ball at the time, and no, I'm sorry, it's Anthony Edwards with the ball, and Mike Conley goes and screens Aaron Gordon's man. Aaron Gordon's guarding Cat. Jamal Murray's guarding Mike Conley. They just switched that straight away, which Minnesota knew they were going to do. That's what they wanted Cat on Jamal. So all it took was a simple brush screen. Nuggets switched that immediately. Cat clears out to the corner. Kyle Anderson, who's now kind of under the rim, or he starts out at the angle 3, goes under the rim, comes back up to set a screen for Anthony Edwards, kind of near the top of the kick, basically kind of in the middle of the court, but he sets it sideline side so that now Anthony Edwards is coming off this screen off the right toward the sideline, toward the corner where Karl-Anthony Towns is. But because he's Anthony Edwards, that is going to take Jamal Murray a couple of steps in because you don't want Anthony Edwards to get straight to the rim. Couple of steps in, and I thought Minnesota did this great as well in the first 2 games. They get rid of the pass so fast. The minute you make a step toward one of them, the ball is out of their hands into somebody else. Well, Cat catches the ball in a space where now Jamal can't get back, and it's a layup at the rim. And it's just these little detail items that happen possession after possession after possession that are allowing the Timberwolves offense to just roll like a well-oiled machine. And then on top of that, if anything does break down, well, Anthony Edwards is just going to hit a shot over 2 hands anyway. And this is the attention to detail that they are exhibiting is what I want to see the Nuggets exhibit. Because there's a situation where I think Jamal and Nikola could have switched back after Jamal gets back. I think it was another Jamal and Cat situation, and then it was Nikola and Kyle Anderson, and you can just switch those things. And but they don't do it, and then there's a mismatch, and then there's a score, and it's very maddening to look back at that kind of stuff and just know if you guys just communicate this thing out, one, or if you guys just don't switch this action, 2, if you guys just do this, there's just these little detail items in addition to the overall effort that's just getting in the way right now, and I just don't like it. I don't want to see it happen on Friday.
Is there a reason why Christian Braun, Peyton Watson get fewer than 10 minutes? Is there a reason why when you're getting bullied, you don't throw a guy in like DeAndre Jordan just to try something? Like, is the reason, well, hey, the starting 5 is what we're going to live or die with, so they either have to figure it out or we die? Like,
so
don't you have to use it?
So in a game like this, I can tell you why. I mean, the answer is they don't score. And between the end of the first, we were just talking about this in the break a little bit, but between the end of the first quarter and then into the second quarter, you got hit with a 21-3 run. It was 18-17, and then it was like 39-20. And the reason why Justin Holiday is on the court so much, I mean, he's been on the court kind of a lot, right? Is because he gives you a chance to be able to knock in some 3-point shots. And hopefully you can get yourself going that way. And for all of the really good stuff that Christian and Peyton put on the floor defensively, Peyton had a chase down block in last night's game. It's, you don't know what you're going to get scoring wise from them. And in a game where you need to make shots and come back, you got to have guys on the court that you feel like
Dude,
you can do that.
I disagree. In that, you knew that thing was over at halftime. That game was done at halftime. That game was done halfway through the second quarter. You're no longer playing to win that basketball game. So that's one thing that I'll look at Coach Malone and I'll say that's one thing that I had an issue with, right? And I'll always go back to the Avs Vegas series from 3 years ago when Vegas won 4 straight, right? Colorado goes up 2. And then at the end of game 2, Vegas just found something. They found something. They weren't going to win that hockey game, but they found something that worked, and they changed the momentum in a game that they were not going to win, right? You weren't going to win that game. You're no longer playing to win game 2 with like 5 minutes to go in the half.
So
if you're looking at it logically. So all I need to see in the third and fourth quarter is throw the guys out there. Even if you're not going to score enough to win game 2, you need to change some piece of the momentum. You need to find whether or not Peyton Watson or Christian Brown can body up against this Minnesota team so you can use them in the games that you must have. Friday is a must-win game 3. Absolutely have to have it, but you're still now looking at this game as it's a big question mark. It's an unknown. You don't have an answer right now other than, well, if my starting 5 decides to show up, we'll have a better chance. And I don't love that.
Okay. They scored 80 points. How are you getting from 80 to 110? That's what's required. Is anybody you just mentioned getting you from 80 to 110?
No, but at least they might throw some punch.
But it's not a boxing match. I mean, I want them to.
Minnesota threw it into a boxing match early.
They played with force. They sure did. And it's, if you can't ask the best starting 5 in the NBA to play with more force, then the series is over. That's it. It's the best starting 5 in the NBA. And if you can't ask them to do the one thing that's required to win in this series, then there's nobody else that's going to change the temperature of the series so much that you will win it. And that's really it. And we said this kind of coming into the series, Raj, which was, as much as I thought the bench didn't matter in the Lakers series, I thought it mattered a whole heck of a lot in this series. Well, it does matter because you need scoring off of it. And, I think there are just individuals. Every game, I think you're going to have one Nugget starter in single digits. I just think that that's going to be a thing. And because of that, you need people who can score coming in and playing. And I just don't know that they have those answers in the way that they might need to have that here in this series.
Matt texts in at the 408. Raj is dead wrong. It wasn't over in the second. Nobody on the bench can score, and that was the problem, right? He's in your camp right now. You were down by 25 points with 3 minutes to go in the second quarter of a playoff game against an undefeated team, which happens to be the best defensive team in the National Basketball Association. The game was over. You weren't going to win. And I know that Christian Brown and Peyton Watson and DeAndre Jordan weren't going to be the guys that mounted a 30-point comeback. But if you're looking at it logically, you weren't going to win the game because Jamal Murray isn't Jamal Murray right now. Nikola Jokic looked disengaged last night. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope is playing on a single leg right now. Aaron Gordon was your leading scorer last night. AG, that guy, Michael Porter Jr., couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat. So when you look at the rest of that game, you have to take the series in as a whole.
Okay.
And you have to find something that, even if it's not going to work for the long term, that shows your opponent that you're not going to fold. And they folded last night. And that's why I'm so upset.
Raj, if the Nuggets win the series, come back and win the series, how will that look? Just how will that look? Who will be responsible for that?
The starting 5 shows up, plays consistent, and hits open jump shots.
Right.
But again,
Right.
they weren't doing
Raj.
it last night, so
Okay.
I'm just looking for an energy change.
I know. So because we know that these are the individuals that need to play in the way that you just said, if you're taking a second half to try to find things, it has to be done with those guys. You have to find the answers. The Vegas Golden Knights didn't find answers with their sixth, like the lower fourth line. That's not where they found the answers. They found the answers with the top 2 lines and whatever else they needed to because they know that those things are going to lead them back in a series. And so for the Nuggets, if you're taking a second half to tinker and try or do whatever, it's got to be done with your starting 5. They have to be the ones to find their way through because they are going to be the ones that are ultimately going to win you the games going forward. And so there was no, and the Nuggets are not given like a 25-point lead in the NBA. Unless it's in the fourth quarter, like it's doable. It's hard sometimes, but it's definitely doable. We've seen teams come back from that kind of deficit before, but those guys have to get it figured out themselves first. And then you add in guys who can spark. Like, remember when they put Reggie Jackson in game one in the first quarter, second quarter, whatever it was, and he immediately just put so much energy on the court, helped the Nuggets get back into a game and get a little bit better footing. They are when you guys hear me say support players around these guys, that is a very intentional term that I am saying into a microphone all the time. Support players, because they add breadth and context to the guys who get it done production-wise to the highest degree. And so what are your support players doing to kind of supplement that? That's why I use that term, but the Nuggets are going to see it through only with their starting five, and they got to get that figured out.
We are giving away $50 gift cards to Safeway each day this week in honor of Mother's Day. Save big this Mother's Day at Safeway. Fresh cut flowers, chocolate dipped strawberries. You can shop in store or download the Safeway app for great deals. For today's $50 gift card, all you got to do is text the word MOM. That's MOM, MOM, with your first and your last name to 303-504-0925. Mother's Day is this weekend, fellas. Do not screw it up, and you can take $50 to Safeway to the bank. Get some strawberries, some flowers, whatever mom wants for her brunch. On the other side, we're getting away from the Nuggets. That was ugly. We can wipe our hands clear of game two because we got game one tonight, 7:52 p.m. puck drop. You can hear an extended pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 starting at 6:30 p.m. Avs, Dallas Stars. John Mitchell joins us next. We'll get back into Nuggets and T-Wolves a little bit later on in the program. Nelly's NFL Notes will come at 11:20, but we've got game 1 of the second round of the Western Conference playoffs between the Avs and the Dallas Stars, the number 1 seed in the West, the Dallas Stars this year, Chris Dempsey. I have an interesting fact for you, and this is either going to terrify you as an Avs fan or it's going to tell you that you are in for one hell of a ride.
Terrify us right before game 1?
I am.
Okay.
Did you know that if the Avs were to go on and win the Stanley Cup championship this year?
Oh, okay. Well, if it begins with that, then we're good.
It would be the most difficult path to a Stanley Cup in modern NHL history.
So then it would also then be one of the greatest runs to a Stanley Cup title in NHL history.
Without a doubt. 436 combined regular season points is the easiest path remaining. That would be the toughest in NHL history to win a title. Again, that's combined regular season points for your playoff opponents. As we head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney at ramoslaw.com, where we find Altitude TVs and former Av John Mitchell. Mitchie, what's up, dude?
Not much, fellas. How we doing?
Hey, we're excited. We're trying to cleanse our palates of last night's butt kicking for the Nuggets. So we've got game 1 coming up tonight. Let's jump right into this thing. This is, if you thought the Winnipeg series was supposed to be tough for the Avs, it ended up not being tough. Dallas is going to be a whole separate level.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, Dallas is a very well-rounded team. They won the division for a reason, obviously, right? So Coming into this game, I look at even yesterday with Boston playing Florida. I don't think very many people had the Boston Bruins pegged to win that game and win it by a score of 5-1. So yes, rest is a weapon, but you can also, falter, get a little lazy, get a little lackadaisical. I do not believe the Colorado Avalanche will be like that. They've been through this before in 2022 when they won the Cup. They know exactly what they need to do going into that arena tonight, and I can't imagine they don't come out of there feeling good about themselves for sure. Whether it's a win or a loss, they're going to play the right way.
Mitchie, Colorado was a 3-1 against Dallas during the regular season, and I'm wondering if any parts of that can we glean anything from how they played against Dallas in the regular season and then apply it to this playoff series?
I would say probably absolutely not. You go ahead and look at what the Avalanche did against the Winnipeg Jets in the regular season, and you would look at that and say, well, Winnipeg certainly has the edge. They beat the Avs, all the time in the regular season. Avs come in and win in 5 games and put up godly amount of goals in that series. So I can't imagine, a scenario where the Avalanche are thinking, well, we did so well against Dallas, we've got this. That would never be their mindset going into this hockey game. It's one game at a time, well, it's kind of cliche, one shift at a time, one period at a time, one moment at a time. You can't start looking forward to anything like that. Hey, let's look forward to who we're going to play the next round. No, that's not how it works. So I can't imagine that they would look at what they did in the regular season and then try and compare that to the playoffs, because obviously the playoffs is a whole nother ball game.
Mitchie, you've played against Peter DeBoer coached teams, and we obviously remember him from his days back with the Vegas Golden Knights. I talked about that series 3 years ago, like it happened yesterday, right? That's a series that the Avs should have won. They ended up losing 4 straight, and Vegas ends up getting into the conference final instead of the Avs the year before that they win the Cup. How do you break a DeBoer coached team in the neutral zone? Like, this Dallas team doesn't sit back, right? They're fast-paced, they've got high-end talent, but they do gum up the neutral zone. How do you break his system through the middle?
Well, it's supporting the puck, which the Avs are very good at regardless. They understand what they need to do. They've got enough talented players where, obviously you've got Nathan McKinnons and Mikko Rantanens and Val Nichushkins that possess that ability to potentially skate and make their way on their own through the neutral zone. But when the Avs are playing the right way and they're playing their game, I love the Avs in the sense that their D-men, they go north fast, right? So they don't even really let other teams get set up into whatever sort of neutral zone forecheck they want to get into. You know, the Avs, they get the puck, they head north, they get it in, and they just come wave after wave after wave. So I think for them, that's probably the fastest and most efficient way to break any sort of neutral zone plan that Peter DeBoer puts in place for his Dallas Stars team is get the puck headed north quick. And sometimes you're, especially early in the game, you might have to chip the puck in, put it in behind their D, you know, get in there, get in on the forecheck yourself, get some hits, get some bumps, get yourself into the game. That would be my mindset. Maybe something that I would say if I was Jared Bednar before the game is, hey, let's keep it simple early. Let's get the pucks in behind their D. They only play 5D, right? So if you pound those 5D over and over and over again, they're not going to want to go get the puck. And then they might have to implement the Lundqvist kid and play him a little bit more. I mean, he's averaging less than 5 minutes a game. So they are literally playing with 5D only.
You know, Jake Ottinger said this, right? In the moments after they eliminated Vegas and the talk turned to Colorado, he said, look, they're going to want to play an up-tempo game, and we're cool with that. And my question to you is, can Dallas keep up? I think is maybe the best way to put it.
You know what? I don't see there's not too many teams, I think, that are in this league that can keep up with the Colorado Avalanche, you know, and again, I don't even want to look for, you know, into the future, but if there is ever a future where Colorado moves on from this series and the Edmonton Oilers move on from their series and they meet in the next round, that would be the only team where I'm like, all right, they can, this team can fight the Avalanche team a little fire with fire and let's see what happens sort of thing. So for me, I don't think Dallas possesses the same, you know, depth and speed as what the Avs do. So that's why they're going to have to clog up the neutral zone. And, you know, they played obviously Vegas, who is a very heavy, big team, but didn't necessarily possess a ton of speed like the Avalanche do. So, you know, we're going to have to wait and see how it goes and what happens here. But, you know, you've got a bunch of players on Dallas that are, you know, even or minus. You've only got a handful of guys that are in the plus column from that first series that they were in. So I would just, I would use your speed, and I believe you're gonna see the Avs come out and they're gonna play with a lot of pace early in this game tonight.
Yeah, Dallas has been saying that they want to slow things down. I don't know if you have a choice against this Avs team. It's not like Dallas is a slow team. They score, right? They're the third highest scoring team in the National Hockey League this year. I want to go back to Ottinger and also back to the firepower that the Avs have. Ottinger has let in a single third period goal through his first 7 games in this postseason. He's arguably the best goalie in the world right now. Maybe you could say the same for Sergei Bobrovsky, although he had a tough night last night, as you mentioned, that 5-1 loss to Boston. What gives first? Ottinger's 1 goal in the third period, or the Avs pacing the postseason with 13 third period goals for themselves?
Well, I mean, Ottinger, he is a good goalie, but he's one guy, obviously, and you've got a ton of Avalanche players that are rearing to go. You've got Kale with 9, Mikko with 9 points, and Mikko scored a couple goals in the 5th game. Hopefully that gets him going. Nate has 9 points. Arturi Lehkonen and Val Nichushkin, they score in every single game, right? So you can look at what happened in the past series against Winnipeg and say, hey, let's just emulate that. Let's do the exact same thing, rinse and repeat. But you're playing a different team, right? That's just the way it goes. And we all thought going into the Winnipeg series, how are we going to beat Connor Hellebuyck? How are the Avalanche going to beat this monster in between the pipes? That didn't seem to be a problem for the Avalanche at all. So maybe the Avs love playing against goalies that have really great numbers, and they're kind of in their mindset is, all right, we'll show this goalie who we are.
Talking about Nichushkin and Lehkonen, if Jonathan Drouin comes back, let's call it game 3 of this series, and Colorado is up 2-1, and Lehkonen and Nichushkin have kept relative pace with how hot they've started. Where does Drouin fit into the lineup for you? How do you coach that change?
Oh man, that is a great problem to have, but that is a problem, right? Because if he comes back and he's 100% and he's healthy, he's so he's so good when he plays with Nate. They read off each other so well. But like you said, if Val and Lecky are still buzzing at the clip that they're currently on, I can't imagine Jared Bednar would split that up or change anything. It's like if you had your backup goalie going into the playoffs and he's on an absolute heater, and then the number one goalie in the NHL during the regular season is healthy and comes back in. Are you really going to yank your backup goalie who's playing lights out and winning you every game? Probably not. So I would assume that Drouin would get inserted into the lineup, but he probably would be more suited to play on, the third line with Middlestad probably. And I think those two, they see the ice so well. I think they would be a good combo to put those guys together even potentially.
That's John Mitchell of Altitude TV, former Av. Mitchie, we appreciate your time today, man. Avs, 7:30 puck drop, 6:30 pregame show right here on Altitude 92.5. We'll talk to you soon, bud.
Thanks, man.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it, fellas. Have a good one.
Altitude Sports Radio broadcasts live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. We'll take a quick timeout. Dempsey and Company goes into hour 2 next. 2K Tuesday, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Dempsey and Company, Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the namesake of the program, Christopher A. Dempsey. Join us 303-504-0925 on the Champ Mazda text line. You can also head over to the Altitude Sports Radio app, which is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. It's been a rough go for me today, Demps, and I'll just go through the mess-ups that we've had today. I fell over a Safeway read. I gave out an incorrect term for the text messages, although all of you guys who have texted in the word mom to 303-504-0925.
Keep doing that.
Don't worry. You can keep doing that. We're just going to find a way to pick a winner there. You won't get a bounce back, but I promise if you text that word in, you will be qualified to win the $50
finds a way
to Safeway for Mother's Day. Guarantee that's on me. So 2 screw-ups there.
Mm-hmm.
I told Mitchie that if the Avs were going into game 3 that they would be up 2-1. That's not how math works. And then my biggest trophy of the day today was calling the bowels of Ball Arena the annals of Ball Arena. And listen, I know I'm not perfect, but I'm normally on top of my stuff. I'm blaming the damn wind for not being on top of my game today. The fact that I've got 80-mile-an-hour gusts to deal with at night, and all I can hear is the hood to my stove flapping in the night like this, thinking that my house is gonna blow over. I've got some cheap Amazon fake wicker furniture upstairs. Yep. We've got a little balcony off of the master, right?
Yeah.
It was so bad in Southwest Littleton yesterday that it took my entire love seat and yeeted it off of my deck. What is this?
Oh, man.
So it's not my fault. It's the wind.
It's the wind's
the
fault.
low pressure system that's bringing the ozone into the Mile High City. Chris Bianchi said that.
Shout out to Chris Bianchi.
I'm probably wrong about that too. Let's be
I saw a
honest.
video of a porta potty that was taken and thrown just hundreds of feet. It was so gross.
All I wanted to do last, I got home from the game late. I was upset. I felt that loss emotionally last night, just because the Nuggets got their butts kicked last night by Minnesota, and all I wanted to do was go home, have a whiskey, have 15 milligrams of melatonin and go to sleep, and I couldn't do it. And here we are.
And here we are. Yeah, I mean, gosh,
I can't handle it.
Nah, you're doing great, Raj.
Our special thanks to John Mitchell of Altitude TV for joining us, talking about the Stars and the Avs tonight. 7:30 is when the game starts, but we're being told from the league a 7:52 puck drop. So you have special extended pregame from 6:30 to 7:48 tonight.
Okay.
You can listen to that on the Altitude Sports Radio.
Where can we find you?
Mobile app. You'll find me on the post-game show with Mark Springer super late. We're not going on until 11:30 tonight, but if you want to listen to some hockey talk and hopefully recap an Avs win, that's where you can find us. We'll get back into the Avs in just a little bit. I want to go back to the Nuggets and how do you rebound from this, right? We've autopsied last night. You didn't show up to play. Jamal Murray was frustrated. He melted down. He's injured. But in order to salvage this season, to salvage this series and not make it look because you're hearing the talking heads right now nationally are one and done team? Are they the Milwaukee Bucks? Are the Denver Nuggets just a team that had an easy path to the NBA Finals last year and an easy path in the final playing a play-in team? All of this is coming back. And Nikola is going to win his 3rd MVP, tomorrow? Or 2 days from now?
Tomorrow.
He's going to win his 3rd MVP tomorrow.
Yep.
And I guarantee what the conversation is going to be is, this is your MVP? Really? How do you fix this?
Okay. I think we're just going to allow for the fact that we all understand that they have to bring physicality, energy. They got to meet the Timberwolves where they live right there, right? They got to meet them where they live. So let's just take that as the obvious thing and put it aside. The part 2 to me is you have got to find a way to unlock some offense for your two best players that combined to go 8 for 31 yesterday. 8 for 31 is what Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic did as a tandem. And let's just start with Nikola Jokic, because actually I think that he's going to find a defensive system that looks more like game 1 than game 2. So game 1, they basically played him straight up with Rudy Gobert for the most part. You know, mix in some Cat here and there, mix in some Naz Reid here and there as well. But no matter which of those individuals it was usually just single coverage. They did bring some help, and I will just define help as different from double teaming here in a second. Game 2, with no Rudy Gobert, they actively double teamed Nikola Jokic. And that was, when I say actively double team, that is just bringing somebody over with the intent of putting an extra body there to guard somebody, like right away on something, right? So sometimes you do it on the catch. Sometimes you do it on when the ball handler puts the ball on the ground. Now you immediately go over and double team. There's any number of ways to do it to kind of keep that ball handler off balance. The Timberwolves did a lot more of that yesterday, but I think they'll revert back to game 1 because Rudy Gobert will be back. He was not on the court yesterday. So for Nikola, it's just going to be about making the shots you always make. Because remember when I said earlier in the program that when I watched the game 1 film, I wasn't alarmed after that, because what I thought I saw was Nikola just missing shots that he makes. He had to make him over a tall guy, right? The guy's going to win Defensive Player of the Year tonight. But still, we've seen him do it in the past, and I fully expect to see him do it again. I think Nikola is the easier of the two to get back on track. Jamal is a little bit different story.
Can you force Joker getting back on track and starting to dominate a game 3 by having him take the ball up the court and taking some pressure off of Jamal Murray?
I'm glad you asked that, because actively also when Nikola takes the ball up court, because this is what Chris Finch and Micah Nori know from having coached him, is that you pick Nikola Jokic up 94 feet too. And at the very least, if you're not picking him up 94, the minute he crosses midcourt, you pick him up so that he's not allowing the Nuggets to get into what they want to run. It really is, Raj, I got to tell you, man, it really is, from a schematic standpoint, it's really well done by the Minnesota Timberwolves. It's really well done. It's just understanding what makes a team tick and then taking that right away from them.
And I'm not trying to make excuses for Denver, because they didn't show up last night. They got embarrassed on their home court. They deserved the boos at the end of the game. There were a few boos.
Did you think those were for... Okay, I'm glad we got to this subject, Raj, because the boos have come up, and I guess the way they hit my ears was more of fans irritated at the entirety of the situation more than booing the actual team for the performance on court.
It started with the officials, and we saw there was, wasn't there a stoppage it was either the second quarter or early in the first quarter, where a fan either made contact with an official or tossed something, and there was an announcement made at Ball Arena of like,
dude, that was the Jamal Murray.
Oh,
that's what I'm saying.
I thought it happened before the Jamal thing.
That was the
okay.
Jamal.
Never mind.
That's
right,
why
now
I got no, because that's right. Because
that was something
Mark
that we
Davis,
couldn't see from where we're sitting up at the Coors Banquet Bar, the TV spot. You can't see that short side corner because there's so many fans sitting in front. I didn't realize that was the same exact thing.
Yes.
I thought that was actually a fan. Okay, never mind. Even so, I still believe that the original booing was official based.
Yeah.
There were boos, however, raining down to start as the Nuggets went back into the tunnel in the, I'll get it right this time, bowels of Ball Arena. Thank you very much. He could be taught. He could be taught, ladies and gentlemen.
Well done, Raj. So coachable.
There were boos. I've been told that. It doesn't necessarily translate to, like on-field performance, but he's a likable guy every once in a while. There were boos starting to rain down. And then it quickly changed to like really enthusiastic applause of like, you guys can do it. And I didn't love that.
Mm-hmm.
Because it didn't feel like one of those games where it was like, oh, you guys will be fine. It felt like one of those games where maybe it would have mattered if you felt some heavy booing from your home fan base when you laid an egg.
Mm-hmm.
You went out onto the center of the court and took a steamy one.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I guess I'm not saying that every fan in there wasn't booing the team for how they played, because I'm sure that was present. I just think that everybody was in that arena was so irritated, man. So do you remember when I think they called the first foul they called on Cat? The crowd breaks into one of the biggest cheers of the night, because it's like it's super enhanced Bronx cheer, right? Like, oh, finally, so Cat can get a foul call now. And they did that twice in a row. And I just think that the temperature in the arena was at a boiling point. Just all the refs are terrible chants and all the things. And so then by the end of the game, after you've seen your team go down by as many as 32, after they were pretty much actively always down by at least 20, then there were more boos at the end of the game. But I just thought it was kind of as a consequence of the entirety of the night.
And you can do that without quitting on your team as a fan. Like, that can be... Don't take me wrong here. You can boo in a situation that looks that bad and then go, I still believe in them for game 3.
Mm-hmm.
That's not you quitting on the team or saying that the Nuggets are cooked. And ask a lot of people. They looked cooked right now going into game 3.
Yeah.
But you win a must win on Friday. This thing turns around. You show up and you take care of business, and Nikola goes off for a triple-double, and Jamal looks serviceable, and you get rid of the turnovers, and MPJ hits 4 or 5 threes. This thing's a series, right? We've seen it in the NHL. What happened in the Dallas-Vegas series, right? They lost their first 2 games as a number 1 seed, a Stanley Cup favorite to Vegas on the road. They went into Vegas, which is not an easy place to play, against a fully healthy Vegas Golden Knights team defending a Stanley Cup championship, and they won 2 games, then 1-7. Right? It's not unfathomable that you can do that, but I still believe that as a fan base, they deserved to hear it last night.
Yeah, I'm not going to begrudge anybody if your boos were actually pointed at the players and the coaching staff for what you saw. I'm not here to preach, man. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. That's just not how I get down. But if that's something that you felt you needed to do, then fine. And I think Michael Malone addressed it a little bit afterwards. I think, Michael Malone's from New York. So when you hear boos in New York, you just know that that's like pointed straight at you, and more often than not. And so I think he was very diplomatic. I think he even said, hey, look, fans, just stick with us, believe in us. And because I think he knows what I think I see, which is, this is not a mismatch of a series. The game was a bad game, and you have lost 2 to a team a super hungry team that's playing that way, right? That I likened it to Clubber Lang in Rocky 3, and that dude going in and being like, "You're a paper champion, and the prescription is pain," and all of these things, and then that's how the Minnesota Timberwolves are playing right now. And if you don't want to meet them there, then you're going to lose. But if you do meet them there, like the champion that you are, then you can get back into this series, because you are not at a talent deficit the way this appears to be right now.
Minnie looks like you did last year. They look hungry. You match it. You match the physicality, the energy, and this thing can turn around on Friday. 3 days off for Jamal Murray's calf could be everything to change this up. On the other side, Nelly, you take us through the NFL's biggest notes, and coming up at 11:40, we'll preview the Avs and the Stars, get some series predictions and game predictions. Puck drop at 7:52 tonight, only here on Altitude 92.5. Every day here on Dempsey and Company, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with Nelly's NFL Notes. Steven Nelson, what do you have for us today?
Keon Coleman is one of the newest members of the Buffalo Bills. He was their wide receiver that they took in the second round, I believe. And last week, he taught us a valuable lesson. You can still suck at golf and take things away from that.
What do you do outside of football?
Chill at the house, golf, bowl a little bit.
You golf?
I ain't no golf. I'm Tiger. Wish he could. I'm not Tiger Woods. No. I wish I could putt and do all that. Them boys out there shooting 5 under. I ain't doing all that. I'm like TV 5 to hit just to put it in. But I'm gonna go have fun. Like, you know, it's controlled chaos. You know, you frustrated, but you can't get mad. Pull a muscle in your back trying to hit the ball. So it forces me to stay calm and just swing. Just have some fun.
This guy's a star. He's an absolute star. He's the one who had the big puffy yellow coat at his
and he says like $79.
Yeah.
TJ Maxx.
People were asking like, did Tom Izzo give you that at Michigan State? He's like, no, I got it at Marshall's, man.
He told him
I had a
that,
Bed Bath & Beyond gift card that I need to use. They don't sell clothes there,
He
do
told
they?
him that he would tell him how to shop the sales. Like, you got to go get the coats out of season, so that's when they're the cheapest. It was glorious. This Tiger Wish He Could is one of the funniest things.
I play golf with him, man.
Yeah, you know what? And I don't actively play golf. Yeah, I get that is a sport that I can just take or leave. I know. There's actively
Such a delight.
There's actively people in this. It's like every day trying to get me out to the golf course. I don't know if they'll win or not. But the odds are against them. But he makes it sound like it's super fun. Like, just go out there and just like whack at the ball a little bit. Who cares?
No, you're the guy.
I'm
You
gonna
could make
five-putt
anything
too.
fun, though. That's the reason why people want you to go out, is because you are just a bubbly good time.
Yeah.
Me, on the other hand, the only like I can get myself around a golf course, but I'm probably not a fun person to be with all the time. You, on the other hand, that's why people ask you to golf. Get your ass onto a course, Nelly.
It's Friday. Chris Dempsey, double bogeys.
Okay.
Shank the one left.
I'll just have can I get a gin and tonic out there?
That's the reason you play golf. Exactly.
You can.
Let's talk about some wide receivers finding new homes, new teams for this upcoming season. One I think will have an impact, one won't, but actually neither of them might. We'll see what you think. The Bills added a weapon for Josh Allen. They picked up Chase Claypool. Remember that guy?
Oh, wow.
He is no longer a Dolphin after the Bears cut him loose. He is now a Bill. And then the Dolphins replaced him with Odell Beckham Jr. They signed him to a 1-year deal. So now Tua has another weapon. Do any of these guys move the needle for you?
Odell does for me in Miami, right?
Yeah.
This is a team that I think is teetering on the edge of like, they're either truly going to contend or this experiment with speed and Tua and high-flying offense is going to fail. And I think this is the season where you're going to learn it. That is a good pickup for them, a guy who still has a little bit of tread left on the tire if they use him the right way. Like, he can't be your home threat or home run threat anymore. That's Tyreek Hill. If he can turn into a guy, like if he can be like Keenan Allen, your guy within 10 to 15 yards, maybe even as few as 7 yards, and be the guy that gets you possession receptions, I think he can be a star in Miami. I think the Chase Claypool signing in Buffalo is a nightmare, and I worry that the contention window for the Bills has opened and shut already with Josh Allen, which is a travesty. I thought that dude was going to bring I thought he was going to bring Buffalo a championship. I really did. There's not a city in the country that I want to win more than Buffalo because of the hell that they've gone through. I also have a soft spot in my heart for upstate and central New York. It's done, man.
Yeah.
Unless they find a way to sign a big name or use future first-round draft picks on big-time wide receivers, I worry that that's done.
Yeah, I think it is done. I really do. I do like OBJ in Miami. Look, if he's let's see, if he catches 40 to 55 in the season, that's going to mean that was a really good supplemental effort, to your big guns, right? Tyreek Hill is going to catch all the passes. Jalen Waddle's going to be the same way. And if you get 40 more from a guy like OBJ, probably he's going to turn a handful of those into touchdowns. it just bends the defense in a way that his name still kind of strikes a little bit of fear in some defensive coordinators.
He had 35 receptions last year in 14 games for Baltimore. He has not had 70 or more receptions in a season since his 2019 year, his first season in Cleveland. He had 77 his last year as a Giant. He had an injury-plagued season in 2017 where he only had 25 receptions. That was coming off his 1,300 yards, 1,400 yards, 1,300 yards in consecutive seasons dating back to his rookie, sophomore, and third year in the league.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That was my sense of it. Like 40 catches,
40
to
catches,
50.
700 yards, and
5 touchdowns.
5 touchdowns, I think, is a home run for Miami.
Yeah. That just means their offense will have been way more dynamic. It's just what it is, and I do like it. I like it.
Nelly?
Any of the various former professional athletes that have been on this station have all said the same thing. Making the decision to retire is difficult, but what's even harder is staying retired. And somebody who's experiencing that right now is one J.J. Watt. He is still leaving the door just ajar to potentially return to play for the Texans specifically. And he hosted his annual charity softball game this weekend in Houston. And he told the media, he said, quote, "I told DeMeco Ryans last year, don't call me unless you absolutely need it. But if you ever do call, I'll be there." And he knows not to call unless he absolutely needs it. This is the last year I'll tell him that because I'm not going to keep training the way I've been training.
What a shame the Broncos aren't in like this type of window, right? This is and I know Von's not retired, but like this is the Von Miller window for Houston. Right, Von could be back here if the Broncos were Super Bowl contenders and you sign him and he comes halfway through the year, kind of like Zach Parise did with the Avs, right? And he's relatively fresh. You get a few games, maybe you get a nice little postseason run out of him. Look what Von did in the playoffs with the Rams, right?
Right.
Looked not Hall of Fame worthy, but he looked serviceable.
Yeah, he
And
got you a
this is-
sack when you needed it, right?
This is
Pressure when
what
you needed
JJ exactly. This is what JJ Watt can do to a Houston team that is now playing with a stellar quarterback on a rookie deal, look like they're on the come up, and can actually compete for a championship as early as this year. It's an awesome spot for Houston, who was a team that like never truly had a chance when he was playing at the height of his powers.
JJ Watt. I just love his quote. Call me if you need me, but you know not to call me if you don't need me, and all the calls and all the needs, and it's great. I just love the quote.
Yeah, but I need him. If I'm DeMeco Ryans, I need you.
They don't need him, though.
What are you talking about?
Do they really need him?
Yeah.
Like, really
you
need
get
him?
to have that guy. If you bring him in on passing downs on third down, and he doesn't start the entire year, you go JJ, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, handshake in a back room. I want you on the team in late October. And you can take a few weeks on practice squad and work your way back in, and you can play the final 6 games of the regular season. You'll play 15 snaps a game, and then the postseason, you get to run havoc on opposing offenses on third down, second and long. I need you. I need you.
Got Will Anderson, though, right?
Yeah, but the guy's... His last season in the year, he had 12 and a half sacks. He's 35. He's not going to have like a 20-sack season, but in 6 games, that guy can't get you 3.5 sacks and, 8 tackles for loss. I'll take that.
Why are you supposed DeMeco hasn't called?
Because he doesn't need to. That's what I'm saying. I look at the Zach Parise situation with the Avs, and I go, why don't more teams do this? More teams in contending windows do the Roger Clemens thing that the Houston Astros did for the entirety of like the last 5 years of his career.
Yeah.
I don't need you in spring training. I need you in August and September. That's when I need you. More teams should do this. Any sport, do it. Sign those guys.
Sign them up. If I felt like Houston was just like a piece away from getting to a Super Bowl, I'd say yeah. I think that's why DeMeco Ryans hasn't called, because he knows as good as they are they beating the Chiefs? Are they beating the Bengals? Are they beating the Ravens? Are you beating these teams in the AFC? Are you getting to the AFC Championship game?
I mean, what have we talked about, right? We talked about the Bills. You needed to win when Josh Allen was on his rookie contract or in the first couple of years of his extension.
Yeah.
And now that is gone.
Yeah.
And the only team that's really shown you that you can do it with a quarterback making a boatload of money is, well, the team that has arguably the greatest quarterback ever to play when it's all said and done for Patrick Mahomes. Everyone
Has Joe Burrow signed a new contract yet?
Everyone else has to do it on a rookie deal.
Yeah. It's interesting. Houston's they feel close. The thing about this, Raj, for me is so when you come from a space where you had a bad season and then you had top picks, you change your coach, you got a quarterback, you got the guy who ended up being Will Anderson ended up being the defensive rookie of the year in the AFC. Then you have an unexpectedly good season. I'm still not exactly sure who you are because you just came out of nowhere. And are you actually on a contending trajectory? Or did you just catch everybody by surprise?
Anytime that you have a quarterback at that level on a rookie deal, I think you can contend because you can put so many pieces around him. And Burrow is a $30 million cap hit this year, jumps up to 46.25 in 2025, 48.25 in 26, 52.25 in 27. He will be a $68.5 million cap hit in 2029.
Oh man.
When
if I
30,
if I ever get reincarnated, I'm coming back as a quarterback.
What type of comment is that? If I could be an oil magnate, I would too.
That's the number. That's the going rate for a quarterback. Like, you don't even have to be good, and you can still make $20 million a year as a quarterback. You don't even have to be good. What's Baker Mayfield making? You don't even have to be that good. You can have one playoff victory. What's Kirk Cousins making? One playoff victory in his life, and he's making $20+ million per year. I'm coming back as a quarterback when I am reincarnated. Or a pitcher.
Nelly, what's next?
By the way, Dempsey, props for taking shots at Baker Mayfield when Mike Sanford isn't here to defend him. That's good for you.
That's right. I'll need the blowback.
When I'm reincarnated, I want to come back as a guy who's got $250 million. Yeah, no, sure.
Dempsey's pretty good at holding a clipboard. And if you look on that clipboard on the sideline, it would say, this segment is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. Raj, did you have a chance to watch the roast of Tom Brady at all?
I did. I very much enjoyed it. I'm not a roast guy, but that I thought was damn funny.
I did too. And what surprised me, granted, I've only seen the first hour and I still have 2 left. Sheesh, that's a long roast.
You really don't have to go back for the rest of it,
but I did see Nikki Glazer. She was easily the best part. Her roast was fantastic. But what surprised me is of all the shots that Tom Brady took, the one time that he drew the line and he actually stood up and he walked over to Jeff Ross and told him to knock it off was when he made a Robert Kraft massage joke.
Would you like a massage? I love Robert Kraft. I love Okay. He's having fun. Look at him.
That beep was Tom actually walking over to Jeff Ross and telling him to knock something off or don't say that thing again. That I just couldn't believe that was the thing that was too far, huh?
You go to a Tom Brady roast, you get a little Robert Kraft roast on the side, And it's great. It's great.
Listen,
that was funny.
Apparently, go after a guy in his marital issues. Go after a guy in him cheating and deflating footballs and openly admitting to it. Although I know it's a roast.
Right, it's a roast.
It's a joke. But go after a guy's billionaire friend.
Yes. Yes, 100%.
You know where that bread is buttered, man. He knows. He knows. I'm going to stand.
You did
I will
that
stand
thing,
up,
and you will be roasted for that thing.
Call me petty. But if I've got a buddy who's got $1 billion and the other one who's broke, and both of them are getting made fun of, you know who I'm going to bat for first? The one if I need a shekel is going to hand it to me.
He should have just laughed because it was funny. It was funny. Look, you want to do the massage thing and somebody wants to call you out on it, then don't go to the here's what you do. Don't get roasted. Don't do it. Because every single thing that we know about your life will be made fun of.
You know the next guy who's been having his name thrown around for a roast, which I think
Peyton Manning.
No, Peyton would be funny. Peyton would be great.
Yeah. I would love a Peyton Manning roast.
Like the worst thing that could happen is like him mooning someone at Tennessee years ago, right?
Right. That's
nothing really
also
bad's going to come out of that. The one that if he gets approached to do this, he's got to say no is Tiger Woods, and I've seen his name thrown around.
No,
for the love
he
of
can't
God,
do it. Yeah, he
Tiger,
can't do
stay
it.
as far
No.
away from a roast
He
as
can't
you
do it.
can.
Take that L on the way out.
Yeah, he'd take so many L's on the way out of that one. Gosh, yeah. Although, Raj, it would be the greatest roast of all time. Of all time.
Don't do that to my boy. I'm a Tiger guy.
Okay, but it's just funny. It's all in fun games.
Avs and Stars tonight, 7:30 puck drop, around like a 7:52 puck drop actually, but a 6:30 extended pregame show right here on 92.5. We will preview that series, get you guys some game selections and series predictions on the other side. I'll take you around what the biggest threats to the Avs are in this series, who it is, Wyatt Johnston, Matt Duchene. Can you take advantage of the last two in terms of the defensive pairing for the Stars? We'll talk about it on the other side. Raj and Demps. You can text us on the Champ Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, or what you can do is you can let your voice be heard on the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app. That's powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They are in your corner. Avs will take on the Stars tonight, 7:30 p.m. puck drop, a 6:30 p.m. pregame show. Those of you asking on both the text line and on Twitch, will Altitude TV be carrying the game? The answer is no. There will be an Avs 360 before the game, pregame and postgame, much like you guys are doing with the Nuggets.
Yeah, exactly right. Let me emphasize that too, because but prior to all these games and for the Avs, it's going to be starting, I believe they're going to do the Avs live, right? So it's an hour before the game, and then you turn over to what station is on?
It is on ESPN.
ESPN. So you watch the pregame show starting an hour before on Altitude. You turn over to the game, and then afterward turn back to Altitude for coverage. Post game, locker room coverage of tonight's Avs game. Same thing for Nuggets games. I'm actively still on those broadcasts. The pregame show and the postgame show right after the games are over. And look, we try to have a lot of fun and break down and give you all the sound and everything that you need to know from the game. So that's a little snapshot of what's happening.
You can listen to all of those games. We will have broadcasts for every single game, Nuggets and Avs, on the radio here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. As we look ahead to this series starting tonight, Avs are plus 105 dogs in the series. According to ESPN Bet, they are plus 110 road dogs tonight just for the single game. There's a lot of people that are talking about this series as like Dallas doesn't want to get into a track meet with the Avs after seeing what had gone on between Colorado and Winnipeg. I do think that this is going to be a track meet. Dallas showed that they can play that type of pace in their last game, that 7-4 victory, and every single one of these games between these two teams, all right, the Avs were 3-1-0 in the regular season, Dallas 1-2-1. Both teams averaged over 3 goals a game. Colorado at 3.64, Dallas at 3.09. These teams play high-scoring games. I do not expect to happen what happened between Dallas and Vegas in round 1 to translate to round 2 with the Avs. I think this thing is going to be high-scoring. I don't think you're going to see many 2-1 hockey games like you did in games 6 and 7 of that Vegas Stars series. This will be high-powered, and I think that works in the Avs' favor because they have the higher-end talent, right? They've got the McKinnons, they've got Mikko Rantanen. While Jason Robertson and Wyatt Johnson have been great thus far, they don't hold a candle to those two players. While Miro Heiskanen is a top 10 defenseman in the world right now, he is not Cale Makar by any stretch of the imagination. I think where you can give check marks to Dallas in this series, Demps, is goaltending right off the bat, relative depth in terms of scoring, at least on your forward side. And I think that they have the better shutdown defensive pairing in Esa Lindell and Chris Tanev. I think that's one thing where you can hang your hat on. You go, if we need to throw these guys out against the McKinnon line and shut them down, they're confident that they can do that.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. This is Jake Ottinger, his quote. And he's, remember I asked Mitchie, could you take anything from the regular season? He was like, absolutely not. And the first series showed you that, which I completely agree with 1,000% with him. Ottinger has had this to say about that series in the regular season and what that could mean for them in the future here in this series. He said, quote, obviously that last game of the year that we played against them, we felt like we played a great game. Recall that they beat the Avs 7-4 back on April 7th. We should feel confident in what we just did. We showed that we can play that way or the more up-tempo game. I'm guessing we'll be getting from them a couple of adjustments and let's roll. And so I think you're getting a Dallas team that feels like as long as they don't let things get completely out of their control, that they can play, they can get into a little bit of an up and down with the Avs because they have the talent to be able to kind of work their way through that, just as long as they don't let the Avs just completely run right through them. And I don't know, I don't know. Ottinger went 1-2 and gave up 1,000 goals to the Avs during the regular season, even though he played great in the game in the series against Vegas. Which one of those two guys are we going to see? You know, I mean, it's to Mitchie's point, and I think to your point, you've made this point several times, which is Hellebuyck was supposed to be that guy as well. And the Avs just looked at him and said, it's cool. We're going to here's 5 every single game. Every single game. And not saying they're going to put 5 every single game here in Ottinger, but I don't see why this has to go any differently for the Avs even if the goalie is world class.
The one thing about Ottinger, and again, I think he's amazing, and I think Connor Hellebuck's amazing, although he did struggle in round 1. I still don't think he was like the main reason why Winnipeg lost that series. I just think the Avs turned it up to a level that Winnipeg couldn't handle, and they got bodies in front of him, and when goaltenders can't see pucks, they typically can't make saves. That's where you need to beat him. Where Ottinger has been gettable in his postseason career is he goes on these stretches of like crazy good games. He'll play 3 or 4 games in a row where he's throwing up .950 save percentages and mixing in a shutout, and then he'll play 3 out of his next 4 and give up 5 goals in 3 of those 4 games. He's done that multiple times over the course of his career, right? If you go to last year's postseason series where they end up losing to Vegas, was he hot against Seattle? Yes. But then they show up against Vegas and he lets in 4 goals, 3 goals, 3 goals. He gets super hot to extend that series a little bit longer last year in 7 games. He wins 2 games in a row, but then shows up with a 6-goal loss, a 4-goal loss.
Mm-hmm.
He's up and down.
Yeah.
While he's on the up right now, he had a .941 save percentage, a .926 save percentage, a .966, and a .957 in his final 4 games against Vegas. Did not give up a goal in the 3rd period outside of the Noah Hanifin goal in Game 6. I wonder if he's hit his peak and he's now about to go back down into a little bit of a dip. And that's what you have to hope for as Avs fans.
Well, and also he's facing what he's about to face is the best offense in the NHL. You know, I mean, even if you're playing really well, like the Nuggets could score on the Lakers, but they can't score on the Timberwolves. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that is just, these series are just 2 weeks apart. And I think for Dallas, okay, it's great that you did that against Vegas. Psh, wonderful. But now it's McKinnon and Makar and Rantanen and Nichushkin. And do I need to keep going?
I mean, Vegas was a team that ran through the NHL last year en route to a cup.
But not this year. They weren't as good. They just weren't as good as they were last year. And it's great that Dallas kind of dispatched them. It took a minute to do it. They won games on the road to be able to do it. And that's actually, to be honest with you, the scariest part to me about the series would just be that, which is it appears to me that Dallas comes from a space that no matter what the adversity feels like to them, even if it feels super heavy, that this is not a give-up team. They're not letting go of the rope. And Winnipeg let go of the rope. I think that's going to make it so that it just is much more. It should be more difficult as you go on through the playoffs. The teams get better, the players get better, but I just think it's going to make it for a very difficult series for the Avs, but not something that's insurmountable.
The
obviously.
teams and the players certainly get better. I let you guys know before Mitchie came on and joined us. If you missed any of that, just search Dempsey and Company wherever you get your podcast. You can listen to it throughout the day today. The Avs, if they were to win a cup this season, would have to go through the toughest gauntlet in modern NHL history. I went back 40 years. It coincides with Wayne Gretzky's first cup, the end of the New York Islanders dynasty, which saw them win 4 straight Stanley Cups between 79 and 83. They ended up losing in their 5th consecutive final to that Edmonton team in 1984. So in these last 40 years, the toughest road for any Stanley Cup champion in terms of their opponent's regular season points for combined was the 2014 LA Kings, who saw a combined 430 regular season points from the San Jose Sharks, Anaheim Ducks, defending champion Chicago Blackhawks, and then they beat the New York Rangers in 5 games in the Cup final that year. 430 points. The easiest route for the Avs this year would be if they were to beat Dallas in round 2, go through Edmonton in round 3, and then beat the Boston Bruins in the Stanley Cup final. By the way, Edmonton is the only team remaining in the Stanley Cup playoffs that the Avs would have home ice advantage against everybody else. They have to go on the road to win a series. The easiest path is 436 points, which is the hardest in modern NHL history.
Yeah, that's crazy. A lot of teams rolling up a lot of points. You know, it's but good. It's the playoffs, man. Let's do it.
Give me a series prediction for the Avs and then a game prediction for tonight.
Let's see. I have the Avs in 6. I have no clue what's going to happen tonight. I think they'll win one of the 2 road games right off the top. I just don't know if it's tonight or 2 nights from now. So, but you know, I'm game. I'll say tonight. They'll take tonight. They'll get a split and they'll bring back to Denver.
I've got Colorado in 6 games as well. I think they win tonight. I think they split it. They win tonight. I've got the over on the goals, so I've got a 5-3 with an empty netter tonight. I think Nathan McKinnon gets a couple of them, starts off this one hot. I think Mikko Rantanen continues, and I'm going to give 1 goal to Arturi Lehkonen. I think Nichushkin goes goalless tonight, although he gets an assist, but I'm going to get a good stick from Lecky. He then sets a record with 6 straight games to start a postseason with the goal.
I'm excited.
There we go. He's Chris Dempsey. For him, for Steve Nelson and Josh Grismer behind the glass. Love and appreciate you, fellas.
You golf? I ain't no golf. I'm Tiger Wish he could. I'm not Tiger Woods now.
Tiger Wish he could is the best. I want to shout out to my guy, Tank. I know you're listening. I'm coming to see you right now.
I'm Alex Ryan. PhD's coming up next. Avs, Stars, tonight, 6:30 pregame.
Oh, man. I only have one thing to say to you guys.
Here we go. Happy Tuesday. Oh, that wasn't it?
This is it. Pivot. Pivots. Pivot to the Avalanche. I don't know what else to say, brother.
Pivot.
It's time to pivot.
Hey, game 1 tonight with the
That's
Avs.
right.
Well, and
That's
Tuesday,
right.
Thursday down in Dallas. I love what you
Thank
said
you.
last week. I'm glad that they're starting on the road.
Yeah. I think it's good for them. I think, but we're going to get into this.
You're beat up right now, aren't you? Are you okay? Do you need a hug?
I do not like big guy, small guy hugs.
I'll get on my knees.
You know, I saw you go in for a hug the other day with someone, and it surprised me because I don't know you as a hugger.
I'm not
Scott
a
and I
hugger.
are huggers.
I'm not.
I'm a hugger.
I know. I just I don't need a hug. Thank you, though.
I will give you
Thank
one someday during the show. And maybe
I'm going to hate that.
Before we get into the debacle we witnessed last night, can I tell you a funny thing, at least for me?
Sure.
Generated love. And because right now I think D-Mac's out, but I think he had to do that in the paint show.
that show was fine. That was fun.
But you did it, you probably didn't get home till 1 o'clock.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So I'm pulling into the parking lot here. We've got a big, giant parking lot. D-Mac decides to be one of those guys that just walks right down the middle of the road.
And he can't even hear the car behind him.
Right in the middle. So I get up, and I'm saying, how long can I get up? So I got up about 10 feet from him and blared the horn.
Absolutely no awareness.
Had no awareness,
my
no
God.
headphones on or nothing.
I didn't have headphones on.
Yeah, and he jumped. And so I'm crying, laughing. So I'm thinking it's hilarious. So I let him walk a little bit further. So I pull in the slot. I'm thinking, he'll laugh. He'll wait on me, and we'll have a laugh. We'll have a laugh walking in.
No.
Oh no, he just
kept going.
He just kept going. Left me in the
Because
car.
he was mad. He didn't like the humor. He was actually mad about it.
But you were in thought or something, weren't you?
I was in deep thought. It's so funny. Oh, boy, we are going behind the screen right here. But I will literally have conversations in my head about how the show, like where to go with certain. I will literally say it, kind of mumble it, or maybe sometimes even say it out loud.
Rehearse almost.
Yeah, basically. So that's more or less what I was doing. I was so deep in. I had no idea your
what were you working on?
F-350, whatever.
What were you working on in your head? How do I say the Nuggets sucked without saying the Nuggets sucked?
It's complicated. There's a lot of different things in my head.
Yeah.
But how close? I mean, when you heard that,
I was so lost in thought. I had no idea whatsoever that you were behind me at all. You scared the out of me. And then I'm not going to sit there and wait for you.
Well, I giggle. You didn't want my satisfaction of laughing at you.
No, I gotta now
40 yards.
Now I gotta stand in the cold and I gotta wait for you to get out of your truck. You don't move fast either, so I'm not gonna wait for you. I went right by the UPS driver too. I didn't help him.
No, you didn't.
No,
he was struggling.
Well, somebody's gonna come out to help him. It's not me. It's not my job.
That UPS might as well have been a blown down fence as far as you were
concerned. As far as I'm
Is that
concerned,
right?
I'm not telling him to wear shorts when it's 40 degrees out, but
The Denver Nuggets were an entire blown down fence.
oh, it was so bad. And listen, I don't know what's going to happen to Jamal. I don't know. That'll be up to the league, but he clearly threw two things at a ref, and I don't know.
You know what?
Something's going to happen. I don't know how something doesn't happen on that one either, but maybe it doesn't. I don't know.
It wasn't just him, though. I mean, I know other guys were throwing stuff, but the entire team, I think that's what disappointed me the most. They were just begging for somebody to help them. Just help us get out physical. And they're looking to the refs to help them with all their problems, you know? And so Jamal obviously had his moment that you cannot have. But to me, it was the entire team that was looking to the referees, not moment after moment after moment, the entire game.
One to me was a symptom or a. Well, you get a cut and you don't treat it and you get infected. What is that called? The effect. That's the effect.
Yeah.
The one thing was the effect to what was going on that it's separate. The effect shouldn't have happened. Bad mojo on Jamal. I don't think he'll get suspended, but I tell you what I think he'll do. He'll probably get a massive fine, probably $25,000-$50,000 will come out of his pocket. Which people say, well, that's not that big of a fine. Really, you can go down and buy a brand new car with $50,000.
Yeah, you can creep up on me.
Yeah. So now the cause and effect. The cause, what caused that Jamal's effect. That's what the storyline needs to be. The effect's going to be dealt with. And you're either going to get Jamal, maybe suspended for the next game. Okay, and I asked you this question on In the Paint. You want a 3 of 18 Jamal, or do you want maybe he sits down a game and gets a little healthier for game 4, whatever. But that's the effect, the cause. And I said this to you guys again last night, and I've thought about this more and more. I love the game in the sense of this. I played basketball in the 80s and early 90s, and that was a physical basketball game. And the intensity and physicality of the game went from a 6 in the regular season to a 9.8 in the postseason. That's how it always was.
Boy.
And the officiating went with it from 6.5 or whatever to 9.8 as soon as the playoffs started. That little ticky-tack push on the hip that you're getting whistled in the regular season, don't get called. That was close to it early. Here's what happened, and here was their downfall, in my opinion. The refs did not cause them to lose. I didn't think the referee was great last night, but the refs had nothing to do with that loss. They're letting you play. So instead of going,
So play the same way.
all right, let me put up some big boy pants, let me tugging them up real tight, and you ain't gonna call that? Okay, let's see if I can get that too. Let's see if I can get in the guy's chili and knock him off his stride coming off a screen. Let me see if I can do that. Because I was watching, and instead on defensively, it said, here's Minnesota up in the chili. Go back on the defensive end.
That's what I'm saying.
They're 3 feet off.
That's what I mean. The Timberwolves were the most physical defense I've seen in a long, long time, and the Nuggets probably haven't seen that in years. I mean, honestly, they've not been bullied like that in years. But it started from the second Jamal got the ball. From the second he got the ball on the inbounds from the other end of the court, they are all up in his chili. And you know what? They were physical, and it wasn't just Jamal. Nobody could get to the paint. Nobody could get moving. And I'm like, well, okay, the refs are letting them play physical like that so you can complain about it, or you could do the same damn thing.
And they got into the complaint battle, and they got into the worrying about the officials. They got into their head, and all of a sudden they were done. They were done. You scored 20 points in the first quarter. You scored 15 in the second. I mean, you're done. I mean, honestly, giving up 28 in the first, not that bad.
No.
33 in the second. I mean, you see those, but if you score 27 and 30,
You're all right.
you're right in there.
Yeah.
But it got in their head, and so now the effect was later on when they're still not feeling he's getting the calls he deserves, throws it out there. Why were they physical? That's another thing you got to look into. I'll tell you why. Because you got the head coach and the first assistant coach were both assistants on this team and grew up with all the guys that are core in Denver's. You don't think they know, hey, listen, Jamal don't like guys getting up in their chili. Michael Porter, if you push him out, I mean, I think Micah was coaching that one series in Portland, and they took Michael out of that series 4 or 5 years ago.
They know the Nuggets.
They know
like
the
nobody else.
And I've been telling you that, right?
Yeah.
You deserve a long-term pat on the back, and I'm serious because I remember the conversations last year as we're heading into the series against Minnesota, and you're saying, look, this team was made to beat the Denver Nuggets. That's what they're made to do. And
they didn't have two guys last year.
Maybe last year you were a little bit too nervous about them.
But they didn't have Niles Reed and McDaniels.
But you saw it, and you saw it coming. And I one thing I thought to myself, look, I mean, Minnesota looks so dang good, and I'm not tapping out. I'm not giving up. That's not what I'm doing. But, look, it doesn't look great. That's for sure. It does not look great. And if Minnesota wins this series, I think they probably win the NBA championship. If they win the NBA championship, is Tim Connolly immediately the best GM in the NBA?
He's pretty damn good.
Whether
he's dead to or not.
He orchestrated the Nuggets, and then he brought Minnesota to this.
He'll be a Billy Bean, write your ticket wherever the next opening is, I'll guarantee you.
Pretty damn good.
Right? Would you not agree with that?
Can't argue. I mean, look what he's done in a short period of time. And they have a very strange ownership situation going on right now in Minnesota. It is turbulent, to say the least.
And Alex Rodriguez was there, and so was the
Front
older
row.
gentleman that owns it too.
Not sitting next to each other, though.
Oh, no, not even close. Not even
I
close.
was trying to figure out who.
I don't know a ton about the ownership. What's going on?
It's
They sold it to a group of Alex Rodriguez and some other guys 3 years, 2.5, 3 years ago, and supposedly about, 2 months ago?
Not even.
A month ago?
Yeah.
Supposedly a X, Y, or Z, the I's weren't dotted and T's weren't crossed. And so the guy says, no, we're taking it back. They're no longer in the group, not allowed in the facility. Heck, I talked to Alex Rodriguez in the back.
Oh, did you really?
I talked to him
You
before
did
the
talk to
game.
him, yeah.
Everything pushed out to the side. In fact, I went to and introduced myself. He goes, They go, hey, you don't know me. I'm Scott. I know you. Play with the Atlanta Hawks.
Get out of here.
Yeah, baby.
That's cool. That's cool. That's very cool.
But so anyway, then it's like, all of a sudden Minnesota got good and the old guy wants the team back.
Yeah.
Buyer's or seller's remorse. And so, but then Alex Rodriguez was there last night, and I'm thinking, well, maybe something's been worked out that we don't know. I walked out behind the original owner or the other owner.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't doing good.
Tick, tick, tick.
Listen,
is that what you're saying?
I could get a knee replaced and walk better than that. And that was a little. I was saying prayers for him behind him because dude, I'm hoping he makes it to his limo.
Well, so there's Tyler. And I'm sure it's even more complicated than we can even. So it's one of these weird, like there's something weird going on. But who
rich
cares?
Rich people problems.
Yeah, very rich people problems. But it was A-Rod sitting in the front row, all dapper, and he's sitting near a friend of mine who I've known for 20 years, Sean Barker. And I'm like, how does Sean know A-Rod? And they were chatting up. They were talking over a woman's lap, just like it was Sean Payton. Sean's playing, hockey to Greg Penner or something. Just I'm gonna talk nonstop here. It was quite a scene, and it's just like, man, is the window closed this quickly? I didn't think it would be. I don't know where it's going to go, but
do you remember?
I don't know. I don't know, because I know why the Avalanche were bad last year. I do know. They lost Val, unfortunately, and they were too small. But their speed and the way they were constructed was still solid, that you said, well, if they can get healthy and whatever, and now we're seeing the results.
But what else? You go deeper on that, because what else was it? They weren't physical enough against the Kraken.
They weren't.
Kraken kind of got more physical than them.
So they got bigger but kept their speed.
Yeah.
And they made the Avalanche multiple changes at the trade deadline this year, which they also did in the Cup year. And the Nuggets did nothing.
Nope.
And you're sort of feeling it right now. And you know what? There isn't a Bruce Brown.
By the way, what happens
bench.
if Reggie's hurt? What happens? Who's the backup point guard?
If Reggie's hurt and say Jamal does get a suspension or whatever,
yeah.
Who knows? Now, Reggie talked to Katie. I believe it was Katie after the game. He said, "Oh no, I'll be ready."
Yeah, he did say that,
Well,
and he
that's
did speak to the media, as did Aaron Gordon. Hey man, Jamal, I love you. I do. You're incredible. But part about being a pro is having those moments too, and that's twice. You're 2 for 2, bro, and just walking away. That's on Jamal. That is on Jamal. Okay, that's on him. That's not on anybody else. So that's the truth as well. So it's just when things
go bad in our lives, doesn't it feel like all the poop goes up to the top of the well, right?
Yep.
And that's, to me, was an indication of what last night was. Now looking ahead, you got 2 more. Go back and win 2 games in Minnesota.
Here's the problem, and it's not just pleasing the media. It's about leadership and everybody else watching you and following
accountability,
you.
Maybe?
Correct. And if the team is this dependent on you, they're dependent on you for everything.
Good and bad.
That is correct too. So what kind of person, leader, are you in bad times? Probably means way more than who you are during good times.
There's an old line I heard years ago, is that everybody can get in front of the parade and lead it. Not everybody wants to walk behind the parade, behind the elephants.
Yep.
And I don't know, man. I'm not giving up on them either. They have earned.
I'll say this, though. Thank God they got a long break. Thank God, because all you got to hope and pray, number one, you hope with injuries, but bigger than that, just hope something stupid happens with momentum. Goodness, just take 48 hours here, recover.
They need to think
3
about
days,
it.
right?
They need
games on Friday. Yeah.
Well, thank God today is they need this. They need a day off. Yogi can go swim in his pool, and you can play video games, and PJ can do a podcast with whoever he wants. Whatever. Take a day. I'm glad they have the complete day off today, and then you just got to circle the wagons. We'll hear from Malone and from Yoke and Reggie, and we'll hear from everybody. And we're here to react to what you think as well. You gotta soak
get you
it up.
up today. You're a little down today. This.
Well, I can,
Here we go, pivot.
I can pivot.
Pivot.
We got a game with the Avs tonight.
Pivot.
It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's T-Mac for Mike Marooney. Mike Marooney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont has the inventory, and they're discounting their most popular models. Take $10,000 off all remaining new 23 Silverados. That's $10,000 off. Plus, huge discounts on new GMC trucks and SUVs, or save thousands in finance charges with 0.9% APR financing on new 23 and 24 Chevy Silverados and GMC Sierras. And as always, when you buy any vehicle from Mike Marooney, you're going to get free delivery anywhere in Colorado and their money-back guarantee for your peace of mind. Listen, service, not a problem. Mike Marooney has extended service hours for your convenience. So what are you waiting for? Get to Mike Marooney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont. That's Mike Marooney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont. Online, it's Mike Marooney Chevrolet Buick GMC.com. Mike Marooney Chevrolet Buick GMC.com. All right, let's hear from some of the participants last night. We'll start off for Michael Malone. Not feeling sorry for yourself.
Oh, it's there's it's a very, very quiet locker room, and you can take that many different ways. I'm taking it as our guys are disappointed in our performance tonight, all the way across the board, from myself all the way down to player number 18. We got outcoached, we got outplayed. And you can feel sorry for yourself, or you can do whatever you can to try to be better come game 3. And that's my focus, is rallying these guys to continue to fight. No one said it was going to be easy. And right now we understand that.
Okay.
I just cannot believe the physicality of that game and how inept. I've never seen the Nuggets in this era of the Denver Nuggets look so overwhelmed and just sweltering defense that there was nothing that they could do with. I mean, it felt like they couldn't even get into their offense. More times than not, they run through the offense, they get through the two-man game, they reset, they get back to the top. I'm thinking about a couple possessions late in the second half where Jamal's bugged up so much in the backfield, he barely gets across the mid-court line, gets across, just hucks one to the corner. I forget who he threw it to. They hit the side of the backboard on a 3-point shot because he had like 2 seconds to make the shot. They didn't even get into the offense. It took them that entire shot clock just to get across the court.
How are you going to respond, Yoke?
I don't know. Maybe we'll see in 3 days, 4 days.
We'll see.
Thank God for the 3-4 days, man. That's a good thing. We talk about it all the time, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. Well, it's a scary. I'm never going to say it's a bad thing when you've got momentum, and I'm not going to say it's a bad thing. But you just kind of concern yourself with, can you maintain the momentum when you don't have the momentum? This is a gift from the good Lord above.
More from Malone.
They're in the locker room taking showers. That's where they are. Frustrating night, and the frustration creeped over, and I thought we lost control of our emotions a little bit tonight. And I felt that was a big play. I thought Jamal Murray took a charge, and it wasn't granted. But we have to have a little bit more poise when they're going on a run, when we're not getting calls, whatever it may be. You got to be able to handle that, read the game, react to the game. And I felt as a unit tonight, it wasn't great. We can definitely be better. As far as Jamal and Nicole, obviously there's 9 years, 8 years, been through a lot, and hopefully those guys can help in terms of leading the charge and rallying the troops, and not dropping your head, keep your head held high, and at least no matter what happens, walk off the court knowing you gave you everything you had. And a loss like this is tough. You feel embarrassed, you feel exposed. So what are you going to do about it? That's my biggest thing. What are you going to do about it? Look yourself in the mirror, have the balls, have the courage to look yourself in the mirror, say, I did not do my job tonight. And be better next game. That's all I can ask of them.
Is that Malone calling his team out?
Yeah, I don't know. He spoke the truth.
I didn't hear it as a call out.
Have the ball.
Yeah, first off, you would have to be naive. You'd have to be dumb to need a call out after a game like that. He didn't need to call anybody out. He just said what it is.
You have to have the balls to look in the mirror.
We can say that since he said it, right? Yeah, we can say that. Yeah, okay,
so.
Cool. Yeah, that's all it is. Like, hey, boys, when you come in the locker room after that, honestly, I know Malone is an emotional guy. I'd actually be surprised if he was hooting and hollering after that game.
Yeah.
Oh, after the game? I think it was probably dead quiet. I don't think anything was said. What are you going to say?
Because you go in there and you just say, well, boys, we're going to find out whether we got the balls to respond to this or not.
That's it. What else is this? That's not yelling and screaming night.
Going back to what we talked about in that first segment, that and it probably was a charge, and TNT ran it over a bunch of times. It should have been an offensive foul on what's his name?
Karl-Anthony Towns, right?
But that right there just signifies, okay, boys, we ain't going to get any kind of positive whistle. That's how they're going to play. Let's go. Let's get Joker on the block. And now you got 3 shots in the first quarter. He's 2 for 3.
You know what?
And all the offense.
Why'd you put DJ in there and see what's what for a few minutes? I don't know. That's what I thought they were going to do.
Yeah.
From the jump, you suggested Christian Brown going on an AG.
Played 2 minutes in that first stint.
And Malone pregame certainly gave the indication that that's exactly what was about to happen, and it didn't.
Well,
okay.
Here's the problem. Sometimes, guess what? Starters don't have it. And you hope that never happens in a regular season game. Goes back to this, and another thing I've been talking all year, and everybody, once the playoffs come, it doesn't matter. Be nice every once in a while. You got a guy off the bench who can come in there, and Naz Reid that says, okay, you need 16 tonight from the backup center? I got you. They ain't got nobody. They got nobody. They have nobody.
You know what's great about Bruce Brown? Everything. But despite the fact he wasn't the biggest guy in the world, he played like it.
He played like it. Played much bigger than his size, didn't he?
Everybody would be shocked to see, if you stood next to Bruce Brown, how just relatively normal he looks like compared to these guys. You know, Anthony Edwards isn't like that big. You know, he's big, but he's not overwhelming. He's got superior athletic ability, and he's very strong.
He's strong. He's
But
only
it's
6'4",
it's
maybe.
yeah, exactly. Well, that's
only.
Well, I know, but we're talking NBA relative terms. Oh, that's kind of like Bruce.
My son, who's 12 years old, watching the game with me last night. He says, "Dad, is Anthony Edwards the best player in the NBA right now?" And I said, "No. I mean, Jokic is still the best player." And he goes, "No, right now."
Yeah, good question by Noah.
And I said, "Well, boy, right now. Yep, he sure is right now, right this very moment."
I don't know how you'd even argue it. Who would be number 2?
What's the difference?
Who would be 1A?
What's the difference?
Between what? What do you mean?
And then compare it to last year also. Because was there any question last year during the playoffs, best player in the game was?
It was Jokic night in, night out.
Yeah, you couldn't tell the difference. But Jamal had pretty good playoffs.
Fantastic.
Did Gordon have pretty good playoffs? Did Bruce Brown have a pretty good playoffs? Did KCP pop up a handful of times?
Yeah.
Last 2 games, Edwards fantastic. Karl-Anthony Towns pretty good.
He was pretty good last night.
Naz Reid, he's pretty good first night too. Naz Reid coming on the bench pretty good.
16 points.
I mean,
and 3-pointers. I think it was 3 for 5 from 3. Something like that.
Is Conley doing any good? Point being, it's easier to be the greatest in that game or on the floor, whatever, when you've got other people around you taking a whole lot of pressure off you. There's no pressure off Joker right now. And as I've said before, this team is built to beat them. And what do they got? They can throw. Obviously, didn't have Rudy last night, but more nights than not, you got 4 big bodies. I can constantly keep on Joker, so he never gets to breathe. And what I don't understand is once they do make a switch, and it happened only like a handful of times. Now you got Edwards or you got Conley on him. Why is the ball going opposite him the other way? How do you, as a ball handler, go? Wait a minute, I got Towns on me. Dude, Conley's guarding Joker. Boom, get it to the wing, get it to the post, and let's go. And they never do that. They don't recognize that. But I think last night they got in their own heads because whatever, they didn't like the officiating. Okay.
Dude, they got, Scott, let's just keep it real. The Nuggets got out of control, okay?
Yes, absolutely.
And Mark Kisla asked Malone, hey, were you trying to get a technical? And he goes, kind of, yeah. You know, he admitted that. And here's the reason why. He said, if I'm telling my guys to be more physical and do this, they need to be rewarded when they should be rewarded. So what he was upset about was Jamal was doing what he was trying to coach them and not getting rewarded. And at the moment, Malone thought, well, I need to go ballistic to show everybody, no, you're doing the right thing and I'm going to stand up for you. This is what Malone said after the game last night. And I'm like, oh, well, okay, fine. But that was pretty early in the game.
Yeah.
And look at the tone of everything else afterwards. It was Aaron Gordon went up and like verbally got into the chili of a ref during a timeout that drew a technical. Jamal had his throwing stuff going on. The temperature of the crowd feeds off that. That was an angry crowd last night. Usually it's really joyous and supportive and whatever. That felt ugly last night in the entire building. That was my vibe on it.
Yep.
And I think the crowd was simply reflecting on what the energy the team was putting out. It's like, we're not going to fight. We're going to fight back in a way. I thought there might be a fist fight out there last night. Swear to God. If a punch was thrown last night, it would not have surprised me whatsoever. Because that's what it felt like. And now guess what you're doing? What you're not doing. You're not playing basketball anymore. I don't know what it is. It's I'm sure in football games, Tyler, when a team is just getting their ass kicked, I've seen it in hockey all the time. The only thing you can do is just fight. Yep. It doesn't make any sense. You're not playing the game anymore.
Very rarely do the fights happen in competitive games. It's when you're in competitive situations, you're dialed in, you're locked in, man. You don't have time to be worried about your opponents. But when it spirals, it spirals. And
what's Minnesota doing? Dancing, high fives, having a good time, chest thumping, hanging on rims. I mean, it was party time. They weren't going to fight anybody. They were kicking our ass. Why do you need to fight if you're already kicking ass? And tell me I'm wrong on any of this.
No, no. Right. I'm right here for you.
It was a strange mood last night. Didn't you think the tone of the crowd was odd?
They got out of their head. But now let's go back.
Can I do one last thing on my little rant here? Do you know what I heard in the arena, at Ball Arena? And there weren't many Wolves fans there. But you know what I heard?
Felt like there were.
It felt like it in the fourth quarter when Anthony Edwards is at the foul line late in the fourth and MVP chants were raining down
in your
inside.
own arena, your own freaking arena.
And I'm telling you, there weren't that many Wolves fans there, okay? I mean, there were. There always are some. Hundred. Right. But it sounded like it, didn't it, at the end?
Could hear it on our radio broadcast. Last thing, see if you remember this. Do you remember what after Malone talked? What I reached over to you, we sat kind of by each other. What I reached over to you and said?
Buy me dinner?
Well, that was when I let you go over your hand.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. I said, when Malone talked, because it was a different kind of mood Malone had, I said, that's either a guy resigned that they ain't good enough, or it's the calm before a storm. Now looking back, which one was it?
It's resignment. Yeah, I recognize it, because a couple years ago, I'll never forget this. Well, at least we won one against Golden State. I remember that, like it was yesterday. Like we figured out how to win one game. Like this year's been so ridiculous without Jamal, Michael Porter Jr. They're so much better than us. It ain't our year. Jamal ain't coming back. Although
but you know the difference is they were competitive in those games. Those first two games in Golden State. I mean, it was a 3-4 point game going into the fourth quarter.
They don't even look like a playoff team.
They just weren't good enough.
Well, when you got your star players freaking out. And I don't even know where this came from because this is so out of character for them. But it's not just playing poorly. It's like losing your cool.
No, I'm telling you, it's not that hard to explain. They have not been physically manhandled in a physical way like that in years. In years. And well, maybe, I don't know. In my memory, Scott.
Minimal time. A couple times early it happened, and I was like, dude, team's getting physical. And I said it on the broadcast. Teams get physical with them. Denver backs down a little bit.
Bottom line, they're not accustomed to it. They're not accustomed to getting manhandled like that. And when you get manhandled, you got two choices. You can step up to the plate and you can be as aggressive as they are, or you can point the finger and you blame somebody and say, "Hey, this isn't fair." And unfortunately, they chose the route of saying this isn't fair.
Well, two things, and let's be honest, they really didn't play well against the Lakers. Lakers just ain't no good. I mean, give them credit. They got the postseason.
I totally agree.
They did not play good in that series either. And they're playing maybe with the same type of level. But we said this before the playoffs started. Whoever won this series is going to go to the finals. And I firmly believe that. Though saying that, this team is to beat Denver, not to beat the league. So just keep that in mind.
I got you, but
just keep that in mind.
Okay. But if there was a team that's going to win 16 straight on the way to the championship, this team is built the right way. I'll tell you.
Maybe.
All right.
We'll see. We'll see.
I'm trying to figure out what their weakness is.
Apparently, air travel after you have a child earlier in the day because Rudy Gobert couldn't get there because of wind.
They actually play better. But going back,
they play better without Rudy.
Yeah, the second point is this, and I've said this 1,000 times. The heart and soul of this team, and this goes back to your mood and tempo and the mood of the team reflected into the crowd. The heart and soul of this team is Jamal Murray. And so when Jamal Murray goes into an abyss mentally, I think the team follows.
I agree.
And it's not just on him. Other guys have got to be strong enough to come up there. But I think they followed him down the abyss.
Well, like in the night that everybody said, keep shooting, Jamal, keep shooting when he was shooting poorly when Jamal made a shot in Game 2 against the Lakers. Other players were playing well as well while they were encouraging him. Last night, you could have told Jamal 3 of 18, over 4 from 3, keep shooting, but nobody was shooting well. No. Like, everybody needed the same encouragement, and when everybody needs the same encouragement, nobody's getting encouraged because everybody's in their own heads.
He's the emotional leader of the team. And the way I would compare it is, that's not a shot at Nikola Jokic. Matter of fact, I would compare it just like this. Nikola Jokic is Peyton Manning, and Jamal Murray is DeMarcus Ware. We followed the heartbeat of D Ware. Really, the entire defense, quite frankly, because we had a handful of guys like that on the defense. But Peyton Manning was the de facto leader, not necessarily the sideline emotional leader.
I think Jamal just, with the whole throwing, he just lost it.
Here's another thing.
He really just, I mean, he just lost it for
goes
whatever
into
reason.
a dark hole of disparity, which if you get to the point to where you get so frustrated you're throwing your stuff out onto the floor, you're in a dark place.
Yeah.
Right?
You're not yourself.
What's one couple things could cause you not playing well? Okay. Not 100%.
Definitely.
And you equate that to not playing well.
Yeah.
And then all this other frustration. I can't move. I can't do this.
It's got to be so
now
frustrating.
I'm not getting calls on top of it, and I'm trying to play hurt, and then all of a sudden you go into a place you don't want to go. Listen, we've all done flash anger things that are absolutely stupid.
Sure.
He just happened to do it on national TV.
Yeah, and I think like a frustration, I've never had the athleticism of anything close, but I can imagine the ability to just go up, as Jamal did when he threw that dunk in LeBron. And multiple times, Nuggets players were going up for a moment like that only to be turned away at the rim by a more athletic team.
Or in Jamal's case last night, just lost it out of his hands on the way up.
How many times did they get stuffed at the rim? I mean,
a
whether it
bunch.
was stuffed
And
at the rim or literally they weren't able to jump at the rim.
And the refs were letting them play. And I was fine with it, actually. I'm like, hey, it's a block. Hey, it's another block. They're allowed to block you more than one time in a row. Just because you get a block and you get the rebound doesn't mean you get a bunny. They can block you again. And they did to Jokic a couple times. There was a sequence of like, he got a couple of offensive rebounds off blocks, and then he just missed a layup, basically. And the whole night was just, one thing after another like that. And nobody was really coming. I mean, Justin Holiday was good, I guess. But, if Justin Holiday is your best player, who's a great guy, you got some issues.
I asked Kaz this question at the end of the game 3 minutes ago. They put in the whole bench. Who of that five is going to be a big-time contributor for the team next year? Because that question will be asked
I think
sometime.
Hunter Tyson could be. I don't know, man. I think Hunter Tyson could be the Peyton Watson of next year. I do. But he barely played this year. I don't know. We didn't really get to see it. Who else? Braxton Key? No. Strother? Should be, but probably not. He ain't I'll tell you this, man. He ain't Bones Highland. I'm sorry. I get it. Bones was a pain in the butt. Bones is a way better NBA basketball player than Julian Strother. I'm sorry. That's the truth, too. Maybe not a college player, but he's better. He's a better pro. All right, should we check out the text? I don't know. Is everybody just driving into over? I can't.
Yeah, it's no time to completely despair.
All right.
I want to see how they answer Friday night. If it's similar to tonight, then let's start getting the highlight films from this year and let's celebrate 57 wins and see you next season.
All right, it's PhD on 925.
Hey guys, it's Tyler Plumbus here, and I was just talking with my guys over at Revitalize Health today because I needed to reload on my medicine, and they make it so easy. It's so simple. Guys, you're going to love your experience. Stop settling for not looking as good, feeling as good, sleeping as good as you want to. Your workout's not going as far as you want them to because Revitalize Health can help you out with all of those things. You're going to look better, feel better, sleep better. Who does not want all of those? Testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. They've got it all covered. They've also got 3 locations, so they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler Plum sent you on over, and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Well, I don't know. I mean, they kicked their ass. So, yeah, it got away from us.
I should do a hey, is this somebody?
Avicii.
Famous people. Yeah. There was like a DJ that they featured on the Jumbotron, Tiesto.
Yeah, go on.
Very famous. Do you know? Oh, he is very famous.
Like he's very,
like one of the
very,
OG DJs.
Oh, really? Famous.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know Alinium was there.
Keep going.
I know Bill.
Nathaniel Rateliff may have had the worst first shot of the entire year.
Why am I drawing a blank on DU goalie's name? Help me out here. Someone, anyone, nobody. His
good luck.
His
Don't
free
give
throw
up.
shot. His free throw shot. It barely hit the lower backside of the right end.
Nathaniel went granny
Matt
style.
Davis.
Nathaniel went granny style and shorted it. Like granny style, you go granny style, you got room to, you don't leave it short in granny style.
Sure.
If you're trying to swish it, you do all the time.
I'm telling you, I've seen every single first shot for the better part of 3 years. People leave it short. My only advice would be to go deep with it. Go further.
No, I think that's bad advice with that ball, though. With that ball, that's bad advice. That thing will bounce right out of there.
Tom Watts, they changed balls this year.
Oh, they did?
It's like those autograph balls, half
those,
leather, half whatever.
Those like
rubber ones.
Yeah, those things. If you hit the back of the rim, that
You're
thing's
done.
over.
Fine, but I have seen so many people just leave it short. It's ridiculous.
Tom Watson's advice to amateurs on putting years and years ago.
What's that?
Never up, never in.
That's right.
There you go. You got to have the.
So you're saying D-Mac's wrong?
No, he's
No,
right.
you gotta know. If I was giving anybody advice on that shot, I'd say hit the backboard. Seriously, try to put it between the square, and we'll see what happens.
Doesn't it blow your mind, golfers, small squirrel, when they putt, when they miss like 6 feet long. Like they never come up short.
Because they're always trying to make it.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the text line and just see what everybody's thinking here. And we have Connor McGahee from Dallas at the top of the hour. Pivot.
And our goal is for Tyler to anger him again.
Okay.
Because it sparked the Avs.
You guys got in my head after that. Okay. I actually reached out to Connor to see if he thought that I angered him. And he thought that Wait, other way around.
No, you're right.
He thought that he angered me.
Correct.
Yes.
He told me that.
Yes.
He said he felt bad.
Bottom line is, we'll see if we can fight again.
Hey, he reached out to me. All he said to me, he goes, I don't know why he thought he made me mad. I knew it was a stupid question, but I just, I wasn't mad.
That's not what he said to me. It's interesting. We had two different conversations with Connor. The Nuggets still have the best player in the world. I'm not giving up. Malone needs to check himself last night. They were getting punked. Well, I mean, that's an easy thing to say because that's what Reggie Jackson said.
They're just coming in a bit more physical. They honestly just try to punk us, and it's worked the first 2 games.
How do you expect this team to respond?
We will see. We shall see. So, can't lose the game and the fight. Got to win one of them. So, hopefully we come out ready to fight.
Oh, that's a good line.
That is a good line.
Great atmosphere. The division rival team that we've been playing. So, we got to go do all we can to go get game 3.
God, that actually is a great
That
quote.
sure is.
We can't lose the game and the fight.
And
we gotta win one of them.
Yeah.
Which is that story I told you.
That's a great quote.
At the coffee break right just now. Remember when in Orlando, we're getting hammered. And Isaiah said, if they're going to beat then we're going to beat there. And we won the fight, lost the game by 20.
All my years in sports, I don't think I've ever heard a coach say that. That's actually a hell of a line.
That's a great quote. There's two things
It makes
going
all the
on here
sense in the
tonight,
world,
guys.
right?
There's a fight and the game. You got to win at least one of those.
You guys were talking earlier about
good.
Malone's technical
Make a
early in the
t-shirt.
game and whether that influenced the guys. And you know what? I don't mind Malone doing that. I don't mind Malone. Like, there is always got to be a certain little bit as a coach. Hey, fellas, do as I say, not as I do. And sometimes I'm going to be the bad guy, right? And so I don't think that Malone set the standard for what the other guys were doing. I really don't. I think I want my coach to go out there and fight for us. I want my coach to be willing to take the technicals for us.
I will say this, though. It's a coward ref not to give him a tee.
How about that?
Yeah.
I've never seen a coach get into a arrest.
Yeah, I mean, he borderline could have been like in
I
trouble.
was waiting for him to get ejected.
That's what I'm saying.
He was begging for one. Why wouldn't the ref give him that?
Because A, he probably knew he was wrong, and B, it probably surprised him that it was that vociferous.
It was something else. And then AG did get a tech.
Which
actually,
now when AG did it,
that was in a timeout.
It was during a timeout, yeah.
And when AG did it, that's ineffectual and probably shouldn't have done it.
Didn't serve a purpose.
Meaning because he doesn't have a big enough voice, or what do you mean by that?
No, it was already 22 points, and you're in the timeout. Everything's over,
Right.
and you're talking about a play 4 minutes ago.
Right. Nobody even knew what was going on.
No, in
Nobody's
fact,
paying
no one knew
attention.
there was a technical until Mike Conley was shooting a free throw.
Legitimately, Scott, this is from Will in the FTC, Fort Collins, right? It's got to be Fort Collins. FTC.
FT,
right.
Fort
Collins, I would say.
Yeah.
Okay. Scott, do you think they have it in them to be only the 34th team in NBA history to overcome 0-2? Well, hold on a second.
Well, they've done 3-1.
Hold on a second. It's not that they're just 0-2. They're 0-2 at home. That they wouldn't be the 34th team to overcome it. They'd be the 5th team to overcome it. Since 1984. Since 1984, 26 home advantage teams have lost the first 2 games at home. Only 4 of those 26 teams from 1984 have actually won a series. That's how remarkable it is to do that. So not impossible. It's not being down 3-0. 3-0 is 156-0 or something like that. But are you one of those teams? Are you special enough like one of those 4 other teams?
They come out with 0 fight and no. We said yesterday, so I'm not going to retract. I said they lose that game last night, it's going to be a real short series. So all odds say it is, and I go with what Reggie just said. And when Katie asked him, how do you expect this team to respond? And what was his answer? I don't know.
Jokic said the same thing.
Well, and Malone said that also, though, when he was talking about
Malone said the same thing.
He said it was an awfully quiet locker room.
Yeah.
And that could mean a lot of things, right? And in other words, like he was like, I'm not quite sure what it means.
Yeah.
Well, we were talking about this a while ago, and I mentioned this. Man, I don't know if I mentioned. I think I mentioned in the paint with you guys last night. Everybody gives Conley credit, and well, he should. He signed guys, kept him going, brought Conley in, brought Gobert in. Boom, he's done a nice job. Mike, with this series here, Chris Finch and Micah Nori, Chris Finch, the head coach, Micah Nori, first assistant. Mike is the one, because of Finch's injury, that's been up and down the sideline. They were both here at the rise of this team's core, of the rise of Joker, of the rise of Jamal, of Michael Porter. You think they know, those 2 guys know in intimate detail,
They
of
know,
course,
of
what
course.
them guys don't like?
We'll dig back into it. Your comments are appreciated on the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. Safeway, we want to thank Safeway in honor of Mother's Day happening this Sunday. Celebrate Mom with fresh cut flowers and chocolate dipped strawberries. Shop in-store on the Safeway app to discover great deals. For today's $50 gift card, text TULIP. You should be able to spell that. TULIP. And your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's TULIP. First and last name to 303-504-0925.
Here we go. Pivot.
Connor McGahey here.
Pivot.
In Dallas, let's talk some hot. Let's take a breath.
Pivot.
It's PhD on 92.5.
Pivot.
All right. Hey, it's D-Mac here to tell you when opportunity knocks, You've got to act. It's a buyer's market, and that means exceptional values at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, proud partner of CU Athletics. How good are these deals? Oh, how about $20,000 off a new Ford F-150 Lightning Lariat? You heard that right. Go green and take $20,000 off MSRP on an F-150 with federal tax credits and rebates. And that's not all. At Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, you can save thousands in finance charges and buy a new Ford with 0% APR financing for 60 months. Want their lowest payment on a 2024 Bronco Sport Big Bend? Hey, lease one today, just $249 a month. So what are you waiting for? Figure it out. Get it straight. Do it now. Buy and save big at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, 3rd and Alpine. Beautiful showroom. Or simply visit them online at MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. That's MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com.
Rantanen works it loose, saucer feet. Cale Makar knocks it down. Makar now for Nathan MacKinnon. All the way over Rantanen, doesn't take the one-timer. Back for MacKinnon, sweeps it towards the net. Score! MacKinnon with the Chushkin providing the screen in front. Threaded the needle, he did! He put it right through everybody. Nathan MacKinnon has his second goal of the series. It's a power play goal. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, this is a tie hockey game.
Oh, this feels better. All right. I'm sort of getting into the turn up a little bit there, Grizz. Just, you know what I mean? Like, shake out of it. Game's over.
We can't always have everything be great.
Wow.
One great thing's still a great thing, right?
Yeah. I mean, we got playoffs tonight. The Avalanche. Shake off that Nuggets thing. Let's go down to Dallas. Connor McGahey, how's your head, Bob? Like, can you get, like, if you're in the club, are you
Yeah, the original song was better.
How does that go for you there, Connor?
Well, first of all, I'm not in the club because I would fit in there as well as you would, D-Mac. We don't exactly fit in there, do we?
Yeah, but you dress better.
I don't think so.
Well, there's no doubt Connor
Thank you
dresses
very
better.
much.
Oh, my God.
Are you kidding me? I could see Connor crushing happy hour at Del Frisco's. Are you kidding me? I know you're a happily married man and everything, but Connor's hanging out at Del's or Shanahan's happy
You're talking
hour.
about Wednesdays at Shanny in the summer.
Yeah.
Where
on the deck.
With
That
the
is,
63-year-old cougars and widows are on the prowl.
Now, you're not referring to the animals, right?
No, I'm talking, but that is prime hunting territory for single Connor
Right
McGahey.
around your corner now, your new house.
Well, no. Well, no. I'm up here. No.
Oh, I thought you
T-Max
did.
got
I
that
tried. I was going to. That fell through. No, is Connor still with us?
Yeah.
Connor.
Yeah, no, I'm here. I'm here. It's cool. I just like being, I'm like crewman number 6 in Galaxy Quest. I'm just jazzed about being here.
All right, talk to us. Just give us some news today about morning skate. Fill us in. What's to know? Just the vibe, all that sort of stuff.
No, I think the grab ass stuff is a lot more fun, to be honest.
Yeah, I know. I get it.
Yeah, no. But no, morning skate again was in the afternoon because it's a 7:52 mountain puck drop tonight.
Wow.
If you could just go ahead and pinch me, that'd be great. I think that's 4 in a row now that the Avalanche have played 52 after. Anyhow.
Do you want to complain because you won those games?
No, I don't. The Avalanche are like 9-2 in games that start after 8:30 p.m. in the playoffs. So anyhow, morning skate featured almost everybody. Kivi Ronta in non-contact sweater. Drouin is here. Didn't participate in skate. We had Coach Landy out there skating around in the coach hoodie. And then Chris Wagner appears to be into the lineup for Kovalenko tonight.
Oh, interesting. So Kivi Ronta's still out, huh?
Yep. I mean, he, like I said, he skated with the group today,
Okay.
but he was in non-contact.
And Wagner, not Kovalenko. All right. Okay.
That appears to be the only change, and otherwise,
No big deal.
Just a week off, and everyone's ready to roll.
You did it last round. Is it almost good again? Maybe that the Avs get to start in Dallas for the first two.
I honestly think it's a good thing, Scotty, because I mean, McKinnon said, the camaraderie piece builds when you're on a flight. You don't know if you're going to be. Everyone's watching that game on Sunday afternoon, evening, and you don't know if you're leaving the next day, if you're staying home the next day, and everyone sort of felt like, all right, we're like Willie Nelson, we're on the road again, and it's just sort of everyone ropes, everyone rides, and it's a good time to build. And if you steal one on the road, then all of a sudden you have home ice advantage. So I almost think that, especially for this group, that works better because the Avalanche are not, for all intents and purposes, they're not a third seed in the division, right? I mean, that's not who they are. They're higher than that. Vegas was not a wild card team. They're better than that, and Dallas has to go through both. But I think, again, if you get one of these two in Dallas, you're in great shape, and I think that's almost an advantage for the Avs.
I keep hearing everybody say that, and I'd rather start at home. But you know what? I keep everybody hearing everyone say that. So, okay, let's go for it. And I get it, man. If you steal one, That's what it's all about, especially if you get 2 like Minnesota. God, let's not talk about that. Hey, Connor, these
you guys aren't sulking about that at all.
No,
barely mentioning it.
Yeah.
Connor, I don't sulk.
We're pivoting.
Pivot.
Pivoting to the Avalanche.
I just tell the truth.
Yeah.
Here we go. Pivot. Pivot.
Hey, these 2 teams, Avalanche have the best offensive league, and Stars are right up there, man. I mean, this is 2 offensive juggernauts. Despite what you said last time we had you on, when you wanted to pull Georgie, he really settled down, and things were. What are you laughing? What's he laughing at? No.
No, everything's fine.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No.
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. What do you
I just
expect?
had a
What do you
little-
expect this
little something
matchup to
in my
look
throat
like?
from lunch. Sorry, what was that? I was talking to myself.
Nothing.
What'd you say,
I
Tyler?
mean, you know what? Would you like to take a victory lap at me? I'm changing my question.
Be easier.
Would you like to take a victory lap when I might have been wrong about wanting to pull
Connor,
Georgie?
I do it every day. It feels good.
Connor, just do this. Take your tongue. Ready? So you got your tongue? You know where it is? Put it between your lips and just do this.
Hey, you lose with class and you win with class, boys.
My question is, how talented both these offenses are. Do you expect there to be offensive fireworks?
Yeah, I would think so because, I mean, that's what the Avalanche want to do. They want to open it up. Everyone talking about how Dallas was a good series. Maybe just because we're spoiled, but I was kind of bored. Not as bored as I was with Vancouver, Nashville. I mean, I literally went outside and stared at my lawn instead to get some entertainment value. But I think the way that the Avs play, they force other teams to open up. That's what they did to Winnipeg, and that's what they're going to try and do to the Dallas Stars. So, with all the weapons that they both have, I mean, I'm not saying that every game is going to be 6-5, but I would assume that we're not going to have as many 2-1 games in the series that Dallas and Vegas played to, if that makes sense.
You want some great numbers here from our great friend Brendan McNicholas, PR guru to the Stars with hockey.
And a dapper dresser.
Oh, there is not
best dressed PR guy in the league by a million miles.
One of the best dressed people, period. Ever. I mean, never mind. Yeah, I mean, ridiculous. Avs lead the NHL with 28 goals, most through 5 games of the postseason since 94-95. Avs first team to score 28 plus in a 5-game series since the Flames in 87-88. D rank first in goals and points, lead the NHL in third period goals, scoring in every third period. This is absolute scoring domination, Connor, that they haven't had production like the entire year till right now. How about that to put a smile on your face?
Without a doubt. And that is a reward for playing all-around good hockey. Craig Berube said it on TNT at an intermission the other night. He said the Avalanche don't get enough credit for the chaos that they cause on the forecheck, with their smothering style. Everyone wants to talk about the speed and the track meet that is the Colorado Avalanche. Well, it's not just about that. I mean, I would say that the Avs play as good of a well-rounded game as anybody in the Stanley Cup playoffs, and that frees up them to get scoring chances and to make those scoring chances count. And, the puck went in a lot for them in the first round because of that hard work, and that's going to be the only way to beat Dallas here in the second round. But yeah, I mean, it's just the reward that you get for doing things the right way.
Talking about that and doing things the right way, you get through the Stars, say you get through Edmonton, then you hammer the Rangers, you're raising the cup again, we stay on parade. If that scenario played out, and I think there's a good chance it could, if that scenario played out, could we go back to look at that first round game 2 as kind of when the switch flipped to let's play the right way, both sides of the ice?
Yeah, and because, in game 1, you had half of it right? Because you scored 6 on Connor Hellebuyck. And so the other half, the 7 goals allowed is not what you're looking for. You can, if you're scoring chances are leading to probably an average of 4 goals a game, I mean, you're aiming for 2 anyhow. But if you clean those things up, and the Avalanche did, and the fact that you're able to make that adjustment within pretty much a 36-hour period, to me, is what champions do. And, you know, when you had different kinds of opponents in 2022, right, because Nashville posed a different threat than St. Louis. St. Louis posed a different threat than the Edmonton Oilers, same with the Tampa Bay Lightning. The adjustment that the team led by Jared Bednar was able to make is what made them champions. And we saw that in a little bit of a tiny example between games 1 and 2. And again, they're going to have to do the same thing with the Dallas Stars from what they've seen from them in the regular season, where they went 3-1, and then watching film of this 7-game series versus Vegas.
It's a force of nature against
distant gaseous sphere.
Love it. Connor, have a great call.
How old are you?
What?
None. He's asking Connor how old he is?
Yeah.
Yes. He's a man that time forgot.
39.
Okay.
I'm 39.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Connor.
You and I are kindred, Tyler. Same.
Like, you know what I'm realizing right now? Here's what I'm realizing right now. And I guess I knew it was true all along, but here's what I realize right now. The hockey guys don't give a crap about the basketball guys. Not
They
really.
really don't.
They
No.
really don't.
No.
Not really.
You just realize that? Oh my God! Are you kidding me?
Do basketball guys care about hockey guys?
I'm gonna guess it's vice versa. The same is true.
No, because I like all those guys.
No. I don't think he dislikes the basketball people. I'm saying, whatever was the game last night. We got a game tonight.
A prime example of that. Listen to Moser try to talk about basketball playoffs. You realize they really.
Okay, but thank you, Connor. It's great. We'll listen to your call tonight. Thank you, buddy.
Kill him with
Are you
truth.
sure? Okay, I will.
No, of course we will. We're pivoting.
Okay,
we're making the pivot. We're pivoting.
Here we go, pivot.
Yeah, we're pivoting. Whatever the choice we have. Thank God we do have this choice.
Telling you. Can't always have two nice things.
I just thought
one nice car is good enough.
I don't know, man.
Unless all of a sudden you have two.
Can you imagine if the Avs
sell Mortimer sell?
Can you imagine if the Avs lose like 7-1 tonight?
Oh, you got them right where you need them.
Why?
Good point.
Why are you guys trying to sell me on this? It's a good thing to start on the road.
Because you don't really get to experience it. Because football, you fly a day before, and boom, 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 boom. Sometimes you have walkthroughs, sometimes you don't. Then you have meetings all night, and then you go. In the NBA and the NFL and the NHL, I mean, it's like you're camping together.
Yeah,
and you're. I mean, these guys go into a ballroom at 9:00 in the morning. There'll be 20 guys drinking coffee, getting stretched out, hanging out, just shooting the breeze for an hour or so together, and then they'll get on the bus, and drive over, and then they'll skate around and have them, and then they'll come back and have dinner. Someone gets some more rehab for another hours, and it's like
it's the only family you got.
It's like a giant camping trip for dudes that are trying to bond.
Now, when you do it too much, like you go for 6 games, 9 nights, that's bad.
No.
Yeah. But like 4 days with the boys?
I think I'd still rather have the advantage.
Yeah, but it's not necessarily a bad thing, especially if you're rested and not burned out when you go on the road. It's actually kind of fun, and you don't have to worry about the fence blowing over or the bills you got to pay or this, that, the other thing.
It's a great thing if you win. It's
the momentum, when you win, the momentum is ridiculous.
Once the Avs won Game 2 in Winnipeg, it was almost a wrap. I mean, it really, as it turned out, it was a wrap because now you're that home team going, and it was going to be for Denver. Denver lost that first game. Even if you win Game 2, you're thinking, geez, okay, the pressure's on that team to lose at home first.
You know what? You bring up a good point, though. A really good point. I got a slight sliver of optimism for the Nuggets. Slight sliver. You just reminded me of that. I'll tell you what that is next. Plus, no dumb questions at 1:30.
That's called a splinter.
Hey, it's D-Mac, and I feel so much better after dropping 40 pounds. I'm in the maintenance stage now, and I just hope to stay here for the rest of my life. Everything feels better. I'm in much better physical shape and emotional shape as well. It's little things, whether it comes to exercise, and I love riding my bike, and, that's better. All of that is way better. And then there's just like the emotional things. I mean, it's kind of weird to say, but I'm wearing a t-shirt that I haven't worn in a while. It's good to wear t-shirts and not feel like it's, sticking to your body and you're just everything. It's just, oh my God. Just put on a nice t-shirt. It's simple things like that. Things that I used to experience and then I've let things go. But with SOTA weight loss, boy, have I gotten things back together. SOTA weight loss, where I worked with my nutritionist, Amanda. It's an at-home program, at home, at work. The nutritionist coaching is unreal. You should see the more than 9,000 positive Google reviews with incredible before and after pictures, and I'm part of that club. So listen, if you want to get back to your old self, or perhaps a way you've never quite been, SOTA weight loss, SOTA weightloss.com. That's SOTAweightloss.com. Say it with me. SOTA weight loss, state of the art. All right, I'm feeling better. I'm not going to lie. It's a little down in the dumps.
God, were you?
I was a little in my head.
Why?
Scott's F950 was up on my butt, like honking his horn, and
it's not a Ford, by the way.
Yeah, it's a Dodge 1500.
Really?
People they've got pride in their trucks now.
A priest and a rabbi walk in a bar. What color's the wallpaper? I mean, whatever. Who cares?
Wow.
Besides the point. Whatever suburban assault vehicle you were driving.
Sometimes don't you just not know what to do? You know.
Well, no, you know.
You get where I'm going.
He drives minis.
I get from point A to point B in a Mike Maroney vehicle, and it's fabulous.
Which you all know that you think is better than. Never mind.
Ain't no doubt about it. I'm gonna give you some credit, Tyler. See, you're interrupting me. I'm about to give you credit.
Yeah, you should do that.
You're making me not want to give you credit.
We should do that. We should definitely do that.
You just said something that reminds me that if I'm looking at the sunny side of the street, the glass is half full. Going on the road for the Nuggets right now might be the best thing in the world. To get out of their heads, because you know what? You go into Minnesota, you know what I'm just realizing? There is no pressure on the Nuggets right now. None.
I don't know, man.
None.
You're still
really look at the shows. Look at the shows. Look at the national narrative. Look at everything.
Well, yeah, that's true. Everybody's given up on you.
Everybody has given up on the Nuggets. I saw something on ESPN. They were going to do a quiz for Brian Windhorst. And it was name the last MVP who was swept out of the playoffs. I didn't stick around for the answer, so I don't have the answer to the question. But they were trying to stump him with trivia. That's on ESPN today.
Oh, does it count as swept out of the playoffs if you won the first round?
Yes. To get the MVP and be involved in a sweep.
Oh, well, that is bad because he is going to get the MVP on
tomorrow.
The road. He's going to get the MVP on the road.
Well, no, they're traveling on Thursday, but he'll get it here. That's going to be odd, but I don't know how.
Wait, so they just hand it to him here and there's like nothing to it?
They give it tomorrow. They give it tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
It's happening tomorrow, and they're not traveling till Thursday.
Right.
So I don't know. It's so strange
like
how
why,
they
because
do this.
why would we do it during a home game or something? Why would we think that might make
because
sense?
the last time they did that, David Robinson and Elijah went in there and scored 50 on him and embarrassed him. I don't think they want to do that on a game day.
Well, tomorrow it's happening. You know what? The pressure is off. I'm staying positive here. Will you play where there's no pressure? Nobody's expecting anything of you. Everybody is already writing you off.
I totally hear what you're saying from a national narrative. I don't know that they feel that way though, man. I mean, they're the freaking returning champs. They've got all the pressure. They don't want to. They don't want to be embarrassed. They're all
saying we'll see. We don't know. There's no pressure. No, because if they lose now,
but they got pride and they care.
Of course they get pride and of course they care. But I'm just talking about the ability to go and just play loose and free and not worry about things anymore. Because it seems to me like they're wound up.
No, I can't buy this. No pressure. I can't buy that. I can't buy that. You're down 0-2. You're the returning champs.
Well, I was trying to give you credit.
I appreciate it, but I just happen to disagree with it. I mean,
are you disagreeing with yourself?
I didn't say that. I don't even know what you agreed with me on that one. I never said that.
Scott, so you disagree? You think they have just as much pressure as ever?
I do. I think they don't want to be embarrassed. They don't want to get swept. They don't want to be the returning champs that just got out there and got absolutely physically dominated.
But there's a difference, in my opinion, of being they don't want to be embarrassed, and then there's pressure.
Pressure's now on Minnesota because now you've been anointed.
You have to, because all you got to do is if you found a way to actually play like you cared, which they haven't.
Mm-hmm.
And you win game 3, now the pressure goes back on them. So, oh my God, we can't afford to lose that. In game 4, that's all on
You know what
Minnesota.
I realized? Like I was listening to the morning show guys, Vic was just like, I got mine. Like, I'm good. Kaner was like, what are you talking about?
Wasn't he supposed to retire, by the way?
Who?
Wasn't Vic supposed to retire after the last time the Nuggets won a championship? Because he promised us all that he was going to do that.
Vic's never going to retire.
Go back to your point 1. ESPN still has an agenda. This is a chance for them to relive their agenda that they didn't want Joker as an MVP anyway.
Yeah.
So this is a great opportunity for them to belittle it as much as they could and see, I told you, he's a phony. MVP. I would say, well, guess what? Every time he's won an MVP, they haven't won a championship. It's been like that. In fact, did he win one the year they got swept by Phoenix? I don't remember if that was the first or second year anyway. But whatever. The only pressure they have.
They did.
As,
Suns in 4. That was,
Yeah.
He won an MVP, and then he won an MVP when they lost to the Golden State.
Yeah, the only pressure they have is are you going to come to a game with the approach that a professional grown-ass man comes to, or are you just going to ship it in? If you ship it in, there's no pressure. If they just
if they don't care, there's no pressure.
Yeah, there you go.
Right.
And that's what they're going to feel. But that's no pressure. That's manning up. Is that pressure?
No.
So, I don't know, man. I guess I disagree with both of you on this one. I mean, you are not the underdog. When you are the underdog, when you come into it and you're down 0-2.
Well, they're the underdog now.
Well, but no, you weren't when you started the series.
That's different.
And you
Times
certainly
have
weren't
changed.
when you started the year and
Right.
where the expectations are.
Well, now you're the underdog.
Okay, that's fine. You got to that point, but you weren't like the cute team. Like you don't have pressure when you were the cute team that's losing. You weren't the cute team. You're the returning champs.
The pressure was all season, and they grinded through it. And I was thinking about this just a while ago, taking a leak.
Wow, it wasn't a poop?
No, I did that earlier. Boy, I had a. Anyway, can we look back and see what we've seen in the postseason? And is it relatable to that game in San Antonio next to the last game of the year? I mean, is this kind of where because let's be honest, they beat Memphis. Memphis wouldn't even try, and they didn't actually burn Memphis's barn doors down. It wasn't like this, whatever. But can we go back to that San Antonio game and say the malaise kind of started on that last road trip of the year?
Up 19 with 9 minutes to go.
Knowing what we know now, sure.
I mean, because I go back and I don't think they played very good in that LA series.
They trailed in every freaking game.
Yeah, I don't think they played good in that series. But LA's not any good, and I know ESPN and all them people, Windhorst, who only has a job because of LeBron, doesn't want to believe that, but they aren't very good.
Well, I'll tell you this, man. Nobody's expecting the Nuggets to win the series. You realize that, right? Nobody now.
Are the Nuggets?
Oh, we're fixing to find out. I don't know.
We're going to fix it to find out.
I mean, if they're still planning on winning this series, they got pressure.
What you're fixing to find out is if there needs to be a significant overall in the off season, or let's add a piece to where they wore out.
A piece. We need
they wore out. Well, that's what I'm going to say. If they don't show up in game 3 and they get beat by 25-30,
all right,
then you know what? There probably ought to be some noise and some cages rattled in the off season.
Yeah,
if we're being real honest.
Fine, but I can tell you who's not going to be worried about their gig. Jamal, Jokic, AG. They're all coming back. They're all good. I don't know what's going to happen to KCP. Michael Porter Jr., I don't know. We'll see. But every single one of those guys got a ring. I don't know, man. I think you sleep at the end of the day pretty calm when you got millions in the bank and you got a ring. I think
I don't think those guys are like that.
When I hear Vic Lombardi say, you know what, at the end of the day, I'm good. I got mine. I'm like, oh, okay.
It's kind of like something about Mary.
How's that?
Yeah, well, before his date in the bathroom, I mean, all the pressure was off him before he went out on the actual date.
Are we comparing the pressure of the team itself to Vic Lombardi?
Well, I'm just saying, last year, people like Vic, North Siders and Denver folk.
What is it, West Side or North Side?
Well, he's North Side.
He says West Side also.
He's Northwest Side. He's Tennyson. He probably hates hearing that, but that's the district up there, Tennyson. Go Vikings.
Didn't know that.
Yeah. He went to a private school. Well, anyways. The fact of the matter is, people were crying. Denver natives that just never thought their team would win. They're crying. This happened. I never thought I'd see it. Whatever. I can die happy.
Okay, that's fair. And that is fair. And the next championship, hopefully there is a next championship, it will not have the same feel. It would be joyous, but it won't be like, oh, I never thought this could ever happen.
If they were to get swept out of this thing, I still don't think they will, but say they do. You know what this is equated to other sports? This is the 9-7 season after the Broncos won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but
Nobody was. I mean, was anybody super upset
Nope.
after that season was over?
No.
No, there wasn't a lot
Although
of tears.
still a lot of fans wanted to run Gary out of town.
But what did that
Well,
lead?
he quit.
But what did that
I
lead
know.
to? What did that lead to? So that's the cautionary tale that you need to pay attention to.
All right. Let's hit up No Dumb Questions. Grizz, my guy.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now. You're a smart guy. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
You going to read something? I thought you were going to read something.
Oh, no. I
got one I'll ask you.
I defer to you.
This is a tie back to the very first segment. I noted it. I wanted to ask Scott about it at some point.
Okay.
So my no dumb question is, does this guy have a point or not? He says this is not a hard change. They have to go small. Move AG to second unit, play against Reed, move MPJ to the 4 so he can shoot up threes instead of AG in the dunker spot. Start Jackson to give 4 shooters around Jokic. Run pick and roll, blah, 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 blah. To me, the way you got out physical, I understand what you're saying there, Scott, and what he's saying there in terms of, okay, well, let's just go small to avoid it. I think the smaller you get, the more you're just going to get dominated, but I'm curious your thoughts.
I do not know.
Uh-oh. Hold on. You're like the Grand Wizard.
Listen, is anything going on right now? I do not know. Do you know who this team is? Do you know who Jamal is? Do you know who Nikola Jokic is? Do you know who Michael Porter is? There's no define. There's nothing you can define with what we've seen in 4 days, last 4 days, 5 days. What are they? Who are they?
I'll tell you who they are. They scraped by a bad Lakers team. That's who they really are. And they're getting their ass kicked right now.
They played just good
Minnesota
enough to
team.
beat a bad Lakers team.
That's right.
But who are they? And you know this playing football. If you don't have and what we've been saying about the Broncos for the last 8 years, we can't define who you are. Who are you?
Bad time to lose an identity.
All right, now here's my question. I had to look it up. Who said? And I bring this up because Kaz brought it into a game in L.A. I think game 3 in L.A. or something like that. I'm a peacock, coach. Let me fly.
Who did say that?
J.R. Smith? Oh, he wouldn't have said that to George.
Are you asking like where that originated?
Yeah, where did that? What it was a movie?
Is it? Are you being? It's a movie.
It's a line. The actual line in the movie is, "I'm a peacock, Captain. Let me fly."
I'm a peacock, Captain. Let me fly. Golly, man, I don't know. It sounds hella familiar.
I'm going to guess it's like 1960.
No, it was that Will Ferrell, Mark Wahlberg cop buddy movie.
Oh,
yeah.
Great movie.
Yeah, well, it's in that movie.
Was it the two of us? The other guy?
Other guys.
The other guys.
That's what it was.
And Mark but Kaz threw that out on a fast break. KCP dunked. And also Kaz shows up. I'm a peacock, coach. Let me fly.
That's great.
Hey,
that's a great call.
I just thought about something. Have you ever been to movies with somebody that they actually get physically like uncomfortable in funny movies? Like when like there's a dirty joke or whatever and they like get uncomfortable?
Only if my mom or somebody is with me.
I have found when my mom and I are watching porn, it's really weird.
That is weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When she puts it on, I don't know.
Aunt Ruby.
I don't have a great payoff for that.
I know their own
other
movies.
than I've watched that movie with my brother-in-law, and he gets super uncomfortable with humor. He just gets like he cringes, he gets you can feel the moment.
I coached with him. He's not a really humorous guy.
Yeah. Okay, make sure to let him know. Was he a good coach though?
I thought he was.
Okay. Why'd he get fired?
They didn't win. Hey, no question. Just go on what he said. Have good coaches been fired?
Yeah.
Oh, all the time. I think Darvin Ham's a good coach. He just got fired.
Yeah, but he didn't have any paper behind him that says he's a good coach.
Was Mike Shanahan a good coach?
Yeah, Mike Shanahan was a good coach. He had a bad run, that's for sure, or a mediocre run as we look at it. But
do you think the Denver Broncos ever win another Super Bowl if Mike Shanahan sticks around?
No.
Yes.
Okay, I can tell you why. No.
Go ahead.
Because he was pot committed to Cutler, and I think Cutler was a loser.
What was Cutler's ceiling?
Like a AFC Championship game.
I don't necessarily
kind of
disagree
like
with you.
Plummer. Like Plummer was good enough to get you to the AFC Championship game.
I really don't disagree with you all too much. I think Kreckman is the one like stands on the hill that if Shanahan never left, Cutler's a 10-time Pro Bowler. Whatever.
He might have been a 10-time Pro Bowler. He wasn't a winner.
Changed. Who knows?
That's not. You asked about a Super Bowl.
But knowing him the way that I know him, he never had the drive that it was going to need, and he was just too much of a gunslinger.
I agree. And when you draft a quarterback that high, just like Sean Payton is tied to Bo Nix, you're tied to him. You got to see. You got to see it out.
Peacocks. You got to let them fly.
Hey, Cutler still had a hell of a career, though. Even with bouncing around, even going out to Chicago.
What's the highest he got? When was he carrying a purse on Rodeo Drive? That was after a playoff game, right? With the ankle thing.
He played. He got hurt. Played in the game. Did they win one playoff game?
They didn't play. He didn't play in a playoff game.
I honestly don't remember.
Then he was holding, his.
I don't know the Rodeo
Wise
Drive
bag
story
on
either.
Rodeo Drive. Yeah.
Can I tell you something, man? I didn't watch a lot of the episodes of Kristen Cavallari's.
Oh, it was great because Cutler was freaking hilarious.
He was the funniest thing I've ever seen in a reality show.
Yeah.
Because he didn't give a crap, and he would make fun of the show, and they kept it in the show constantly.
Right.
It was a riot.
Yeah.
I actually do think he probably has a good sense of humor.
He's got a very dark sense of humor. Yeah. I mean, I would say he's funny, dude.
Yeah,
Sure.
he struck me that way.
But you don't think Shanahan gets something right in the years, in the 20 years since he figures something out?
Nah, I think he was committed to I think Cutler would have been here a long. Well, you know what? If you want to go down that road, that means we never would have had Tebow. We never would have had Peyton Manning.
No, I mean,
Or you bring in Peyton Manning to replace Cutler eventually.
No, I mean, it doesn't mean that.
Sure, it does.
No,
he got fired in 2009.
Okay,
Peyton Manning came here in 12.
Say Cutler's the quarterback all the way until Peyton Manning in 12. You're telling me that Shanahan wouldn't replace him?
Well, Cutler would have been like 29 years old in the prime of his career and would have signed a second contract with the Broncos.
But you're saying he'd been maxing
Manning
out
would have
as
never got a second Super Bowl.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
So you're saying Manning wouldn't have ever got a second Super Bowl?
No. Manning would have.
He still had it. He would have pulled the Brady no matter where he went.
He would have wound up in Tennessee probably. So I don't know. I mean, would they have won? Maybe they might have won a Super Bowl.
Well, then there's no damn good. Manning win a Super Bowl anywhere else but here.
Yes,
probably.
Yes, because he flat out still had it.
Yeah,
he still had it.
But if you go to a crap organization, and remember this when the Broncos
Tennessee,
were still
Tennessee
a
wasn't
good
crap.
organization.
What was Tampa when Tom Brady went there?
Well, that's Tom Brady. It was different time, different guy.
Nah.
I ain't seen a Peyton Manning roast.
Tomato, dude.
No, not tomato. How many rings has Brady got?
Okay, I get it. How far away from him is Peyton Manning?
How many rings did he have before he went to Tampa?
6, right?
Dude, I love your question. It's a great question. If Manning goes somewhere else, does he win a Super Bowl? I would say yes. He's him. He's that guy. He just is. And he attracted other guys to him, and he demanded more of the coaches and everybody around him. He just was that guy. I think he does. No matter where he goes.
I really do.
He's just one of those dudes.
Because
it's crazy.
Peyton Manning turned around the Denver Broncos culture, not the other way around.
He's created this whole, I'm a goofball character. He wasn't like that at all.
Not as a player.
Not as a player.
Are you kidding me? I was in my 8th year, knowing I was going to retire after that season. Really didn't have a care in the world about what was going on in my life in terms of like if I suck, I suck. So it was actually a great free place to be, and I played great football. But
Say no pressure on the Nuggets.
Okay, fine, if you're ready to go home. But I was ready to retire.
Well.
Anyways, my point was I got in the huddle with that dude, and man, it felt like I was a rookie.
Right.
It is not playtime with Peyton Manning.
Did that rising tide lift all boats?
Yes.
Oh, I got something about Bo Nix. I got something fun about Bo Nix. And I got a mock draft. Pivot.
Now you're happy.
I'm feeling good. I'll get to that coming up next. Hey, it's C-Mac for AAA Home Improvements. Oh, my God. Toby Hurdle, what you have created is legendary. Here is Kevin Carney. We've worked with AAA Home Improvements for several projects since moving into our home, and I can say without exaggeration, our experience working with them has been nothing short of phenomenal. Reviews like that are up and down their website. They're all over Google. I mean, you can check it out for yourself. 20-plus years of home renovation, custom home building, and remodeling experience under their belt. They are the perfect turnkey organization to build your expanded kitchen, home office, Airbnb, mother-in-law home, whatever you need. Whatever you need. From start to finish, design and engineering, permitting, project management, and final inspections, it is AAA Home Improvements. The only thing you got to be aware of is their schedule fills up quickly. So check them out today for a free no-obligation estimate on your dream renovation, and you'll know what these reviewers are talking about. AAAHomeImprovements.com. Check them out today. AAA HomeImprovements.com. Quality at a fair price. All right. This will be a fun mock thing right here. I promise. And we'll get back to the game.
I mean, do we have to
the
stop
game at 2
mock you?
o'clock.
Like, we can't do that.
I mean, this is a fun one, though. And I got a Bo Nix thing for you, too. Rookie minicamp this weekend.
Yeah.
Saturday. I think is going to be hey, everybody, come look at our rookies. That happened last year, and Sean Payton offered a financial reward for the rookie who gave the least amount to the media. Weird tone setter, like, us against the media.
I love that.
I thought it was odd. Drew Sanders won it, rightfully so. So congratulations.
I didn't know that story, though.
Oh, yeah. He offered like a gift card to whatever rookie gave the blandest answers to the media.
Okay.
That is not a joke. He literally did that, and Drew Sanders won it.
Good for Drew.
Yeah, I was there. He was like, yes, no, maybe. I don't know.
He needed
yes.
$100.
He needed $100. It was like that, too. It wasn't like $1,000. It was like $100 gift card.
Yeah.
Anyway, the mock draft from CBS Sports has Shedeur going 1 and Travis Hunter going 2.
To who?
I forget who it was. That's a good question. I'm not sure. But it was just the headline. I didn't really dig deeper into the story.
The odds on Shedeur Sanders going number 1 overall, they were it was a coin flip, right? So it was as close as it could possibly be. There was no odds. There was no real reason why you would take the bet because you're not going to make a whole lot of money on it. Vegas thinks it's a very, very high likelihood. I did see a story that after the tweets and everything that was going on last week, and I think this is the dumbest thing ever, but I did see that those odds actually went down, meaning you would actually get more money if you bet on him after those tweets because they thought it might affect things. I don't think it will even remotely.
I think he's going to light it up in the Big 12. I
don't
know if they're going to win.
Here's what you know. You know that Colorado's going to throw the hell out of the football. So despite whatever they tell you, that they want to get a better running game going, they might think that they mean that. They don't really mean that. They don't really mean that. They're going to throw the hell out of the football.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be very difficult to tangibly see what the difference is between the offense of last year and this year because Deion knows what he wants. And I don't blame them, by the way. You got a dude like that. Yeah, you want the ball in his hands as much as you can.
Be pretty cool for the school, though. Oh, how about Deion? The apology, non-apology. Did you catch that?
No
I
question.
did not see it, actually.
How soon after the NFL draft, then, does Deion leave?
It's always an inbounds question. I wish it wasn't, but it's a fair question.
Relatively quickly. But he doesn't follow his kids. But he ain't going to he's going to be like with Bill Belichick coaching at Foxborough High School. Like there's not going to be a lot of job opportunities coming his way.
Well,
either.
hold on. You might want to rethink that
He'll
for a
go
second.
back to TV.
If Shedeur Sanders goes number 1 overall, Deion Sanders will have job offers. Absolutely.
From who?
Many.
Such as?
So how does Shedeur Sanders go number 1?
How does he go number 1?
Your dad lets him throw it 40 times a game.
Okay, but you got to win ball games. You got to win a lot of ball games.
Oh, you can go number 1 without winning ball games.
No.
Sure.
No.
6-5.
Caleb Williams did only win 8 games this year, but he also had years in front of that. You are not going number 1 overall if you win 5 or 6 ball games. There's no way.
I don't know, man. Throws for 6,000 yards, 40 touchdowns, 6 interceptions.
Wins matter, man. They do.
You're 5-7.
You'll at least go 12.
Teams want to draft winners. They do. And they're not going to just draft how many Texas Tech quarterbacks have come out and they've been lighting the world on fire,
yeah,
world records.
They haven't had this hype going into the year. We'll see. Travis Hunter, I think, is a slam dunk, at worst, second cornerback off the board, wherever that lands you.
Yeah, I think Travis is a more surefire top 5 pick than Shedeur.
I do too. I actually agree.
But I think Shedeur's got a legit chance at it.
All right, just to be fair, to keep things unbelievably fair and balanced around here. If we were so critical of Russell Wilson for his off-the-field shenanigans, should we be critical as well that Bo Nix has a YouTube documentary series? They're like 15-minute videos that have recently come out about him.
Is he doing it?
It looks like he's
is he
he's
producing
definitely in
it?
partner.
Does he have a team that he has hired that is doing it?
It's hard for me to say that because I don't know, but it certainly is in conjunction with him because it's a 15-minute propaganda. I'm the most awesome guy in the world. Look at me video. It's just come out on YouTube.
I would say
I watched every minute of it. It was fabulous.
If he's hired his own crew Did you really?
I can't stop. I love those type of things. And I'm watching and
Well,
I'm just
actually,
like, this is I'm like, because I love this guy. Like, but all those videos
Okay.
are like that. They all get you rooting for the guy. They're
Hold on,
always
put that aside for a second because I actually want to know about it. And so I am curious what you learned in it. But I would say if he has hired his own people, he's producing his own show about himself, yeah, that's absolutely fair to criticize him about. If somebody else came to him and said, hey, can we do a how many parts? How many?
I don't know. I just watched the one. I don't know how
Dion
many
came
there
to
are.
him and said, hey, we're going to put you on air 15-minute segments. We'll do like 6 or 7.
Then I would say that's just the way the world works.
It feels more like that's the way the world works. Like somebody can make a buck off it. They think they can do something. Then he hired them. But I don't know. I didn't go into the genesis.
They're not
of
doing
everything.
it or giving him the access if he's not involved.
But he's certainly agreeing to do it. It's
Yeah.
all behind the scenes stuff.
Man, I must be slacking on social media. I haven't even heard about this.
It just came out. It just it relatively just came out. I mean, it's relatively new.
Well, what'd you learn?
He works hard. He's a good guy. You know,
he works hard. Good family guy. You know,
really throw a football.
Was he running on a
good
treadmill?
leader.
It's he's on the field when the birds are coming out. The dawn's going down.
He's doing these slides on one of those slide board things. Yeah.
It's all the same.
Was it in
crap.
his house?
He was in his house. He's in the practice field. He's traveling around. He's getting ready to train for the draft. It's all the. Do I really got it? It's all the same stuff. I'm just a sucker for it. It's like a rom-com.
All right,
Like
how-
all your
how do I-
Hallmark
how do I-
movies.
how do I find
They're all
this?
the same movie, right?
I'm going to YouTube.
All right. Go check it out.
I mean, we
It's
should
produced.
have Grizz pull a few pieces.
You probably should. That'd be great. Maybe tomorrow we could play something from the Bo Nix documentary series.
Bo Nix,
but it's done really slick. It's just like
It's
your
produced.
It's like your stupid Hallmark movies. It's the same. It's like my wife watching Survivor. Like it's the same show in Amazing Race. It's the same show with
like
just
Naked
different-
and Afraid.
Grit and Glory.
Grit and Glory's the
Journey
name
to
of
the
it.
Draft.
Right.
Part
Oh, my
1.
gosh.
Grit and Glory. Journey to the Draft. Part 2. I was ready for it. Bo Nix, Love and Life.
All right. Are we cringing at this or are we digging this? What?
I'm not. I didn't care when Russell did. I don't care. He does.
Okay. All right.
I
there
want
you
to know,
go.
does
No.
he play and perform?
I think there's a huge difference.
We should play some clips of it.
Huge difference if he's participating in somebody else's documentary or if it's his own crew.
Well, I think you're cutting some fine hairs.
Yeah, that's
I
fine
mean,
semantical
I don't
hairs.
think so.
You know,
I don't
he
think
was
so.
Tyler. He was aware the cameras were on.
No, I really don't think so, man. When you've hired your own people that you're
Well,
spending
I don't
your
know.
own money on.
I know, and that's what Russell did.
Yeah,
So-
that is way different.
So now related to Dion, are we not critical with him for doing that?
A lot of people are.
I'm throwing the question out there. You know what? In my opinion, I think he shouldn't have done it. I don't.
Oh,
think
is he working with Drew Brees?
It's they all work with somebody famous. They all do. The videos are always the same. There's always cameos. But I like it. I loved it. It was
He's
just
getting
like
a good stretch on now.
Right, there you go.
Whoa.
I will say this. I think it's a look at me moment that you really don't need when you come into
As a rookie,
has he written his own book yet?
That was Case Keenum.
he does have a clothing line coming out.
Bo Nix?
That was DJ Williams. That was a lot of guys. A lot of guys had clothes.
No, Bo Nix does have a clothing line.
I know. He's got crappy T-shirts. We already went over it. It's like that anybody could print up.
They
Like,
really are ugly T-shirts.
they are super ugly T-shirts.
Like, did you put any effort into this?
No, you don't. You go to the T-shirt store and you give them a logo, and all of a sudden there's like,
Oh, somebody will buy this.
that's what everybody does. The merch. It's very important. We should get some around here. It's PhD on 92.5. Let's get some merch.
Hey, this is Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford of Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
Hey, it's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You've heard a lot about how treating low T can improve your sleep, your workouts, energy levels, can help your sex drive as well. Low testosterone can have a significant impact on your desire for intimacy. It can even be a factor in erectile dysfunction. And if you're in a relationship or wanting to be in a relationship, a low sex drive, hey, that's a problem. Well, good news. If you're like most guys, treating your low T could really change the way you feel about sex, giving you back that flame and desire that's so important when you love someone. If you're feeling sluggish and tired, you're not alone. If you're not sleeping well, workouts aren't that great, listen, most of all, if your sex drive is just, more like a putt, make an appointment today at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take their low T quiz, 10 questions, yes or no, just takes a couple minutes. They're going to draw your blood, have the results in 30 minutes, and then you're going to figure out how to move forward. Cost of the appointment, $99. But if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. Check it out today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
They're in the locker room taking showers. That's where they are. Frustrating night, and the frustration creeped over. And I thought we lost control of our emotions a little bit tonight. And I felt that was a big play. I thought Jamal Murray took a charge, and it wasn't granted. But we have to have a little bit more poise. When they're going on a run, when we're not getting calls, whatever it may be, you got to be able to handle that, read the game, react to the game. And I felt as a unit tonight, it wasn't great. We can definitely be better. As far as Jamal and Nicole, yeah, obviously there's 9 years, 8 years, been through a lot, and hopefully those guys can help in terms of leading the charge and rallying the troops. And not dropping your head, keep your head held high, and at least no matter what happens, walk off the court knowing you gave everything you had. And a loss like this is tough. You feel embarrassed, you feel exposed. So what are you going to do about it? That's my biggest thing. What are you going to do about it? Look yourself in the mirror, have the balls, have the courage to look yourself in the mirror, say, I did not do my job tonight, and be better next game. That's all I can ask of them.
Have the balls to look in the mirror and be accountable. Who's he talking to?
Probably everybody's in that locker room after the game.
Have the balls to do it? Is he saying that somebody doesn't have the courage to do that, or they're not doing it?
Listen, the league's changed. It's every single person that was in that locker room after that loss. It's absolutely everybody. Bench guys that aren't playing. Are you trying to rally guys and get them fired up, coming back? Are you pumping them up? Are you doing things? Players, Jamal's struggling. You mentioned the game 2 and how everybody kept coming to him. Come on, was that going on? Because I was looking down, and we're way up there in the last night in the 202, not the 260.
All right.
202, and boy, it sure seemed like a whole lot of huddles, pretty quiet.
Mm-hmm.
And when a huddle and an ass whooping is only voice you're hearing as a coach, you got to issue that game. Now, is it something that will linger? We'll wait and see. Game three, more so than to stay into this series, it feels to me it has a lingering effect of who you guys really are going forward. Like Calvin Booth said, we're not worried about winning back-to-back. We want to win 2 or 3 in the next 5 years. So are they that team? I think game 3 kind of answers that. How you come out and approach that game.
Who's he talking to? Who's he not? I mean, I don't think it would even be possible to single out dudes in that game. Find a guy like are you mad at Nikola Jokic's effort? No, okay, fine. But I mean, find a guy that you're not talking to. Hey, boys, we got to man up. We just got embarrassed. We had no fight. We lost our cool. We were no longer playing basketball. We were doing dumb things. We threw some things. I mean, who is he not talking to?
Yeah, let's on the Jamal throwing stuff, Scott. So the NBA was interesting. They actually said, because Vinny from the Gazette was a pool reporter. Yes, Vinny Barbarino. Boom Boom Washington was helping him. They said this was the most fascinating explanation that came from the NBA referees last night, which I doubt is coming from the league, but this is what they said. It wasn't being intentionally thrown at anybody, which I don't think so. I think it was thrown at the ref, but whatever. They said it wasn't thrown at anybody, so it was worthy of a technical but not an ejection. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. So if I, as a player in the NFL, I can throw a water bottle out on the floor on the field of play when and it's just,
I'm not going to excuse this because we don't know. I mean, we're trying to now read intent. I will say this, and I think Tyler's even seen this. Somebody comes over in a game in the huddle. They have to remember also the benches in an NFL game are 20 yards from the line of scrimmage or from the out of bounds line. NBA, you've got 2 feet. So, but I've seen in the NFL, a guy comes over and gives you a heat pack or a water ball. The guy just takes it and chucks it. I don't want this dang thing. Not necessarily at anybody, but chucks it. We got a little space. Now, to give him a bit of a doubt, I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying just to give him a bit of a doubt. I heard Bertle trying to do it last night. If some guy came over because every time he comes out, he gets a heat pack, he took that thing and just threw it back, and now you're that close, you're on the court, okay, fine.
Here's the problem. He threw 2 things.
Well, he had a heat wrap. They wanted him to wrap it up, so he throws the thing, and then he throws the wrap, boom.
You wanted to throw it. You'd probably throw it, like, towards the trainer.
Well, the trainer's standing in front of you right by the court.
Do you think the NBA will do anything?
If they do anything, they'll fine him.
Okay. No suspension.
Because what they do is they go and talk and say, listen, man, I'm sorry I got on the court. I was throwing back the trainer. I wasn't in the mood to get taped up and put a heat pack on. So they handed it to me, and I just threw it at him over the shoulder, whatever.
I think because it did not hit the referee, he gets away with...
and the referee wasn't close.
Okay. He gets away with not getting suspended. I do agree with Scott, but I think their justification on a fine will be more along the lines of like player endangerment. You put an object on the court that other guys could have gotten hurt off.
When I saw it landed on the floor, it was right there in the 3-point line, like in that little area on the court, right?
It skittered out a little bit. KCP threw it back, but it was the second thing he threw. He threw the wrap.
Which doesn't go anywhere.
It went at the referee's feet and had to be picked up by a ball boy.
Well, then
I'm just telling you what happened. That's all. Okay. I mean, the video's been playing on TV, like on a loop on sports.
He'll get fined.
Let's hope that it's just a fine.
On the text line, is it me or was Coach Malone trying to get ejected from the game? Looked like he was trying to spark the team. He said he was. Malone said no, he wasn't trying to get ejected.
Right.
But he was definitely trying to draw a technical.
That was pretty early. When was that?
Very early.
Yeah, that was really early, right?
Very early.
I highly doubt a coach wants to get ejected that early in the game.
He didn't want to get ejected, but he
wanted to send a message, and I mean he made it loud and clear. Look, I'm asking Jamal Murray to be aggressive.
Yeah.
I'm asking my guys to get at that rim. I'm asking them to try to draw some fouls, play the way that we want to play. And he's trying to do that. So when he's trying to do what I'm telling him to do, the referees don't reward him the way that I feel like he should be rewarded. Well, it's now on me as a coach to go vocalize that concern to the referees.
But that didn't do anything for the team.
How did he not get attacked, though?
I don't know, actually.
Listen,
I actually don't know.
Because the official stunk. The official stunk, and he didn't get a technical, and the official stunk, and Malone didn't get one. At least a technical.
I'm stunned he didn't get a T for that.
And bad officials.
Okay.
And they're still not the reason you lost that game. That was completely mindset going into a game.
Aaron Gordon got a T during a timeout.
I don't think I actually saw what happened.
There's no way you would have. It wasn't on TV.
So did you guys see it?
I did.
What happened?
We saw a guy get a T and Aaron Gordon coming off. That's all I saw. I didn't see him in the confrontation.
I actually saw the whole. It's so funny when they go to a timeout, whether you take your eyes on the court or off the court. A lot of times I take my eyes off the court. But this time I didn't, for whatever reason. And they're in a timeout. They're all in the huddle. And then AG just goes to midcourt and just starts screaming at the ref. It's just like, what? Why? What's going on here? And they give a T, and I go, and I said, I just got a T. Nobody even saw it.
What was the situation? Do you know what he was mad about?
No clue.
Well, he thought
he's mad at the ref.
Yeah, there was a couple of layups.
Well, I got that much.
That he thought he got fouled and pushed and bumped and
Sometimes guys just hang on to things and they just explode at the refs in weird times, just about other stuff that didn't necessarily happen right then and there. I've seen DeAndre Jordan do that a bunch. He just gets a bug in his bonnet and he just sort of goes and talks about it. Listen, man, it felt out of control last night. And the energy that was coming from from everywhere with the Nuggets was percolating through the crowd. And that was like the most unsettled, angriest, weird mood I have felt in Ball Arena for the past 3 years. It just wasn't good. It wasn't a positive energy. I didn't think so.
No. And it started about midway through the first quarter.
Yes.
But, well, you know when it started, to be honest with you? It started right when Jamal took that charge. They didn't call it a charge. And really everything de-escalated or escalated.
And then KCP takes one to the nethers. That's where he got hit, by the way, if you didn't know that.
That's when Malone went out, too.
That's right. He got kneed in the boys. I feel bad for him. It's not funny, I guess, but that's what happened. But nobody knew that, and he was down on the ground. Like, so you just think, oh my God, just what happened to KCP? Well, you watch it on TV. He got one to the jewels.
Radio guys do that one. I saw that.
Did you know that right off the bat?
They said
good eyeballs on that.
Cos goes, KCP's down. I said, yeah, I think he took a knee in a place that
Did
hurts.
you really get that right off the bat? I'm impressed.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, look at you.
Well, when you go straight up and then all of a sudden you go down holding the crotchy.
Isn't that a pretty good sign?
It's a good sign.
Well, you got to be in the right just angle. You got to,
And the knee wasn't a flagrantly stick the knee out. The knee was up a little bit, but
How much does a knee need to go there to do that?
For you, probably not real deep for KCP.
Deep for me. Because you're saying I'm small. I get the joke. So you got that moment. You got Malone. You got the Jamal. You got the AG. You got the crowd.
That was an implosion of a dimension we have not seen by the Denver Nuggets in 5 years.
It really did feel like they stopped playing basketball.
I agree.
They stopped whatever plan there might have been. They didn't even care. They
couldn't set up a play.
I'm telling you, and that one. I wish I remembered the specific moment. It was in the second half. I think it was right after halftime, and Jamal's just getting mugged the second he gets the ball on the inbounds, and he's trying to take the ball up court, and it takes maybe 9.5 seconds. He gets across half court line. He gets mugged again. He's like dealing through. He's got a trap on him, throwing his elbows. Somehow he sneaks out of it, gets the ball out, gets the ball back to him, gets it over to the corner. I want to say. God, would Reggie been? I don't know. I forget who he threw it to. They hit the side of the backboard because they had 0.2 seconds. My point is, it took the entire shot clock just to get a pass, like a pass.
Oh, Jokic threw up a couple because he lost track of the clock. Jokic threw one to the corner. It literally went to like the guy in the third row. It wasn't even close to anybody. It was a collection of just like, you got to be kidding me. Never mind getting stuffed at the rim repeatedly, multiple guys
in the same possession.
That's it. What is this team, man? Like, what happened like this? That's the most unexplainable thing. It was so out of character.
It's like that one guy that all of a sudden, an accumulation of a bad day, he explodes.
It's Michael Douglas. Michael Douglas and that.
Exactly. Does it actually define who that person is?
What's that movie?
Or does it define the moment? The moment that they defined for themselves last night was not pretty. And, watching the film, going back and watching, seeing it from an angle from across the court, that thing did go in the court, and the thing slid into the lane where someone lands on it and falls.
That's what I'm saying.
We'll see, right? We'll see.
I'll say minimum he gets fined big. But it's out on the floor. How's it not?
Well, I'll tell you this.
Well, the safety concern is the easiest out on it. If you want to fine him and you want to avoid whatever drama,
it was.
You just say it was a safety concern.
You realize it was right during play under Karl Anthony Towns' foot.
Yeah. No, I exactly. And because of that, that's what I'm saying. Minimum, it's going to be a big fine. Minimum.
Okay. Well, we'll see. There's nothing out right now.
And they won't necessarily put it out or have to put it out till Thursday.
Oh, is that why is that?
Because they usually wait till the day before a game.
Okay.
Unless it's so egregious, if you hadn't gone out today, it probably won't go out tomorrow because that's when the trophy's going out.
Tomorrow, Jokic gets the MVP, I think. He should. Congratulations, Nathan McKinnon. He's one of the 3 finalists with Kucherov and McDavid for the Hart Trophy. That was announced today. He's one of 3. We'll see where that goes. In terms of football, let's football go coming up next. Hey, it is DMAC for Sota weight loss. Lost 40 pounds. That's it. That was my goal in the beginning. And now it's just a maintenance sort of thing. So it's my good habits are still with me, but things are coming back that, I stayed away from. But guess what? The weight's staying off. I'm feeling as good as I ever have. And I'm to the point right now where I don't need to get on the scale and see what's going on. Not right now. It's not a bad idea to make sure you stay in check, but I'm not obsessed with it. My mind is clear as a bell. And what was so remarkable is how easy it was with soda. So, yes, my body feels better. I'm more active. I have more energy. I fit into clothes better. All of those things. And for some reason, it's maintaining. Not some reason. There's no doubt about it. It's because of the SOTA weight loss program, an at-home program where your nutritionist coaching and support is real, 100% over the phone. It makes it easy. The 9,000 Google reviews echo what I'm saying, and the before and afters I'm proud to be part of. Get things together for yourself. SOTAweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. SOTA Weight Loss, say it with me, state of the art. Well, she's a vivacious, healthy woman. Then what's wrong? Dad likes it. It's mountainhighappliance.com.
Goodness.
Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, Glenwood Springs. They're married like 60 years.
Still going on, huh?
I've sadly been told.
Oh my.
Mountainhighappliance.com. Sometimes graphically. I'm not joking. I wish I was.
How's your uncle doing?
Mountainhighappliance.com.
Well, now I got to know. How old?
87 and 77.
Wow. And you're getting graphic stories?
I get like little jokes about Dad was randy last night, but more a little Dad was in a mood, you know. I guess it's kind of coded.
Good for them.
Yeah. They're
Recommend health clinic.
I tell you what, man, good for them, right? 87.
What's creepier? Like a 14-year-old catching mom and dad, or a 30, 50-year-old hearing about their 80-year-old parents?
It's all pretty creepy. First, I don't know how to balance it. First,
I'm going with the old ones.
First story, Grizz. Go ahead. What we got?
All right, guys. What do you say we talk some football here? More specifically, Broncos football. This is per CBS Sports. Russell Wilson with the Broncos the last 2 years. Number one, constantly climbed out of the back of the pocket, went off script into bad plays. Number two, struggled with snap counts. We all remember the infamous game where the crowd was helping him get the snap on time. Number three, he couldn't manage or handle the play calling. And at one point, they had to put the cheat sheet wristband on him. When that didn't work, they had to shrink all the play calls down to 2 words. That is a major yikes. So now we have the savior himself, Mr. Documentary, Bo Nix, coming in. How high or low is the bar set for the Denver fans? Would be winning any games with this rookie quarterback be a win, or where do you set the bar?
Well, I got it as a 4 to 6 win season. I'll be more than fine with that. I know they're taking a $53 million cap hit. They went 53-32 on the Russell Wilson split to just manage things. And they got $100 million in cap space next year, with likely a high first and a high second round pick. I am A-OK with 4 to 6 wins. If he wants to start the season, fine. If not, I don't care. I'm all good. I think I have the most realistic expectations of anybody.
If they win 4 games, though, and sure, that could happen. I mean,
I just told you why.
I know, and I just told you, sure, that could happen. So I wasn't disagreeing with you.
Right.
If they win 4 games, though, man, they made a mistake drafting him, and it's not because I'm telling you that he's a bust. It's not that I'm telling you that he can't improve. But if you win 4 games, that means you very realistically could draft the top quarterback off the board next year. The first quarterback. First quarterback.
I'm
you can
so tempted
pick.
to make any bet with you in the world on that one, but I'll leave it alone.
Well, what do you mean?
It's just
bet on what?
There is zero, in my opinion, zero chance under any set of circumstances the Broncos are taking a quarterback next year. I don't care where
No, that's
they're
not
at.
what I'm saying. You misunderstood me. That's not what I'm saying. They've already drafted the guy. I'm saying they would have made a mistake, because if they could go 4 wins with him, then they could certainly go 4 wins without him, and that means they could have selected the first quarterback off the board next year rather than the 6th.
Is the first next year guaranteed to be better than the 6th this year?
Of course not. And you start a year behind, you're going to have a year under his belt.
Of course, there's no guarantee, but I promise you the evaluation will be higher. It will be higher. The first quarterback off the board, the evaluation will be higher. Now, we all know it's a crapshoot no matter what, so I'm not promising you he's going to be better.
You know what the greatest thing, even in a 4-win season with Bo Nix, is going to be? He will understand what he needs to do and what he doesn't need to do on an NFL field that he would not know unless he were to have that experience. And I think that's invaluable. And then
will we know in 1 year whether he can do what he needs to do or able to do what he should do?
It will not be obvious. It won't be obvious, and we'll see the next season. And then you should have better expectations in 2025. That's reasonable.
Well, but tell me this, though. Like, just play the game, though. If you know that you can get the first quarterback off the board next year and you win 4 wins, what would you have rather done?
I'd rather have Bo Nix and do things the right way, exactly what they've done, because I'm going to get a year of experience where he's going to get the reps that you would have to start all over again with quarterback number 1 taken in 2025, and I'm sick of losing. I want to get to winning, not dying like Red.
Just better hope they're good reps.
Next story.
All right, guys, this one is a little interesting here.
Mexico. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
This one's a little interesting here. The CFL suspends Chad Kelly for at least 9 games for actions toward the female strength coach of the team.
What?
He kind of wanted to start getting frisky with this girl. She said no. Now there's an impending lawsuit coming down on him. He has now been suspended and or in legal trouble at the collegiate level, NFL level, UFL/XFL level, and the CFL level.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So it's an unfortunate circumstance again with Chad Kelly, but man, this guy cannot stay out of trouble. And he's the Grey Cup winner. He just won the championship last season.
Well, I'm not going to make any excuses for, poor behavior like that. That just bums me out because I kind of like Chad Kelly. I have liked Chad Kelly. There's no excuse for something like that. That shocks me, actually. I thought he was turning things around significantly.
Well, when you win, maybe the arrogance came out. And I will say this.
Sucks.
Because of what's transpired over the last couple of years with some of these hockey teams and everything else, and a lot of Canada stuff with sexual harassment, I don't think other leagues are going to play right now.
No. Yeah, I don't know what to really say about the story. I don't think Chad was ever going to make his way back to the NFL, although he was the best player in the league.
Yeah.
But he probably had a 10, 12-year career in front of him out there in Canada.
Wow, that's a disappointing bummer story there, Josh. Next up.
All right, guys, I did want to touch on...
We still make fun of him for being Woody?
Oh, hell yeah. Vacuum tube got beaten over the head.
Okay.
Get out.
Yeah.
Nice party, Vaughn.
He will never live that one down. This I did want to talk about because this is kind of interesting to me. Joe Burrow is back on the practice field for the Bengals. Now, he says that his wrist feels fine and good, but there are reports that his wrist could never be the same. Now, he broke it, and he had surgery, obviously, to fix the wrist and allow the flexibility and everything like that. But is that a big deal? These reports are coming out that his wrist will never be the same again. Do we care about this at all?
I don't know. I don't know what it takes to throw a football. Maybe. I don't know. Is it his right? Is it his throwing wrist?
It's his throwing wrist. This is the one that he'll be throwing with for the rest of his career, which hopefully, for the Bengals at least, would be a 10, 12, 13-year career after the years he's already played.
Yeah, again, without knowing the specifics of what's going on, it's hard it's hard to answer the question. It's certainly not good. It's not ideal. But we see guys manage things all the time.
Here's the key. They're not letting him come out and practice and throw if he's not in the right direction because he is their franchise quarterback.
Right.
You're not risking it
he wouldn't be out there
a month early.
No.
And I read a report he's out there enjoying the team on the field and throwing today.
Most likely quarterback to beat Mahomes is Burrow, Allen, Herbert, other. AFC.
Burrow.
Burrow's already done it, yeah.
Yeah, he's done it a couple times.
This year.
This year. Definitely Burrow.
You think Buffalo's just going to be a train wreck? You think they're just too kind of?
I think they're stuck in the 10-11 win seasons and collapse in the playoffs.
What about Rodgers?
I think Josh Allen is dangerously close to having a Jay Cutler career. That's what I think.
I think he's without the Super Bowls a Jim Kelly career. A lot of yards, a lot of.
That's a way better career, but
yeah, you can't talk about a Jim Kelly career without the Super Bowls.
Losses.
Yeah, but he got there.
Blowouts.
He got there. I get it. Hey, I was there.
What was Elway's?
I'm friends with Jim Kelly.
But what was Elway's MO before he finally won a Super Bowl?
He lost Super Bowls.
Yeah.
He got his clock cleaned in a couple of them.
And he got his clock cleaned in 3 of the 4.
One of them for sure. Now you're getting on my weird Buffalo Bills nerves. That was so sad. Can I tell you just a little? Can I give you a little Buffalo
But Josh
story?
Allen's going to beat Jim Kelly.
You know what, brother? I think he'd be lucky to be Jim Kelly.
That's what I'm saying.
I think he'd be lucky. You say that as kind of an insult.
I think he's flirting with being flat out disappointing.
Yeah.
You think he's worse? I think he's going to be Jim Kelly. I think he's going to. We'll see if he gets the Super Bowls, but I think he's going to get the AFC championships and he's going to have at the end of his career, and he's going to have tons and tons of wins. And he's going to have tons and tons of yards, and he's not going to have a ring.
Oh, okay,
That's
but
my
is he
comparison
going
to
to
Jim
get
Kelly.
to the Super Bowl and he's going to wear a jacket in Canton? Because that's Jim Kelly. That's Jim Kelly.
Nothing he's done so far is screaming Hall of Fame career. That's for sure.
You know what Jim Kelly also did? In charity golf tournaments, when you weren't looking, he would unbuckle your golf strap for your bag. So when the starter said go, everybody's golf bag would fall off, then he would laugh at you.
Well, Josh seems like a funny dude.
what I
Well,
used
hold
to
on.
do.
I mean, I think Josh seems like a fun dude.
You know what Jim would also do? He would come up to you and he'd go, "Hey, D-Mac, guess who asked me about you?" Nobody. Jim was like the guys. Do you know Jim at all? Have you ever met him?
Yeah, once.
You would love Jim Kelly. You would
I was the guy that
Jim
did
Kelly.
the bags too, by the way.
You're cut from the same cloth.
What year is this for Josh Allen?
5, right?
Oh, gosh. 2018.
So
18,
this would be a
19,
6 year?
20, 21, 22, 23. We're going on year 7.
So he's finished 6 years.
Yeah, 6 years. Second contract.
So Jim Kelly was 50 and 10, 22, 29, 31. 50 and 31 through his first 6 years.
Well, don't forget, too, Jim played with the Houston Rattlers or something in the XFL or USFL or whatever before he came to Buffalo. So he had a little bit more time.
Will Josh Allen have more than 35,000 yards?
I think he'll have great yards. I mean, I think his stats will be great. But
Will he have 230?
He will.
Will he have the
He
wins?
definitely will. Jim had good passing numbers, but not sensational. He will have more than 35
Honestly,
yards.
modern day quarterbacks should always be more than previous.
And Jim played with Hall of Fame receivers, too. That helps. He had Andre Reed and James Lofton.
I just think the eras are different, and I think championships matter more than ever in terms of making it into the Hall of Fame.
No, I don't disagree with that. But I still think he's going to have a similar career. I mean, through his first 6 years.
Well, it's a hell of a career then.
54, 5, 8.
You kind of got to ask, though, if he hasn't done it yet, what has he been missing?
63 and 20 and 30. So he's got a better win-loss record than Jim Kelly at this time in the career.
If he hasn't done it now, though, I mean, it's kind of what's he missing on that team? What has he not had that he needs?
Nothing. I think it's dangerously closing, unfortunately. I don't think. See, this is depressing for me because I don't think he is going to be Jim Kelly. I think it'd be a miracle if he was Jim Kelly at this point.
You bigger Patriots fan or Bills fan?
Way bigger. Not a Patriots fan at all. Huge. I am a big Bills fan. And when you're living in Buffalo and you're living and dying and breathing with these guys, because that's all you got, and kind of a sloppy hockey team over there, you build loyalty to a team like you cannot believe. And I was the same age as the players back in that day. Yeah. So I would hang out with John Fina. I would hang out with Justin.
Will you still be a fans of them when they become the Toronto Bills?
It'll never happen.
They're
building a new stadium. They got public funding from the state of New York to build $1 billion stadium.
It just ask D-Mac if it has a roof.
It doesn't have a roof.
Because I promised that was the next word coming out of his mouth.
It does not have a roof.
Was that the surest bet of all time?
No doubt about it.
Next words coming out of your mouth?
It's ridiculous. Can you believe they have a covering? So most of the fans, because one of the problems
they're
they have,
staying true to their DNA, man.
One of the problems they have is shoveling snow out.
I mean, who cares about having concerts, making more money and stuff? Why would they want to make more money?
Tyler, it's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. It's politics. The Pagulas are rich, but they're not the right rich. They're not rich enough. And so I cannot believe they're not putting a roof on that new stadium. But there's a covering so they won't have to shovel snow out. It's the stupidest thing of all time what they're doing.
Hey, who cares?
I get it. No, I barely care, but you bring it up. So dumb.
Don't point at me. Don't point at me.
It's so dumb. It's so dumb. But I'm not a Patriots fan at all. I haven't been a Patriots fan in forever. We hated the Patriots in Buffalo. You hate them. Hate them.
You ever seen him watching a Patriots game from home, though?
You won't find me rooting for him.
I spent a lot of time at D-Mac's house watching games with him.
Peter and Eileen love the Patriots. They're into it. Oh, God, they love the roast. Oh, my God, Tommy, talking about
That's
Tommy.
all I'm talking about, right?
3 hours long.
They hate Belichick. Oh, my God. It's so funny how much they hate
Has
Belichick.
Belichick, by the way, if you say I saw him on this, I saw him on
It's
one of the
redeeming
ESPN.
him.
Is he not like all of a sudden got a personality?
That's what I'm saying. This is the best thing that's ever happened to him.
Right?
This is like redeeming him.
Can you hear my eyes roll at the Bill? It's just because he's not a robot. He has a personality.
Yeah. He had to get fired. I mean, I saw him on what's the
I
one
saw him
guy
on Pat
ESPN?
McAfee. I thought he was terrible on the Pat McAfee
He actually
stuff.
talked and was actually funny. He actually, I'm like,
I don't know
wow.
about funny, but he's got good insight.
It's just like he says something besides being dry wood, and you think he's got a personality.
He's got a little Jay Cutler humor in him.
Did you see his part of the roast? Did he get up and talk?
Yeah, he did, I think.
Who?
Matter of fact,
we gotta get some Belichick sound.
he was up there with Kraft at the same time. It was a little bit awkward.
Oh, that is weird.
Dude. Listen, I like the roast overall, but I thought there were a lot of like weird, cringy moments to that roast.
You know, one of the funny ones though was and Tommy knew, and he went into Robert Kraft's office and and they're talking about this. Yeah, I'm going to be the greatest pick you've ever had, and blah blah blah. And Kraft goes, "That's great." Goes, "Hey, you want a massage?"
Rachel Rollins from Aurora wins our $50 card from Safeway. And the Safeway app has great deals for Mother's Day. Celebrate mom with fresh cut flowers and chocolate dipped strawberries with our great friends at Safeway. Congratulations to Rachel Rollins. Way to go. It's PHC on 92.5.
All right, guys, it's time to start feeling the best you possibly can. You are not unique if your workouts aren't going as far as they once did. You are not unique if you've gained a few pounds around here, maybe a lot of pounds. And if that's you, call my friends at Revitalize Health today. Tyler Plum is here, and I've been going over there for 7 years. That's a long, long time, and I keep going back because it works, because it helps me feel better, look better, sleep better, all of the above. They're going to help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and those medical weight loss options are changing lives. I know multiple people firsthand that are flat out changing their life. So check them out online. Let them know that Tyler Plum has sent you on over. You can find them at revitalize-health.com.
Hey, it's C-Mac for Mike Mulrooney, GMC, Chevy GMC in Longmont. They have the inventory and they're discounting the most popular models. Take $10,000 off all remaining new 23 Silverados. That's $10,000 off. Plus huge discounts on new GMC trucks and SUVs. This is at Mike Mulrooney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont. Or save thousands in finance charges with 0.9% APR financing on new 23 and 24 Chevy Silverados and GMC Sierras. And as always, when you buy any vehicle from Mike Mulrooney, you'll get free delivery anywhere in Colorado and their money back guarantee for your peace of mind. They're the absolute best. Are you kidding me? If you need service, Mike Mulrooney, they've extended service hours for your convenience. So what in the world are you waiting for? Get to Mike Mulrooney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont. Incredible discounts on new GMC trucks and SUVs. That could be your next vehicle. Mike Mulrooney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont. Online, Mike Mulrooney Chevrolet Buick GMC.com. All right. We'll see what Nate and Andy think about the game and where they're at. It's interesting to get everybody's perspective. I think everybody's kind of emotionally dealing with this situation differently.
I'm kind of over it. I can't go back now. I can't go back to the negative world.
Well, I'm feeling way better than when we started, and I'm really looking forward to the Avalanche game tonight. And I do think the pressure, in my opinion, I think the pressure is actually off the Nuggets now. Nobody expects them to win this series now. Nobody. And I don't know if they expect to even, I don't know if they do either. So if they get swept, they get swept. Like Vic Lombardi's doing it's weird hearing Vic say it like, hey, I got mine, so who cares? But Kaner was fighting back against that.
Yeah, he didn't get his.
Well, he got it as a fan. I know what you're saying, but he got it as a fan. He feels like that. I think there's something different. Scott, nobody has been involved with the Nuggets organization longer than you. I mean, I get it. But Vic is like the whole, I was a ball boy, that I grew up here. Vic always has that. Tyler does too. They've got that. You can't, somebody was, where are you from?
What does Vic have? I mean, what are you talking about?
Born on the Northwest side.
He was born in Denver, so he's like Mr. Nugget?
You haven't heard him talk about that?
Yeah.
Is that news?
I mean, I'm just I'm getting defensive of my guy over here. Like as you're sitting here telling me about all that Vic's got about being around Denver. He was born here. He loves the Nuggets, blah, blah, blah. What has Vic done?
Well, it's a small crew. Those who are
after you, Vic.
Those who are here, who are born here, who are Nuggets fans. It's kind of a weird, who are Vic's age. It's a weird combo meal of, I never thought my team would win ever in my life. So I guess that is such
Scotty played on the team, though.
I know. I just said there's nobody more tight end than Scott. But Scott, you weren't a ball boy for the Nuggets.
I wasn't
a
ball boy. Well, basically I was. I just paid a little bit more. Let's be honest. I was kind of a glorified ball boy for a couple seasons.
Well, there's that.
Paid a little bit more than they
But
did.
see, as somebody, I guess my 26 years of living in Colorado ain't good enough. But okay. Because I'm not satisfied. I am, and you know why? I'll tell you why, man. And I'm biased from my upbringing. Because guess where I was a kid? Vic, the Celtics in the 80s. And to think that Larry Bird would have been happy with one championship is the biggest load of crap of all time. I mean, with McHale, Bird, Ainge, Auerbach, that crew, you think they would have been okay?
Just one?
So
what you're saying
is
Vic's got a real loser mentality right now.
It's not great. It's sort of like just you're satisfied just being sort of minimally satisfied and not expecting more. And right now, that's the vibe that was given off by the team last night.
Here's the thing. I can understand the Vic mindset if we had Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray and all these guys, and they're hitting the tail end of their career. You're hoping they got a couple years left or whatever, but you got it, right? You finally got it. But that's not what this team looks like. This team looks like who's going anywhere.
Listen, I can understand the excitement and finally got one. That's great, but then you don't go out with a whimper.
I agreed. You realize in the 80s, if we're going back a little bit, with the true dynasty teams. Listen, when Michael Malone, I'm glad he did. I thought it was awesome. He gets up there, dynasty. All right, well, what does that really look like? You know what it looks like? Being back in a championship the next year. Or at least losing by a razor's edge. Because when Bird, Magic, Jordan, Isaiah, when those guys were in their prime, they were back every year. They didn't go down like this. That's not a dynasty. What is that? What is it? I mean, I don't know, man. That then you start talking about one-offers. You won a championship, and then what? I just didn't think we were that team. I didn't think they were that team.
Well,
feels
like you say, you got 2 more games to prove it.
All right, now I'm all fired up again.
And I'll say this. And do they have to do something different? Yes. Do they have to play better by a mile? Yes. Can they win in Minnesota? Yes. They win that game 3, and then all the pressure shifts. Game 4 is a free pass. You win that game,
Let's go then.
Three-game
you know
series.
What? Let's freaking go. We can't we can't just hear you say, hey, we won last year, so whatever happens is okay. It is a small window, and Malone has said it multiple times. We should not be taking Nikola Jokic for granted because he'll be gone in a flash, and boy, will we miss him.
Absolutely.
So let's stop with the, hey, this is okay.
You know what that
lament.
is, and I'm going to act like I don't even know who said it. You know what I said? I said, well, that's a soft mentality.
It felt like that hearing it, and I love Vic. I do love Vic, but you can't tell me that. Are you just saying it to make yourself feel better because you don't want to be overly disappointed? Because this makes me feel like I'm back in Buffalo.
I mean, unfortunately, to be fair to that mindset, when you lose 2 games, not just lose 2 games, but the way you lost 2 games, the way that they shut down, the way that they stopped playing, I get putting yourself in the mindset mentally being like, all right, well, it's gone now. So why agonize over what the next 2 games are going to be?
Because I know what you're saying. It just feels weird to just say, hey, that's okay at this point.
No, it ain't okay.
No.
Nothing about it's okay.
I don't know if it's ever okay to say it's okay. You know what? When you know who can say okay? Golden State.
Absolutely.
Right now.
They were a dynasty.
They can say,
yes.
Okay.
Yes,
now,
they can.
Now time to retool, try to
Yes.
think of something new.
They earned it.
They've earned it.
Yes.
Milwaukee,
Tim Duncan earned it.
Milwaukee hasn't earned it, and they won one in there.
There you go.
Philly, Boston haven't done anything lately. Golden State's the only team that has a right. Lakers don't have a right to say, okay. No. The only team active right now that says, okay. Hey, we had a great run, won 4 out of 7.
Because it's obvious on the tail end. It's obviously ending, and that's what makes this so
This
much
was
more
supposed,
painful.
this was supposed to be our dynasty, not a stepping stone for the Minnesota dynasty. It's supposed to be our time, not right before their time, and now this is their time. This was supposed to be our time. So to be satisfied with less is giving up, and I don't think this team will give up.
And if they do, we'll have a post-mortem in the next week or so and really break down into where they are, what they're going to do, and what do they need to do.
Reggie Jackson said the most amazing quote, I think, that we've heard all day. You're going to win or you're going to fight, and you got to win one of those 2.
So play it again. I mean, that's worth to hear again. That was a great line.
It was.
They're just coming in a bit more physical. They honestly just try to punk us, and it's worked the first 2 games.
How do you expect this team to respond?
We will see. We shall see. So, can't lose the game and the fight. Got to win one of them. So, hopefully we come out ready to fight. When we go to Minnesota, we know it's going to be a great atmosphere. The division rival team that we've been playing. So, we got to go do all we can to go get game 3.
You can't lose the game and the fight. You got to win one of them.
And they've lost both of those first 2 games.
Such a good line. I cannot believe in all my years around sports, I've never had a coach say that.
That is a hell of a line.
Great line. Great
hey, boys.
line. And the fight means different than it did in my fight. If you say you can't lose a game fight, it literally was a fight. We were going to beat the hell out of those people and boom, boom, boom. But now you can lose a game, but we ain't getting out tough.
Here's what
they got out tough last night. They got punked last night.
We've all heard this. If you're going to lose, go down swinging, right? That's what that really means. That's what it means. If you're going to go down freaking swinging, man.
Yep.
All right, it's game day.
I mean, maybe don't actually punch, but
we'll be pulling for the Avalanche.
Depends on
You'll hear
what they
that
do.
later tonight, pregame at 6:30. But Nate and Andy can't wait to hear their take. Thank you, Grizz. That's coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Have a good day.
Listen, if they don't
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Warning. The following audio may contain content that is not suitable for work or children. Listener discretion is advised.
Crossover move, Gordon. A lot of one-on-one again. Gets down the lane. Layup won't go.
Another missed layup, 3 in a row.
Rebound comes down to McDaniels. McDaniels shovel pass off over to Karl Anthony Towns for 3. Jumpers up and in. Denver is down by 16 points, and they are getting absolutely smacked in the face by the Minnesota Timberwolves. This thing is not even close.
Why?
Oh! Bounce pass off over to Joker, gets double teamed. Kick out 3 to KCP. That one in glass only.
On the other side of the rim.
Why? Oh!
Rebound down to Anderson. Anderson goes to the left hand in the corner. Walker 3. That one's good, and Denver's getting blown out in game number 2. They are down by 32 points at home.
No! Oh!
And here we go. Minnesota coming out of the timeout. Inbound goes to Conley. Conley has it on the high left side to Anthony Edwards. Back over to Conley. Now in the corner. Towns 3. Jumpers up and in.
Make it stop!
23-point lead for Minnesota.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Hey, welcome into the show, everybody. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. We are here with you until 6. Game 1 tonight between the Avalanche and the Stars as the Avs commence the second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs and continue on in their march towards Lord Stanley's Cup. And that's the only thing going on right now. There's nothing else to discuss today on this show. I'm just looking forward to the hockey game, Andy. I'm looking ahead, okay? I'm focused on what is in the future, and that's a hockey game tonight. I don't know. Is there anything else we should discuss today?
Nope. Yeah. Probably some things we need to get into.
Are there?
Going to be an interesting day today, I think.
Sure is.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Going to be an interesting day.
Mm-hmm.
So,
where do
you want to start? Where do you want to start? Obviously, we're not the first people to discuss this topic.
A lot of Wilhelm screams in the open today. Nice job by Spring. That was good. That was good.
It was May the 4th, obviously, over the weekend. So we had said every single Star Wars movie ever imagined was on.
Yeah.
A lot of Wilhelm screams in that. Wilhelm screams made a lot of money off Star Wars.
George Lucas loved the Wilhelm scream.
Now, not that one.
No.
Where's the original one?
He liked Wilhelm Scream Classic.
That one, that's Boba Fett when he falls in the Sarlacc pit.
That's
because of you, I now know that's what he does when he goes in the pit.
That's Jamal Murray double teamed at midcourt by Nickeil Alexander-Walker and Jaden McDaniels. As Kevin Harlan would say, put him in a straitjacket out there. Yeah, there was a Wilhelm scream out of Jamal Murray, and then he passed out of it, and then he Wilhelm screamed at the ref looking for a call that was not going to be coming. And then Peyton Watson shot a 3 that hit the side of the backboard. Side of the backboard, no good. And a 24-second shot clock violation. They had three shot clock violations last night, Andy. Legitimately.
A couple of them came on blocks, though. They were trying to shoot.
They were trying.
Couldn't get it over the 9 towers.
Peyton Watson meant to hit at least the rim.
Yeah.
And not the side of the backboard on that desperation 3. Andy, that game
sucked.
It looked like a 1 seed playing a 16 seed. And it was the defending world champion Denver Nuggets getting outworked, out-hustled, outplayed on their own court, mind you, by a team that didn't even have the defensive player of the year on the floor because of the wind. The weather was even on the Nuggets side last night. Kyle Anderson was starting in that game. It was all right there for you. And the Nuggets, they didn't show up.
Yeah, but first off, we all got to take a timeout on calling Kyle Anderson slow-mo when he's knocking the ball out of everyone's hand in the paint, right? We got to not call that anymore.
Yeah, slow-mo was fine. Slow-mo was moving at a regular pace last night.
Slow-mo was wearing 5280 jerseys last night. Let's be honest about it.
Also,
why does this team look tired? I have a theory.
Okay.
But do you want to jump in first?
I do. Okay, because we talked a lot about this season in the context of how do you make sure that you are playing your best basketball at the right time of year, okay? You got to peak in the postseason. The Nuggets did that a year ago, okay? They claimed the 1 seed 5 games after the All-Star break. They put it on cruise control. Everybody was rested up. Everybody was completely healthy. They got into the postseason, and boom, right away they were playing their best basketball, and they were better than every opponent that they were playing, and they knew they were better than every opponent that they were playing, and they out-hustled them, and they outworked them, and they kicked the crap out of them, and they won an NBA championship, okay? This year, the Nuggets came out of the All-Star break playing like absolute gangbusters. I mean, they balled out coming out of the All-Star break, and they played their best basketball of the season in the last week of February and in the first 2 weeks of the month of March. And I think that Michael Malone and the organization and the locker room and everybody, I think they got pretty addicted to the way that they were playing. Here's the problem, Andy, is that you can't burn that bright for that long. It just doesn't work that way, all right? Like, the 73-win Golden State Warriors didn't win an NBA championship. Eventually, the bill comes due when you put the hammer down for that long, and this is a Nuggets team that has played 6 games in the postseason now. 7 games in the postseason now. They've looked like crap at the start of every single one of these games. They beat the Lakers because the Lakers stink and the Nuggets are way better than them. Now they've run into a team that is as good as they are, but is completely peaked out. And I think that the Nuggets and reaching for the 1 seed, I think it's costing them right now. They look hurt. They look tired. They look not up to the task of trying to win an NBA championship.
That's the biggest key right there. They look hurt, okay? Here's the thing. And it was funny because, everybody keeps talking about Jamal Murray's play today and Jamal Murray, the other stuff, and all the crap going on with Jamal Murray, okay? And I kept hearing, I think it was JJ Redick. I don't know. It was one of the ESPN guys saying, if they're on Jamal Murray, count it out Friday. Let's just take a pause for a second, okay? Jamal Murray's not playing. You know what I finally realized last night with Jamal Murray? It really shows you the difference between basketball and, say, football. And I think we're so used to guys playing through injury in football, especially in this town that's obsessed with football, that you get accustomed to it. You know what he can do? He can run. He cannot burst. He cannot change direction the way that he needs to. I think he's most angry about that than anything else going on in this series.
His body's
I'm sure
betraying
he did
him.
not appreciate getting bowled over by Cat in what was it looked like a football move as you tried to score over the goal line. But at the end of the day, you watch him defensively. I noticed at one point he was trying to give ground and get ahead of where he thought the drive was going. And then when the player stopped to pop, he couldn't stop himself to even go back forward. He ran back 3 steps because he knows he cannot stop, plant, and trust the calf. So I'm not sure he should be playing as much right now as he is anyway. I realize it feels like a losing proposition not to have one of your best players on the floor, but he's not Jamal Murray right now.
Whoa.
When are we all going to accept it? He's hurt. He's not right. They actually if MPJ hits a 3 at one point, early 4th, late 3rd, it would have been a 16-point game.
Yep.
And they made that run by letting some of just the dudes on the bench. You know why? They can run. They can cut. They can at least get in the way. They aren't bothered as much by the pressure. Now, I'm not saying they would have pulled off a comeback, but I'm just saying you can't watch Brown and the other guys get in there and not think to yourself, dude, KCP isn't right. Jamal isn't right. And it is what it is.
Andy, I'm gonna say something out loud, and I swear to God, I'm not being facetious when I say this. Justin Holiday has been the best Denver Nugget in this series, and that's a problem. Okay, that's a big problem. When you got Justin Holiday, you got him to be the 11th man, and instead he is right now the best player in a playoff series. Now, again, his ceiling is not Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, MPJ, Aaron Gordon, but he's actually playing above his abilities right now, which is what you have to do to win an NBA championship, which is what all the damn Timberwolves are doing, while the Nuggets all look like crap out there.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, he's playing like a dog. He's playing like he's playing like a playoff gritty vet.
Yeah.
And he's getting in there and he's trying to play some defense. He's trying to bother them the way they're trying to bother him. Nobody else is really doing it. Listen, Christian Brown gave you some of that last night. Christian Brown gave Ant a little bit of problem. It was for a 5-minute stretch. It certainly wasn't for long enough. Christian Brown tied up Karl Anthony Towns. Like again, if guys are going to be frustrated, at least put in some young dudes that are going to go try to slap at the ball or something. And look, I'll tell you, I know it's not overly popular. There's one point late in the game where they let Ant just drive right to the hoop, at least just hard foul him there. Again, I'm not asking for injuries. I'm not asking for Alonzo Mourning to swat Ant into the first row. But, dude, Reggie Jackson talked about it after the game. He said, we got punked tonight. We got punked. You don't at least hard foul Anthony Edwards if he's just going to keep dancing right through the lane?
Jokic watched him.
Just slap down on him or something.
He watched him.
I'm not saying take his head off, but you know what I mean?
Physicality.
At least give him a hard smack across the wrist.
And stop complaining to the refs. Okay? You're professional basketball players. 5 minutes into the game, the officials made it clear we're letting them go tonight. All right? NBA officiating shifted at midseason. Physicality became the story of the day, and the Minnesota Timberwolves said, "Cool, that aligns with the way of the way we like to play basketball." Meanwhile, the Nuggets are out there whining for calls. The Timberwolves aren't doing any of that nonsense. Surprise, surprise, you're down 2-0 and you don't even look competitive in this series right now. Stop complaining to the refs. Stop throwing things on the floor. Knock it off with this nonsense. Show up and have a little bit of pride. We have so much to do today on this show. Most of it has to do with yelling at the Nuggets, which we're going to do, unfortunately, way too much of. These playoffs were supposed to be fun. Plus, we do have the Avalanche and the Stars. Game 1 tonight. The hockey. Oh, I really need them to win. We need to have fun with sports tonight.
Oh, well, and you know what? Later in the show, we'll talk about it. This is not a dead series. There's still a way to turn this around.
I'm gonna have to hear what that is. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Look, if you're looking for a truck or 4x4 accessory, this is your place to go. They've been a long-time title sponsor of this show. We appreciate them for it. But more importantly for you, it's about the great selection they have at Colorado Off-Road, the things that they can get for you, the advice that Jerry Jones and his wife Wendy can give you when looking for something, maybe like a bed cover for your truck. Maybe you got a 4x4 you want a special piece of equipment for. They've got it all over at Colorado Off-Road. If you like doing the off-roading, maybe even at night, great late bars, great tow winches, the suspension, step rails, bed covers, floor mats, towing equipment. If you're looking to get into doing some camping here very shortly, I know Memorial Day is just a couple of weekends away. If you need to be ready for camping season, they've got just covered over at Colorado Off-Road. Stop by, have a chat with the good folks over there today. You can find them real easy, 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on South Prince Street, right behind ACC, or on the web at cooffroad.com.
Nikola, given the frustrations, how do you expect this team to respond and show up for Game 3?
I mean, I don't know. We will see in 3 days, 4 days.
I know Nikola is not lead from the podium guy. That's not how he goes about his business. He never has. That answer was pretty lame. That was pretty lame.
Yeah, look though, man. Between what Reggie said and what he said, they had the same thing. We'll see. Look, for the first time since Jamal got back and was healthy, I don't know that this team believes in each other. Because when Katie asked Reggie the same question, how do you think you're going to react later in minutes? He goes, I don't know. We'll find out. So.
All right. You're already down 1-0 in the series.
Yep.
Okay. You already lost a game once in your own building.
Yep.
Which you worked so hard down the stretch to get that home court advantage. You already lost one at home. You would think that the response would come in Game 2.
Yeah.
The urgency would have existed in Game 2. It was not there, and it has to start with Nikola. Nikola Jokic has to get it in his mind what he wants to be in this series, how he wants to play in this series, how he wants to lead in this series. I mean, okay, Game 1, he was 11 of 25 from the field, I believe. Hey, Rudy Gobert out there, okay? Best defensive player in basketball, going to win the Defensive Player of the Year, I believe, for the 4th time in his career. Okay. All right, 11 of 25, your shot is going to be altered by that size. Last night, Karl Anthony Towns outplayed you, outworked you. Karl Anthony Towns. Nikola Jokic has made a career, a sport, out of punishing that dude.
Right.
For his lack of physicality, for his lack of toughness. And last night, the shoe was very much on the other big. Because Karl Anthony Towns shoved him around last night. Played physically on him. Naz Reid came into the game. Naz Reid, who was never known as a brilliant defensive player or anything else like that, blocked 2 of your shots in 1 possession. Come on, dude. We're talking about Naz Reid and Karl Anthony Towns on the defensive end of the floor, and they completely took you out of the game. He took 13 shots last night. 13 shots in his 38 minutes on the floor. Okay? He had 4 turnovers. You can't get locked up by Karl Anthony Towns and Naz Reid. And he's the best player in the world. He needs to be the best player in this series. Jamal Murray's calf injury only puts the onus more on you. I'm sorry, man, but heavy is the head that wears the crown. You get the paycheck. You're the best player in the world. We know that's what you are. You're going to win another MVP award this week, and yet he's whimpering his way through this series. Andy, I'm not even mad. I'm disappointed.
Well, he needs to start shooting. Quit passing to people with a lesser. Their shots aren't any better than yours.
Yeah,
frankly. So
make floaters.
Try to start shooting again. Look, man, I'm wondering about the back. I'm not sure I don't know that I believe Nikola's fully healthy either. Okay, his lift. I understand we're not talking about Michael Jordan here when it comes to him attacking the rim, but his lift does not look right, and that's why some of these shots are getting blocked. Now, I don't know. Maybe it's because he's getting the crap beat out of him for 10 minutes. Before he gets the ball. There was one time last night, KCP threw it into him like 3 times on the block, and I kept thinking, I don't think Nikola wants you to keep giving it back to him. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he was calling for it and just trying to reset himself, but he had not used his dribble. But he does need to shoot more. Look, 16 points, unfortunately, not good enough. I mean, Aaron Gordon, that has to be the quietest 20 points that I've seen. And Aaron, here's the other thing with Aaron. I love Aaron Gordon. Just because you hit a couple threes doesn't mean you quit going and doing your work in the paint either. How many times last night, and I even tweeted about it at one point, the only guy trying to get any rebound on either end was Joker. Everybody had just left. What is that about?
The offense devolved into AG ISO possessions with fall away jumpers. And we weren't even out of the first quarter.
I know.
It happened that quickly last night. One thing that Minnesota is doing, and I've got to give them credit, but also I'm looking over at Michael Malone and the Nuggets bench and saying, where the hell is the adjustment? They're guarding Jamal Murray for 94 feet.
Yep.
Okay? I got an idea. Let's take the ball out of his hands. What about that? Can Nikola Jokic bring the ball up the floor?
Let him play too.
They're making Murray work so damn hard and then pushing him off of his spots once he gets across midcourt. They're going into their offense with like 14, 13 seconds left on the shot clock. They're ending up looking hurried because of how late they're into these things. What about some screens in the backcourt? What about another option, somebody to pass the ball to? Okay? Didn't we all learn in elementary school basketball? Pass your way out of the press. All right? Now, again, I know Minnesota's not running a traditional full-court press, but treat it like that. Use passing and get the ball up the floor a little bit quicker, and also save your point guard who's playing on one damn leg right now, who is unbelievably frustrated, who has no touch to his game at all, who is getting absolutely bullied by Nickeil Alexander-Walker and Jaden McDaniels, who are just smelling blood in the water and using their size and their length to make life a freaking nightmare out on the floor for Jamal Murray. Dude needs some help. And I'm looking at the coaching staff and saying, what are you doing to help your point guard initiate the offense right now? Because he's playing on one leg, and what you're trying is not working.
Well, it is. And look, at some point you may have to accept both KCP and Jamal may not be able to be out there at the same time. Because, again, what you're talking about is someone else going to have to help bring the ball up. And maybe it can't be Joker either. Look, Joker's getting bothered by their long arms, too.
He is.
He's getting his dribble knocked away by everybody in the paint every time he tries to set himself to go up. It's rushing him. They've actually found a way to speed Joker up, too. But you've got to have a healthy body out there that can – and look, Reggie Jackson said he's going to be able to play. I don't know if he's going to be able to. So who do you trust? Do you trust Christian? Do you trust Justin Holiday? You're going to have to trust somebody.
A team effort. Again, use multiple guys in the backcourt and get out of it and try and neutralize some of their on-ball pressure. But you've got to give the guy a little bit of help. Again, he's working so hard to get the ball up the floor, which is both slowing down the offense and just making life tougher on Jamal Murray. I will say this for Jamal Murray, okay? 3 of 18 last night. He played awful. I think he let the officiating get in his head, which is really Minnesota getting in his head with their physicality. Again, throwing a heat pad on the floor, no excuse. And the league's going to have to take a hard look at that thing. But I'll say this for Jamal. He's playing hard. He's giving everything that he has. He's leaving it out on the floor. I'm looking over at Jokic, and I'm saying, hey, where is the engagement, my guy? Nikola Jokic is not present at the moment, and that is so massively disheartening that the best player in the world at the moment looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. And I've never seen this out of this guy.
So how did we get here? That becomes a question. Because, look, I don't think a lot of them are competing, quite honestly.
No.
I think Justin Holiday competed.
Yep.
I think at least
I think Christian Brown and Peyton Watson are on the floor doing everything that they can.
They're trying to compete now, but again, you're not going to.
Aaron Gordon is playing hard. I think Jamal Murray is playing hard.
But Aaron needs to get back in the paint with Joker.
You're right.
They need to get the damn rebounds. You're giving them all the stupid rebounds because there's 3 or 4 wolves in the paint waiting on Joker. At one time looked like he had crashed a party.
Yeah.
He looked like he had security escorting him out of the building in the paint because that's how many wolves were around him as he tried to fight for a rebound. Then he would get the rebound, and he's got nobody to outlet to because he's surrounded on every side. Why is he the only one down there battling for it? You cannot – look, the Wolves have said to you, you cannot be lazy. We're not going to let you play lazy this time.
They've
got all the energy.
What Minnesota has done is, and again, like, give Chris Finch and Mike Inori all the credit in the world for the game plan. They have just come up with the idea of we'll throw everybody at Nikola Jokic. We have a bunch of huge dudes, and we're going to throw everybody that they can at him. They are right now on the pick and roll. First off, because they're not worried about Jamal Murray blowing by a defender.
Right.
Even if he does, he has no touch. He's not making his floater right now, so they're giving him that shot. They don't care. Jamal is trying to make the pocket pass to Nikola Jokic, which is the bread and butter of this entire offense. Jokic trying to get downhill at the nail and make that catch. They're just crowding around Nikola. They're using both a big and a wing and just crowding him up. They don't care if MPJ or Justin Holiday are over there on the wing. I think their attitude is, if you make shots, we'll worry about you. The spacing on the wings, they're fine. That's all fine. But what they have said is, we're going to take Nikola Jokic away from you. And the Nuggets have not adjusted. They have not gotten Nikola in good one-on-ones for him to be able to work in the post. And when he's had opportunities, he's given the damn ball up. I want to see him go and shoot a hell of a lot more.
Does Michael Malone, I said this again, you can't keep running this same lineup out here and expect, if it looks the way that it, now see, sooner or later, I keep hoping that they're actually going to start shooting like the Nuggets that we remember for a while.
That would help.
Again, MPJ, please quit passing up shots for somebody else. I'd rather, when everyone else is crap, you might as well just shoot, dude, because you've had the best shot going in the playoffs so far.
Yeah,
he passed up a number, like he was bothered by a guy that's not, you're going to get the ball off before he gets there.
Yeah.
Just shoot it.
Shoot it.
Don't pass it down to, look, Holiday made a couple. I still would rather MPJ take the shot than pass it down to Holiday.
Yeah.
So
you're not going to get perfect looks against this team.
No.
You're going to have to take out of rhythm shots against this team. That's what they're doing to you.
And why are the Nuggets, the other thing that I'm just thrown off by, I don't have an answer for this. Why are they exposing the ball as they drive to the rack? And it's just, every one of those Wolves has active hands.
Swipe.
They are knocking the ball out of MPJ had like 5 knocked away. Nicola's had 5 or 6 knocked away. Aaron lost it at one point.
Physicality.
KCP, it's just like, guys, come on.
And you know what they're doing? And you saw it in game 1. It started in game 1, but they turned it up to 11 last night. Their attitude is see if they blow a whistle.
Yeah.
See if they blow a whistle.
It's the old Legion of Boom theory.
Totally.
Are you going to call the holding on every route I defend?
And again, the officiating is tilted this way during the NBA season. It just has, okay? Midway through the year, you suddenly saw free throws go down, physicality go up, and the Timberwolves have absolutely leaned into it as their team identity.
So why not mix it up? I mean, again, I know he's old, and your options aren't great. That's the reality of it. Your options aren't great. You're going to have to address this in the offseason. But right now, I'd like the offseason to be put off a few more games if you don't mind.
If you don't mind.
Can you throw a DeAndre Jordan? How about you go big? Can you put a DeAndre or Jordan in there?
Zeke did play last night.
Well,
you got your wish.
Yeah. How late was that? How late was that?
3 minutes to go.
Right. When he put everybody else in, too?
Hunter Tyson got to play.
Hunter Tyson got to play. Jalen Pickett got to play. Jalen Strother got to play. Julius Strother got to play.
Julian, too. If Jalen Pickett doesn't make that mid-range jumper with like 40 seconds to go, they don't even score 80.
Well,
they don't even score 80.
Yeah, because again, you can't, like you said, you can't have the ref meltdown. And I'll be honest, Michael Malone, I know what he was trying to do.
I know.
You can't do it the way you did it. You should have been taught. I don't know why the ref didn't toss him. Frankly, I think he wanted to be tossed.
Mark Davis.
I think Mark Davis knew what he wanted to do and just said, I'm not giving it to you. How about that?
What was funny about that particular moment was Mark Davis had both Anthony Edwards and Michael Malone screaming at him for 2 very different reasons at the exact same time. I honestly think that because there was like there was 2 guys coming at once, like maybe Davis didn't hear everything that Malone said clearly enough and was just like, everyone's yelling at me, leave me alone.
Right.
And just didn't do anything. He said after the game, nothing that Malone said rose to a level of unsportsmanlike, so he didn't tee him up. The funny part was
the charge was enough, I think, wasn't it?
Malone was trying to get teed up.
I know.
He was doing everything in his power because, and I think it was 28-20 at that point. It was an 8-point game. Malone saw what was happening. He was like, I got to do something now.
Look-
and he goes charging out onto the floor to back up his guys.
It was funny because Shaq and Charles had a yelling match about it at halftime over where Cat lowered his shoulder and blasted Murray.
That's an offensive foul.
Right. Well, Shaq didn't think so. And Charles was not having it from him last night. They
Good.
literally screamed for 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's an offensive foul.
It is an offensive foul.
It should have been
and
called.
that's really what set everything. But to me, here's the deal. The Nuggets at some point, if that's how it's going, you just have to get physical right back. You just have to get physical. Because here's the thing. If it gets too physical, the refs are going to have to start
Right.
calling some stuff.
Right.
They can't let this turn into Knicks Heat from back in the early, mid-90s or whatever.
Nuggets didn't answer the bell.
No, you just sat there and you kept looking at it. Like, again, Aaron Gordon, get in there, put your big butt into somebody and clear him out of the lane. Joker, come down hard. Like, how about the one time Ant decided he'd try to mess around and try to throw Joker off? Joker pinned the arm for a second, and Ant was left kind of rubbing his shoulder. So it's okay to get physical back with them.
Yeah.
Till the refs decide to stop it.
Yes.
They've not done that at all. Like you said, run up, hard pick on any of the guys.
Anyone.
I don't care.
Right now, the Timberwolves don't care about any screen the Nuggets
Well,
set.
and frankly,
They
the
don't
Nuggets look like they
care.
don't care about getting to the next round.
Nope.
I don't understand. I still think they can do this because all it takes is one game in Minnesota to shock them. Minnesota has yet to lose a game in this playoff. I still would love to see what happens when this young team actually faces some of their adversity. But if you don't start shooting, like Nate, the first thing somebody said, I can't wait to hear what you've got cooked up. Look, start shooting better. What is this shooting? They can't hit anything. Layups are rolling out of the rim. They can't get the bunnies to go back. Just shoot better. Start there, and you might look. If they'd have shot better, you might have had game one.
Yet another slow start last night in game 2. Andy, it could very well be symptomatic of a much larger issue going on with this team and with this organization. I'll tell you what that is next.
Oh, it's there's it's a very, very quiet locker room, and you can take that many different ways. I'm taking it as our guys are disappointed in our performance tonight, all the way across the board. From myself all the way down to player number 18. We got outcoached, we got outplayed, and you can feel sorry for yourself, or you can do whatever you can to try to be better come game 3, and that's my focus, is rallying these guys to continue to fight. No one said it was going to be easy, and right now we understand that.
Start with caring. Start with playing hard for 48 minutes and having some actual jump out of the gate. Another flat beginning out of the Nuggets last night, Andy. It's become a game-by-game problem. They were down 8 at the end of the first quarter last night. Minnesota shot 52% in the opening quarter. The Nuggets were a mere 8 of 19. They turned the ball over 4 times in the first quarter. Don't worry, it would get worse in the second quarter when the Nuggets would play collectively the worst quarter I have seen this group play. But it started again with another bad start to the game.
Yeah, one good possession. Aaron Gordon gets a basket. Everything goes to hell.
So I want to go back to something that Malone said on Sunday. This is after they lost game 1 on Saturday. They regrouped for practice on Sunday. Okay, game 1, you're bad at clutch time. You don't finish the game. But there was no huge reason for alarm after game 1. But the recurring issue of slow starts by the world champions reared its ugly head again in game 1, which led Michael Malone to say this. This was before last night's game was even played, but when you listen to this, this suggests that something is very much amiss.
Oh, I believe in it fully, but with that being said, I talked to our players this morning about how for 5 games against the Lakers, we were down every first quarter. And I think game 5 was the one time we won the first quarter. And then game 1 against Minnesota in the second round, we're down 18-4 to start. So do I believe that our guys are fully ready to give whatever it takes to try to defend our title? Of course I do. But at some point, man, you got to stop doing the same thing. We have to do a better job, and our starters in particular, Sam, have to do a better job of being ready to play and setting the tone early. What are we waiting for? I mean, now we're down 0-1. What are you waiting for? Like, we all know that going back to Minnesota down 0-2 is not the ideal situation. So I think tomorrow night to start the game, you'll have your answer. If we come out the same way, lackadaisical, not physical, not urgent, well, then there's an issue there, a deeper lying issue than just stopping Anthony Edwards. Where is that mental at? And I fully expect our guys to be ready to go tomorrow. And I'd be shocked if they weren't.
Well, they weren't.
And then what happened? They came out lackadaisical, not physical, not urgent. And there is an issue there. There is a deeper lying issue than just stopping Anthony Edwards. Where is our mental state at is what Michael Malone said before that game even got played. They come out, they give you the same nonsense. They give you the same lack of urgency, lack of physicality in the opening quarter of that game, which now makes me have to step back and go, they tuning out Michael Malone?
Maybe at this point. It feels that way. He's been begging for this since the LA series.
Yeah. He is.
And the rage timeouts aren't having an effect anymore either.
Screaming at the officials isn't doing anything to fire up your guys.
Yeah, nobody really, all they did was get more frustrated and yell, and Aaron Gordon's poking officials on. I mean, everybody had a bad moment, it felt like last night, at least the key figures.
And if Michael Malone is trying to push this team as hard as he did down the stretch, not rest guys enough, not get them prepared for the postseason, has there been a backlash to it? And is this a locker room full of veteran players that are frustrated at the job that he did preparing them for the postseason?
That could be it. That could be it. I also just wonder. I didn't think this team was made up this way, so I hate. But I got it. Look,
it's hard to repeat. And one of the reasons why it's hard to repeat is everyone's gunning for you the way Minnesota's gunning for the Nuggets right now.
Yep.
And I often just wonder, in a long season like this, do guys get tired of it? And I wonder if guys always mentally have it. They know how much more basketball, now that they've done it. That's the thing. Once you've done it, it's both good and bad. We were having this conversation with Ross Colton on Friday, where he just admitted, yeah, near the end of the year, we all kind of, those of us that have done it know how much more hockey lies ahead. We kind of shut it down. He just flat out admitted it.
Yeah.
He said, I know we probably shouldn't say that, and the fans probably don't want to hear it, but we all just decided to quietly go inside ourselves and do what we needed to do, so we had enough for this. As you said, the push was on for the number 1 seed, which is disappointing because, you've got your number 1 seed, you got your home court advantage and all that crap you push for, and it's not helped you at all. You haven't won a game on your own floor. But I just wonder how many guys don't want to go to Father's Day this year or beyond. How many guys don't want to deal with that? And look, I think some of the great teams in the past, when you had a Kobe and a Shaq, when you had, whether it was Steph going and Clay or Steph and Draymond or Steph or whoever, Jordan and Pippen, their best players, I think, helped rise everybody else above some of the malaise that sets in.
Yeah.
The problem is, as you said, inexplicably, I think Joker feels like he's getting ganged up on with no help, and I think he's frustrated. And I don't blame him there, but he doesn't look engaged. And Jamal's not healthy enough to help him the way he normally does. And that's the problem here.
So this would now be, I mentioned this yesterday on the show, but this would be the third time in 4 postseasons of Nikola Jokic's prime where Jamal Murray physically was not able to do enough to help the team. When he was, they won an NBA championship. He missed 2 postseasons. First because of the ACL, then not being able to get back the following season when they lost to Golden State. He comes back for the 22-23 season. He has a great year. He spends much of the year ramping up, but by the time they got to the postseason, he was fully healthy and playing his best basketball. Again, this time around, did they push too hard? And Jamal was not able to recover from the calf injury and hasn't been good enough in this postseason. I mean, Nikola Jokic is not a dummy. He's well aware, if I don't have Jamal Murray available and close to 100% and playing to his abilities, we're probably not going to beat these guys. And as such, I think he's putting it on cruise control a little bit right now, instead of just pushing back the way that he's capable of. And we saw it in both of the postseasons. Even as frustrating as the Sun series was, even as frustrating as the Golden State series was, Jokic was still great in both of those series. He's been non-existent in this series so far.
Yeah, well, nobody's shooting well, Nate. And You know what? Let's go back to what I know we all, it's kind of the running joke for Altitude TV where Bill Hanzlik wants defense. Scott Hastings always tells you about the offense. And look, what does Scotty say? What's Scotty's magic number out of Texas? 109. If they score 109, they've got a ridiculous 1-loss record. They win most of those games. They haven't been close. What did they get in game 1? 107?
Yeah.
They're under 109. As you already laid out.
80 last night.
It took a 3-pointer at the end to get them to 80.
80. I think they scored 99 in game 1, by the way.
They need to start scoring, period. If this team can't get its offense going, if guys can't start shooting better, because you already said it. How do you get the Wolves out? How did they get the Wolves off of Nikola, literally? Well, you got to shoot better from the outside so they can't just sag back and make his life hell. And nobody really is. Every time a shot, other than last night he wasn't, but for the most part, MPJ's the only one where you put up a shot, you think, oh, you shouldn't have left him open. But Jamal's been 50-50 at best. You can't tell me you're feeling good about when KCP takes a jump shot right now.
Last year in the postseason, 20 games, Jamal Murray averaged 26 points a game. This year, 20 points. Last year, 47% from the field. This year, 37% from the field.
And he can't jump the same way. That's another reason why I think he got his shot blocked. He can't lift. He can't get off the ground.
Last year, 40% from 3. This year, 29% from 3. Last year, 7 assists. This year, 6. Rebounding has been consistent. Yay.
Okay, let me ask you this, too.
Fewer steals. Over a steal less per game. Yeah, he's not able to physically be what Nikola Jokic needs him to be.
Here's the thing, man, and this is tough. You talked about Nikola being smart. Even if Jamal finds a version, he's already a lesser player than he was in the Lakers series. And he was great at the end, but, and he had a couple of quarters and halves there in the Lakers series where he was all right. But for the most part, not a good series. And look, they kept saying it last night on the broadcast. Reggie Miller kept pointing it out. Jamal was the reason why the Wolves couldn't handle these guys last year. Yes, they were missing Naz Reid. Yes, they were missing McDaniels. But they couldn't handle Jamal Murray. He's not the same Jamal Murray right now.
No.
And that's a problem. And so there's got to be a small part of Nikola thinking, well, even if we get past this, how much the calf ain't getting better.
No.
He's not getting to 100%.
No.
So how much am I even going to have him next series if you even figure out a way, which seems highly unlikely, to get out of this round?
And the Timberwolves have no interest in letting him find a workable
they're
version
going
of
to rough
himself
him
right
up.
now.
They're going to try to make him tap out.
Yeah.
Now, to your point, I give Jamal credit. He's got a lot of mental toughness. There are plenty of NBA guys, Hastings, to tell you, that would just say, I ain't playing.
Right.
I don't want to be embarrassed, so I'm not going to play. Jamal's trying to be out there. It's not working, though.
It's Craigman and Lindahl. Hour number 1 is in the books. That was fun. Keep it here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I want to start hour number 2 with a listener text. You can text us here on the show today.
We read a lot of them.
We do. It's the Sean Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. From the 514, can you guys please talk about something less depressing like the Rockies? Hey, they didn't lose yesterday.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
That's true.
It was an off day.
That's true.
Would they have even played yesterday in that wind?
They would have, yes. It would have been
Red Rocks canceled a concert.
I saw that. Yeah, it would have been a bad time, but they would have played. Dakota Hudson, Kyle Harrison, your matchup tonight out there at Coors Field. First pitch, 6-4.
Hold on, who's going for the Rockies?
Dakota Hudson.
I don't know. I already don't know. We're to mid-May, kind of.
Yeah.
And I already don't know who the heck the Rockies got going.
It'll be a Dakota Hudson, Peter Lambert, Cal Quantrill combination here in the upcoming series against the San Francisco Giants. Coming to town to take on the Rocks, the first visit this year from Los Gigantes. Colorado going in at 8-26 on the year.
All right. You know what? Hey, little quick note.
All right.
I got to give a shout out. Mike Kliss just tweeting this. Joe Collier has passed away at the age of 91. Tip of the cap to Coach Collier. He was the architect of the Orange Crush defense. All the defensive history up until Wade Phillips and I guess 89. Thanks to Mr. Joe Collier. So architect of the 3-4. I believe he was one of the original inventors of the 3-4.
So we'll go, from one eulogy to another. So, yes, Joe Collier passing away.
With your broken equipment.
As is my broken microphone. Statement from the Broncos. As Andy just said, the architect of the famed Orange Crush defense, Joe Collier, is one of the most impactful coaches in the history of the Denver Broncos and regarded among the best defensive coordinators of all time. He was an innovator in the NFL with his 3-4 defense, helping the Broncos to 3 Super Bowl appearances during a legendary career with our franchise that spanned more than 2 decades. Intelligent, modest, and soft-spoken, Collier provided steady leadership to 5 different head coaches as the Broncos emerged as perennial contenders in the 70s and 80s. His profound influence on countless players and coaches in Denver included 12 Bronco Ring of Famers, 11 Pro Bowl selections, and 2024 Pro Football Hall of Fame linebacker Randy Gradishar. Collier's loyalty to the Broncos extended beyond the playing field as a Ring of Fame selection committee member for more than 20 years, dedicated to recognizing our all-time greats. As we celebrate the extraordinary life and career of Joe Collier, our hearts go out to his 3 children, Joel, Julie, and Lisa, along with his entire family and many friends. Sad news, the passing of the legendary Joe Collier.
Well, and who was a big fan of Joe Collier was Bill Belichick. So
I could see that.
He took a lot from Collier back in the day.
Yes. I mean, the 3-4 defense, really, if you think about it, like the 3-4 and the way that is sort of rewritten defensive formations in modern times, saying lighter up front, fill the field, make a quarterback have to look at that many things, give yourself that much versatility in the run game. That's huge.
Well, and it was also I remember the 4-3 was like the thing. It felt like through the aughts. Everybody was running a lot of 4-3. I think Baltimore was one of the few 3-4 teams because I just remember Saragusa and Sam Adams being the nose tackles, trying to keep the linebackers for Baltimore clean. But you remember when Kyle Orton, we all got there and they're yelling out, so-and-so's the mic, so-and-so's the mic, and learning how that rotates protections. And if you don't identify it right, I've seen it where you got the mic wrong, everybody turns the wrong way, and here comes the free rusher. Made the quarterback think a little bit more. Instead of just declaring, here's 4 on the line and the middle linebacker you got to worry about.
R.I.P. the great Joe Collier. Hey, every show today giving away a $50 gift card to Safeway for Mother's Day. Save big this Mother's Day at Safeway. Celebrate Mom with fresh cut flowers and chocolate dipped strawberries. Those are the Andy Lindahl special. Shop in store or on the Safeway app to discover great deals for today's $50 gift card. You have to text in the keyword to 303-504-0925 and you are entered. Andy, today's keyword is orchid.
Oh, orchid.
Not Orton. Orchid.
The flower.
Orchid.
Orchid.
O-R-C-H-I-D.
You're going to spell it. Very nice.
Orchid. Yes. Well, it's got the CH, but it's a solid K sound, and that could be confusing for some.
Sometimes Nate Kreckman is not so forgiving when it comes to these things.
Sometimes I'm not. You know what? It's for the Mother's Day. It's for the chocolate-dipped strawberries. I guess I'm a big softie when it comes to Mother's Day. So text the word orchid plus your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's orchid and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. And you are entered to win a $50 gift card to Safeway.
Orchid.
Orchid. Orchid is the word. 106-80 last night in a game that was not as close as the final score would indicate. And it was a 26-point game, unfortunately. Timberwolves are up 2-0 as the series now shifts to Minnesota on Friday. That's right, Andy. We only have 3.5 more shows to do with this, the last game to discuss this week at work. Thank God for the Avalanche.
Yeah. Now, but
the schedule, you gotta be kidding me with this.
Let me ask you this. Well, it's hilarious because the Nuggets are down 2-0 and Oklahoma City and Dallas hasn't even started. That thing finally gets going tonight. Matter of fact, the Avs will be caught up with the Nuggets, I think, by the time they play again. Listen, because I'm getting a lot of texts, and I'll make it clear. Do I feel like right now the Nuggets have got some great grand comeback a la the bubble cooked up for us? Sure doesn't feel that way, okay? I'll give you that. But if you're an Avs and a Nuggets fan, and I know many of you are, can you not look at what the Avs literally just pulled on us in this last playoff series to realize all it takes is one game of finding yourself again? Like, again, the Nuggets did beat the Wolves in the last game of the last meeting of the season.
They did.
So it's not like the Nuggets haven't figured out how to. And again, if you don't come out like puke to start the game, you might have gotten game one. But you chose to go screwing around and making the hill too big and all that kind of stuff. So it's not like this team has never beat this team or hasn't looked like they belong on the same floor with the Wolves. If you're a Nuggets fan, can you not, like, if you just come out and shoot better, haven't the Avs shown you, maybe tighten up what you do, get a better performance from your goaltender for the Avs case, maybe from the MVP, get Jokic back to being Jokic? You can't just chuck the series yet, right? Oh, I'll give it to you Friday. You lose Friday, obviously. I don't even know why.
Toast.
Why come back here for game 5, I guess becomes my question.
Toast.
But seriously,
if they don't win on Friday.
If you can just punch back Friday, it'll change a lot of the way this thing feels. Remember, and I know you're rolling your eyes, but we got 3 more days of this thing to do. Don't forget, in Winnipeg, they were chanting Gorgie's name. I guess I got to go with Gorgie. Doesn't like Georgie. They were chanting his name.
They were.
They started game 2 cocky and chanting his name, and they didn't win the rest of the time.
Yeah.
Why can't the Nuggets do the same?
Because the Avalanche were better than Winnipeg and the Nuggets aren't better than Minnesota.
All right, well, I got a bunch of crap last week when I said I felt better about the Avs than the Nuggets after watching the first round series end.
So, Andy, normally I would be doing everything I could to jump on board. And you know what? We got a long week ahead of us, all right? Like I said, 3.5 shows to go before we even get to game 3 of this series. The problem I'm having at the moment is that normally after I watch any kind of Nuggets loss, any frustrating Nuggets performance or anything like that, I will go back and rewatch at a granular level and be like, okay, here's this, and this. And I can talk myself into, oh, okay, clean up a couple of things and boom, you got it. Okay? it's usually not very difficult to do with this team because they're so good that normally when they do lose, it's because, okay, a couple of empty possessions at the wrong time of the game or whatever it may be, playing with their food and not taking it seriously enough, whatever it is that's getting you, sometimes the other guys just make crazy shots. I think of the Dallas game, right? The game that they lost in Dallas and Kyrie hits a running left-handed hook from 21 feet to win that game. Okay, tip your cap to an all-time great on the other side. As I rewatched it today, I couldn't find it. I legitimately, upon rewatch, felt worse about the game than I did last night. And I had a really bad time watching that basketball game last night. I mean, just a terrible time. And going back and looking at it today and seeing what Minnesota is doing to the Nuggets physically, okay? Like, this isn't like the Nuggets had like a bad clutch performance in game one and then like a bad shooting game in game two and the other guy shot the lights out or something else like that. Like, Minnesota made 13 threes, okay? They didn't make 25, all right, to blow you out in your building. This didn't look like your standard, lower seed blowing out defending champion or better team in their building. Like, it didn't look the way that that's usually supposed to look. This was straight ownage last night out of the Minnesota Timberwolves. And, I think that we're all guilty of waiting for a switch to be flipped with this team right now. The problem is that the Timberwolves are peeing all over that idea at the moment, because if there was ever going to be a switch getting flipped, it happens in game two in your own building, and it didn't happen for this team. Now having to go into their place with a crowd that is going to be all over you, with Jamal Murray, they're discussing him in the league office this week, with a Timberwolves team that is only going to get more confident as the week goes on, the more that they look back at that film. The way that they played hard for 48 minutes last night. All right, I got 3.5 shows for me personally to find it this week. I ain't capable of it today.
That's fine.
I don't have it in me.
That's fine, but I just would remind people, well, look, here's my problem, okay? Here's my problem. This is once the town that John Elway built where any and all comebacks were achievable. This is only a 0-2 series.
I know they came back from 3-1 down twice in the bubble.
Well,
You're right.
Look, this is the team that was down 20 to the damn Lakers and found a way to flip the switch and go. In one of the worst shooting games I'd ever seen in game two against the Lakers. They found a way to pull that thing out. Now, again, I'm not here promising anybody anything, okay? I will say this. There's one reason why I'm curious in Friday night's game. You just got embarrassed. Are you going to show some championship pride and answer the embarrassment? It may only last one game, Nate. They may still come back down to this thing 3-1 if they come back at all. But they haven't been embarrassed yet. They haven't been embarrassed. You can't tell me they were embarrassed after game one. They were frustrated, and they came out with the same crap they've been giving us. Now you've been embarrassed on national TV. Now all the people that have been your biggest fans, Charles Barkley, Kenny the Jet, all the national pundits that used to take up your cause, now they're all bashing you. Now they're all talking about how crappy you were. Are you going to respond with some professional pride? Now, if it doesn't show up Friday, Cancun it is. I don't care.
From the 935, forget punching back, focus on making a layup. Good idea. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl for Window Nation, one of the new sponsors here to Altitude Sports Radio. Please add them along. Let me ask you this. How are your windows doing? If you're like me, the windows were drafty. They had condensation on the inside. It was muggy bad in the summer, especially in the upper level. And it was, frankly, chilly in the winter.
And so finally I got mine replaced. You won't believe the difference that they make. And Window Nation has got a great offer for you to take advantage of to get those windows replaced, especially if you have the original windows in your home the way that I did. It's their semi-annual sale, 50% off all window styles, plus 0% interest for 5 years, and an additional bonus if you schedule an appointment this week. So go ahead, and all you have to do to take advantage of this, it's real easy, is go to windownation.com. You can just go to windownation.com and, again, ask about the 50% off and 0 interest. They'll get you hooked up, or call 866-90-NATION. Window Nation is a trusted window installer. They are truly window experts. They have professional installation teams that have over 10 years of experience, 50-point inspections on every window before they leave the factory. Plus, they will measure your windows three times to make sure they fit the way that they are supposed to. And they carry customized windows by Milgard and made locally for the climate here in Denver. So again, you want to take advantage of the offer. It's the semi-annual sale, 50% off all styles of windows, 0% interest for 5 years for additional bonus if you discount, or an additional bonus discount if you book this weekend. So make your appointment today. Go to 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
Tonight, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, it is Game 1, Avalanche Stars. After Kreckman and Lindahl today, we've got the Blitz, an Avalanche extended pregame special edition of the Blitz. What's special about it,
Yeah,
Spring?
I'm just about to ask Spring the same thing. What makes it
What
special?
happens in the special edition?
It's an Avalanche extended pregame. That's why it's special.
That's why it's a special edition. It's not like a George Lucas special edition. You guys aren't going to be replaced by CGI characters singing new songs.
Yeah, new age CGI upgrades for sure.
Scenes you couldn't pull off in the original Blitz.
That lightsaber looks clearer.
Nah, you know what it was? It was the bothersome band all of a sudden. Like, Nate and I were talking about this yesterday. Return of the Jedi, to me, really the best part is the Jabba stuff.
Yeah.
And then, you know.
They changed the band.
They added bands and they added.
And then they changed the Ewok song at the end.
Then they work in Hayden Christensen when it was just some old accountant before.
Leave the old
Ward
guy in
Cleaver
there.
was the old Vader. Let Ward have his appearance.
Is that old guy's family still getting royalties?
No,
or-
he's been CGI'd out.
Lame.
He's gone.
Lame. Bring back the Yub Nub song, Leave It All Alone.
Do you
damn
remember
it.
the old looking Vader guy?
I do.
He seriously looked like he was trying to sell you shower curtain rings.
So the Blitz is coming up at 6 again. It's an Avalanche
Special
extended
edition.
pregame special edition. Here's the other thing I always have to double check on this stuff. Does everybody know what we're talking about? When Andy and I were, it was
No, they
in the
don't.
90s, they re-released the original Star Wars movies as special editions, and they completely screwed them up.
I saw one of them in theaters.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, I saw 3 in theaters. That was a hot date night.
Nice.
It was.
Well, you've seen the movie.
That is true.
You know what's going to happen.
Quiet, I can't follow the plot. Avalanche Stars Network pregame at 7 o'clock.
Oh, man.
Puck drop is at 7:52.
Yeah, that'll be great.
7:52.
Why not? Who does it? You know.
All right, we're stalling.
Hey, real quick, though, before we get to this.
Stall more,
I want to
please.
address
No,
something
go ahead
and then
stall more.
I do want to address something here because it just keeps coming in.
You're
okay?
you're addressing a lot of things.
Well, because I get it. It's very frustrating. You think I didn't hate watch all of that game? I'm with half the texters that wanted to turn that damn thing off after the first quarter. You knew it was going to happen. But we keep getting the text, Nikola doesn't care about basketball. Guys, don't buy into that.
No.
It's not that he doesn't care. Now, I think Nikola's as frustrated with his team and maybe his coach as he's been in 3 years.
No, he's playing like a guy that knows his team is cooked.
And you got to remember, guys, every time he turns around, he's got minimum 2 and sometimes 3 guys his same size hacking on him. Every time.
I don't pretend for 1 second it is a lack of love of the game, a lack of competitive spirit, or anything else like that. I really think there's a guy that knows that he's Indiana Jones getting chased by the boulder right now,
Right.
and he can't turn around and stop it.
And you said it best, too. He knows. He knows his Robin ain't going to be right the rest of the playoffs.
And really, like, and I know I have, quite frankly, I was harder on Jokic in hour number 1 of today's show than I probably have been in the last 7 years combined. Nikola Jokic is my favorite athlete on the planet. It's not a bit when we say I worship at the altar of Nikola Jokic. My frustration stems from the fact of if there is to be any hope, if there is to be any fight, it has to start with him. And he's not showing it nearly enough right now, and I'm very frustrated by that part of it.
Yeah, because, again, I think we'd like to see him take over the game.
Yep.
I agree. But I think he's hurt. Guys, I'm going to just tell you right now, I don't think he's right. When we tried to warn you back at the end of the regular season, when he was getting rest days for the back, I don't think they were just throwing it out there. I don't think they were playing tricks with the NBA. I think he legit is at a back that's been bothering him.
Yep.
What a shock, a 7-footer with a back issue at times. And I think the wrist thing is bothering him too. And every time he gets in the paint, tries to go up with a shot, they are hacking his arms. And I do think there's a frustration. We talked about it. They griped way too much to the refs last night. But I think if anybody has a beef, it's Nikola. We talked about it yesterday because he's a bigger, thicker guy
Contact doesn't force him to flail and fall down like everybody else, so they don't tend to give him calls. And I just think it's all led to, I don't think he's enjoyed the playoffs.
He's frustrated, but last night was not about officiating.
No.
It was not about officiating.
They all got to play better. Hit some damn shots.
It wasn't.
Hit some shots early. Stay out of a 15-point deficit early. How about that?
Nuggets took more free throws. They were called for 6 fewer fouls. It was not about the whistle. The referees were not the problem last night.
No. Don't even begin to hint it.
Nope.
Because, again, if they're letting you play physical, you go physical right back at them.
Okay, let's dive into it. Here we go. It is time for highlights. After every Nuggets and Avalanche playoff game, we do highlights. It's all brought to you by Window Nation's semi-annual sale. It's on now with 50% off all windows, no interest for 5 years, plus bonus savings. You call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Highlights from last night's game. We start in the first quarter. Score tied at 0. Cause on the call.
Mark Davis is the crew chief. Named a name. Mark Davis is the crew chief tonight. He'll get things going here at the midcourt circle. My bad. Tap is controlled by Nikola Jokic, and it's run down by Aaron Gordon. Saves it from going out of bounds. Gordon gets it off across the timeline. He peels off to the high right side. Nuggets move it right to left here to begin this basketball game. Jokic has it inside the arc against Slow-Mo. In the paint over to Gordon. He turns over his left shoulder. Hook shots on the way and in. And the Nuggets crack the scoreboard first. They're on top here 2-0.
Lottie body bumping, no whistle.
Yeah! Come on. Let's go, y'all.
Yeah! And that is last night's highlights, brought to you by Window Nation. Their semi-annual sale is now on with 50% off all windows, no interest for 5 years, plus bonus savings. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
That is the highlight section. Everything else sucked after.
It's a great highlight segment today
There
here
Let's
on
go!
the show.
The 2-0 lead. That was the last lead, right? 2-0?
That was it. That was the only lead. They did cut it to 19 at the start of the fourth quarter.
Are we going to get the graphic? Remember there was the big graphic about how long the Lakers led? Yes. We're just going to get a graphic of how little the Nuggets have led, period, in these playoffs?
47 minutes and 40 seconds of last night's game.
Sure.
Okay.
They led for a little bit in game one.
Let's talk a little bit about what happened in that game last night. 3:22 to go in the first. Karl Anthony Towns has just gotten away with an offensive foul. But again, the officials were just like, screw it. We're letting him play tonight. Physical game. Next possession, off of a steal. Ant gets a layup. KCP gets maybe kicked in the junk. He was not happy. And Michael Malone is really mad. Here's Kaz on the call last night.
Jamal Murray has it across the timeline. Murray goes right to the rack, leans in, layup. Nope, he throws out of it over to Casey, top of the key. Jokic, right side, Gordon again.
Nope.
Missed it long.
Rushed that one.
And rebound comes down to Walker. Outlet pass up the left side over to Anthony Edwards. Edwards, a blow by on Gordon, gets down the lane. Runner is up and in.
Well, and he put his knee out, caught KCP in an area that hurts real bad.
Now let's see if Michael Malone is going to get a technical here.
Oh, and Mark Davis, right at Mark Davis' face, and Davis coming him too.
No technical. Malone is about as mad as I've seen him in a minute.
Yeah, he was deep out onto the floor.
He ran out there like George Brett clearing the dugout after getting accused of, what was it, pine tar or something? Yeah. When he went after the ump, that's basically what Malone looked like going after Mark Davis.
While Billy Martin sat in the other dugout giggling to himself.
Laughing at himself.
Yeah.
So
yeah, Malone was that was all the Queen's rage.
I thought he was going to get tossed before he even got to Mark Davis, frankly.
I was amazed that he wasn't.
The walk I thought was enough to get... Dude, he met him under the basket.
Yeah.
Like, Davis could have taken a charge. He was in the arc.
It was 22-17, and I think Malone saw where this thing was going. He looked at his guys and said, I don't like what we have tonight. He was pissed. Woo!
No, he's mad at everybody. He hated the world at that point.
Good. I guess good on Mark Davis for not teeing up Michael Malone in that moment. But that was, again, indicative.
But again, was that passive aggressive by Mark Davis? Don't you think Mark Davis knows he wanted the tee?
Right.
Was he being the bigger jerk in a way by just going, nope, not giving it to you? You are going to watch all of your team tonight. I am not letting you go to the showers.
I didn't hear anything unsportsmanlike. That's
Yeah.
what he said in the pool report after the game. I did not hear anything unsportsmanlike, which almost feels like that's a challenge for Michael Malone.
Oh, I know.
How much deeper into the bag can he dig to find something to say that will offend Mark Davis? Whew.
You're asking for something new, I guess.
Creativity. Let's go to the second quarter. This was a possession. If you go back and watch it, this was one of the best defensive possessions I have ever seen an NBA team put together. This was Jamal Murray frustrated out of his mind. This was an absolute low point in the game. 9:54 to go in the second quarter. 24 seconds of the Timberwolves just swallowing the Nuggets up.
Murray has it across the timeline. Gets bumped the entire way. Now he gets trapped. Throws out of it over to Reggie Jackson. Someone's going to get teed up here. I promise you that. You mark my words. Back over to Jamal Murray. Murray gets a high pick from Aaron Gordon. Murray, short clock again. You got to shoot it. Watson forces a three, hit the side of the backboard.
Here, so much time on the double team, no answer. Then you come out and no one stands. Gordon comes to set a pick and roll, and there's no pick. You got to start blasting people to get off your point guard. If you're going to play soft, they're going to pound you.
Yep, they played soft and they got pounded.
Who said that thing earlier? What were you talking about?
By the way, right after that, Cat hit a three at the other end, made it a 16-point game, and the game was essentially
And then he
over.
was basically, didn't he cat call all the fans or whatever?
Yep.
He was enjoying himself.
Yeah.
There's another guy that you need to give a hard foul to.
You really do.
He's not Scott. I'll borrow the words from Scott Hastings. He calls him a fake tough guy.
Yeah.
So go give him a hard foul and see if he keeps one thing. He wants to keep acting that way.
He didn't look fake tough last night. He looked legit
Well,
tough
man,
last night.
Nobody wanted to go play tough with him.
They made him look legit tough last night. Let's go to the third quarter. This was a possession. The Nuggets did the thing where they actually defended Anthony Edwards well for a change. Didn't really matter because this guy's just kind of making everything right now.
Conley goes to the baseline, throws out of it to Walker. Top of the key is Naz Reid. Back over to Walker and a three. That one's no good. Rebound down to Anderson. It's amazing how Kyle Anderson's always in the right spot on rebound.
that ball bounced all the way to the three-point line, and he just steps out to grab it.
Anderson has it inside the arc against Holiday. Tough two, fight the clock. Jumpers up and in.
Another second chance opportunity, points. 14 now for Minnesota.
Holiday and MPJ right in his face. Didn't matter that he made that bucket. Second chance points last night, 14 for the Timberwolves, 8 for the Nuggets in the game.
Yeah, because they kept giving again, it was Nikola and nobody. It was Nikola versus the Wolves trying to get rebounds last night. Come on.
So the score was then 80-50.
Nice. 30.
The Nuggets would get a couple of free throws from Nikola Jokic, which would then make the score 80-52 in favor of the Timberwolves. Or, if you want to reverse things, the score matched the Nuggets jersey because it was 52-80.
Not ideal.
No.
Carl.
No. Cool, Carl. After last night, should we just dispatch with the 52-80 jersey?
Well, what are you going to do? You got the shot at 52-80 taken in those, and then last night taken in those. So a hell of a game two and a hell of a bad game two. So which one, what wins out?
Plus, those were the in-season tournament uniforms, and they didn't even make it to the semis.
Yeah, peace out.
Exactly. I'd be fine with that.
We've got the great picture of Jamal. You can't tell what uniform he's in. That'll live forever.
Totally. Fourth quarter. Ant hits a step back three, and then he just goes MJ and does the shrug to a fan. Here's Kaz and Scotty on the call last night.
Here comes Conley, looks in. Inbound goes over to Anthony Edwards. Edwards walks it back out over to the midcourt circle. Guarded by Holiday, throws it in the corner, gets it right back from Edwards. Edwards three, jumper good.
And
we don't do that for the opposition.
That was a good moment right there. That's you know what that is? That's two professional broadcasters making the best of it right there.
Yeah. In a playoff game, no less.
Jumper. And so I want to play that highlight again, but I want to play the TNT version because the TV mics, they picked up something.
They had a little more arena access.
They really did. They picked up something else that was said after Ant made that three and backpedaled and was giving the Jordan shrug. He had already flexed after numerous dunks, screamed into the rim mics and everything else. Anthony Edwards had a pretty good time last night. Something was then said after Ant made this three. My question is, who were they talking to? Go ahead and turn up the radio on this. You'll want to hear it. Kevin Harlan on the call last night on TNT.
Edwards on top. He'll put up a three. Bullseye!
We'll isolate that part.
Okay. Give that to me one more time. Crank it up a little bit, Spring. Just this, again, this was what was yelled at Anthony. I think at Anthony Edwards, but we'll discuss.
Yeah. Bullseye!
Somebody gave him a nice loud, you suck.
I feel like this is a ghost show where they're like, we heard an unknown voice in the background. Now that was pretty clear.
It really was.
Who was that said to?
Was that said to Anthony Edwards? Because that's objectively not true. If you wanted to say it to the Nuggets, that would
Who was guarding?
Been more appropriate. Did it matter? Everybody was guarding.
Yeah,
it didn't
I think that probably.
Oof.
Yeah, I don't think that was said to Edwards, right?
There was booze.
The
in
man
the arena.
has done enough to you.
Ant was looking at somebody in the crowd too.
You thought so? I thought he was looking at the guy guarding him, but I couldn't tell.
He was having a
he's having a grand
time.
old time.
Why wouldn't he be?
He was.
His team played like as well as they're capable of.
You better hope.
And they played one of the best defensive games I've ever seen, and they did it without Rudy Gobert on the floor. By the way, Andy, MVP chance.
Yeah.
For
Not
Anthony
only that.
Edwards last night.
You catch what else was chanted?
In the fourth quarter.
From the rafters?
What's that?
Wolves in 4.
Oh, yeah, I heard that too. Mm-hmm.
By the way, Shams has tweeted it. Rudy Gobert will be minted on Friday as the new Defensive Player of the Year.
That sounds right.
So there you go.
Yep. New father and another
It's all coming up,
Defensive
Rudy.
Player of the Year.
Yeah, and he got to take a night off, and still.
He even got a night off, and his team still obliterated the Nuggets.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So there you go. That was our highlights section, followed by our lowlights section. You still have a chance to win yourself a $50 gift card to Safeway right now. Save big this Mother's Day at Safeway. Celebrate mom with fresh cut flowers and chocolate-dipped strawberries. Shop in-store or on the Safeway app to discover great deals. For today's $50 gift card, you want to text the word ORCHID. ORCHID.
Spell it again.
ORCHID. ORCHID. And your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's the word ORCHID. Text it in along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. And you are entered to win a $50 gift card to Safeway. Save big this Mother's Day at Safeway. Top of the hour, that's 5 o'clock, and we always do the best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. We'll talk to Mike Monaco. He is on the call tonight for Av Stars, along with analyst A.J. Malesko and reporter Leah Hextall at 7:30 tonight on ESPN. Mike Monaco is going to be with us on the show. Not Mike Madano, Mike Monaco.
Ooh, that would not go well.
No, that wouldn't. We wouldn't
Avs
care
fans
for that.
would not be psyched.
They would
I don't
not.
need Madonna on the call.
They would not like that one bit. Madonna or Madonna. Instead, you get Mike Monaco, AJ Malesko, and Leah Hextall tonight, 7:30.
No. Give
on
them the real
ESPN.
start time. 7:52.
7:52.
Connor has confirmed.
Excuse me.
7:52.
7:52.
It's when we're dropping some puck.
That's right.
Unless there's an overtime game, right? Because we got Rangers Hurricanes kind of warming up on the ice right now. So
Maybe they could just start it on the Deuce on ESPN2.
the Deuce.
They
They
got
better not
options.
go any later than 7:52. That's almost 9 o'clock in Dallas.
They could bump a softball game off ESPN.
Will their hottie fan be there then? Is
Throw
that
it
too
over
late
there.
for her?
Isn't that like that's her time of the evening? Wouldn't you think? That's when she.
I don't know what her activities are.
That's when she brings it.
Yeah,
I think that is her activity. Is
being at the game.
Yeah, being the hot lady at Stars games,
Yeah.
and then putting it on Instagram.
Do we need to counter with something behind Bednar?
Can somebody
Like just a ridiculously handsome person behind Bednar?
Let's put Andy behind Bednar.
No, we need somebody with like a funny mustache. Or like,
You don't think that you can be
I will not be picked out.
the sex appeal
What if
for
Von
the city
Miller
of
was
Denver?
behind? Remember when Von Miller was going to all those games?
You're a better looking guy than Von Miller.
Just put on a schmedium.
Yeah.
A little schmedium. Now hold on.
Let's
Now
get-
we may be on to something. Will Ferrell, cowbell, get me a schmedium sweater.
That's what I'm saying.
Just a little bit of the bottom belly hanging out.
Yes. Now we're talking. Now we're on to
Now
something.
we got it going.
Yes.
Would ESPN cut down the number of shots of Bednar strictly for that?
Kevin, do us a solid. Email whoever you have to over there at KSC and make sure for Game 3 that Andy is seated right over the shoulder of Jared Bednar.
Sure, you'd love that. I don't want to be there. I told you, I don't think those seats would be great.
It's not about you.
I need to see the game. I don't know how you see the game sitting there.
DVR the game. Watch it later. For you, for us right now, you're just the carrot that we're
All right.
dangling for all the viewers out there.
How many? Someone says there's already an attractive woman behind Bednar.
Get her out of
would
there.
not-
Get Andy in there.
Would not be surprised. Have you ever? How many games have you ever DVR'd? Like, how many people DVR'd that Nuggets game? Got wind of what was going on. It was like, not watching it.
So I did start the game about 40 minutes late.
Did you check Twitter and all of a sudden you're like, nope.
I didn't look at Twitter. No, I'm very good. I am
shut the world out.
I am absolutely an expert at DVRing sports. It's a part of my existence with having little kids and everything right now. I have to get to things a little late. So I wasn't live tweeting anything in the game literally until I caught up to live action in the third quarter, and I said there were texts from a bunch of friends and everything else like that. I'm just avoiding them, but I am an expert at DVRing sports. I'm very good at it. Yes, I know how to not get it spoiled. Part of my life, unfortunately. I'd love to be able to watch live sports.
That
seems
spoiled
fun.
enough for you by itself.
It did. It was an all-around bad time. I'll be getting to the Avalanche game probably late tonight. That's just how these
It's
things...
starting at 7:52. How much more time you need?
Here's the thing about...
When your kids go to bed. Aren't you like in that age where they're in bed at 7:30 with the light out still? It's still sunny?
That's... What you are indicating there is a suggestion, okay? Is that...
My kids never did that, to be fair.
I have a 3-year-old right now that he views bedtime merely as a suggestion.
Sure.
Okay.
It's a recommendation.
He goes in there and he just kind of sits around and messes around, and then he has to go to the bathroom, and then he's got to get up, and it's a whole thing, and then you got to get him back there, and then he needs his water. Right now, I am nothing but labor inside my household. That is all that child views me as.
Do you need me to send you the Samuel L. Jackson bit?
The go to bleep to
Go
sleep.
the bleep to sleep.
If
you're a parent who's dealing with what Nate said and you've not seen, look on YouTube.
I've seen
for Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah.
Go to. You can probably imagine the word. It's the big one.
Yeah.
Go to sleep.
So anyway. So I'm a little late to get to things. I've got a.
When do you say they actually put head to pillow?
There's an active member of my family. He's working against me.
Right.
At the moment. Yes. Yeah. Bedtime's 8:00. It's the same every night.
I am impressed. I understand why people are. I will say my brother Nick has mastered it.
Yeah.
They're in bed at 7:30. I'm like, dude, it's sunny. What do you mean? I don't know why they won't go to sleep. Do you have blackout shades? It's sunny out.
Right.
Let the kids stay up.
Yeah.
I know everybody needs their time at night. I remember those times.
Yeah.
But still. Wait till you get to the homework phase. You think this sucks? Wait till you get to homework.
Yeah, it's all a labor of love. I'm always happy to see him the next morning. It's just, bed anyway, it affects my sports viewing.
Do you ever get cranky at your sports viewing because of what the ordeal to get the kid to sleep? Were you already going into the Nuggets game angry last night?
Like here's one of the challenges that I have is there's been a semi-publicized issue with some of our local teams and one of the local cable providers. So some of the games I just have to watch online, and thus then I don't have DVRing capabilities. So that's when I'm standing there with my phone, sitting there telling the kid, like, dude, you got to just stay here, okay? I'll sit on the floor and watch this game. I don't care. You just have to stay there, all right? And again, like, he'll take that suggestion, I don't know, 3 times out of 18, like Jamal Murray. Thank you, Spring.
That was a rough shooting night.
It really was. Did you see the Tim Legler joke on ESPN?
No, I didn't.
No wonder he missed Mark Davis. He was only 3 of 18 last night.
Yeah. They couldn't even jump last night.
No.
Like, they couldn't even get up for their layups last night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Postal Brian says whiskey on the cup.
Oh, yeah. Every now and again, a little.
Just booze my kid up.
Hey, just enough. Just a touch. Just enough to get you nappy. You don't need drunk, kid. No one's telling you go drunk, kid.
That's probably a
But
tough...
after a drink, just a little nubbin right there. It'll help the sore teeth. Calm them down.
His teeth are fine. Ugh.
Yeah, that's as far as he's concerned, he's not.
Mike Monaco. I'll be watching him tonight via DVR, as we have covered.
Whiskey on the gums.
We'll talk to him next.
Hey guys, it's Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and just want to talk to you a little bit about the low T situation. Low testosterone, something you probably heard about. Maybe you don't know if you have it or the symptoms of it. You know, it can start for some men in as early as their early 30s. If you want to take a quiz and see maybe low testosterone, something you're dealing with, they've got a quiz at the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. You can go there, take the low T quiz on their website. Simple 10-question quiz, yes or no answers. Takes 2 minutes. For me, it was, well, like Nate's kid, having trouble get to sleep. That was part of the problem. Didn't sleep as well as I wanted to and just would feel tired during the day. Just wanted some more energy. Went and talked to the good folks over there and got the tests done. And sure enough, started up some testosterone. The cost of each appointment is only, not each, the initial appointment is $99 if you want to go in there and see if maybe this is what you're dealing with. It includes a T and PSA test. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. So get on in there. It's a good folks, know what they're talking about. Got multiple treatment options. If you're maybe dealing with a little bit of low libido, this can help that too. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, 5 locations to serve you, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
7:52 is when we are approximating a drop of the puck this evening. Avalanche and Stars, game number 1 over there in the great state of Texas. We go there right now. We welcome into the show the man that will be on the call this evening, working with AJ Malesko and Leah Hextall. It is Mike Monaco. Mike Monaco joining us right now on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Mike, how are you, sir?
Fellas, I'm doing great. I hope it's a 7:52 local for you guys puck drop because I'm planning on the same. So it better be, or else we're going to be tap dancing for a while on the broadcast. But I'm great. I'm ready to go. Excited to see this series get started. 2 absolute powerhouses. It's like 90 degrees here in Dallas. Let's play some hockey.
So this is clearly a pretty even matchup between these two teams. This is the kind of series you might typically see in a conference finals. We're getting it in the second round, but here we go. Avalanche and Stars. Mike, as you have dug into and prepared for this broadcast and this series, we know it's an even matchup. The question is, just how even is it?
Yeah, I think it's about as close as it gets. Now, that doesn't mean it's necessarily going to play out that way over 7 and, all be 1-goal games, but I do feel that it is as advertised in that sense. Colorado, we saw the Avs depth come out in a way that it didn't in the first round last year against Seattle. We did see it come out this year in that series against Winnipeg. I did game 5 of that series, and man, they're playing at a fast speed, and it's not just Nate McKinnon. We were talking with Jared Bednar this morning, and he said to us, he learned that they can take it to another gear, and he thought they could, and he said, look, we're pretty consistent during the regular season, but what he learned out of that Winnipeg series was that they did click it into a different gear. And he said to our broadcast crew that he felt like his forward group in particular, that group of guys elevated their play and went to another level. Felt like he kind of knew what he had in his defensemen and they were steady throughout. But he told us my group of forwards took a step. So I'll be curious to see, does that depth persist for them? And then how does Dallas handle the absolute high-end stars that the Avalanche have? It's not to say Dallas doesn't have excellent players as well and stars in their own right.
They have a lot of stars.
You could argue it's a full team of them. How do they handle, the pace of McKinnon and when that line gets going and when Makar, like he was in game 4, is rushing end to end? How do they handle that? Ottinger was really good over the last 6 games of that series, but then again, so was Georgiev the last 4 games of the series. So I think it is as advertised on paper in terms of being that close.
How physical did it get between the Stars and Knights? And again, do you think the Avs can handle the physicality? Because look, this is a long time sort of playoff. I hesitate to call it a rivalry because the Stars have frankly had the better of it over the history than the Avalanche have. But do you think the Avs are built to handle the physicality maybe better than they were, say, pre-trade deadline?
Yeah, I think they are. It was a physical series. There weren't a lot of penalties. Dallas and Vegas were both among the best teams in the NHL this year not taking penalties. Jamie Benn, he's going to be physical. He's the captain for the Stars. He's definitely going to be involved in some hits. But in round 1, and Pete DeBoer said this morning for the Stars, that Jamie Benn, probably reined it in a smarter way this year than he did last year when you saw frustration from him in the playoffs. So I do think that the Avs will be pretty well equipped to handle it. Ben's going to be physical. Chris Tanev plays that type of game as well. But it's a pretty skilled Stars team, and they like to play on the rush a lot too. Not dissimilar from the Avs. But the Stars led the NHL in goals scored off the rush this year. So, maybe they don't have the absolute high-end speed of a McKinnon, but, man, Roope Hintz, he can move as well. So I do think it'll be played in that way.
That is the voice of Mike Monaco. He's on the call tonight for Avs Stars. We're calling it 7:30 on ESPN. We know it'll be a little bit later than that. Mike joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, a medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Mike, you mentioned the physicality of Chris Tanev. Huge trade deadline acquisition for the Dallas Stars. The Avalanche were one of many teams that was in pursuit of the services of Chris Tanev. Heiskanen is one of the best defensemen in the entire NHL. When you take a look at this blue line for the Dallas Stars that Nathan MacKinnon and company are going to be skating into, what stands out to you? Where can they give the Avalanche and their very quick forward some trouble?
Yeah, it's a good question. So the top pair, you mentioned Miro Heiskanen, and then Thomas Harley, who's a former first-round pick. He's still only 22. There's been a breakout season for him. He scored 15 goals. Now, he has been quiet in terms of the goal scoring recently, but I thought he was pretty sturdy defensively in that round one series with Vegas. Actually, earlier this year, Pete DeBoer compared that pairing to me to Taves and Makar. There's some similarities there. Tanev really shored things up. Like, that was the weakness of this team, they felt. And so they went out and, like a lot of teams, like you said, targeted Chris Tanev, and they got him, and he has been exactly what they expected. I think if you were to size it up from a Colorado perspective, and where is potentially one weakness on that blue line, the fact that right now the Stars are basically playing just 5 defensemen. They're dressing 12 and 6, but they're playing only 5. By and large, Niels Lundqvist is their 6th defenseman. He averaged fewer than 5 minutes per game of ice time in round one. They just, the ice time really tells the story of how they feel about his game, apparently. Yanni Hakanpää for them would be in that spot, but he's still out injured with a lower body injury. So I think if there's anything, it's the fact that Miro Heiskanen played 27 and a half minutes per game in a 7-game series in round one. So can you take advantage of that and some wear and tear and some tired legs coming off a 7-game series? And is he maybe not at the absolute high-end elite level that Taves and Makar, you figure, will be on your first pair for Colorado?
Do you have any idea what the first line looks like for Colorado? I think by the time, I know you called the game 5 for Winnipeg and Colorado, and I think, Coach Bednar kind of settled in on how his lines would look with Drouin out, but are we going to see big Val Nichushkin up on that number 1 line, do you know, and how important do you think he is to this series for Colorado?
Yeah, fully expecting Nichushkin still up on that top line, and it sounds like the only change is going to be Chris Wagner drawing in, and I would expect him to go in for Kovalenko, who played games 4 and game 5, to start his NHL career with a bang right in the playoffs. I do expect Nichushkin to still be up there, and he's huge. I mean, look, are you expecting 7 goals again in round 2, like in round 1?
Yes.
Probably not. Yes, we would gladly take it, right? And if you're an Avs fan, but you just need some depth scoring. Like last year when MacKinnon was off the ice against the Kraken, the Avs got outscored 14-6. It was way better when he was off the ice this year. They were a plus against the Jets. Like, they just need the balance. And I think that's what the step in terms of his forwards that Jared Bednar was talking about. And Nichushkin goes a long way, man. He's relentless on pucks. He's winning puck battles along the wall. His net front presence, we saw throughout that series what kind of impact that makes at 6'4", getting tips and causing screens. So I think he's a vital, vital piece in this series.
Mike Monaco calling the game tonight on ESPN. Mike, you've done a number of Nathan MacKinnon's games over the course of your broadcasting career. What's your favorite thing about watching Nathan MacKinnon, Hart Trophy finalist, play hockey?
The speed and the power mixed together. And so when he gets going end to end, like when he set up that Rantanen goal in game 5, you could just see it coming, right? Like the puck is along the wall at the blue line. And, hockey is the fastest sport that I broadcast of all the sports that I'm lucky enough to call. So I'm very often feel like I'm chasing the play. But in that case, you could see it coming that MacKinnon was just going to bolt down the wall. And it felt inevitable that he would set up Rantanen. I thought one of the best lines about MacKinnon's speed and power that I've read or heard was actually Jake Ottinger earlier this year, and he said it to the Denver Post. He said, it's terrifying. He said, those moving walkways at airports? It's like Nate McKinnon is skating on one of those, and that's what I think of every time.
Mike, just real quickly, I go back with this series back to the late 90s when the Avs have acquired Bork, I think, for their second meeting in the Western Conference Finals with Dallas, and it was the Modano and Belfour and, some of those great teams that they had. But I always remember the Dallas ice being soft and them not wanting to have a fast track. You said it was 90 degrees there in Dallas. What are you expecting from that building tonight? Is the ice going to be crisp, or do you think there might be a little bit of water here and there?
Yeah, really good question. I didn't hear any of that out of round one. I didn't cover any of Dallas Vegas myself, but just going back through the games, I didn't hear any of that. But now that you say it, I am going to ask her around about it when I get to the arena. But yeah, I would expect a pretty standard surface. But yeah, we'll do some digging.
Well, Mike, why don't you wander down there, see if you can make a quick slushy for yourself, and report back to us.
Look, DeBoer has always liked a slow track. Go back to the San Jose days. He likes it slow against the Avs, and it's just right. It's a little bit of the gamesmanship, right? You grow grass long in the NFL. It's what people do. There's something going down, Mike. I'm telling you right now. I've already got the conspiracy theory out. So.
Guys, if you see anyone interrupting the national anthem, inspecting the ice, it's me, and I have you guys to thank.
Thank you.
Just do your best to keep your footing, Mike. Have a great call tonight. We appreciate it so much. And, hey, have a good one. We hope you're calling an Avalanche victory tonight.
Nate, Andy, thanks, boys. My pleasure.
Mike Monaco on the call tonight. Avs Stars. He'll be working with AJ Malesko and Leah Hextall at 7:52. We're calling the puck drop tonight on ESPN. Of course, Connor McGahey, the great Connor McGahey. He'll have the call tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. They'll be late.
He'll make a comment or two.
He will.
Yeah.
We know he will.
Although, what does he do? We got to find out. There's no Tim Hortons in Dallas. What's the coffee of choice? Taster's choice? Little Folgers in the back of the thing? That burning pot of coffee. There's not a worse smell in the world.
I think that's what you get.
Than the burning pot of coffee.
I think that's what he's provided.
Do you think he
there.
has a perfectly reasonable bedtime? I think Connor McGahey calls it an evening about 9:30 or 9:45.
I could see Connor. He has a well-appointed pair of Ward Cleaver pajamas
yes.
with a robe. He sits in
a chair
in his
with his slippers
in his front room. He reads the paper. There's one single light over him.
As a hearty pipe.
Yes.
As he relaxes and decompresses from the day's affairs. A fire going even when it's summer.
It's a very structured bedtime over there.
Meanwhile, Moj got the hair going 5 directions, got a 7-Eleven burrito just in case, and a Mountain Dew red liquor or whatever the hell they're doing now.
Keeps them both on the nightstand in case he wakes up and he's hungry.
Oh, my God.
Rolls over, takes a bite of a gas station chimichanga.
Of those two, who do you think calls games in their sleep? You go home and work's just kind of still in your head sometimes, in the dreams. Who do you think is whose wife is getting bothered by the random out of nowhere 3 a.m. goal call?
Connor, like waking up in the middle of the night and like ridiculous new pop culture references that have just landed into his brain.
Yes.
Will this one somehow work? Gonna try out a line from 12 Angry Men tonight, see what I'm made of.
Is Connor doing the separate bets like the Dick Van Dyke Show?
He's got the Jimmy legs.
Yeah. He's literally lifting in 1960.
Jimmy.
He's Darren from Bewitched.
Nuggets lose by a lot last night. They got absolutely obliterated.
It's called a boat race, Nate.
That's
Heard
right.
of it?
It was a race of the boats, a stomping on the curb, whatever you want to call it. It was friggin' ugly. We'll take a break. When we come back, my disappointment stems from a lot of different places in last night's game, but there was one thing in particular that stuck in my craw. I'll tell you what that is next.
Warning: the following audio may contain content that is not suitable for work or children. Listener discretion is advised.
Crossover move, Gordon. Lotta one-on-one again. Gets down the lane. Layup won't go.
Another missed layup, 3 in a row.
Rebound comes down to McDaniels. McDaniels shovel pass off over to Karl Anthony Towns for 3. Jumpers up and in. Denver is down by 16 points, and they are getting absolutely smacked in the face by the Minnesota Timberwolves. This thing is not even close. Bounce pass off over to Joker, gets double teamed. Kick out 3 to KCP. That one is glass only.
On the other side of the rim.
Rebound down to Anderson. Anderson goes to the left hand in the corner. Walker 3. That one's good, and Denver's getting blown out in game number 2. They are down by 32 points at home.
No! Oh!
And here we go. Minnesota coming out of the timeout. Inbound goes to Conley. Conley has it on the high left side to Anthony Edwards. Back over to Conley. Now in the corner. Towns 3. Jumpers up and in. 23-point lead for Minnesota.
Hey, we got some breaking news.
We do have breaking news.
According to Shams Charania,
breakaway.
The NBA is fining star Jamal Murray for a substantial amount after throwing a heat pad and towel on the court towards an official Monday night. No suspension.
Lucky to not be suspended.
So there you go.
Absolutely lucky to not be suspended. So they said in the pool report after the game, according to Mark Davis, had he seen who threw the heating pad in question, it would have been a technical foul. It would not have been an ejection.
Right.
And I believe that a part of the stipulation was that it was not directed at any individual.
Yes.
It was just sort of an angry heave out onto the floor.
Yes.
A bad look for Jamal Murray. It was a loss of composure from Jamal Murray. I don't care how frustrated you are. You can't go throwing a heating pad or anything else out onto the floor. Because here's the thing, Andy. And Chris Finch after the game, and granted, Chris Finch is trying to get Jamal Murray suspended. But Chris Finch, had some pointed comments about it. You could have hurt somebody. It is dangerous. Also, you could have hurt one of your own guys.
Well, one of his guys did step on it.
Right.
So
you could have even injured one of your own dudes. He needed and needs to be maintaining his composure. I get it with Jamal Murray. He's unbelievably frustrated. His body has betrayed him right now in this postseason. It's not able to do the things that he needs to do. He doesn't have the strength. He doesn't have the quicks to be able to punish Minnesota for the kind of defense that they're playing on him. They're well aware of that. They have no problem doubling him and blitzing him out on the perimeter, hounding him for 94 feet, making his life miserable on him. I understand why Jamal Murray is as frustrated as he is, and to his credit, I really do think that he played hard last night. But that was a really bad look. Very bad look.
Well, they all need to get their feelings all sewn up, under control, wrapped up.
Yeah. Find composure.
Yeah.
I mean, play harder, play with more physicality, but find composure somewhere in there. They are so sped up.
Right.
And they are playing outside of the tempo that they want to play at, outside of the rhythm that they want to play at, and the frustration is bubbling over. I mean, extended shot of Aaron Gordon on the bench last night. I believe it was after he got teed up in the third quarter, and just the 1,000-yard stare out of Aaron Gordon out into what the hell do we do about all of this right now?
Let me ask you this, okay? And again, listen, folks, I'm not saying there's going to be any kind of comeback. I don't like the look or feel of this team. Frankly, I haven't liked the look or feel of this team since they blew the San Antonio game. Part of me feels like that should have been our omen that they really aren't dialed in on taking care of business when they had just won back the number 1 seed and then gave it back to one of the worst teams in the NBA on that Friday night or whatever it was. But listen, is there at least possible now, for the first time since they raised the trophy above their head, that they finally have the pressure off them?
Nobody thinks they're doing anything in this series. Many think the sweep is about to happen. Can you at least go into Friday night's game and play a little freer and looser? Because, dude, the pressure's off. Nobody thinks you're surviving this round. Can you at least approach it that way? And maybe that just chills some people out. Because, frankly, it's funny. Some need to chill out, and some need to just get maybe going the other way. But they got to. I just can't. Like, it's hard for me to mentally get to the place. I think Minnesota's the better, deeper team. I'm not afraid to say it. I think it's been shown.
Healthier team.
But you got healthier too. But they're deeper, Nate. They got a bench.
Yep.
They got a bench they trust. That's item number one. Whenever this season's done, first thing we're going to be talking about is what are you going to have to do so you can actually alter your bench and get some guys that you trust.
They go to the bench and they bring in Naz Reid and Nickeil Alexander-Walker.
Yeah, and Naz does nothing but come in for a bit. Their big men are shooting better 3 points than our guards are right now.
Naz Reid's playing out of his mind in this series.
Can it continue?
And defensively, he has been nothing but marvelous. I thought the Nuggets were going to show up last night. I'm done making predictions on this series. I thought that the team that I know and love was going to show up last night, and they whimpered.
Yeah.
That was all that they offered up in that game last night. They offered up frustration. They offered up no answers. They offered up no adjustments. I'm looking at the players. I'm looking at the coaches right now. Andy, that one last night, it stung to watch that team play that way. And look, many years ago, I went all in on this iteration of the Denver Nuggets. I went all in on Nikola Jokic, who I said is an all-star to MVP level talent, and I think he can lead a team to a championship. I went all in on Michael Malone, who I said, look at what he is doing developing this young talent. Look at what Nikola Jokic is turning into. Look at what Jamal Murray is turning into right before our eyes. There's something special that is happening right here, and my belief was rewarded in an NBA championship last year and what this team could do. It's a pretty good feeling when you recognize a team has that kind of potential, has that kind of ceiling early on, and then you watch it happen and you watch it get met. And you know this about me, Andy. I don't throw praise or high expectations for sports teams around easily.
Not really at all.
Because I've been the one every single summer going, the Broncos look like crap, and then they go out there and they're crap, okay? I don't try to feign any kind of belief in anything the Colorado Rockies have been up to in recent years at all, but this Nuggets thing looked absolutely legit to me, and it was led by Nikola Jokic, who, on top of being as talented as any player in the world, is also a dude that I think deep down burns with a white-hot competitive spirit to pick a team up on his back and carry them and make everybody better around him and elevate everything that is going on. And right now, that version of that group, of this group that I fell in love with, that this city fell in love with, it's nowhere to be found. There is a lack of trust between teammates at the moment. There is a
no doubt
lack of belief in the coaching staff. There is a lack of faith in the coaching staff, in this team. They're not making quality adjustments. I believe they're tuning Michael Malone out. They're coming out flat every single game. Yes, they are banged up. Yes, that sucks. Maybe even if they were playing well by being banged up, they wouldn't stand a chance against the Minnesota Timberwolves. But I expected to see a hell of a lot more fight last night than what we saw.
Nate, I said this to you earlier, and I guess it was yesterday. I was concerned, and this is why I had said last week, I feel better about the Avs than I do about the Nuggets. The Avs seem to find who they were again. I hope it I hope the time off doesn't lead to something bad there, okay? But the Nuggets have lost some of their killer instinct, and it's been going on most of the season. And that's been my concern. Like, again, the killer instinct, once you beat Minnesota, to follow it up by losing to San Antonio, Victor Wembanyama or not, that's not the Nuggets team of a year ago.
Right.
And to get out, look, man,
the slow starts have kind of been a thing all year, right? They've been good in the first quarter, but the second quarter has inevitably sunk them. They just have not been. They didn't have the killer instinct against the Lakers. I told you Game 5, I thought they'd come out and put more of a statement towards the Lakers if we were putting you away and we're done with this. And instead, it's another last-second shot to win the game and avoid overtime, if not a Game 6. They easily could have lost a couple of those games. Man, I'm just telling you, I am just wondering if mentally, the starters think they've got enough to do it again. Because this team, really when you go back to it, Bruce Brown, look, a texter writes in Jeff Green. I was going to bring that up. Jeff Green was the guy that wasn't afraid to give a hard foul last year.
Yeah.
Jeff Green wasn't afraid to play a little old school basketball. No one's taking Jeff Green. So maybe DeAndre would if you'd put him in. Maybe he wouldn't be afraid to hack a cat or whatever you got to do.
Hack a cat.
Hack a cat, but get after some. Maybe it's hack ant. I don't know.
By
But
the way,
somebody's got to be willing to do it. Nobody apparently wants to.
That's Carl Anthony Towns and Anthony Edwards. We don't need PETA on us. We got enough problems
There you
right
go.
now.
There you go. But look, I just wonder deep down if mentally the starters are asking themselves, do I have enough to make it through another whole run?
Right.
And if that's what's led to this mental checkout.
They know what it takes to get there. They know the undertaking it takes to be able to win 16 games at this time of year. And you're right about that. With KCP on a bad ankle, with Jamal Murray essentially playing on one leg, it's not there. Okay? It's not there.
And Nikola looks different too because he knows he's got to be in the center of all of this.
Right. And Minnesota, knowing that Jamal Murray can't hurt them, are focusing all of their defensive energy on Nikola Jokic. They're tripling him. They have no problem doing it. They'll put 4 bodies around him on a single possession, and they're so huge they can deflect passes and they can recover if the ball gets out. And you know what? Even if the ball does make it to the corner, they'll take their chances on a Justin Holiday 3, on a Christian Brown 3, hell, even on a KCP or Aaron Gordon or MPJ 3. They're fine giving that up. They want the ball away from Nikola Jokic, and they've done a great job of doing that to him in this series.
Yeah, they need to. They seriously look. The plan has been frustrate Nikola and Jamal. They've been the first team to be able to do it. But again, we shouldn't be surprised. We've talked about it from the beginning. Tim Connolly, you talked about the great chemistry and the coaching and everything. Well, all that was humming along until basically they've been betrayed by their own insider. They half the Minnesota staff went with Connolly.
Yep.
He knew what he was going to have to do. He built this team. He knew how to diffuse it basically, and that's what he's built now in Minnesota. And now will it be enough to get past Dallas or Boston? I don't know. It feels like it, but see again, if the Nuggets, here's why I won't completely count them out. If the Nuggets can just get Minnesota to lose a game and face adversity and doubt for the first time. Remember, they have not lost a playoff game.
Mm-hmm.
You know who else dealt with that? Guess who else didn't deal with that once upon a time? The Colorado Rockies on their run to the World Series.
You need to make them bleed a little.
They swept everybody.
Yeah, you need to make them bleed a little. You need to get a wound in on this group and just put a little doubt in their mind. But it's going to require the Nuggets going out and just go have a good first quarter. How about that? Just go have a good first quarter. It's going to be brutal to do in their building. Again, with the guys banged up like they are. But this is dig deep, and what are you made of? And can you give us a competitive basketball game right now and not get run off the damn floor?
Let me ask you this too. How much is the postseason affecting Jamal Murray's mental state?
In what way?
The offseason, maybe I should say. The guy's due for a contract.
He is extension eligible again this upcoming offseason. That's right.
You don't think it's on his mind that yet again? I mean, look, you and I know what we're going to be talking about. We've had texters suggested on the text line.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm saving it. We don't need to have a big discussion about it right now. I believe in Jamal Murray, but every athlete hits a point where they break down a lot. And unfortunately, that's going to be a conversation that starts to pop up here.
Again, this is the third time in 4 years of the prime of Nikola Jokic that Jamal Murray has not been either available or 100% in the postseason. The year that he was, they won an NBA championship. Yeah. that's going to be a very real conversation that we will have on this show, that will be talked about on every show here on Altitude Sports Radio. That is a conversation that has happened, and I promise you will continue to happen in the Nuggets front office. There is no doubt about that is something that has to be considered. Now, we're a ways off from getting to that place right now, but it is a absolutely fair conversation. Nikola Jokic cannot win a title on his own. It was proven against Phoenix. It was proven against Golden State. He needs help. And Jamal Murray, who, when healthy, is the absolute perfect complement to everything Nikola Jokic does on the floor. When he's available, they can do it. When he's not, they can't. And
that's that simple.
That's it. It really
because
is
there's not another dynamic scorer. We're seeing it right now because Murray's out there, but they're putting the vice grips on him. They want the ball out of his hand as soon as possible.
Well, there's nobody else on this team that can get their own shot. It's Jokic and Murray. And you know what? The Nuggets are pretty damn lucky that they have two guys in their starting five on their team that can create their own shot. A lot of NBA teams only have one of those guys. Some NBA teams don't have any of those guys. They're the Washington Wizards. But the Nuggets, like, when you take some of that away, Michael Porter is a guy, and he is a perfect complement to what this team does, but the ball has to find him. He is not good at creating on his own. He has to work within the flow of the offense. When he can pump fake and put the ball on the floor. He can be dangerous. He can hit threes. He's an excellent player. He is, to me, again, relatively speaking, he is worth every penny that they pay him because he does his job beautifully. But when you take away a key pillar of everything that you do, which is Jamal Murray and his ability to get downhill, his ability to be able to hit floaters, drive and kick, finish at the rim. He doesn't have any of that right now. And so the system breaks down and Minnesota can just say, okay, we'll take all of our giants and we'll just crowd them right around your two stars. And then what are you going to do about it?
And again, this isn't some new get physical with Jokic. This is not a new philosophy. Nobody has 3 7-footers or whatever it is that Minnesota has to do it.
One other notion that I want to talk about really quickly, and it's I get why people bring it up. Well, they're down 0-2. Hey, they were down 3-1 in the bubble twice, and they came back and they did it. Okay, that's fair, but also that was 4 years ago. And it was a completely different team. Like, Jokic and Jamal were the only two starters that they still have that were on that team, okay? And don't mishear me. I'm not arguing that team was better because I don't believe they were, but a comeback like that does require a certain amount of resolve, chemistry,
health.
The matchup has to work, health, everything else. Like, Paul Millsap and Jeremy Grant and Gary Harris and Torrey Craig, they're not on this team anymore. Monte Morris is on the other side now. It's
and the ball keeps finding them, not you.
It's just
you need some luck.
It's a very different basketball team.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm not saying that team was better. I don't believe that they were, but that team was different. And sometimes you just have to have the exact right ingredients in the stew. So I don't think anything that happened 4 years ago has any bearing on what's about to happen in this series.
No, I'm with you. And again, it's a very different team with guys that are not confident. That's the problem. Christian Brown doesn't look confident. Peyton Watson, when shooting, doesn't look confident.
Right.
The only guys that, like last night, Justin Holiday didn't look great shooting the ball coming. He didn't care. He knew somebody had to put some shots up, so he did it. Right? That's another problem. There's just a lot of not so confident guys right now.
Okay, let's talk about a confident team when we come back, okay?
The Colorado Rockies.
I'm confident they will show up for a 6:40 first pitch tonight.
By the way, someone asked about the rally sausage. I did try to go buy one.
How did it work out?
They did not have one at the place that I stopped by.
Did you go to a sausagery?
No.
Just went to the grocery
Target.
store?
I told you that. I had to return a crock pot, so I tried to grab a sausage. There were none available.
It's a big box store. They're supposed to have everything.
Well, they didn't have that. So I will try. I might try another one before Friday because what a story it would be.
Good to know. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a break. When we come back, let's make some predictions on this Avalanche Stars series, including who's going to win it all, picks to click, etc., etc. That's all coming up next.
What has it been about their defense that has thrown you guys out of rhythm in these first 2 games?
They're just coming in a bit more physical. They will honestly just try to punk us, and it's worked the first 2 games.
How do you expect this team to respond?
We will see. We shall see. So, can't lose the game and the fight. Got to win one of them. So, hopefully we come out, we're ready to fight. When we go to Minnesota, we know it's going to be a great atmosphere. A division rival team that we've been playing. So, we got to go do it all we can to go get game 3.
How do you hope this team shows up when adversity hits?
Fight. I don't really care about the outcome. Like, I want to win, but yeah, this is a test of just it looks like right now our will and our manhood. So we have to go ahead and kind of hold our ground, own our space, and then I think if we do that, we give ourselves an actual chance to win.
Prideful NBA veteran Reggie Jackson right there. He was also jumping all the way back to the locker room last night to get his sprained ankle checked out. Those were some big-time jumps.
Yeah, don't you worry you're going to make it worse. Can we,
Well, it was on the good foot.
Okay.
Some serious hops,
They
though.
got carts back there. we couldn't wait for the ride.
Reggie's not he's not a motorized cart. He's not a rascal at the grocery store kind of guy. Handles business on his own. He's no Paul Pierce going back in a wheelchair. That ain't Reggie.
Yeah, good call. Okay, that comment along, I just realized Justin Holiday made one, and so did Nicola, of
we'll see.
We'll see how we react.
Yeah.
That's what's got me, of all the positive I will try to blow your way, like the wind yesterday by Friday, to not totally give up yet, that one has me deeply concerned and makes me feel like there is more to be learned about the last couple months of this season, I think, when it's all done.
It should also frustrate the hell out of you that they're stealing your line.
We'll see.
That's come on, guys. That's Andy's.
Look,
I'm sticking up for my guy right here. That's
imitation
yours.
is the ultimate form of flattery.
Is that what it
I'm
is?
glad they're listening.
I think they're hacking your material.
Yeah, well,
not only are they not showing up and playing hard,
that's why
but
it's the proper answer.
they're a bunch of thieves. That's the problem. Bunko artists. Avalanche tonight. Stars. The Blitz is next. It's an Avalanche extended pregame special edition.
Now, Berto's in there. Does Berto want to chip in on what's special about this edition there?
It appears to be the real Mark Bertinoli, not a CGI version of Mark Bertinoli either. Plus, we have Avalanche Stars Network pregame at 7 o'clock. We'll drop the puck 7:52-ish this evening. But the Blitz is an Avalanche extended pregame special edition this evening. All right, Andy. Av Stars, game 1 tonight in Dallas. What's your feel on this series? Give me a series pick. Avalanche Stars. What do you think is going down?
Want to go Avs and 6.
Avs and 6.
It could easily go 7.
Avs and 6 could be 7. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know if the Avs get tonight. Avs just need one of these, like they did the Winnipeg deal.
Okay.
Just grab one of these in Dallas.
Uh-huh.
Although tonight you would think, so here's how it goes. Everybody, and our guest earlier, I already forgot, Mike Monaco.
Not
right?
Mike Modano. Yes.
Right. Mike Monaco had said, will the Stars be tired? Sometimes I feel like the Game 7 participant shows up in Game 1 sharper, crisper, ready to pounce because they haven't been off like the Avs had.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if the Avs drop this one tonight but get their legs under them and then go get Game 2.
Can we just address really quick, Mike Monaco, in that conversation, something occurred to me just in the flow of one of his answers where he was talking about the Stars for the Avalanche. Can we all agree that Stars is a stupid thing to name a professional sports team?
All right. Well, you know what? Maybe we'll do this at some point
because
this week.
every team has stars. That's like a basketball team being called the Guards.
But they used to be the Minnesota North Stars.
Exactly.
And now they're in a state that's known as the Lone Star State.
Okay, that's fine. It
makes a hell of a lot more sense than Utah Jazz.
But it sucks as a name to use in conversation. It's like having a broadcaster named Jamal calling a game where one of the star players is named Jamal.
Yeah.
And every time Reggie Miller says Jamal, I'm like, what did Jamal do? Well, he got fined $100,000, by the way. But the name Stars sucks as a team name.
Listen, we could do this where we could go through all the teams that need to change names.
Stars is on the list.
Give the Jazz back to New Orleans. Let the Lakers go to Minnesota.
See, I disagree. I like Utah Jazz.
Why?
Because it's a weird
Do
name.
you go to Utah for Jazz?
No, of course you don't.
Utah Jazzy?
But that makes it more fun. I like I like that the Lakers are in LA, even though they don't even really have lakes there. They have an ocean. Like, I'm a fan of that. I wish the Washington Nationals were the Washington Expos. I like weird team names in that regard. I don't care for a name of a team being something that every team has. Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar and Mikko Rantanen are stars, and yet they're playing a team called the Stars.